Hello, one and all, and welcome to the Death Slam League playoffs. We have finally had 7 weeks of plays, and finally, we are here ready for some playoffs action. I am Initialized, joining for the first time today, and very excited to do so. I'm joined by the mighty veteran in Soren Markov here, and you're definitely more veteran than I am, so no denying that, my friend.
I think 3 weeks is a bit early to be calling myself a veteran, but I appreciate it nevertheless.
That counts. Come on now, no putting yourself down. It's been a wild old time, and of course we are here for a full set of action, a full playoff bracket happening non-stop today, and one of our teams will finally be coming away as the grand champions. That will be damn well exciting, make no mistake about it. Soren, you've been here a little while, you've seen these teams. How are you feeling about today? Because it's going to be a lot more intense than what we're used to.
Yeah, I expect today to be really close, and I almost expect that this is going to come down more to endurance than individual talent, because in a lot of these matches that I've seen, I think 5 out of 6 of the matches that I've casted have gone to Game 3 and been really tight in a lot of these. So, if every set goes to 3 matches, we're going to be playing a lot of deadlock today, and these players have got to keep their energy up so that they can make it through the grand finals. Look at this bracket here. We've got 3 matches, and all of the top 4 teams, anyone who makes it to the semifinals, is going to be playing the full 3 sets. So we've got the grand finals, of course, and then we also have a match for 3rd place. So if you make it to the semis, you've got 1 more series ahead of you. It's only these teams that get knocked out here in the quarterfinals that only have the 1 set.
And again, we are playing all of these tonight, this morning, wherever you are around the world, but it is going to be 3 best-of-3s of deadlock action back to back to back. And that means if you're going to the finals, you could be ending up at a 9-game day, and that is a hell of a shift to put in. Make no mistake about it, endurance is the correct call. With that in mind, who do you favor to have the endurance necessary to make it all the way to finals? Because, as you said, it's been damn well close. We've had 7 weeks before this, but there's a very different beast between, doing a game a week or whatever and just absolutely slamming 9 games back to back.
I expect WeBuyMetalSkin to do pretty well here. Of course, all of these teams participated in the first Death Slam, which was a similar format. So WeBuyMetalSkin came out as the champions there, I believe, and they're coming as the top seed to this playoffs. So they're used to the long haul. They went through that full day a month ago, too? So they're used to how long these go, and they're used to winning despite those conditions. So I expect them to have a pretty good showing here. They're starting off in the top half of our bracket. We'll get to them a little bit later. For now, we have Micropachycephalosaurus versus the Procrastinators.
Yeah, we were double-checking the pronunciation. I was like, it is Pachycephalosaurus, right? Yes, it is. So just a small dinosaur, for the record. They're cool dinosaurs. But they've gone for the complicated name. Procrastinators, of course, on the other side. Coming into this, we are going to get a couple bans coming on through. Only the 2 bans, of course, at this stage. As the hero pool expands, I have no doubt that will get bigger. But for now, you have to be a bit more judicious in terms of what heroes you're removing.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Kelvin and the 7 initially banned. Kelvin, not one that we've seen a lot first banned, but he's definitely a strong hero in the meta, so not shocked to see that. We've already got 3 picks here. I got so much to talk about. The 7, on the other hand, completely expected in the first round of bans. He's been almost dominant in a lot of these matches. He's the main scaling hero in the meta at the moment.
Huge.
So making sure that you can't have that heavy carry come online and just take over a game is really smart here from Micro, I think. Procrastinators are going to take the other really good scaling threat and the Warden, the other big teamfight ult to shut down a lot of these things, and Micro are going to have 2 players who can shut that down, in the Mirage and the Vindicta. The Vindicta tether can make sure the Warden doesn't get close, and the Mirage is sort of your debuff damage sort of person. So strong picks here from both sides. Pretty standard draft so far.
Yeah, and again, Traveler alone, that kind of global ability to get around the map, turn up where you're needed, can be very, very valuable, especially if you are dealing with things like the Yamato going alongside that Warden. The all-in capability there can get pretty dicey, especially if, say, you miss that tether and suddenly the Vindicta has to jump into the air and pray someone comes and saves her in time.
Yeah, so Yamato has been, to me, one of the more impressive heroes. I think she might be a little bit underrated by some of these teams. I think she's just as strong as someone like the Mirage. Someone to get in there and deal a lot of damage while also being really survivable with the Shadow transformation. And similar, we've got Lady Geist, another hero who has an ultimate that lets her essentially get a second life by stealing it from anyone she's close to. Another big damage dealer who's very survivable. So, so far, a really tanky, not a lot of utility, but a lot of tankiness and a lot of damage from Procrastinators.
And a lot of ability to kind of cheat your way through Death with a lot of that kind of pseudo lifesteal. Obviously, I know Lady Geist is a bit weird in that she use his life to gain life and all those kinds of things. But effectively, playing with those life pools, playing with that ability to get in and start brawling can be pretty difficult. But they're going to lock in the Shiv on the other side to, again, try and help respond to that. I think between the Vindictor and the Mirage, your ability to attempt to respond from fairly long ways away to any of the big plays that procrastinators want to put out, I think that makes some sense to me.
Yeah, so in contrast to the draft here from Procrastinators, Micro have a lot of utility. They've got the Vindicta Tethers, Mirage Tornado, debuffs, Shiv, having his execute. A lot of ability to combo here, I think, for Micropachycephalosaurus. But Procrastinators, to me, have the easier comp to play. Just deal big damage, don't die, get in there and
stay a bit
dominate
further
the
away.
brawls.
You've got a sniper. You don't have to be in the melee range and full commit to the plays. You know, on the other side, the Wardens, the Yamatos, you know, are that little bit shorter range and can sometimes end up overextending to make those plays, especially when you do have something like the Mirage to turn up on short order if you over-index, overload a play and realize it maybe wasn't as one-sided as you thought it might be. Still, going to get through to that second phase of bans and a few more heroes being taken off the board.
Yeah, Bebop is a really smart takeaway here for Micro, I think. Procrastinators have a lot of ability to deal damage if they can get close, and Bebop is one of the best heroes to be able to drag someone into your team so that your whole team can just collapse on them. So Procrastinators don't have that now. They're going to have to take a different pick hero, someone maybe like the Holiday. And Procrastinators are going to ban away the Calico, which is a bit of a surprising one to me. She's basically like a worse Yamato, but worse. So maybe they're particularly afraid of someone on Micro who are going to pick up the Pocket instead.
Yeah, there may well be a player of that on there, but of course, still kind of getting used to some of these players and what exactly they're specialized in. So apologies if we're missing out on someone being an absolute Calico god. We just didn't realize that was a very required ban, but as it stands, there we go. Pocket's going to get locked in nonetheless, though. Gotta love that pop collar. Right back to the 1800s with that one.
Yeah, I think Pocket's going to be their big teamfight ult for Micro. Procrastinators have a lot of healing between their three picks right now, the Geist, the Yamato, the Warden. So if a Pocket is able to get in and get a really big affliction and shut down some of that healing while putting pressure on the life totals, that's going to make a big difference. But Procrastinators are now going to bring in some heroes to help deal with that, with the Viscous able to cube people up, keep them safe, and the McGinnis to wall off the Pocket's escape. So it's good answers here from Procrastinators.
Yeah, but I say if Pocket does get to that rank 2 of the Affliction, the minus 40% to healing, and that's not including any items he may well pick up to assist with that as well. But either way, it's definitely something you can then punish, as you said. Viscous alone is so frustrating to manage with the amount of survivability he brings. They didn't have any utility. They found some now, Zoran.
Yeah, they took two heroes who are pretty much all utility, so they're making up for it in the back half. Yeah, Viscous has so many tools to keep people up, so does McGinnis. I mean, McGinnis
pseudo Fortnite and not Fortnite. Just build more structures. That's all you need, you know.
Yeah. So I expect this McGinnis to be on more of a supporting style. Any sort of carry McGinnis is going to interfere with the soul distribution for your top heroes here.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, obviously looking at some of those stats, Procrastinators do tend to be one of those very heavy souls per minute teams. They've definitely been pretty good at funneling in resources to their carry, so we'll see exactly how they do it. But it's certainly been a specialty of them over the 7 weeks. Mo and Krill locked in now for Micropachycephalosaurus, another one of those slightly bruiserier front lines.
Yeah, he's going to be the main initiator here, I think, for Micro. Once they've got the Pocket ult in, the Shiv maybe doing some damage, Mo and Krill's going to be the one to lock down a target and make sure that the rest of the team can collapse on him. So he's also going to have some utility by shutting down the guns of these heroes on Procrastinators, keeping Micro a little bit healthier. So a solid pickup there. And they're going to finish it off with this Sinclair, who I'm very surprised to see this late in the draft. Sinclair is one of our top performing heroes from the rest of the league. I think he had tied for the highest win rate with McGinnis and second most overall wins next to 7. So Sinclair's a really strong pickup.
With that Rabbit Hex alone gives you viability just purely because of how easy it is to shut someone down. Someone's coming for a big play, they're mid, throwing an ult out. No, you're not anymore, you're a rabbit. And that really can mess with someone like that. Mo and Krill, who might be coming in for that combo on the ultimate. You've gone burrowing forwards and suddenly you've been turned into a rabbit, and then McGinnis to put walls around you, and then Viscous is there, and then Yamato. You know, you kind of go down that line and realize you're not having very much fun anymore.
Yeah, no, but it's going to be the Holiday from Procrastinators. There's that pick character that Micro banned away with the Bebop, so they're going to get the Holiday instead. Sort of a similar idea. But Sinclair also has a lot of really good ults to copy over here from Procrastinators. Like, one of the main things that we saw last meta before the patch was that Sinclair would copy the Warden ult and basically turn it around, because Sinclair's also someone who's likely to build those spirit items. and so Warden suddenly isn't the person with the biggest damage ult on the field. You've also got the Yamato Shadow Transformation to keep him healthy. The Geist, if the Geist life swaps and the Sinclair just does it right back, congratulations, you wasted an ult. So
yeah.
a solid
so
pickup
picking
there
the right
from the
moment's
ult side
important here. And again, you've still got to deal with the McGinnis walls. You've still got to deal with the Viscous. And again, that Warden, if you don't take that ult, the last stand on the other side still gets really annoying. Because again, if you have a God forbid, you get to that rank 3 ultimate, what is it, like 50% resistance on pretty much every damage type? It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, he's really strong when in last stand. Unless you've got a lot of anti-heal and a lot of damage, pretty much your options are hide or send someone in a different direction and sacrifice them.
Yeah. I mean, he just gets so much lifesteal, and then it's like, what is it? Hang on, I've got to pull it up now. It's 50% bullet resist, 50% spirit resist, and an extra 2.5 seconds duration, not including the 65% lifesteal. It's just like, what do you do with that? If you actually get to hit someone, it's a bad time. You're often just better off trying to time it out. But again, with that duration increase, can be a bit tricky to manage. But of course, it will be a best of 3 here in this quarterfinals. Winner, as we said, will be guaranteed to be playing 2 more best of 3s out after that. Lose, and your day is done. There is no upper bracket at this point. You need to win that initial best of 3.
Yeah. So this is going to be a really important match here to make sure that these teams can go on. So far in the draft, I favor procrastinators a bit, but you know, it really comes down to, I think, how the second half of their draft is used. That's where a lot of their utility is concentrated, and so if they can set up plays for the Warden or the Geist or the Yamato, procrastinators are going to have a really good time. Micro, I think, are going to need a lot more teamwork to set up some of these plays.
Yeah, if they can get it happening, though, it's definitely doable. The Mo and Krill combined with a Sinclair, depending on what ult they steal or those kind of things. You've got the Mirage turn up out of nowhere. You've got the tools to do it. And again, I think the Affliction from Pocket alone has given you tools, but it is, as you said, that the skill floor required, the burden of execution is that significant amount higher. As on the other side, like, look, the Warden's just popped off. Look, Lady Geist or Yamato have just popped off, and they've got relatively easy tools to keep them in one piece behind them with the Viscous and the McGinnis doing some work. Like, you aren't as required on a series of combos to go right.
Yeah, plus having the Warden specifically on procrastinators is really scary, mainly because of Paxel. In the stats through the past 7 weeks, Paxel has been our top soul earner, both per minute and overall. So he's doing a lot of work on these carry heroes. I've personally seen him turn around at least one game on the 7 where his team was just falling, and then suddenly he was at 60,000 souls and took over the game. So I certainly don't expect him to do much worse here on Warden. So he's going to be one to really watch out for in this game, I think. Also on procrastinators, you've got, probably I expect Panglarb to go over to the Yamato. He's one of the strongest players in lane, gotten a lot of the first bloods. So if he can get on someone who's deadly in lane like the Yamato, I think procrastinators are going to have a good time early. And in general, I favor their comp in lane, which is really important to snowball the game right now. So yeah, procrastinator is going to be deadly early and through the mid game. I think Micro need to last long and not let the Warden get charged up. So they need to have a lot of utility in the mid game and the late game, and also at the same time not let procrastinators do their thing.
Yeah. And again, look, eyes will be on the likes of this Mirage, the Mo and Krill, the Sinclair. That combo just turning up and helping turn things around can definitely do it. But I just got word from production. We're ready to head into the big old apple and see exactly what's happening on Sapphire and Amber hand sides.
So some of these lane matchups that I expect to happen here, I want to see the McGinnis paired with the Warden. The wall into the cage can lead to a lot of early kills, but you've got a lot of strong laning options here. All 3 of the front picks for procrastinators are strong in lane, so if you pair them with some of your latter half, which are a bit weaker, you've got some good lane pairings. Micro have a lot of weak laners, but they've got the Mirage and the Sinclair, so they're going to be strong together, or just supporting their own lanes. And we're going to see in lane here, as I said, we've got the McGinnis and the Warden going up against Pocket and Shiv. So Pocket's going to be really weak, but Shiv's going to help him stay the front line and make sure that the tower doesn't get pushed too much. And Pocket can just kind of duck in and out as he can. Over here in the mid lane, we've got Yamato Geist, a really dangerous lane there from procrastinators against the Vindicta and the Mo, who are both well equipped to deal with that pressure. And then the right side, we got Viscous and Holiday against Mirage and Sinclair. So that's the deadly lane for Micro there.
Yeah, they need that one to go well, especially if it then unlocks the Mirage to start teleporting around with that travel. If you can get to that ultimate nice and early, having snowballed ahead, then you can go start impacting those other lanes, go start picking up some of that jungle farm as well, can be really valuable. Hell, if you pick up that early Warden, being able to go in and steal some of those additional souls can be pretty valuable too. A little bit of a chunk coming on through there, but not too much, just dashing away and staying pretty alright as just trading out some of those troopers and dashing around as per usual.
Yeah, I don't expect a whole lot of early aggression in these lanes. As I say that, though, procrastinators are pushing their strong lane in the middle there with the Geist and the Yamato, so we could see some early kills there, maybe, if Manzia gets caught out on the Vindicta. The only other place that I can see an early kill is maybe Bobster on this pocket. If he gets caught out of position, he will go down pretty fast. The pocket has negative spirit resistance into the Warden, Flask, and the McGinnis turrets, so he could go down quickly if he's caught out of position.
As that ward moves on there, Paxel, of course, is the one piloting that, keeping an eye on the miniguns coming on out and trying to potentially find a bit of an angle. There is that Shiv looking to see if they can catch him out. There goes that bomb. Don't find too much there and secures those souls. So a little bit of a look in, but can't quite land it onto the Shiv. That was a little bit of an attempt there.
Yeah, it's going to force them to back off, though, and that means that right here at 2 minutes, we can see them get these boxes like we're seeing Panglarb do here. They push the wave up into the tower, and so now he's stealing the boxes from the other side, just getting a small bit of soul lead. But that can really mean a lot when you get up to around the 3-4 minute mark and people start getting ults online. So this means that probably procrastinators are going to have their ults first in the mid lane. And meanwhile, Viscous is doing a good box run here as well. Tally going to make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind, but his tower's getting pushed a bit.
Yeah, nice box run. Goes pick up a little of that stuff outside lane. Always valued it and goes for the buy afterwards. Should be able to pick up some of those initial items. And speaking of people making quick runs to the store, there goes the McGinnis, picking up a couple bits and pieces. And Yamato on screen again. It'll be interesting to watch again. Not so much of an EU specialty, but more of an NA option. Gonna find a bit of damage there. The Mo and Krill gonna trade back out. And again, let's see exactly when they do manage to pick up that ultimate in a couple minutes time. Looking to see where they find that big engage. The Lady Geist already getting a bit of a chunk down there as Krill did go looking for a little bit more. Yamato over the top there. He needs to back away. A lot of damage going down, but the Vindicta staying safe. Tether still up and available to keep people pinned should they over-aggress.
Yeah, a bit of an engage there. The Mo and Krill went in for the Scorn, but Lady Geist was able to essentially trade that out with the life drain. So I want to see Kudos play a little bit safer there with the Mo and not let the life drain get such value. But overall, not a bad trade for either side, I think. Just a bit of poke.
Testing the water, so to speak. There is that Shiv just sneaking off the side, picking up a few more of those souls. Nicely secured. No one really over-forcing as yet. No one's gone for the full all-ins yet. It has just been testing each other out right now. Probably, honestly, considering we're saying Micro Pachycephalosaurus, we're going to need to be a little wary in lanes. Outside, of course, that Mirage lane on the bot side. We need to make that one feel pretty good right now.
Yeah, as I said, no kills so far. Just both teams playing safe. We do see a couple of region items here already from Micro in this mid lane being forced back by the heavy poke of the Yamato and the Geist. And meanwhile, we're seeing Bobster get caught on here, a little bit out of position on the pocket, but he's able to get away safe, so that's not going to result in a whole lot.
I did say, of course, that pocket's going to have to be a bit wary. Could well be caught out when people like BMAC on that McGinnis and, of course, Tally on that Viscous, potentially able to keep you pinned in place for your Yamatos and Wardens of the world to do a fair amount of damage. There's a little bit of sniping happening there. The Mirage looking to catch a few autos off. A little bit low himself, actually. Did end up taking more damage. I think he was hoping for that.
Yeah, that's one where we could see an early kill. Holiday and Viscous both able to get in, do a little bit of damage, and get out. So good poke heroes here, but Mirage is just taking it safe, taking the boxes back behind tower.
Oh, they did manage to slide through all the way towards the end of that draft. In goes the Yamato, looking for something with the Mo and Krill there, continuing to throw out some more of those Katana slides. Burrows away, trying to get out to safety, but back out there. Can't quite secure the full all-in. The Vindicta trading out while floating around in the air. Always a wonderful tool. Throws out some crows. Still got that tether to work with. The Lady Guy trying to get some value. As the Yamato trading well there. But in the end, good work from Manzia to hold the storm at bay.
Wow, that's a really early tower there. The McGinnis is able to put out a lot of objective damage, and Warden good damage as well. So they're going to get the tower, but they do give up the left buff here to the Vindicta. They were pushed too far forward, couldn't send someone over to the buff. So Vin is now going to have a few more tools to be able to hold off the push here in mid.
To try and get a little look in on Mr. L on the Lady Guys. Couldn't quite connect with enough shots. A little bit of chunk onto the Viscous there, but not too much. But you're right. Initial Warden down. Left-hand lane. Vindicta back up into the sky, looking to trade out well there. Good chunks.
Yeah, we're seeing the ults come up, but not a whole lot used. I think the Warden ult was used to confirm that tower, and Panglarb has also used his. Now the Vindicta snipe going to try and chunk down Mr. L, who's looking a little low, but he's got the life swap. So if they decide to go all in here, they could use that life swap and really hurt some of these members of Micro. But you got to get close to that Vindicta. She's just sitting pretty up top, able to avoid a lot of the poke that's ground-based from Mr. L and Panglarb. So she's looking pretty good, whereas Putis is able to keep up as well.
Yeah, not the longest range are the Lady Geist and the Yamato, and if she can start getting into the eye and start getting people down low enough for the Assassinate to be a legitimate execution threat, things get a little different again. There is that Shiv. I haven't seen too much out of Lord of the Booze and Waifu yet. Let's see what exactly they do. Gonna have Traveler up and available to potentially start making plays. There is that Sinclair again. Just looking to see whether there was an angle. Wasn't quite there.
Yeah, not a whole lot happening here in this right lane. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I still don't think that we've seen a kill. So we're 7 minutes in and just kind of poking out here. We've lost one tower, but that's it so far.
Yeah, again, the Warden just committed to it. Yamato does go looking for a bit more there. Katana comes on out, is disarmed briefly. Down a half herself, backs away again. Goes looking, can't quite find the true angle there, but the Sinclair needs to dash away. Got the ability to potentially turn into a rabbit. Buying a bit of time, of course, with the ability to throw out a few more of those magical bolts, but stays alive, low, but not down.
He managed to stay alive just barely with the TP onto the assistant. Missed the parry, but had the tools to be able to get out. But he's got to play safe now as well. Looks like procrastinators are going to get lane pressure in every single lane here.
Big moment. We said that might be a possibility. Especially as these ults have started to come on through. Beginning to chunk for some more. Again, the one Warden down so far, not that much more to work with. Continuing to get a few more chunks up. Mantling up on that wall. Holiday looking for some damage. Good chunk, and there is that initial kill. Weefo headshot. Big kill as Mirage down for the count. Yamato now looking for a bit more work. Gonna try and start chunking out that Mo and Krill. Good damage onto them. Needs to continue looking for a bit more, especially with that man advantage with the kill already secured. Puta stays alive as 83 HP is what Panglob finds himself on them. Yamato does get out to safety. BMAC did fall though, as actually his pack's a little bit too far from procrastinators.
Yeah, that left lane, they must have just pushed up so far. I saw Warden taking some of the farm, but, I mean, now you've got probably a dead Guardian here. I don't think that either BMAC or Paxel are going to be able to get back in time. That said, they do have the boost, so they might just be able to, with that McGinnis wall, be able to stall out a little.
They come looking to try and do just that. Out comes one of those healing moments as the McGinnis sets up and starts throwing out that big old machine gun. Let's rip, and they will have to pull away for now, so the Guardian stands, at least for now.
Well, the McGinnis wall wasn't able to come through, so the Guardian did go down, but it was close.
Oh, sure, you're absolutely right. Yeah, no, I thought they managed to keep it.
That's all right. He must have just not had the wall up from the last life. So yeah, some early trades coming on through a little late, but now we're going to see the Holiday Lasso copied from Math. I think it was going to be pretty safe here at the Goo Ball.
We'll Goo Ball out to safety. Always challenging to keep a Viscous locked down, especially when they just turn into a bowling ball out of nowhere. There's the Yamato just, again, has been looking for bits and pieces, has Panglob. Not really fully committed. A little bit of a look in onto Mo, and Krill Putis has been forced to burrow away a number of times, but there's the Vindicta threatening again, saying if you dare step too far forwards onto my Mo and Krill, I will threaten you. The Yamato spotted out on that side, and Vindicta doing a good job of just trading out and preventing too much easy ingress, too much forward move.
A good play here from the mid members of Micro to be able to keep off this Yamato and Geist. We got 3 members from both sides just poking around here. The Shiv and the McGinnis have rotated over. They're going to try and add some to each of their sides. Still a 2v2 in the right lane, and Warden and Pocket are being given the solo on the left.
Yeah, Shiv got a bit of rage to work with, but not as much as I think they might perhaps be hoping for. Soul count remains relatively even. Couple thousand over to Micro Pachycephalosaurus. My days, that's going to catch you out if you say it 5 times fast, ain't it? But either way, certainly within touching distance for both squads.
And one thing that we're seeing is that Paxel is not as far ahead as he would like to be. He was even just a moment ago. Looks like he picked up some farm or maybe the wave. Meanwhile, Bobster is already up to 10k. He's really dangerous here in this mid game just as the first urn comes up.
And we were saying, look, there is a world where this Pocket ends up being taken out in the lane a little bit. That hasn't happened, and we've already set the affliction into all of these heroes who want that healing, who want to get into Merrins, who get really tricky. There comes the wall. Not really to all that much right now.
Yeah, no, missed wall. It looks like we've gone... nope, all 3 members still here for both teams. The McGinnis Assault going to try and zone away some of these people looking for the Guardian.
Big chunk of the machine gun just keeps on firing, throwing out as much suppressing fire as they can, looking to get a hold of that Guardian. There is the Pocket. Look, there's a value. Flying Cloak comes on forward. Looking to get some autos down, trying to get a hold of the Viscous, who does not get to turn into too much. There's the Glob for a moment or two to keep the McGinnis up in one piece, but will come and have to trade their life for it. Guardian now about to be attacked as the pocket gets to step on forwards, and that should surely fall here with a little assistance from the squad and some of those troopers behind. Leads the charge and claims an additional structure.
Yeah, Panglarb tries to rotate over in time, but it's just a bit too late. The pocket damage has already been done. He's now sitting at 12k. He's 2k ahead of Paxel, but they should be able to make that up here in just a moment. Seeing a lot of aggression here from Micro onto this Guardian. Looks like they've got the numbers advantage. Guys trying to keep him off. But it's difficult.
What they can do, but I don't know whether Lady Guys has enough in the tank right here at this point. There's a decent jump from the Viscous, and Vindicta jumps away, stays alive for now, and with a bit of orb action, will do the best to keep people away from that Guardian, looking to disrupt as much as they can. Be a bit obnoxious, rolling around. Managed to get a little bit of an assist there, getting on top of the Vindicta, stunning her up briefly, but not able to prevent her from getting out to safety for now, bouncing around best they can. But this ain't bowling, this is deadlock. Got to do a little bit more than that to stop the Vindicta.
Yeah, they're trying to find the refrag here onto this Guardian. They've got a pick, but Mr. L has gone down as well, so it's even here. Just a low Guardian, but that's an early lead there from Micro on the objectives. They have the flex slot and Procrastinator don't, so they have a little more freedom in how they approach their early buildings.
Oh, what would you want to see out of the early buildings, actually, as we maybe don't have a moment, as it has to burrow to try and escape here, down at 310, should be able to get out to safety for a second or two. And does manage to do that. Tally does fall down, though, all the while, so when Krill survives, Tally does not.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because there's just a lot of different ways that you can build some of these heroes. It's going to be the first earn there for Micro. A lot of members of Procrastinators were trying to rotate for that, but they weren't there in time. This Mirage we see already picking up several gun items, including the intensifying magazine. I want to see maybe some debuffs from him next, build up that toxic bullets maybe, or just continue on the gun here. He's not that bad with burst fire or something like that. Paxel, I think, looking for the hybrid build. And I know that he's sometimes favored the more all-in spirit build, but I think in this he needs a bit more gun damage because of the team comp. Now you've already got Mr. L and Panglarb able to do some of that gun damage. Meanwhile, BMAC on the McGinnis, he's typically like to play more damage-oriented, I think, but he's definitely good with the support as well, which is, I think, where his strength lies in his composition. Meanwhile, on the other side, Math, looking for the support Magician. He's already got the Rescue Beam. That's going to keep some of his members safe from things like the Warden ult, but Mr. L goes down.
Yeah, got turned into a rabbit there, did Mr. L, so not a lot of options to get the sustain required by the Lady Guys. Can't look to switch out those health bars with the ultimate. The Shiv needs to back away briefly there. Takes a little bit of a chunk, but manages to back on out. Procrastinators. Losing the other member there. It's not been the easiest start to this game. They are beginning to slip away a little bit in that soul count. Down 9,000 at this point. And again, look at Bobster up 3k relative to Paxel, who's going to be one of his direct competitors. That should be a little bit of a warning sign.
Yeah, it's impressive here so far from Bobster, but I think if Paxel can just find a little bit more farm, maybe given one of these solo lanes, while the other members try and get this last Guardian, he can still run away with this game if they're not careful. So Micro, while they are ahead right now, they still need to play well to be able to get this lead further into the game. We're going to see buffs up in 20 seconds. Micro are already positioning for it. Procrastinators, not there yet.
Keep our eyes on it. Mid-boss, obviously an option at some point. Not going to be quite there as yet, but buffs, as you called out, spawning and available to be claimed. Should we be able to get towards them? Paxel will stop punching that vending machine. Very rude, really. Normally we pay dollars into those, but hey, well, the US audience certainly wouldn't. This is an NA tournament right now, so that would make some sense. There goes Bobster. A little bit of damage. Still got that affliction to work with. Got the flying cloak as well, looking for potential angle on in here. And speaking of, finding an angle in here to remove some of that HP and begin to chunk on in the Mo and Krill with the big old combo, trying to lock people down. They do get the assist. Down goes Holiday, who's going on a long, extended one to the other side of the Veil.
It was a good rescue beam there from BMAC, who's already picked it up. Looks like he is playing that support, as I expected. But Matrix was just too low, not able to survive. They do get the refrag onto Lord of the Booze, though. I think some of that bloodletting coming in there, along with Tally going deep with the Viscous Ball. So good trade there. It's going to mean that this urn isn't exactly free for Micropachycephalosaurus.
It was looking really good, but as you said, the refrag comes on through and evens things up a little bit. And of course, Lord of the Booze going to be a little later on that respawn. There is Sinclair with that urn. Mirage also available, does have that Traveler to work with, so ability to respond, ability to support as required. Viscous hunting a little bit here. Going to see whether he can catch someone out. Doesn't quite find it as yet. Again, Tally has often been the sacrificial. I'm not sure whether he can have a lamb blob, but there you are. That's what he's been. Speaking of, going to try and catch out Sinclair here. Was trying to get that urn delivered. Going to have to drop it and look to deal with some of these people. They see the Warden, they see the Viscous. Going to try and get some value out here. Floating in the sky, of course, is Vindicta, looking to get some chunks down. Not the best accuracy right now. Really awkward underneath herself. Want to come back down to earth for now.
It's 2 early trades. Lord of the Booze goes down as well. That's a man advantage. You've got Pocket fighting BMAC over on the right side for that Guardian, or the Walker, rather, for the in the solo lane. I would expect BMAC to be able to keep himself up. That Affliction's going to chunk him down really low.
Our eyes on it. Needs to keep walking on forward. The little bit of healing to work with. And begins to back away. Does Bobster again? Weefo and Lord of the Booze down. Traveller didn't really get to be used there properly. Mr. L, of course, dead again. That lady, guys, has been corralled and surrounded a few times now. A lot of tools there, particularly with that Rabbit Hex. Just keep her locked in place. And again, the range beginning to hurt her there just a little bit. If there is no Viscous, if there is no McGinnis behind to keep her in one piece. There goes that Sinclair. He's on Mathematical. See whether he can complete the equation here. Going on forward. Got that ability to steal away an ultimate. Not find too much as yet. Backs away. Everyone's still up and standing. Putis a little low here, but not out for the count by no means.
Yeah, Procrastinator just split back up. They thought that Micro had just gone off with the urn and weren't going to go for it, but they came back in with the numbers advantage and got a pretty free urn deposit there. Still only up 6k. Very winnable. But, you know, that's a mistake from Procrastinators, just not keeping an eye on where their opponents are.
And again, we said that the urn was not necessarily going to be free, and it certainly wasn't. We saw a lot of fighting over it, but either way, Wall was forced there as well as Lord of the Booze went hunting there on the ship, couldn't quite find it, and Paxil, seen too much there. 1, 2, and 1, not been really his game as yet, but has managed to catch up in the soul count. You said he was likely going to do that. Now at 21k, they are giving him absolutely everything to make sure this Warden can take over as the game gets later and later and later.
Yeah, as we said, he's one of the top souls per minute and top souls overall from the first 7 weeks, and that doesn't come by just being an excellent player. Certainly he is doing a good job of that, but it also comes from your team giving you the resources that you need to pop off like that. So he's got the Cult to sacrifice, which is a bit of a greedy pickup. So does Pocket here. They're both looking to take all the resources from their team and become a monstrous threat here in the mid game. So far, they're doing about as well as each other, so I'm looking at the soul count of the other people as well. Wifo with 18k, that's ahead of anybody on Procrastinators except for Paxel, so I'm looking for him to do a good bit of damage in these fights and be the difference maker for Micropacky.
And again, the thing for Procrastinators, right, is they've had to drop farm from other people to make sure it goes to Paxel to catch up because they were falling behind in souls. They are behind in souls by about 7k, and it means that, yes, has managed to match Bobster, but there are people like Wifo on that Mirage who are pretty scary and can still be a serious threat here as an additional sort of sub-carry underneath it all. Ability to travel around the map so fast, no pun intended with that ultimate, so see what he can get done, but of eyes all on right now, Bobster. There is a real threat. There is that Viscous, looking to see whether there was a potential gank angle. Won't quite find it.
Yeah, but they've got the lane pressure, so they're going to be able to take some of this farm. BMAC going to try and make sure that Mathematical doesn't get out here, but not a whole lot they can do. Mathematical with a good bit of escape tools there. We are going to see the next set of buffs come up here in 20 seconds. Neither team positioned for it right now. The lanes pretty even as well. It's kind of a toss-up who gets there first. Looks like Matrix is already there on that left buff.
Eyes on it, see what Holiday can do. Ooh, immediately dropped as Mr. L. Not having fun on the Lady Geist this game.
No, he's suffered a few too many deaths to be the real carry for Procrastinators here. Geist typically someone you want high in souls along with that Warden, but he's not going to be there this time. Bit of an engage there on the Cinder Sacrifice, but there's 3 members of Micro there. So not a whole lot that Procrastinators can do. Paxel goes down very low, and he's going to fall right before the urn gets picked up.
That's huge. That's the person with the majority of soul count. Massive, massive deal. Urn now available to be picked up, especially with the 2-man advantage, at least for a little bit, and particularly when Paxel, the person you've been feeding all the resources, is assassinated. Going to continue looking for a little bit more here. Sliding around. Is this Mirage so fast already, so mobile already? Going to be very difficult to drop here with the lack of members on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of have to give this up for procrastinators. You don't want to because you're already behind 9k, but there's no engage to be found here. You've got your Warden already down. Matrix doesn't hit the lasso onto the Urn Carrier, so they just have to back out and hope that they don't lose too much. And in the middle of all this, they still don't have that right side Guardian. So some members here, like Mr. L and Matrix, are missing that flex slot. They're being constrained right now on souls and on flex slots. So Micro so far just kind of choking them out.
And, you know, in a game like this where you're already behind on the souls, the flex slots are really going to hurt. And credit, actually, honestly, onto Micropachycephalosaurus for keeping that Guardian alive, preventing that flex slot opening up, because it is giving them a serious advantage now. And Paxel, who had caught up now behind a couple thousand souls, again towards Bobster. And you're looking at some of the other members starting to really accelerate ahead against their opposite numbers. Look at Weefo versus Tally or Lord of the Booze, right? They're all in really good positions here. And you're saying, look, Mr. L on this Lady Geist isn't realistically going to be an additional carry. But at this point, there is no additional carry. It's Paxel or bust.
Yeah, they're all in on this Warden. He's being really hurt by that flex slot, though. We saw him pick up Mercurial Magnum, which, while it is an okay item on Warden, it's one of those ones that you really only pick up if you've got too many souls and not enough flex slots. So despite him being able to get a lot of these souls, he's being still shut down by Micro. And we're here in 22 minutes, and there hasn't been a lot of action recently on the objectives. They've still got one Guardian for Micro. This is a very slow game so far, objective-wise.
Yeah, it has been. It was pretty slow early on by the kills as well, but that's kind of favored Micropachycephalosaurus in the grand scheme of things. We were saying, look, the laning phase was supposed to be tricky, and it didn't end up being all that complicated for them in the long run. There is Holiday looking for a bit more value. The vending machine there to come on through. Vindicta. Manzia has been shooting away as per usual. We know what Vindictors like to do. They get all their souls from headshotting people, right?
Yeah, it's, as you said, a bit of an NA specialty there, but Manzia not going to be able to find anything. They're just roaming around trying to find something in this dead time between the 5-minute mark of Urn and buffs. All their objectives are really as pushed as they can be at this stage of the game. Paxel now going to try and make a play for this Guardian. The Warden really good to try and confirm some of these. Buffs are going to try and make sure that he doesn't do that. And now there's 3 members here to shut him down. 4!
Oh, brutal. And already the Affliction's down. He's dead. 2 rights gets the assist as Bobster, but the dash and out the ult means there is nothing to be done there.
He did get the Guardian, so that's finally a flex slot unlocked there. I think he recognized that he was going to go down, and
we're trading.
He just said, I need this flex slot so bad. So, I mean, that's a decision you got to make sometimes. As the resident McGinnis main, you know, that's going to happen. But now Micro have an advantage here to be able to push onto this Walker, and they're going to get a flex slot of their own.
There go the lasers, the mortars start firing, but this is looking like an additional flex slot, as you were saying. The Walker not going to really be able to do much about this additional shot, as there is that extra slot being unlocked. In goes Yamato, though, begins to transform and look for a bit more violence. Looking to catch some people out. Not really been about the Yamato so far, but beginning to dash on through a load of those members. Trying to get big lockdown there and should be able to do so. Lord of the Booze a little too deep there and does go down.
Yeah, they sacrificed the Walker on the right to get that kill, and maybe because you couldn't really defend that Walker effectively in the first place, it was worth it, but Lord of the Booze stalls for so much time. It gives his team plenty of opportunity to rotate over and make sure that they don't get the refrag onto the Walker. So it's a good job there from Lord of the Booze not letting procrastinators take the tempo. Paxel's back up, but they're not going to be able to do a whole lot with it.
Really rough. And now you just look at the map state, all of those additional Guardians gone, yes, but that Walker difference will be really rough. And again, soul count now up to 11,000 gold souls. There we go. Turns out when you pay in the eternal matter of people, it's pretty hefty things. You can buy some pretty good weaponry with it, it turns out. There's the Mo and Krill. Not really been about Putis this game. And survived a few all-ins early on. I thought the Lady Geist and crew might be able to keep them locked down, a bit more threatened early. And haven't been able to do so as yet. Mirage whacks that vending machine a little bit. Finding himself at a decent soul count himself, honestly. As we said, the Mirage, pretty valuable. Oh, turned to a rabbit by the Sinclair. Now needs to keep running away, caught in the middle of the air. Backing away, there's BMAC on that McGinnis, providing some covering. Fine, gets out to safety. Nice little look in there by Mathematical, but can't quite find the answer he was looking for.
Yeah, they did secure the buff, though. They took the right buff, and Mr. L, it looks like, got the left, too. As you said, he's climbing up here in souls a little bit. Mirage going to be on the split push, which is one of his specialties. You know, he's able to take this engage here, and if Mr. L stays to get the Walker, he can TP away and join the fight over here on the right side. But it looks like Micro aren't interested in that. They just want to run this Urn again and increase their soul lead.
They have been doing a lot of those Urn runs. It's often been on Mathematical on that Sinclair to go and manage that. He's currently on Panglab. Again, not really been about the Amateur, having a relatively quiet game. But again, if you can find some of those all-ins with Paxel on that Warden, options to come back as yet. It's not a done deal yet, even if it does feel like Micropachycephalosaurus finding some value. There comes the Tornado. Bit of a chunk onto Mr. L, who was around and about. Still got the opportunity to pick up a few more of those turret kills, as well as the McGinnis doing their best to ward off some of those flanks. In comes the combo, though. Damage can be on forward. The rest of the squad come on down. Warden survives, looking to open up himself. Got no last stand rolling anymore as the damage is done, and Tally has fallen all the while, but this Walker under threat. Can he get out to safety? Continue to hunt for a little bit more. The Mo and Krill need to back away. Burrows himself, but just can't burrow far enough. All they find themselves is 6 foot deep in an early, shallow grave.
Wow, good play there from Paxel. I expected him to go down, maybe just trade for the Walker, but he at least got Putis as well, and they're not able to chase him. Even this pocket's not making enough distance.
Yeah.
Trying to stay behind him, but he's so survivable. That superior duration he got with the one flex slot he paid with his life for earlier really helped there. Kept that last stand going for so long.
Look, however, a Bobster who's hunting for more, wants to punish this in the long run. Going to get some damage, but again, that sustain. How tanky is this Warden? Bring him down, someone! Finally brought low, but it took a hell of a lot of resource, but still off the board now for 60 seconds. What can you get done with that, especially as the sole leader for Procrastinators is off the board?
Yeah, but Procrastinators have pushed up so far on this left side. Paxel stalled for so long with 3 members of Micro trying to chase him down or survive him. Now they're going to get a Walker and the Urn from this.
Really good work there. There goes that Walker. Going to transform themselves to the Amateur. Going to try and hunt for a little bit more. Backs away to the healing. Out of shadow form. Finally finds out Bendicker over here. Looks for the shot. Can't quite find the execute though until just now. Good work. There is finally the punish. But already mathematical retrace. It's been the 1-for-1 and that Walker going down. Big deals there. Actually, Procrastinators beginning to come right back into this. Look at that soul count. It's near enough even.
They've done a good job coming back into this game just through the macro play. They know how to play behind while Paxel scales, and Micro have just kind of traded with them, which is not where you want to be when you're up in souls. You want to be able to take these fights and defend. They've just kind of taken bad engages, it looks like, and they've let Procrastinators come back into this. Some of their pseudo carries like Mr. L and Panglarb coming back into this game, but they're going to try and take mid now here with Paxel down and Panglarb on the respawn. There's not a whole lot of tools to be able to contest this. I don't believe VMAC has the max wall to be able to do this either. It's just going to be the Holiday here to try and defend, and I don't think they'll get it.
Rejuvenator should just be secured nice and easy. Lord of the Booze is the one who gets a hold of it, so got that ability to shove very aggressively now. Slight fumble over the last 2 or 3 minutes, over chasing on a Paxel who traded out his life, yes, for the Walker, but it took him a long, long time to go down, and all the while, Panglarb and crew were trading out elsewhere. The response in the end does come on through. If you can time out, if you can weather this mid-boss storm, life is good. Can you get done with the Rejuvenators? Out comes the wall from the McGinnis. BMAC doing their best to delay, deny, disrupt. Up into the air they go, though, getting some chunks down. It's only on to really camps in the meantime. Need to get some of these wave shove and look to get value from this temporary buff you've got rolled.
Yeah, the mid-boss is just so strong at the moment. They nerfed the first mid-boss buffs to just 3 minutes, but even still, it's a really good tool to pull ahead here from these sort of stalemate situations. They're going to get so much lane pressure, which means that they can take farm just kind of freely from both sides, and as well as maybe get some objective pressure here if Procrastinators get too distracted dealing with the waves. So it looks like they're setting up for an engage here. They've got 4 members, 5 now the Shiv TPing on over. They're going to look for an engage here. It's just 4 members of Procrastinators.
No ultimate for Wifo, no ability to put the Traveler down, but look at that, there's the Affliction available, could go on in! Out goes the anti-healing, damage goes on him, Bobster stunned up, does get pulled back to safety with the Spirit Lord Throw, though he's gone between absolutely everyone, needs to run! Surely the Rejuvenator will keep him back to life, but he's not for long, down for the count, they go too far on the engage, and the main carry for Micropachycephalosaurus is a little too micro for their likings now, beginning to potentially find a bit more value. The Procrastinators find a window, can look even into these Rejuvenators to find some more options as Tally turns into an orb, continue to hunt around, but they've lost Mr. L, all the while the Mathematical is going to follow Bobster. Shoot for the Procrastinators.
This is just a really back and forth engage, a lot of trades on both sides, which is going to favor Micro here with the Rejuvenator, the shorter respawn times. Paxel is still up, but he's used his ultimate, so his main utility down in this fight. We saw a bit of an overextension, maybe not realizing that 2 members of Procrastinators were TPing over. They came in at just the right time, and it was Mr. L and Paxel, the 2 largest souls for Procrastinators. But the Affliction is going to make sure that they can't stay for too long. Both sides just going to back up. Micro going to rejoin with the rest of their team, take some of these buffs, and probably take a re-engage here before BMAC and Mr. L can get up.
Looked so good for a second or two. They bring Bobs down. You think the Soul Leader's out. It looks great. But in the end, Mr. L, BMAC being traded out in the long run of things. Turns it around again. Those Rejuvenators finding some value. But on the other hand, Procrastinators pulling the trigger, getting rid of a couple of those rejuvenators, particularly on the likes of a Sinclair, on the likes of this Pocket, who's been so problematic.
Here's the re-engage. 2 members of Procrastinators not there.
Try and take it with that man advantage, 2-man advantage, as you said. Looking to get onto the walkers. This is what they need to do to get back into a commanding lead, because actually it's Procrastinators who've managed to take that soul count lead for the first time this game. Oh, the Boos backing away again. Can't keep shoving for too long, especially with death time is beginning to time out with the shorter travel times. Wouldn't be necessarily as much time as I think they would like on those walkers.
Yeah, they've... That's just the reju buff for you. Like, that wasn't really a big mistake from Procrastinators. They just got busy dealing with the waves that were coming near their base, and they couldn't bring as many people to that fight. And Micro just have all of the souls, all of the minions, all of the debuff removers we saw there for one of the boosts to stay up to be able to take that fight.
Stealing of the Warden ultimate though, and already turned into a rabbit. Paxel down for the count. Looking to try and find some value at the back end of this. Now the Viscous trying to roll away to safety. We're going to do so, but again, managed to bring down that all-important Warden. Big value. Now Bobster going to keep on hunting. We've not got a lot of structures at 32 minutes in. We are getting very close to being very bare on our final assaults on the bases.
Yeah, I mean, Paxel going down early like that is not what you need to see there. It's a good engage from Micro. Everyone just focuses on the Rabbited Warden, and Mathematical, again, with the Warden copy. He's got a lot of spirit damage, even though he has built some of the melee items, like the melee charge. He's still got a lot of spirit damage to be able to bring down Paxel. So that's exactly what you want your Sinclair to do. They bring him down, and now there should be a free earn as well.
2, 6, and 2. It's not been good fun for Paxel. He has been the target pretty much every time from Micro Pachycephalosaurus. Managed to get value from split pushing, structural value, being very, very good there, but the ability to stay alive while doing so, a little less. He's going to pick up that earn, delivered appropriately. FedEx would approve. Viscous now going to try and pick up some of these neutral camps from between the lanes, get as much value as they can. Later and later we go. Again, a lot of structures outside of your patrons remaining here for either team.
We saw Paxel pick up the Curse there, which is a bit of an odd buy for the Warden. It's certainly going to help some of these slipperier targets stay put, but it's almost harder to say than Micro Pachycephalosaurus.
I know,
but
right?
It is unusual to have on your carry, right? You typically want someone else to buy it because it's not damage focused. You know, you maybe want someone like Tally or BMAC to pick it up, but Paxel's forced to get it because he has so many souls more than his teammates. And yeah, it's going to help him, but you're kind of sad to see it on him instead of one of the other people of Procrastinators.
Needs must. It's already been a little bit of that for the side of Paxel. Has kind of had to go with needs must rather than best case scenario. A little bit of a look there on Zamantia on that Vindicta, but does manage to back away. Again, Micro Pachycephalosaurus was back in control. Looked like Procrastinators have found their way back into the game, and in fairness, they kind of did. The problem is that shove after the mid-boss take really put them back to square one a little bit, but it's getting later, and one good fight here. With those bases exposed, with those patrons in increasing risk, don't need that much time anymore to go through and end the game.
Yeah, no, one fight can really be the difference here. 15k looks like a lot in the early game, but here, 35 minutes, that's less than a team fight. So if Procrastinators can just get one good engage with one of these holiday lassos or something, a good BMAC wall, and then Paxel jumping in with the ult, that's what they need. They just need one fight.
Vindicta up into the sky, getting some damage down. Decent work there. We'll begin to slide back away. The coolest grappling hooks in existence. Why don't we have those in every city? He says, not thinking about health and safety risks. But here we are, going in, goes to the Yamato, finding a bit of an angle, trying to trade on forward. Still got that ability to transform into a shadow at some point, but is currently transformed into a rabbit. That will be Sinclair for you, Mathematical. Trying to deny the little look in there from Pangloff. Damage onto Vindicta. Manzub needs to back away a little bit. Mathematical also taking pretty low. Continue to hop into the sky as Tally on this Viscous, doing their best to be very obnoxious indeed. Where is Pangloff looking to get some value themselves? Does not quite hit the assassinate angle they're looking for, but Paxel's still down for the count regardless. Big kill again on the Warden. Trying to dash away as the Yamato, getting the tether still to wait up on that one. Got themselves the assassinate as well. Where is the shot coming from? You have to imagine it's there. Doesn't land what they're hoping for, but Putis is down for the count, as is Mathematical. Trade back onto Mr. L though, makes it the 2 for 2 in the grand scheme of things.
I think procrastinators are lucky to get away there with their life. Lord of the Booze goes down afterward to the bloodletting, but Manzi was just floating up there. So many low health bars from procrastinators, and he missed the snipe. I think that was 2 missed snipes that, I mean, procrastinators get out by the skin of their teeth. And if they lose that one, I gotta think that's the game, because mid-boss just came up, and instead they're gonna take this last walker. Micro drop out a little too far and lose an objective basically for free. They're gonna look for some exit kills here, but I don't think there's anything to be found. Meanwhile, procrastinators are going to grab the urn as well. They're
Hang on.
Maybe take the soul lead.
Okay, chased by Panglob. Should better get back towards the base. And gets out. The assist, though, still secured, is getting an additional pick off there. Tally is down for the count. I think there's more damage as Panglob going to find a few autos down, but the health bar's going to get pretty high, and that's a lot of bleed down as they stick around a little too long.
I mean, I was watching that Return to Shadows cooldown. He went down with less than a second before it came up. He's going to get cheat death. Make sure that doesn't happen again. But another thing that we haven't seen so far is this Echo Shard. Manzi had just picked it up, but I think he was missing that earlier in the game. Would have liked to see it a little earlier for some of these team fights where he just couldn't find the shots. Tether will help with that. The double tether are going to be really dangerous here, especially if they can get this mid-boss. 2 members of Procrastinators down. There's not a whole lot they can do this time again.
No, again, the timing's just not worked out for the mid-bosses. Some really good map movements to shove for structures. The Walker trades early on in the game to come back in felt great, but this is still a problem. There he goes, secured. And the Rejuvenator afterwards will be Bobsters to punch. And it is secured with no contest.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do there. Micro have all of the CC necessary to be able to take that. Procrastinators, if one person goes down trying to steal that reju, that's looking really scary, and they could lose the game off of that. But as it is, it's only an 8k lead for Micro. So while they have the Rejuvenator buff and the fire rate from some of that, they're not a whole lot ahead overall. So these fights are still pretty winnable for Procrastinators. A lot of left side farm. I want to see Micro take that next.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on that one. Left side definitely going to be an option to be claimed on it. We'll see where they all roam to. It looks like it'll be Tally on that Viscous looking ahead left side shortly with a few of the squad mates. All over that left side currently are Micropachycephalosaurus, and what do they want to do with this Rejuvenate burst? They got a lot of value last time. Managed to use the shorter death timers to great advantage, and this late in the game as well. Half of a 70-second cooldown or whatever makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, they've got a lot of lane pressure here, but they're just kind of taking farm at the moment. With not having a huge soul lead, that's understandable. Maybe you want to go back and use some of that farm you just took to get some items and make sure you have an advantage in that soul lead. Make sure that comes into play in these fights. Shiv with the 6,700. I want to see what he picks up next. Could be big value. He picks up Leech. It's going to help a lot.
Leech in general, just it's in the namesake. You know what it's there to do. Keep our eyes on it. There he is. Just on a bit of an off angle, throwing out a few of those range attacks. It's in for a bit of a look in. Here comes that number one. Not too much more there. Is holding on in the base here best they can, trying to weather the storm with this Rejuvenate. But again, it's only has been somewhat nervous. He said the first mid boss in particular was a little obnoxious earlier on. Felt very unrecoverable if you lost it only a patch or two ago.
Yeah, and this time the second mid-boss is going to be the same length as we had before, so 4 minutes, but Micro not really doing a whole lot from it. I'd like to see them set up a trap here. They're just kind of sitting in their own jungle, but if they want to make use of this, they should send someone up to be a bit of bait and let Pudus or Mathematical get the jump here with the Rabbit Hex or the combo. But Procrastinators are playing really safe. They're just playing in base, catching the waves as they come to them, letting Micro have all this farm if it means not getting picked. So Micro maybe not going to fall, or excuse me, Procrastinators not really going to fall for anything at the moment.
We'll stall out, they get a turtle for a bit. It comes at the cost of some of those resources, as we've been saying, but it's not ending the game. 40 minutes in, we continue to hunt for a victor in this game one. Looking for some more shots, Mans. Yep. Again, last time we saw them on screen, it was a few blushes on the cheeks. Not hitting those assassinate shots that would have potentially really earned them a game-breaking advantage. There's the soul drop, 9,900. At this point, that's potentially a bit more significant.
Yeah, and Micro have done a good job of securing these all game. They're going to go for this one. They say, Procrastinators, if you're not going to take a fight, we're going to take the soul lead even further. We saw them when they took the mid-boss. It was pretty even, and now they've climbed ahead 16k, 15k. With this earn, that'd be another 10,000 on top of that. So if Procrastinators decide not to go for this one either, this game could really be slipping away from them just because of some mistimed fights.
And look, to clarify, of course, Soren earlier was saying, look, the souls at this point in the game don't matter quite so much. But quite so much doesn't mean not matter at all. And a 20,000 soul lead is a significant lead.
Yeah, I mean, 10,000, you can kind of write it off as like, man, that's just a 6k or 2. 20k?
Yeah, especially if you've managed to get people into the right position. Like, Paxel's got farm, it's fine.
Yeah, but now there's a whole lot more members than just Bobster, who's a problem on Micro. We've seen Wifo start to really come online. He's now 5,000 ahead of Bobster. So he's really a threat in some of these fights as well. And then just the utility from the rest of the team has been good as well. Lord of the Booze being that tank up in the front line, and then Pudas from Mathematical and Manzia with the lockdown to make sure that they can do this damage that they need. The Rejuvenator's now expired, so Procrastinators need to find a way back into this one. With 3.5 minutes till the next urn and set of buffs, there's not a whole lot for them to do.
Again, this late in the game as well, we felt the Jin's Mark's going to start doing a lot of damage with all those items behind as well. If you start getting that stacking multiplier, it really begins to... If you get the, God forbid, the Scarabs on top of that, add an Affliction, and people are going to start losing health bars real fast. Lord of the Booze, well, has kind of been the gremlin of this game, looking to be very obnoxious. The Guinness turret's going to be punched down to size. Did try and find a decent angle up there. Gets a bit angry doing it, but there gets a bit more of a chunk. And there is that significant soul lead, 291 to 268. Yeah, that'll count.
Yeah, it's going to mean that this next fight is really dangerous for Procrastinators wherever they decide to take it. Micro, I mean, they didn't get aggressive with the Rejuve. They look like they might be setting up for an ambush now. Would have liked to see it a little earlier, but they still think that with the soul lead being a little over 20,000, that they've got a good fight if they can find it. They just need to wait for someone for Procrastinators to come over and catch this wave.
I think they've been burned over forcing before. Reminder of that last mid-buff, the Rejuvenation didn't really get as much as they were hoping in some ways. Again, the death timers, the 2 for 2, it's not the end of the world, right? But they didn't find the game-breaking gauge they were looking for, and now they've just played the economy shove instead. Potential look on in. There it goes. Shiv looking for an angle, shooting a few more options. We pull back out with the camera, looking for more damage. Already 2 down. B-Mac, Paxel down. Mr. Elentali got to do some work here. What do you do with the lady guy so you can switch some health bars? But how much good is it going to do you right now? Needs to keep running. There's the switch. But I don't think it's going to matter that much on the Shiv who's burning, but coming right back where they started. Continuing to play this one out. 2-man advantage to work with. They lose another. They make that 2. They've only got 2 to work with. Bangalore and Matrixist have got to do the Lord's work and try and hold on as the patron alone going to survive the shrines under siege.
I would have liked to see this a couple minutes earlier from Micro so that you have the Rejuve in case something goes wrong, but I mean, nothing goes wrong for them in that engage, so they're not really going to get punished for it. And their patron's going to fall, and with some of the long death timers, Procrastinators may just lose the game here. Matrix, I mean,
it's
yeah,
looking
Matrix
over to me.
Not a whole lot they can do. Mid has come up now, so Micro just have the world at their feet. They can do whatever they like.
Down goes the patron. Final defense down. Micro Pachycephalosaurus, that looks like a death blow to me.
I mean,
back to the mid-boss we go. They got the first 2. They'll be surely getting the third. Procrastinators, are they going to have to go for a desperation contest? They've still got Mr. Elentali down, but I think they're just going to rush it and pray.
Maybe not. They're backing out here. They don't really have a lot of tools to be able to do this. Panglarb, I guess, with the Shadow Transformation and the Unstoppable that comes from that. But Paxel doesn't have the Lightning Scroll on the Warden ult, so he's not able to stun people up to get this Rejuve. So yeah, Micro will take it for free.
You saw the thought process, but they just end up getting some of those waves shoved and don't find a little bit more. But I think that probably is sign of the death, unless they find an absolute miracle here in the next fight.
They need one. I mean, Paxel's just got to come up big. Micro have done a really good job shutting him down so far. The debuff removers to deal with the slows, Manzia with the stakes, Mathematical with the rabbit hexes. He's just not found a lot of value in these fights. Just not what you want to see from someone who you're putting all of your resources into. So Micro, you know, these teams have had 7 weeks to learn each other's moves. Seems like Micro have taken their history lesson pretty well.
And again, we were chatting a little bit before we went on air saying, look, we expect Warden to be really potent and has actually been managed really, really well. The hexes, the stakes, as you were saying, that the affliction to prevent some of that healing, it hasn't worked. It has been kind of muted. Again, we've seen the KDA, yeah, the soul count's good, but KDA isn't everything. Again, there were some good side lane plays, but the fights where you've been asked to provide some value, it's just not been happening.
And Micro, again, are just kind of playing the slow game here with this Rejuve. They don't want to make a mistake and give Procrastinators that one fight that they need to come back into this game. They're just going to extend the soul lead even further. But, I mean, I don't know how much I like this. You've got an opportunity to end the game here if you can get an engage. You can set up for an ambush like you did before. It might be a little harder now. Procrastinator's on the watch for it, but even still, you got to do something with this. They're trying to bait the buff, but nobody comes for it.
Look, the last one we kind of gave a bit of a passing. Look, we'd like to have seen a bit more, but in the end, you know, you still played the economy, you accelerated your lead, you then found some really good fights after. So it's like, okay, fair play. But this one, we do want to see something a little bit more proactive, a little bit more decisive. That's the way I'm going to phrase it. So get them more souls, and again, that's great, but it's not ending the game. We are 46 minutes deep. We've got the Amber Patron weekend. Get a move on, folks.
We've seen this from both sides as well. Procrastinators early in the game just kind of played passive and let Micro do whatever they wanted after the lanes.
In the namesake.
Yeah, I was going to use that line. You took it from me.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. But yeah, both sides playing a little bit passive, and that's burned them both so far. Micro hoping not to get burned here. Because they've just got such an insane soul lead, and we didn't see it happen last time. Can't imagine it's going to happen this time, but we just need to see a little more decisiveness. A lot of these games in the DSL have gone long because of this, and as I said, we've seen that one game already, at least I have, where Paxel takes that one fight and is able to swing around a game even with this kind of lead because of it. So Micro just need to get something going here. They're going to go for it.
Here we go, jumping on up, looking for an angle. Where's the rabbit heck? Where is that stolen ultimate? Look for the hijacking. Don't quite find it. There goes Shiv. That Pompadour is pretty damn brutal. Continue to get more shots after shots after shots. Still got the ultimate available to go looking. Continuing for a bit more. Got a bit of rage stacking as well. Eyes on those health bars. Mini Mac already taking a bit low. Tally also spot a danger over there. Of course, it's Bobster. Got the affliction still to work with. Yet to use it. But down goes Pangolov. Initial kill secured. Looking for some more value. Vindicta hopping away. Looking to get some shots available. Still got both ult charges. Can look to execute someone here. In comes the Warden route. Finds that number 3. Bit of value to look for. Paxel staying alive for the first time in a very long time in these extended fights. Trying to get chunks onto Shiv, who is doing a fair amount of work here all the while. The alchemical flask comes on down. Caught out Weefo a little bit there as well, but still 6v5 for the current moment for Micropachycephalosaurus.
The Warden ult doesn't find anything, and now they're down their biggest tools for this fight. Micro with a couple of low health bars, but they're able to stay up. No healer to keep them up like Procrastinators have with BMAC, but now the Patron's going down.
Looking for a bit more value, going to find that patron damage again. Can they just end it here? Deceased of the dinosaurs, but procrastinators are significantly more so. First game goes the way of the dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, in both senses, I suppose. Yeah, Micro just took a lead there after the initial laning phase. We expected Procrastinators to have a bit of an advantage in the lane. They never really took it. Some of their lanes just not pushing up as much, and I think I would have liked to see a little more ganking from the left side from Procrastinators. They had the Warden and the McGinnis who took their tower really early. I would have liked to have seen the McGinnis split off and support some of those lanes a little earlier. We did eventually see it, but Paxel was left splitting souls for too long, and the McGinnis didn't help the other lanes, and it was Micropachycephalosaurus who took the initiative and actually started getting some of those objectives. And we're going to see the stats here now. Manzia and Bobster with a lot of assists. Bobster, despite the soul lead, didn't end up getting a whole lot of solo kills, but that's not typically what you expect from a pocket, so still definitely did his job. Manzia never dying once. Impressive stuff there on the Vindicta. Lord of the Booze and Wifo ending up getting a lot of that player damage and the kills. Lord of the Booze doing a great job of basically just being an execute bot, capitalizing on all of the damage from people like Manzia and Bobster. And on the other side, I mean, even support McGinnis can't keep up with the heals from a Lady Geist, but it didn't end up helping either one particularly much, as they, Mr. L wasn't able to stay up in the fights. BMAC got a couple of good rescue beams, but not able to deny a lot of the value from Micropachycephalosaurus. So they just come out with the superior team play and the map movement, and they're able to take the game.
Look, you said it was a harder comp to execute, but they did execute it. And the theory of the comp to make sure that Warden never got to play was there, right? You had how many souls from Paxel? 10,000, 15,000 damage to some of those other members on the other side. That's a big, big deal. And it didn't work out in the end. That was pretty significant. When you're looking at those KDAs, again, they're not everything. Deadlock KDAs, it's whatever. The souls are what really matters. But in the end, the fights weren't working, even if I do think that perhaps Micropachycephalosaurus perhaps took after their opponent's namesakes a little too much. 3 mid-bosses, quite a lot to get a hold of that game win, but win nonetheless it was. They've got to do it one more time, though, to secure another couple best of 3s.
Yeah, and, I'm criticizing them a bit for not ending the game earlier, but with this kind of stakes on the line, this is the playoffs that you've been working towards for
Don't
2
take the
months.
risks.
I can't really fault them all too much. You want to take it safe, make sure that you have the good engage that you need, and in the end, they got what they needed. They set up the really nice ambush that was kind of the death knell there for procrastinators. And then they just finally forced it and said, we got a 30k soul lead, we're going to take a fight no matter what you think. And they just forced the patron there. So they executed on the game plan as they wanted to do it. I just feel like both sides, and especially procrastinators, could have shown a little more initiative to try and get back into things, especially early games. So I'd like to see them make some adjustments there, maybe play a little more aggressive. I've seen a couple of these teams in DSL do a really good job of sending a couple members into the enemy jungle and then having a couple more members sit back and wait for someone to come and contest the jungle and then just all ambush them. I want to see that happen from procrastinators when you've got a soul lead on someone like Paxel. Just set them up as bait. They think, oh, we've got the warden cornered, there's 2 of us, let's jump them, and then suddenly there's 3 members of procrastinators there. I want to see them do that in this second game when we get the draft eventually set up.
Exactly that. But speaking of death knells and a slightly morbid transition, we'll cut to a quick break at the termination of this conversation. When we come back, we'll have game 2 between procrastinators and Micropachycephalosaurus. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back in a few. Did you miss us? Welcome back, folks. Initialized still here, joined by Soren after a Game 1 extended game, but it was pretty Micropachycephalosaurus favoured throughout, interestingly, despite the harder comp, despite some laning concerns. None of it really manifested. Couple good mid-game macro moves, don't get me wrong, from procrastinators, but on the whole, I think the dinosaurs had most control there.
Yeah, they did a really good job setting out those team combos and being around the map ready for each other, taking the engages that they planned out, and procrastinators just kind of got caught out. Really, it was everyone except Paxel who just
had a good time,
couldn't find the value. Yeah, I mean, even Paxel was getting caught out several times just on his own. Maybe not enough team members calling out where everyone is. So we need to see members of procrastinators step up a little bit and get some better info to take some of these fights a little bit smarter. And we also need to see people step up besides Paxel in that soul count. Be dangerous enough that you can threaten things besides playing around just a single ultimate. So we know that's been procrastinator's strength, but they need to branch out a little bit more. Hopefully they can set up a draft where they can do that.
And look, this also shows a pretty good anti-warden comp. If you're going to be drafting things like the wardens, the lady geists, those short-range brawlers, all about the healing and the sustain and the, oh my god, I can't deal with them. And on the other side, feels like, honestly, Micropachycephalosaurus were just very ready for that style of gameplay. Between the Sinclair and the roots from the Vindicta, when you throw that stake out, between the Affliction on a Giga-fed Bobster on that pocket, it was very, very difficult to play, especially when you were getting collapsed on. Again, you're into a Mirage. He presses number 4 and he turns up wherever the action's happening.
Yeah, and one hero that might be able to answer that if procrastinators decide that the Mirage was the problem is someone like the Ivy, another ultimate that can hop around the map pretty quickly. So if they want just a little more global presence, you might try that, maybe in place of something like the McGinnis, although I know BMAC has favored that McGinnis a good bit. Not sure if he's got the Ivy in his hero pool, but we'll have to see if procrastinators can adjust and get ready for this game too. You gotta take a mental reset. And we said this is going to be a long day. That was a 46 to 48 minute match.
I think we hit 49 minutes or something. It was a long day. And we've still got potentially another 2 to go in the series, not counting what comes next. Like, we have got ourselves a very long day ahead yet, folks. Let's do a little bit more of a more focused conversation. We had a chat about what you wanted to see from procrastinators on a more general level. Team comp changes, are you happy with what they drafted? Do you want to see something slightly different? You called out an Ivy if the Mirage goes something like that. What do you want to see them change? Do you want to see them stick to the game plan or look for something different?
I think their comp wasn't bad overall. You just maybe need a little more utility. You know, they had the Viscous and the McGinnis to do some of that, but neither one of them was really able to match the output of someone like the Sinclair.
No.
That was left to the last pick of the draft for Micropachycephalosaurus. So if they pick it up a little earlier, I don't know if they have a Sinclair player. He's one of the harder heroes to pick up just on the fly. So if they don't have someone trained on that, it might be a little harder for them. But if they do, I certainly want to see them pick it up earlier in the draft, not let him go until the very end when he's there to counter your Warden and everything else that you're doing. As we said, Sinclair, one of the top performing heroes from the first 7 weeks. So it's surprising maybe to see him so late. And we're going to see if they pick him up a little earlier here as we get into the draft.
We'll see a shift in the bans as well, of course. Sinclair, potentially a valuable ban, of course. It would leave potentially something like Kelvin up, and no one's been leaving Kelvin up as it stands. He's been a little bit obnoxious, to say the least. Game 1 still went the way of Micropachycephalosaurus, staying on the same sides, no shift on that front, worth noting, and the Kelvin does remain the ban. So far, this is looking remarkably familiar, Soren.
Yeah, a lot of the times in these Game 1 and Game 2, we've seen very similar drafts from both sides, especially when they stay on the same sides. So I expect maybe the first 3 picks here to be about the same. Procrastinators pick up the Warden Micro with the Vindicta and, was it the Mirage? We might see those come on through, but then I expect procrastinators to change things up from there. They might still take the Yamato, but then change up on the Geist. So we'll see what they end up doing here.
All right, Warden round 2. Last time Paxel was pretty decisively shut down. And there's the Mirage, there's the Vindicta. I am feeling a salty run back happening right now. See whether the bands change here in this second phase. It's a little bit more pocket band last time. I don't remember what was the pocket band we saw last time. It was a little bit unusual. Bebop was one of them for sure. And was it the Calico band we saw? Was it Calico band? That was the one.
Yep.
Took me a second.
Procrastinators taking a second to think here about if they want to change things up. Again, I like the Yamato if Panglob can get a little more decisive on some of these engagements, but then I think Sinclair here would be a pretty good pickup if procrastinators have that in their wheelhouse.
a good takeaway as well. It was really problematic, really big part of that CC chain because it was combo into Rabbit Hex, into everything else, into a stolen ultimate of some sort with that audience participation, not including the stake from Vindicta. Mirage coming up with the tornadoes. Once you got hit by the first bit of CC, you were stuck there with all of the debuffs in the world, and your healing was just never going to come online. Instead, they take away the pocket, the affliction user, who is stripping all of those buffs, putting all of that anti-heal on. I can see it.
Yeah, it's definitely a takeaway from Bobster. There was definitely a problematic performance from Bobster. I feel like this is a little bit less utility than procrastinators were looking for. I gotta feel like most of this value is in the takeaway from Bobster. Procrastinators maybe gonna find some good value out of it, but not as much as Micro last game. So don't expect to see the pocket doing quite as much. But still not a bad
does it
pickup.
need
And
to?
Micro gonna
Does it
take the
just need to
Calico.
stop the composition from working? Is the question. Instead, they pick up the Calico before it can get banned away, so they do that as a change-up instead. I imagine that's possibly going Bobster's way, actually. So a bit of a different change-up already. Still got a few tools to keep that Warden locked down, but the full combo with the anti-heal AoE not going to be available nonetheless.
Yeah, the Calico pickup has fallen off in recent weeks. A lot of the patches recently have hurt her, especially the box running bit. She's not able to get into cat form and take those boxes as much as she used to. So a lot of her farm and a lot of her way of getting value that the rest of the team can't has been taken away, but she's still a decent slot in that sort of bruiser brawl style. Maybe would have preferred the Abrams if that's what they were looking for, though. Abrams has been pretty strong lately, and we didn't see him at all last game. So maybe he could have been a better ban there. And instead, Micro are going to ban away the Sinclair, one of their own best tools from last game.
Of course, one of the things with that Calico, though, is just that ability to just turn intargetable, press 4, go for that ultimate ability, and run away best you can, even if, of course, Ava, that poor old cat, not quite as valuable as she once was. Instead, banning Sinclair on their own side. They are very much pivoting, as you noted. That last ban to come on through, what procrastinators want to take away, because clearly a pivot here from Micropachycephalosaurus.
Yeah, they're going to ban away the Geist, one of those heroes who was one of their tools last game, but that's going to take away another one of those big damage brawlers from Micro, so it's another threat that they don't have to worry about. Micro are going to have to rely a bit more on the Mirage here in the Calico as their sources of damage. Of course, worked pretty well for them last time. The Mirage ended up getting a lot of player damage, a lot of souls.
Big time.
So certainly not uncomfortable here for Micros. They pick up the Shiv again. So far, just one change from last draft.
And again, that Shiv was securing a lot of the kills. Yes, other people were putting down a lot of AoE DPS, but the single target executes were largely coming through from that Mirage, from that Shiv, and good on that end to try and pick that up again. Still picking up the bones of the last composition, even though some of the nuances are a little different here.
And there it is. We see the Abrams come in for procrastinators.
You did call
now
it.
that the big anti-heal has been taken away in the form of the pocket, he's going to get a little bit more values. You've still got 3 high healing, high damage characters, similar to last game. It's just instead of the Geist, you have the Abrams, but also some CC from the Abrams. And they're going to take the pocket now that it has, the Bebop now that it hasn't been banned away.
Look, you were saying they wanted to pick up the Bebop last time. It's going to get banned away. They pick up the Abrams. There's a little bit more utility. There's a bit more CC of their own to work with. If you can get that seismic slam off the Abrams onto some key members, especially if, say, that Shiv is hunting forwards as aggressively as he was in that last game, you can punish that a bit more heavily. A couple more picks to pick up now before we round out our compositions. But I'm liking the adjustments here from the procrastinators so far. Not sure if it'll be enough as yet, but at least they are learning from their Game 1 foibles.
Yeah, I think you're going to be really reliant on the Bebop, though. You've got a lot of short-range brawlers once again, and Bebop, if he can hook people in, is going to get a lot of value with that, but you're very reliant on the mechanical skill of whoever your Bebop player is, so I want to see them have a big game to really enable procrastinators to do all this, and you might want a second person who's able to do that, just so you're not as reliant on something like that, because even if Micro pick up a rescue beam, that Bebop's looking to lose a lot of value very quick. So I want to see more from procrastinators in the way of initiation.
And look, we see this across games, across genres. Your Blitzcranks, your Kingpins, you go through any number of games with this kind of like ability factors in them. And those hook heroes, inevitably, you're more threatening as long as that cooldown is available. The moment you throw it, it's no longer Schrodinger's hook that's hit and not hit simultaneously. And if you're the only threat on the team, you just avoid that one thing, save your mobility for it, and suddenly you become a lot less threatening. So something else to force some cooldowns can be really, really valuable.
Yeah, and the Abrams can do that a little bit with the shoulder charge, but that's about the only other tool. Then again, we didn't see Micro pick up much utility in like the rescue beams last time. I think the
No.
Sinclair had it, but we didn't see it used a whole lot. Maybe just not forced out
But
as
did
much.
they need to use it? I suppose is the other side of it, right? Did they have to build towards it, considering what they were into? You know, a lot more value in damage, survivability, anti-heal, all these things. But there's a rapid paralox in the Moancrawl's back, but Infernus coming out as well. So a bit of a different look again.
Yeah, that's someone who's also fallen off in recent patches, but not nearly as much as Calico, in my opinion. You know, he was this sort of end-all game carrier, absolute power matrix a couple of patches ago. Now he's just kind of another good scaler, but he does round out the comp very nicely along with the Moancrawl. You've got the catch again with the Moancrawl, but then also the Infernus to do a lot of damage, especially onto these high healing targets. He's now going to be your main source of anti-heal against someone like the Abrams and the Warden and the Yamato. We're also able to do that with Toxopolis as well, but the McGinnis heal not going to find as much value against them again. BMAC picking up his signature hero, but he's going to find it tough to find value, I think, with this.
It could be a bit tricky, and again, if you can combo up that big old Infernus ult, the concussive combustion, alongside Moancrawl with that combo into the stake, you can still do quite a lot of work, especially if, say, that Calico is off vision on a side, suddenly there's a cat into your backline, jumping onto someone who's been CC'd. You called it out last game, you said, look, there's a world here where this Pocket ends up caught out by things like McGinnis walls and Viscous, just his whole kit, bluntly. It didn't happen too much, but I'm looking at the other side here at Micropachycephalosaurus and going, that Pocket could actually have not a lot of fun here if he ever oversteps too much, and we saw what happened to Warden last game as well, so certainly some tools here to threaten the sides of the procrastinators, even if we have had to switch up some heroes, and it's a couple nerfed heroes they have decided to pick up in that Calico and Infernus, who are a little away from their heydays of power.
Yeah, but even still, I think I like Micropachycephalosaurus' draft just a little bit better. You know, there's still potential here for procrastinators, but you're so reliant on that Bebop. You've got a lot of really good tools to combo with it if you get the hook. The McGinnis wall, the Abrams stuff.
But you have to hit the hook.
Yeah, you've got to rely on your Bebop to get that initiation. So if Micro can dodge that and get some CC onto the vulnerable members of, like, the Pocket, or even just the Bebop. If you dive the Bebop, his hook doesn't get nearly as much value, and if so, you lock him down and get into close range. You just gotta really worry about dodging the front line here of the Abrams and the Yamato and Warden. So Micro need to find good engages again. They did a good job of it last time, avoiding the problems and diving the weak heroes. They need to do it again. They can do it, though.
And look, you've got a Mirage, you've got a Vindicta, the Calico, Moancrawl. That's a lot of quite mobile heroes, but not the easiest to lock down. And if Bebop isn't on target, isn't hitting those hooks, things do get quite hard here. We'll keep our eyes on it. Just waiting to load back into not quite New York City. I guess at this point, my question then becomes, for the procrastinators, if they are struggling, if the Bebop isn't hitting the hooks, what other ways do they have to kind of finagle a way into the backline, or finagle a way to get the Warden and, say, this Yamato popping off a little bit here and there? Is it just a McGinnis angle? Just try and find a surprise wall to lock people a bit closer than they'd like to be?
It could be. McGinnis can be played as that sort of ambush predator style. Even with the support, as long as you get a good wall, you can set up some of your other heroes. But I think besides the Bebop, you're mainly looking at the Abrams, the displacement from the shoulder charge. If you get behind someone and then shoulder charge back into your team, you can get some good displacement there, and that lets the McGinnis get an easier wall from the backline instead of having to risk yourself out in the front. But yeah, that's still going to be a whole lot harder than just hitting a Bebop hook across map. So they're going to have a tough time, but they can do it with someone like the Abrams. Pocket also able to get in and out, just do a little bit of damage and then keep themselves safe. So they're not out of tools if the Bebop doesn't hit anything, but they're going to find it a whole lot harder.
Word from production that the game is starting, so hopefully we'll be heading into alternate USA for a second or two. Welcome again to the Cursed Apple. Hope you enjoy your stay. Don't get taken out by the troopers in the open warfare in the streets, folks.
Yeah, only a little bit of violence going on in New York City, about the same as usual. But we're going to see the lanes hopping in here. We've got the Abrams and the McGinnis. Bit of an unusual combo here, but the wall and shoulder charge can do some good things. Up against the Mirage Shiv. Very dangerous for BMAC here on the McGinnis. Left lane's going to be the Bebop and the Warden. A good dangerous combo there, but he's matched by the Calico and Infernus. So strong damage from both sides in that lane. And then the mid lane, a bit of an interesting matchup. We've got the Vindicta and the Mo again against the Yamato and this time the Pocket. So, I mean, procrastinators, they're going to find it tough to engage again onto the Flying Hero and the Burrow Hero.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
good matchups here
how on earth are you
from
going to do
Micro.
that? I agree, and the thing is, if that Vindicta then starts to get chunking out that Pocket, who you said last game, look, The Pocket doesn't have a great laning phase. It's going to feel a bit rough, and they've had to pick up a partner there to make sure that he's got some protection to pick up those souls. I feel like that Mo, and of course that Vindicta we've been talking about, Manziet, very obnoxious the last game. Trying to hump some of those souls here. No mechanical arms engaged as yet from that Bebop. See what a Matrix can do this game.
Yeah, the Pocket's going to find it tough to play, I think, between the CC from the Vindicta with the stake, and then also once we get ults online, Mathematical, if he can get a good grab onto Anglar's Pocket, yeah. I mean, that's just a dead Pocket right there. Vindicta's going to be able to finish him off with a snipe, so he needs to play very careful once we get these ults online. But for now, he's going to be able to just get his abilities online. Not a whole lot of aggression. Some low health bars on both sides, but they're going to heal up.
Exactly that. And again, very hard to miss Vindicta shots when someone's pinned in place for about 2 seconds. Very obnoxious. A little bit of a slide on through there from the Bebop onto some of those boxes. You said as before, of course, the likes of the Calico for Bobster, who's been forced off the Pocket this time around. Not quite as easy to go box running as it once was, but still not exactly bad for that hero. It's just not quite as efficient as the true heyday. Spot out there from Manzia. The bleed there. Those crows, if you start hitting them, can get really annoying.
Yeah, just poke damage so far. Again, we're not seeing any early kills. High health bars from all sides. BMAC a little bit low, but he's got plenty of tools to heal up. But this Infernus is going to look to get a lot of burns onto the Warden and the Bebop, who are going to have to take probably some recovery items to stay safe here against the burn.
Exactly that. And again, big AoE, the Napalm with that anti-heal at the max rank. All of these things are going to be really valuable into assault range, brawlery, bruisery, lifesteal comp. They're going to want to do that. There's the Abrams. Again, if you can combo up on the wall, you do get some pretty nasty CC if you can shoulder charge someone into it. You see the combo, and if people disrespect it, it can definitely be tricky to manage. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah, but they're going to have to find those combos to do much in this lane, and the Shiv and the Mirage both have good tools to deal with it after. They've got the Tornado and the Slice and Dice to be able to escape something like that. Just some early chunk onto this Vindicta. Mathematical is going to make sure nobody goes down too much. And we're going to see ults online here in just about a minute. People climbing up on that 3.4k mark.
Again, the Shiv with that ability to delay that damage, sliding in and out. Of course, doesn't have the killing blow active yet to really get the value to go back out again, but can be really annoying if he's got enough sustain to get through stuff. See exactly what he managed to do there. Well, Infernum, Bootis on that one. Going to have to be good showing here. There's the wall, not quite in the right combo there to get a shoulder charge, but walls off potential flank angle for a gank.
Yeah, just a small miss there from BMAC, but that's okay. They're going to be able to at least keep their Guardians safe for now. As these ults start to come online, I want to see this mid lane here for Micro get really aggressive. The combo into the stake, into the tether, or the assassinate with the ult. I think they're going to be really dangerous there onto this Pocket, who's got to stay safe. And then on the left side, you've also got the good combos for procrastinators with the Warden ult and the Bebop hook. You need to catch someone vulnerable like this Infernus. Calico's got tools to be able to get out, and Infernus not quite as much. So I want to see them really get those hooks online from Matrix.
Some shots. There's the soul secured. Nicely done. A bit of a chunk there onto Mr. L, who has changed off the lady guys. He's picked up the Yamato this time around. There's a bit of a switch around of the various roles. Bit of a chunk there from the Abrams, who steps on forwards, looking to be that obnoxious frontliner we know he can be. The McGinnis turrets alongside that frontliner from Tally makes getting up close and personal something of a mistake, I suspect, for Micro Pachycephalosaurus.
Well, still no kills, and the first Guardian goes down to Paxel again. It's a repeat of last game. We see Paxel use his ult really aggressively to take that tower. Yeah. Now he's got a solo lane if he wants it, but the No and Krill combo comes here onto Mr. L instead of the Pocket.
Combo comes on down. There's no combo break yet. Manzi was there to just keep shooting away. The first Guardian, as you noted, did go down, so good trade on that one. Still going to be a relatively even soul cap, but the flex slot opened up is pretty nice nonetheless. Ooh, and we go. There goes Infernal. There's more damage to go forward. Out of 228, needs to back away a little bit. Cool that off as Paxel hunting for more on this Warden. How much more can he get to get there? Needs to get that shot and does so. Putis dropped by Warden.
Yeah, his Bebop's low though, so he's not going to be able to get a whole lot of pressure here. Bebop, in fact, goes all the way back to base. Guardian's already down though. You don't need that much pressure. Just keep your own safe. So now Paxel's got the solo lane if he wants it. Matrix could just back off here and go and flank and get some hooks to help set up these other lanes, but they're doing the same thing they did last time, which is sending that second laner back in to make sure that their Guardian stays safe. I don't know if I like it. Again, Bebop's a really good ganker. He's able to set up a lot of these plays for his teammates, and he's just absorbing Warden souls instead.
Exactly what you want to see. You want to get some value out of that Bebop as fast as you can. There's the Mirage trading out. Does take a little while to truly come online. Needs a few items, a few flex slots, all those things. We saw exactly what he could do later on. Just that last game was a great showing from Wifo on that one. There's the Vindicta hopping up into the air. Gets jumped up by the Yamato. They're looking for some more value there. She turns to that Shadow Form and resets those cooldowns. Looking for more value. Down to 500. Half the HP already lost, but looking to get back towards some safety. Gets a good stun. And Mr. L, very low and taken out for the count.
This goes way too deep, gets a little aggressive onto there. The Vindicta, you know, you can get a lot of damage on her while she's in the air, but not that much. But we're going to see a second Guardian take here, I think, from Procrastinators.
And Lord of Booze and Wifo both fell down that big pickup there. Will die doing so, but the Guardian goes down nonetheless.
That's actually not a terrible death there. You give assist credit over to the Mirage, but you reset your health bar after going so low. It's better than dying full out to the enemy there. Vindicta finally gets got on here from the Yamato. They're going to get a kill there.
First death.
Yeah. Need to see someone from Procrastinators come over to help that mid lane secure that Guardian.
There's Warden looking for some more. Got that alchemical flash to throw out. Walker up there being threatened briefly. Really going to got a full commit there, I think, with the Abrams on top of a fair amount of value. Not quite be able to secure the full kill, but nice chunk nonetheless.
And instead of Procrastinators sending someone to the mid lane to get more Guardian pressure, they've sent the Pocket off to farm and left Yamato solo. So she's going to come ahead on souls now, but there's no Guardian pressure here. That's the last one. They've got 3 of their own. Send someone to help these guys out. They've not got a good engage. They just need someone to help them take these fights in the neutral.
Probably do. Oh, well, Micropachycephalosaurus is not as clean a laning phase as they would have liked. Down a few thousand souls at this point. See if they can start playing around those urns a little later on. But for now, game Procrastinator favor that we've seen in quite a while here today.
Here we go. Matrix coming over to the mid lane. He's got the hook. What can he do with it?
You asked for it. He's looking for something. Does find a bit of vibe. He's getting turned on. That's the combo. Damage back onto the Bebop, but he's surviving for a second or two here. How much more value can they get as a runaway from Mathematical? Of course, who is a version of that cat looking to dance away. Bit hard to lock onto in the grand scheme of that Manzia. Taken down very low here. Been bled out a little bit. Doesn't quite die here. Turn around onto the Mo and Krill who can look to bury themselves and run away. Securing kills onto those very slippery few. Going to be pretty tricky, but the Mo and Krill does fall nonetheless.
Yeah, they've got the people up there to help, and even though they don't get kills, they've got the pressure there to finally take the Guardian. Matrix was able to survive there with the reactive barrier that he picked up, I think, for the Infernus ult. And now there's going to be 3 people from Micro taking that Guardian from Procrastinators. But because Procrastinators pulled ahead early on objectives, they're still going to maintain that lead even if they trade Guardians. So definitely a good pickup there for Procrastinators. They finally make the rotate. They finally got the last Guardian down. They've got their flex slot early this time instead of at 22 minutes.
Traded finally for at least one back, but it's just not quite the same, is it? Needs to get a few more of those Guardians down and make sure they secure that flex slot for themselves. 5,000 souls, not the end of the world yet, but on the back foot, make no mistake about it.
Yeah, they leave that mid lane open there for a little bit. Just some Guardian chip damage, but now people are going to set up for these buffs. Looks like it's going to be one apiece. Vindicta picking up the movement, and Panglar's Pocket picking up something else. Looks like the casting. It's a very good one for him to pick up. So Urn is now up. Procrastinators could take a run at it. It's going to be onto the side where they don't, or where they still have a Guardian. So a favorable engage, but now it's going to be a fight over it. The combo comes out.
There's the combo. Hook back over, though, to try and turn this one around. We go flicking around to go see exactly what's happening. It's Mathematical, taking a little low. The Calico also around here for Bobster. Hasn't really been that much part of the game as yet. Bebop continuing to try and run away as Mo and Krill go looking for a little bit more value. Down to 800, but can look to slide on out. They do pick up Paxel, though. So for all the Bebop looked like they were in danger for Matrix, it's Paxel who, again, has been the target of Micropachycephalosaurus. They want that Warden down as often as they can.
Yeah, he popped ult, but he didn't have the items up yet to be able to sustain himself through that. Left himself a little too vulnerable to all the members of Micro who are around there, and now they're going to try and take the Urn. They took a Guardian on the right side, so now if Procrastinators want to try and contest this, they're leaving their mid lane a little bit more vulnerable. So Micro doing a good job splitting up the pressure.
Because you could trade the urn for that final Guardian to make sure that you get that flex lock and lock, and I think that would be a valuable option for Micro Pachycephalosaurus. But they are deciding here, I think, to make that urn run. They were doing that all the time last time as well. Here we go. They're going to try and get onto that BMAC there on the McGuinness. Moen Krill hooked up, uppercut, takes a fair amount of damage, goes into a burrow. Should be able to survive for a second or two here. Goes back up into the sky. The Hyper Beam, though, getting some damage down as Mathematical, getting chunked away. Floating in the sky is the Bebop, but won't be able to secure the kill, but does delay a little bit of time as Tally. That Abrams was taken out all the while.
Yeah, the Bebop hook was he tried to bait it out. Math knew it was there, but he still got caught by it. Matrix not falling for that one until he knew that he was committed to the urn fight there. Mr. L does get an exit kill onto Mathematical. They should now have the advantage to take the urn. I think they got it in.
Does look to be that way. Souls, though, Micro Pachycephalosaurus right back up to pretty close here. Only 1,000 difference. See exactly what did happen to that urn. I have to say I lost track of it a little bit, so you might well be right that it already got put in. Eyes on the soul counts. Again, packs were being donated. A lot of those early souls. Mr. L was a fair amount ahead, but Mantia coming back into touching distance. Bit of a fight happening here. Chunk coming on down as the Calicos goes invisible by making sure they return to the shadows and backs away. Still got Ava on the shoulder, so ability to turn cat-like at some point. Should be alright. Gets away alongside this Mirage. That roaming duo could be pretty damn dangerous if they can find an angle. Looking to jump onto the Abrams. Not perhaps the easiest target, down to 300 HP. And Gank, a little bit sloppy though. Abrams goes up to the seismic slam. That's the ultimate down, goes jumping forwards and can't find too much.
There's the NA burger boxing, right? We see just a random fight break out in the jungle between lanes. There's no reason for either team to take that fight, except that they tried to infiltrate the farm.
They said something about my mother. I had to take it to him, you know? Gameplay is unrelated. Someone said something in all chat. My honor dictates. Violence must occur.
Well, we're going to have to see Procrastinators take some of these side lanes. They committed a lot of members to that fight, and they lost lane pressure for it, but they're not going to get punished. Nobody from Micro really picking up the aggression here in the mid lane. Really make a lot of people over now, but it's too late. Procrastinators can answer.
Well, goes Vindictive. Gets a decent chunk here. Oh, my days. The damage back, though, is pretty brutal. Amanzia is punished. You said it was too late. It rightly was.
And there you go. Matrix got the hook, they got the kill, and that's an engage for Procrastinators. That's going to need to be their combo all through this game. Matrix get a hook, everyone else get the damage, you win the fight. So a successful engagement there from Procrastinators, and this is where we start to see the recent changes to the objectives and how you get your flex slots really become a problem for Micro, because just like last time where Procrastinators had to end to get that final Guardian, Micro are going to have to do the same thing. They lost one member in an overcommitment there, and they're going to have to keep doing that. It's just pressure advantage for Procrastinators who have control of the macro right now. They're able to go for these farms a bit safer, whereas Micro, they want to keep the pressure on, but they just keep overextending into it. So they need to wait for the right time.
And again, look, Manzia died twice this game. Didn't die at all the last time. Was having a great time. Good damage here as they go tornadoing forwards. This Abrams low, very low indeed. Kill secured onto Tally, who doesn't get his 5. The health bar is pretty good right now, but burned a few cooldowns to make it happen. Using the Calico ult, that Mathematical ult on the Moen Krill as well, but can now potentially use that opportunity with the man advantage to finally shove on that mid Guardian.
That's what you need to see from your Moen Krill. Last game we saw Pudus do it a lot, this time Mathematical picking up instead of the Sinclair. You need to have your Moen Krill basically taking engages off cooldown. Find someone to do it with, get the combo in short range, and ambush someone to make sure you get the kill. And that creates those man advantages, the soul advantages to try and take some of these objectives. Good ambush there from Mathematical.
Yeah, nasty work. And of course, you've got to keep your eyes on it. That Moen Krill can get really annoying, throwing out some of that sand and burrowing around in the combo just in general. The lockdown, very obnoxious in a game like this. Oh, the boos as well. I always keep my eyes on them. I nearly got the rage fully stacked, and that changes the play patterns a little bit on the shift, to say the least. Especially if you do go start looking for those executes. Hasn't still committed to that mid-tier 1. The Guardian's still standing. Orb on the back of Matrix, looking to get another delivery running. And all the while, Abrams goes on forwards. The Siphon Life was on top of them there. Doesn't get too much value there, but again, continuing to defend this Guardian with their lives. And doing so well.
Pocket finally comes in to help them there, but you just had a duo there defending it for a little while. But McGuinness and Abrams are one of the better duos to try and defend something with. Now we're going to see an engage here with the Warden ult.
Last stand goes on forwards, big damage goes on forwards, but there is the tornado, tries to run away, but how far can you run? Just nowhere to go. Wufo still alive just about, but finally brought low. And pickup disabled currently for a second or two. Keep your eyes on that. We'll see what's going to happen as Poot is now tripped away. And the Infernus goes down as well. Does trade out Tally for it, so at least picks up someone for his time. The man advantage for the procrastinators. They've still got that herb to pick up. It'll be the Warden who is selected as the carrier.
Tally goes down defending that mid Guardian. They had to bring Pocket over to deal with that side flank, so they do lose their Guardian for it, but they get the Urn to make up for losing the Guardian. So good macro play from procrastinators. If you're going to lose the Guardian, at least make them pay for it, right? Either put pressure on a Walker, as we saw last game Micro did, or take the Urn to get that soul lead up. Now they're ahead 4K. Not a whole lot, but still enough to take a small advantage here and start getting some farm.
Exactly. The mid Guardian doesn't come for free. It comes with the additional kill, comes with that Urn drop. And I think, on the other hand, for Micro Pachycephalosaurus, at least it's only that kill difference. And the Urn, yes, that's annoying to give up, but it's at least an objective for an objective in the grand scheme of things. And it unlocks that flex shot you have been so desperate for. Rescue Beam, I just saw bought there, can be pretty valuable. Keep our eyes on it.
That's mainly going to look to shut down some of these Mow and Krill ambushes, I think. If you drag away the person who's being comboed, you also get the Mow into your team, so it can really turn around on him if he's not quick on the cancel there. So Matt's going to have to play a little bit safer now, but the McGinnis has to be there to stop it. So if you set up some of these combos in the side lanes and McGinnis isn't there, you can still get a lot of value.
All right. Relatively even game state. Slight advantage towards procrastinators, and keep your eyes on where that soul count is. Once again, it's Paxel who is being fed all of the souls in the world. Does like to be the way for procrastinators, but on the other hand, Micro Pachycephalosaurus were very, very good in that last game about ensuring that Paxel didn't really get to play the games. Already felt a lot more competitive from the Warden this time around, I have to say.
Yeah, but the difference is that this time Micro don't have the soul lead to go with, so it's not just one person you have to deal with. Even though he is more fed than your team and the rest of his team isn't as caught up, you don't just have to worry about the Warden anymore, right? You've also got the Bebop Hope to look out for. They're going to look for an ambush here onto the Abrams. Could be good.
Abrams, all very tanky and all. As long as he gets to hit people, there's the shoulder charge. Still got that ability to grab on to that grapple and get on out to there, ziplining to safety. Pocket, not really been the superstar this game as he was the last game, but again, that's part and parcel of the draft. It's more denial than anything else. A valuable one at that, to say the least.
He's not as fed, but he's still got a lot of utility, right? Pocket with the Affliction to try and kill some of these members. He's nice and survivable if he can get his abilities used right. So I think he's perfectly fine here being about mid-range in the souls. Still doing pretty well.
Exactly, he's not being the designated carrier this time around, but that's because he's not supposed to be that per se. He's doing just fine. Burrow, used by the Mow and Krill, being run out a little bit here. Needs to lose the line of sight a touch there and does so. Speaking of people who have been donated to the souls, though, it's Paxel. And what a terror this Warden could be. Gonna try and blow a little bit of time here. Pops the number 2, trying to get on out of there. Bag damage coming on out. Oh, and Infernus finds him. Nowhere to run. Nice pickup. We'll get that binding word down, but unfortunately for him, the chain's still coming off. Escape Artist, as Infernus secures a very nice pick.
Yep, that's what you need to do. They did it last game. Now they get the 2v1 onto the Warden again. That's the danger of being a dedicated solo laner for your team. You get a lot of souls, but you also get ambushed pretty easily there. So no help for Warden. He didn't pop the ult. Maybe he thought he couldn't get it off in time, but I would like to see him try and fire it off just to survive and get out. Instead, doesn't happen.
Very long channel, I get the thinking. There's Bebop needing to back away a little bit. Still has that arm to hook someone in at some point. Won't do so as yet. Willpower. Great buff and all. Move speed bonus alone can be really valuable, but wasn't enough to escape from the Infernus, who with that flame dash can close the distance pretty heftily. Got some rage to stack the ship before a lot of those abilities get upgraded, but still looking at that Abrams, who needs to back away. Multiple members coming. The tornado comes on down. Mirage is here. Up onto the grapple, going to put Paul down to earth. The seismic slam used to escape. Ult burned, but does escape with their life.
And Tally so far not having a particularly impressive performance on the Abrams. He's gotten picked a few times, manages to escape that time, so he's going to be up for this Urn fight, but has to burn the ult, which is one of the better Urn denial tools. So he needs to play a little bit safer, I think, to be able to be in these fights for his team. As of now, it looks like it's going to be a big engage here. 5 members of Micro, 4 from Procrastinators.
Oh,
there's the hook.
Or Urn on the background. Here we go. It's the drop. Good work there. They get the boon. A lot of souls. That brings things up into the lead for Micropachycephalosaurus. They do love their urns. Ashes to ashes and all that, and the souls come flaying through with it. Clearly crematoriums in New York City.
Well, when you've got a massive war between two basically older gods going on, exactly. You're gonna have some work for the Undertakers.
Yeah, I suppose that's the case. A lot of people on screen suddenly flying cloak used by Bobster to... Sorry, not Bobster, I'm so used to him playing it from the last game. It's Panglar this time around, of course. Does escape for a moment, but not for long. As down goes Weefo, shoulder charged into the wall there. Tally picks that one up. A little bit of vengeance for getting picked off a couple times this game.
Yep, and that's the CC that you need. The hook into the shoulder charge. A good combo there. Now they've got a man advantage. Not a whole lot to do with it, though. They can try and take some of this farm, but so far, just still a slow game. 3 minutes to the next set of buffs, so gonna take a look at some of these builds here. Infernus with the Ricochet and Toxic Pull is already online. That's gonna deny a lot of the healing that's so strong for procrastinators. Warden picking up the duration again, so he's got that nice long ultimate to be able to sustain through some of these fights. Mr. L going for more of a spirit-focused build than last time, and a gun bebop.
Mathematical getting run at, eating a lot of that, just consistent damage. Is burrowed for a second or two, but how much further can he run? Very low indeed. Surely doesn't get to survive. Is dead, and that means the Walker now an option as they begin to throw out that hypercharge beam.
Ooh. They're backing out here, but they had the pressure. They had all of their lanes pushing aside from the right. They could have kept going there, I feel like. Although it is only 22 minutes, so maybe overextension a worry there. But they had the man advantage on 2 lanes with 1 kill, so... but they back off. They're going to play it slow again.
Yeah, it's been a little bit slow in general between these two squads, not wanting to over-push too much. It was a very game last time. Deadlock, don't get me wrong, not always the fastest game, but a 46 to 49 minute game. I can't quite remember exact time. If production's got it to hand, perhaps they'll know off the top of their head. But either way, it was a very long time. 48:07. Actually, I managed to find the screenshot in the Discord. Production didn't need to give it to me. They provided it beforehand. They know exactly what I need. Well ahead of Kev.
They take good care of us here at DSE. Give us good production. So we're going to see here both teams just playing around in the jungles. You know, next set of buffs and everything in a minute and a half. So not a whole lot to play for in the meantime. Just some of these small camps here.
There's a look at the Arcadias briefly. Nice little look in there. Actually, good work from Bobster on that Calico. Despite the nerf, still finding a lot of engagement and not dying at all here currently. Good value there. The Infernus gonna get hooked there. That's a grapple arm. Trying to run away as fast as they can, but where away do you got a flame dash and a dream. Trying to find an angle out, jumps on up. But the kill assist still comes on through, and Putis not having fun right now.
No, he's still the most fed on micro, but he needs to be pulling further ahead if he wants to be this carry Infernus. Meanwhile, there's 3 people on this mid-walker. A bunch of members of Procrastinator just went off to deal with that fight. They're going to get a walker of their own, probably in trade. Maybe 2 if this Abrams stays. But, you know, that fight is exactly... Yeah. That fight was exactly what you needed from Procrastinators. The game plan of get someone low, then hook them back in, and finish off the kill is their game plan. And they get a walker for it, but they also trade one in return, so not the best outcome from that. We're still going to have a soul lead, though.
Correct choice of Micropachycephalosaurus to at least try and make sure they do get a walker. I don't think defending that would have worked, but either way, still going to be the additional kill going their way. Putis getting caught out, Manzi getting caught out. Those are big moments, and the soul count has been a bit of a heart attack graft in terms of our resources. Up and down and up and down. The EKG looking pretty heart attack-like. Manzi respawning in 10. And we check in a little bit here. Paxel, 30k right now on the soul count, continuing to be donated. A lot of early resources. Nice hook. But I don't know whether that was the person you really wanted to bring up close and personal. Grapple arm. And you don't win the major prize there.
Yeah, this engage looks pretty even. Both soul leaders not there, so that's going to be on the rest of the members of their teams to make up for it.
Couple slashes to work with. Crimson does a fair amount of work. Bobster very low and goes down for the first time this game. Gets stunned up. Combo down to 600. Where's the rest of the follow? Gets a bit of healing. Does get that Crimson slash off. Important for that, but down to 148 and no more. Zeroes out. Kill assist goes on for Tally also dying. Makes this a much better showing, certainly from Micropachycephalosaurus beginning to bear their own fangs I suppose headbutts at this point, considering the dinosaurs that after Manzi are dead again, though. Hooked out of the air, I believe. Wasn't paying too much attention. McGuinness stepping on forwards. There goes a bit of a spinning mathematical. And they pick up some exit kills, punishing the attempt from Micropachycephalosaurus. They're temerity. How dare they?
Yeah, they tried to make the comeback there. They got some kills. It was 5-on-4 for a second there, but then Paxel comes in with his soul lead. And that Warden ult is a lot stronger when you don't have to use it as an initiation tool, and instead you use it after resources have been used. Not as many people to be able to shut you down. So that's the kind of engage that Paxel wants to be able to get, but when he's playing this sort of greedy soul leader sort of hero, it's harder for him to do that because the rest of his team doesn't have the tools to be able to initiate as easily. Little run through mid there for the Urn carrier. I don't think they're going to go for it. Yeah, that'd be pretty greedy, but they are going to get this Urn, probably. Micro coming in to contest.
Gonna try and do just that. Gonna make this tricky. Gonna find some way to try and deny that at the very least, but the souls still drop down. Trying to steal a few of them. Can't quite do so. Nice wall from the beginners there, actually, to prevent the easy angle for sniping a few of those away. Putis going into the backside here. Damage onto the people, but needs to start running away. Calico was also there. That roaming gang squad could have been pretty dangerous. Mathematical still out for the count until just now, though. That Mo and Krill. Not quite as easy a game as it was the last time around, but is it?
No, a lot of the members of Procrastinator are staying safe this time. We haven't seen as many ambushes as we did earlier in the game, so he's not able to create these man advantages, and BMAC with the rescue beam is going to make his life harder as well. So yeah, just advantage right now for Procrastinators. They've got 13k, 14k in the lead, and they've got good lane pressure is going to let them go for all of this farm that's up. Someone needs to go over to the left side, though. A couple center sacrifices up over there. Now both teams just kind of playing the slow game again. There's not a whole lot to go for. You've got one walker down on both sides, and it's only 28 minutes. Neither team wants to overstep, especially not with this being the playoffs. Everything is on the line for these teams. We're hoping to get into that semifinals and be able to play a bit of a longer day. But someone's going to have to take the advantage, or the initiative eventually. We've got 2 minutes until the next set of Urn and buffs, so expect that to be the next set of plays here. Or, you know, some team could take it on themselves to look for some of these ambushes. Neither team's sitting up for it right now, but it's a play in their arsenal. We saw Micro do it really well that one time last game, so they know how to do it. They've just got to set it up.
There is the Ava form briefly, and again, speaking of people who could do some nasty ambushes, the Calico could exactly be that. You've got Manzi able to follow up with an assassinate. If you can get Weefo teleporting in with that Traveler, you can do some real value there. Hasn't been so easy this game, and I think Matrix in particular, this Bebop, some of those grapple arms have been really critical to turning things around and breaking apart that Micropachycephalosaurus team comp and combo play. We said he was going to have to land them. He's been landing them so far.
Yeah, he's certainly done his job. He's just got to keep doing that into the late game once some more members of Micro pick up tools to deal with it. You know, I really want to see someone like Manzia pick up the rescue beam, maybe Mathematical, on something. A slight bit of a support Mo is not something terribly uncommon to these players. It's definitely playable, but someone needs to pick it up to make sure that these Bebop hooks don't completely run away with the game. We did see Mathematical was the Sinclair who picked it up last game, so he knows how to use it. We'll see if any of them decide that it's worth it here in this sort of stall out. We're going to see buffs and Urn up in 20 seconds.
Can agree with that one. All the while, 11,000 soul lead, significant at this point of the game. Mid-boss not taken yet. Hasbear was, we ended up with 3 of them last game. Micropachycephalosaurus with their leads were really indexing into it. Gonna have to continue trying to trade for a little bit more of that soul lead. Buff spawning shortly, as you noted.
Yep, it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. They let Micro have the right side as long as they get the left. Didn't quite see which ones got picked up there, but it looks like it was the Warden Paxel who's going to get even more value here. The casting going to make sure that his ult is even more powerful. So we'll see what Micro picked up, but it looks like Paxel is going to have a big window here where he can get in with these ults. The extra duration and the extra damage from the casting buff is going to let him do that a bit more. So they're going to pick up the Urn, maybe try and force something to happen. In front of us with a big bag. If he gets caught out now, he could donate a lot of souls to the enemy team.
Well, that could be really rough. Needs to go use the time spent here to get the buys on in. Come from McGuinness, looking for a bit of an angle. BMAC having better time of it this time around. There goes the Bebop.
He's going to look to wall off this Urn,
sprinting around at Mach 5.
There it is.
Comes Gonna try and get that soul donation. Good work, but the fight continues as the massive terror and the affliction comes on through. Walls also up. Chunk onto Putis, who does manage to get out alive for a second or two, but not the whole way. 75 seconds still to work with for Putis, and the man advantage makes that a two-man as Bobster's Calico is also skinned.
It's expensive.
We're going to run away with this one a little bit more. The soul count begins to expand, begins to balloon. Procrastinators, it's looking like it might well be their game here.
Yeah, a bit of a messy wall from BMAC. He doesn't wall quite close enough to the urn and lets it get comboed, but they're able to engage just fine. Paxel with the casting buff and the last stand ult is able to do the work that he needs to in these comps. Meanwhile, Matrix goes back to deal with the waves over at their base, and they don't go for the walker. Instead, they choose to go mid.
Well, they are on the boss. And again, you've got a lot of bruises here. They're not going to take too much damage. We're going to see a contest we never really saw any last time around. With 2 people dead, I think it would be a little bold. Playing instead for the walkers, I think that makes some sense to me.
Yeah, in the middle of all of that urn fight, they did get the left walker. I think Mirage was on that split push. Wyfo picking up the walker, and if they get this one here, if their minion wave gets there in time, they're going to pick up all 3 walkers for not a whole lot, or at least both the remaining ones. The Rejuve does come through, though.
Yeah, should be able to secure it, and they do so. Extra slot down. Need to get back to base, though. The teleport comes on through. Nicely done. And that helps alleviate some of the issues. The extra bonus slot's going to be valuable here, even if the soul count is a little tricky to manage. And of course, you've got to deal with the fact you've got the rejuvenators to work with. Those shortened death timers can be really nasty if you're looking to break into enemy bases and look at things like shrines and, God forbid, patrons.
We're going to see Mathematical pick up the curse here. That's going to help deal with Mr. L and Paxel. You know, if the Yamato's cursed as she goes in, that means that she can't pop the Shadow Transformation. It's a good way to be able to secure that combo onto her, or use it after the combo to help finish off targets. If it goes wide there, not going to be able to get a good engage. The curse is also going to help with Paxel if he goes in and hasn't popped the ult yet, or it's still winding up in that cooldown phase. Mathematical now has 2 tools to knock him out of it and force the entire cooldown to reset.
Well to work with. 33 minutes into the game. Walkers largely down. Actually, still a couple to work with Micropachycephalosaurus, which is giving them something to work with there. The Shiv. Going to try and stack that rage, get those empowered abilities to work with the slices, the dices, all those things really valuable here. Looking for some more trades. Health bar on Brutus again low. This Infernus struggling still. Going to keep dashing forward with that slice and dice. Will not be able to retreat out of this as a result, but continue looking for some more HP damage. Stacking up the rage. Continue to throw out those autos. Watch out on the combo. There's like Putis already dead. Bob's already dead. The Calico and the Infernus not finding value here as they're forced back into their own base.
That's just Procrastinators pushing their advantage. They've got the Rejuve, which means that their lanes are pushed up. We saw Manzia and someone else there, might have been Mathematical, having to go out and deal with those waves, which meant that they had the man advantage to push for that mid-walker. Now they're going to go for the right one as well with 2 kills. Shouldn't really be anyone to contest this, and here's Tally just watching out if anyone does try for it. But that's the engage that you need. If you don't get a Bebop hook, you get Panglarb in there, get a big affliction. Paxel just jumps in with the Majestic Leap into the last stand. And that's a lot of damage, and nobody on Micro was able to sustain through it or burst down any of the initiators from Procrastinators.
Of course, you've still got to deal with the fact that you've still got that very scary Yamato as well as additional threat on top of that. If you're not paying attention, and Abrams going for the seismic slam and shoulder charging forwards, you've got some tools if people over-aggress, overextend, even if you are a little shorter range.
Good hook.
That was another good hook. You're right. Oh my God, there's another member down indeed. Manzia is the one who goes out there. The question marks. They know, like, wait, what the hell? Has been hooked out of the air so many times this game. The Mirage looking. Try and get some value here. A few shots here and there, but they just can't get anything done for now. Gonna get a couple of respawns, but they'll still be the man down for a whole minute to work with. Fire Scarab's launched. Get some value there. Will force a little bit of a reset, but the Rejuvenator's now, I believe, largely timed out.
Yeah, that's that 3-minute Rejuvenator coming to bite Procrastinators a little bit. They've got to back out lest they risk getting fully team-wiped and the Micro getting back all of the lead that Procrastinators have managed to accrue. Instead, they're going to go for both these buffs and the Urn. Urn favored for Micro, at least in the positioning side, so the Procrastinators are going to have to go deep if they want this one, but they've got the ults to do it. Warden ult now back up. It's a Shadow Transformation. Warden's picked up the Curse and the Leech. They said that you didn't want your Warden to be the one to pick up Curse last game, but now even with the pretty much all of the utility that they need on their other members, he's still going to be the one to pick it up. The Urn Carrier now getting jumped.
Gonna try and get jumped on. It's the Abrams there, stunned into the wall. There's the Warden's Bond as well, getting some value, and the Mirage looking a lot more fake this time around. The Tornado, not enough of an assist onto Bo3, who also falls. Still don't have Mantia back, by the way. Now 80 seconds or so on this Calico Cat.
And there you go. That's going to be the earn for them, and it looks like they might try and push for this patron as well. You've got the Shiv from Lord of the Booze getting jumped there by the pocket. You might be able to find this kill if a couple of members wrap around him.
Sympathetic going onto the shrine. There's so much damage that they will begin to use those power slash. Still got the ability to jump on forwards. The Crimson Slash fail for the healing. Can look to reset with the ult. Bring back a lot of those cooldowns. Again, as long as you get into range, the healing is still available. There's that power slash. Nice chunk onto the Shiv. Healing back up, courtesy of McGinnis. Throwing down that little AoE healing area. Bebop looking for some more, continuing to chunk people out. Still got that grapple arm. Another kill onto Manzi, who's just not having fun. This Vindicta struggling. And now they're onto the whole base. The patrons weakened. And we are going the distance, Soren. There's no way, surely the procrastinators will be allowing Micropachycephalosaurus back into this one. It's dead to rights. And we're going to a decider.
Yeah, there we go. Procrastinators, when they have the lead, do not mess around. They just go straight into the base. They take the patron. Game over. But man, what a performance from Matrix. I said that he needed to have a big game on this Bebop, and he did.
He did.
Felt like anytime Manzio was up there in the air, he just had a big magnet on him for this Bebop hook. I saw the question marks because he just kept getting picked out of the sky. What a game. I mean,
literally, every time we said, wait, Manzio's dead, and go, oh, it was hurt. Like, every time, just out of nowhere, you'd be focusing on another character, and the Observer's doing their due diligence, just bang, the Vindicta's gone. I will be very interested to see the post-game stats, because I think the Vindicta, who managed to get a lot of just general damage down last time, will be having a significantly lower output this time around, and there you go. Yeah, there you have it. McGinnis doing a lot, and that is a much better Ward performance. 20,000 or so more? I'll take that.
Yep, and then he's also got the objective damage because he was forcing a lot of those objectives with the last stand. Matrix with top assists, not at all surprising. 0 deaths from the pocket and the Bebop. So those two vulnerable members that I said were the weak points that Micropachycephalosaurus needed to dive onto never did. They survived the entire game. And Putis and Manzia instead were the weak ones for them. They got jumped on a lot. They've got top deaths on their team. And just all of the stats going the way of procrastinators as they needed. They needed the good initiation from these teams. And look, I've not been doing broadcasting for very long, but it seems I've already picked up the talent of the broadcaster's curse because both these teams who I said had the harder execution.
Yeah, you seem to somehow have managed to call the two losing squads out both times there. And again, normally I'll be there with you. Ease of execution when you're in these high-pressure scenarios, often a really valuable skill. This time around, doesn't really lead to the game win for sure. And the execution works on through. The hooks were landed, and Matrix, hats off to you. Well played there with those grapple arms in particular, doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I did at least get the win condition right. Procrastinators.
That's true.
I said needed the hooks.
Wrong.
They got them, so I can at least claim that I got that part right.
Yeah, exactly. Not entirely off topic there. And you said, look, it's just going to be hard to do, but if you can hit it, you hit it, and it gets a lot easier from there. On the other side, felt like every combo just didn't work. And I'm not just talking about the Mo and Krill ult, right? You just couldn't find the AoE, the chains of CC you were looking for this time around, and it ended up being pretty damn tricky. Sorry, and last thoughts before we think about cutting to a break and getting ready for our deciding game.
I think this Game 3 is going to be really interesting to watch, and a lot of the best of threes that I've seen, teams keep it pretty similar between Games 1 and 2, and then Game 3 is where things really get spicy, because now we're probably going to see these teams swap sides, and that means the draft strategy is going to be different. We might see some unusual heroes get picked up if the previous weeks have been any indication, but we'll just have to see when we get back.
What counts as an unusual hero for you? Give me a little bit of a teaser. Go on.
Something that would be a little bit spicy here is the Haze. If someone like the Mo and Krill gets banned out, not something I think is likely, but it could happen. Haze would be another good ambusher to throw in, but we'll see. A lot of the Game 3s is where we start to see the teams counter-stratting against each other, learning from the previous two matches, so we'll just have to see.
I love it, and with that, we'll head to the break. Will we get the Haze? Find out in Game 3. welcome back, one and all, to the Death Slam League playoffs. We are one game away from deciding our victor here in this quarterfinal. Micro Pachycephalosaurus won it in game one. A solid rebuttal from procrastinators in game two, and it means we're going the full distance here. Soren has somehow been wrong both times. How dare you? Going for the ease of execution comps. Clearly, you just have to trust in the mechanical mastery of our players here today.
Hey, look, I'm in the Oracle Phantom sort of area, so I know how hard it can be for some of these teams to execute on the abilities that they need. I can see it in my teammates. But, both teams proving me wrong. We've got a pretty decent standard of competition here in the Death Slam League, despite these players not exactly being professional players. They're still putting in their effort and giving us a really good show for it. A lot of these matches have been close. This one going to game 3, not terribly unusual. So I'm hoping to see a really tight game here from both teams.
And look, we're in this position, right, where they have most certainly been able to grind out those ranked games, get themselves way up the ladders. They are certainly mechanically gifted. It's just a question of exactly how coordinated they are. But again, it's 7 weeks deep. They've been taking this seriously. Switch of sides. Micro Pachycephalosaurus is going to be taking that Sapphire side. Procrastinators over on the other. And that means immediately first ban 7. Well, we get the response, though, of course, of that Kelvin, which has been a permaban this entire series.
Yeah, it could be if both sides want to basically take the same draft but swap sides. I think that's acceptable for procrastinators here, but the difference is, I think, is mainly going to come through in these first 3 picks. Procrastinators getting the first double pick, whereas Micro get the choice of whatever hero they want. If they want to take Paxel's Warden, they can, as long as procrastinators don't ban it, but I think that might be a little rushed, so we'll see what procrastinators decide to do, and then Micro have the response.
And look, one of the things we see across a lot of other MOBA titles, your Leagues, your Dotas, those kind of things, that blue side, that Sapphire side, Dire side, is it Dire side for, or Radiant for Dota? I don't remember which way around it is. Either way, the side on the left tends to end up with more value because you can put an archetype pick forwards. You can say, we're building our comp around this character, and they're going to do a lot of things. And the thing is, you're still going to get a double pick of your own on that kind of 2-3 options, having already claimed arguably the most potent hero available out there, and you can still look to synergize around it. And if you're going to have to blind pick 2 picks on your other side, yes, you picked up 2 cool options, but there's still that initial response available here for Micro Pachycephalosaurus. We'll keep that one. And it's independent of Radiant Dire. There you go from Kashi. There you go. My Dota knowledge still a little bit limited. I still watch the international, all those things, but clearly snake drafts have eluded me in their value here. Thank you very much from production for rescuing me a little bit there. But the Warden, first pick. Kelvin was indeed banned, and you called it out. Bit of an inversion of our drafts so far.
Yeah, Micro have said, Paxel, you've done enough. Time to retire from the Warden. So he's finally going to get out of Warden jail. Hopefully Micro also going to get out of Warden jail, not getting caged up by him. And procrastinators are going to pick up the Mirage instead, and the Yamato. So they've had Yamato all 3 games. Decent performances so far, not exactly changing the world performances as the Warden does, but doing decent work over here. And then Micro are going to pick up the Vindicta and the Pocket, 2 heroes that have done a lot of work for them this series. The Pocket, of course, went to procrastinators game 2, but game 1 they did a lot of work with it. And the Abrams now.
Still keeping some of their key bits here. They want to get back on that pocket, as you said. I think they may well be looking to ban the Bebop here in the second phase, but the Abrams already picked up. There's the Yamato. The Mirage, as you said, stolen away here. It's been a huge option and very, very valuable for WeFolks. We're going to have to look at something slightly different here. Let's see what our second phase of bans is. They're going to get rid of the Shiv, interestingly, this time around. It's been a comfort option for Micro Pachycephalosaurus all series long. Didn't quite get as much value in that second game, but still very dangerous. And the Bebop just got rid of. It was too annoying last time. Don't want to have to deal with it again. The hands check was lost. Let's not do it again.
Yeah, a solid ban from Micro. I'm a little surprised to see the Shiv go, given that it didn't do a whole lot of work. But maybe with some of these heroes like the Abrams and the Yamato, they want to make sure that they don't get essentially a quarter of their health immediately gone from the Execute. They're going to pick up the Sinclair instead. A really good pickup here because Micro have picked up a really dangerous combo in the Warden and the Vindicta. The stakes in the cages early in lane, and then later on the stakes into the ult. Really dangerous there for Micro. So procrastinators get a Sinclair who's able to deal with a little bit of that with the Rabbit Hex and then the copied Warden ult. So that's going to be your main answer, I think, to this dangerous combo from Micro Pachycephalosaurus. But they need a little bit more there. They're missing a hero so far for Paxel. He might be able to pick up the Mirage. I haven't seen that from him a whole lot, but it's certainly the type of character that he likes to play.
I mean, they've already got locked in at least.
Something like the Infernus.
Yeah. First didn't work out that well last week. You've got the Mirage in there. We'll see exactly what the choices are. Taking their sweet time here to figure out exactly what they want to go with it. The Sinclair, a little dangerous, of course, because you can steal that Warden ult, as you mentioned, but also even something like that Affliction could be pretty dangerous. Interesting, however, there. You said we might be seeing something a little different here. A Lash would certainly be that.
Yeah, I called for weird heroes. Lash isn't terribly far out of left field, but he's not someone we've seen so far in this series. Someone I'm generally not a huge fan of, but he's able to get value against some of these
It's a
brawl
mustache
comps.
synergy. Look, you've already got Warden in there. Lash is there. He doesn't have the hat on. It's fine. Mustache bros.
I mean, Lash could do a pretty convincing Warden cosplay, I think. He's got the mustache. He's got the lack of eyes, you know. Valve, it seems, just doesn't like to paint eyes, but we'll probably get that later in the alpha.
And again, you've still got that big old Death Slam angle. Grapple's pretty nice. It's not, and they add in a Mow and Krill as well. Between the Lash and the Mow and Krill, you can start ground pounding people. Not gonna have a lot of fun with that one. Sinclair, a couple more decent ults to steal though. The combo alone might be worthy of consideration there as some audience participation angles.
Yeah, that's definitely one that we've seen a lot in lane particularly. The Moan Krill goes in for a combo and then suddenly gets comboed back by the Sinclair. So far, Micro are missing a decent frontliner. They've got the Warden, but he's really more of a counter initiator. They need someone to be in the front line for these fights. Meanwhile, Procrastinators are going to pick up the Geist, who can be in that slot for them, along with the rest of their comp really can do the same thing, aside from the Sinclair. So they've got plenty of frontliner here, and now they've got the McGinnis again. One of the highest win rate heroes in DSL so far, but certainly a BMAC comfort pick. But they're going to round out their draft with that.
Yeah, and again, look, I know you've got Moan Krill, Lash, Warden. They've got a bit of HP to work with. They can be bruisery. They're decent initiation. Maybe you just say, look, we don't need true frontline if we can just use the three of them and use those HP balls and CC chains wisely. But it is a little bit risky here. Let's see what that last choice is. Is it going to be that frontline that Soren was calling for? I think quite wisely so. Or do they want to go for something a little riskier here? The Lady Geist, of course, back probably for Mr. L, who does seem to favour that hero when given the option. The Infernus is certainly not frontline.
Well, he can be if he's played right. I feel like Infernus has lost some of that frontline presence from previous patches. Before he was able to just build a soul lead, and it didn't matter if he didn't have a bunch of green items. He was just ahead of you on souls.
Yeah.
But he's not going to be able to do that as well now. He's got the Warden to contend with for top souls. Yeah, they're missing some of that front line, but they've certainly got the damage and the CC. I really want to look towards this front combo, though, of the Warden and the Vindicta. That's scary no matter what your frontline situation looks like.
Yeah, you get locked down, you're going to have a bad time there because it will be pretty brutal. And again, the Infernus last time around didn't really work out for Micro Pachycephalosaurus. Really wasn't that tank. He kept getting blown up before being able to use the lifesteal he loves to build. And again, that front line, as you noted, it's been nerfed. You have to add that caveat. Are you ahead enough? Have you built enough lifesteal? Have you got that ability to sustain through any of that damage? See where that can be changed around a little bit this time. Of course, you've got the pocket yourself this time, but if Sinclair starts stealing the afflictions, maybe that lifesteal starts going down. All of those questions again. Sorry, seeing the draft, seeing the comps up in front of you. You have predicted the last two. It's been an interesting affair. Can you get it 3 for 3?
3 for 3 wrong, we'll see. I don't know, this one's pretty close because you've got two very different strategies here with the sort of tanky frontliners on Procrastinators versus the lack of frontline on Micropachycephalosaurus. When you see these kinds of matchups, typically it's gone the way of the side that has just a lot of utility, so Micropachycephalosaurus maybe looking a little bit favored here, but they need their Infernus to have a good game. He needs to not get picked off at the start of some of these fights, and he's not going to have a lot of help to deal with that. Nobody's really able to peel for him, aside from maybe the Vindicta and the Warden, who need to be having games of their own. They can't be babysitting an Infernus the whole time. Meanwhile, Procrastinators have plenty of self-sufficient heroes, so... broken record here. Procrastinators have the ease of execution a little bit, but that may not come into play if the Micropachycephalosaurus can pick up their game here a little bit in Game 3. They did it in Game 1. Looking for them to repeat.
Keep in mind, make sure this Infernus doesn't get blasted in lane, isn't too vulnerable. And again, you do have that ability to just play full contact, say, okay, we've been engaged, we'll engage on your backline too. And yes, you might lose the Infernus, but if you trade out by having the Lash, having the Warden, having the Mow and Krill go forward at the same time, you can ensure that the follow-up gets kind of muted by the value of being engaged in their own right. Often a very valuable way to help keep your CC chains less relevant on the enemy side. Just waiting to load into New York for the final time for this series. And again, winner guarantees another 2 best-of-3s. Loser, that's playoffs done. It's a long, long day. And it's been a long, long series. Still potentially, as we said, another 6 games to go after this for one of these teams.
Yeah. It's a long day, but I think Micro Pachycephalosaurus here need to pick up the tempo. We mentioned people getting tired. Surely this first match isn't going to play as much of a factor, but Micro really need the tempo here with the large amounts of initiation that they have. The Vindicta Tether, the Warden Ult, the Lash Ult, the Mow and Krill pickoffs. They have a lot of tools to be able to start these fights or counter engage when procrastinators come in. So they need to be the ones taking fights on their terms instead of letting procrastinators just kind of play the neutral game and poke out their heroes.
Easier said than done, though, sometimes. We'll see exactly how it goes, and I think for the side of Manzia was not a fan of the fact that they had that Bebop able to really mess with what should have been a perfectly safe flying Vindicta. She really wasn't. This time around, see whether she can manage those distances a little better. Still got a few tools to get run into and be threatened by here. The likes of that Mirage, maybe, with all of that mobility, might be able to get on top of people. It's a lot less easy than it would have been in the previous game, make no doubt about it.
Yeah, I'm sure that Manzio was just calling in his team VC during the draft. Please ban out the Bebop. I don't want to play into that again.
Not again, yeah, make it stop.
Don't make me do it. No. So he got his wish. He's not going to have the Bebop, and that means that there's not a lot of ways for procrastinators to deal with him in the skies. I need to look for him to have a big game. I called out one player who needs to do it each game. It's got to be the Vindicta this time. Manzia needs to combo with the Warden, needs to stay safe and get his value with the snipes and the outfires. And if he does that, I think Micro are going to have a pretty good game. Procrastinators, I think one player from their team that needs to have a good game here is the Sinclair. He's got a lot of tools to work with here. He's got a lot of ults to copy. Anything that I called out from Micro that's going to be a good initiation tool can also be used from Sinclair. He's also got the Rabbit Hex to do that, but he needs to pick his targets carefully. You know, he can't just throw off his ult and say that's good enough. He's got to think really carefully about this because Micro can just respond with something from their own. So we're going to hop into these games here. We're going to see which team is able to take this in Game 3.
That'll be the plan. Some wise words there from Soren about exactly how this game could go. A lot of pressure there on Matrix, who had a fantastic game. He was my MVP, and I think Soren's as well. Will be Mathematical, who's been gifted the Warden and all of the onus that goes on playing a hero like that. Put us back onto the Infernus. We have got ourselves a quick pause here. A little bit of a lag issue. Corner Manzia there, we'll hope to see.
So looking at these lanes here, we've got the Vindicta versus Yamato in the mid lane again. I really would have thought that they'd switch it up right now, realizing that they're going to stick this Vindicta into this mid lane to try and snipe the Yamato. Yamato doesn't have a good matchup there, but he's got the Mirage to help deal with them at range now. But on the other side, Manzia has got this Warden with him to be able to combo with some of these really dangerous abilities. Mathematical this time picking up the Warden. He's been playing more of a sort of side support sort of play style. So we may look for Warden to have less of a carry performance here and more of a utility sort of focused build. But very dangerous from them in the mid lane.
See exactly what the soul attribution is and what they decide to go with. As the Lash was saying, something a little bit different this time around. One of those initiator tools, if you can find that. Death Slam. What a great name. You can find some serious value there. It's Paxel, by the way, who's on the Lady Geist. Not Mr. L. So looking to be the carry on that one, I imagine. Panglar back onto that Yamato. As you kind of said, maybe not the easiest matchup. A little bit of an awkward lane assignment. But hey, so be it.
Yeah, looking at these other lanes, we've got the Infernus and the Lash versus the Sinclair Abrams. Some sides there with some feast or famine, you know. You got the Pocket, who's got a lot of damage but vulnerable, and same with the Infernus, so... Pocket's on this other side over here. The Lash and the Infernus both can do some damage but are vulnerable, and meanwhile the Sinclair the same. On this right side, you've got the McGinnis and the Geist, strong pairing versus the Pocket.
Ow.
But the Mow and Krill's going to have to be the one to take a lot of the damage, but it's Bobster going low here early.
Yeah, ended up a little bit caught out. That was a really good McGinnis wall. Kept him a little bit closer than I think he wanted to. Going to try and be forced back and get that heal, but it's going to give a little bit of lane priority here towards BMAC and crew. Good stuff from them there.
And that means at 2 minutes, if you've got the lane pressure, you can start going for these boxes. Looks like once they answer this wave, both teams will be able to hop back and take some of their farm, as long as they don't get their Guardian too shoved up.
Question: how do you feel about the Sinclair and oh good grief, Abrams? There we go, Abrams lane. I feel like you're not going to have quite the same like janky synergy of put down a McGinnis wall and charge into it.
Yeah, no, that's a bit of a weird one. Neither side really has a clear pairing here, although I suppose the Rabbit Hex is a pretty good combo into a melee character. In fact, we sometimes see melee Sinclair because you can't parry during that Rabbit Hex. So you may look for Abrams to try and capitalize on some of these Rabbit Hexes from Matrix, but if that happens, you're going to have to coordinate really well and find an isolated target, because the teammate could come in and try and parry some of that, so gotta take your 2v1s.
Whereas, and of course, Mirage can maybe look to trade crows with scarabs. Versus Manzio will be, I suspect, tasked with ensuring that Yamato isn't continually being harassed by that very obnoxious flying vampire sniper person. What an interesting character design that is. Sinclair hops into the air, holds out the magic wand and says, "Eat my lightning bolt." Does get a decent chunk there, briefly onto the lash, but not too much more there. Of course, you can throw some really weird angles out there if you throw out your assistant and stuff.
Just seeing a couple of early trades. The Spectre from BMAC is going to keep Paxel topped up. Meanwhile, both characters here from the right side getting a bit low. We're going to see some ults pretty soon. I really want to see Micropachycephalosaurus do what we saw from Paxel these last couple of games and use that Warden ult to really get aggressive here. If you can get a tether and a cage and then a Warden ult, that's at least a kill, probably a Guardian if you play that right. So
yeah,
Procrastinator's going to have to play that mid lane very safe once these ults come online. Meanwhile, on the left side, we're going to see the last Death Slam come in. Hey, Death Slam, we should name something after that. And then you're also going to have the Sinclair get his ults online to be able to copy either of those. We'll see a small engage here, but nothing terribly much. He's also going to come online very shortly.
Looking at soul distributions here, it does look like the Warden's getting a fair amount of souls. It's very early days, though, to see whether we're going to see a particular shift in that at all. Relatively even across the board for now. Nice forward is the Mo and Krill. Go looking forward for a little bit of an angle there. Won't find too much. Have to go burrowing, back away. Some more of those little mines come on out. And then comes out from under the ground as a spinning dervish. And backs away.
You see buffs come up here in a second. Contested buff here on the left, but Warden manages to grab it. It's the gun buff. One of the better ones to get early game. And then I think it was the Vindicta who took the right side buff. So both mid lane members getting a buff there. No, it was the Mo and Krill who got the right side buff for Micropachycephalosaurus. He's going to go back to his lane and try and get some value. And we'll see what they're able to do with that. Maybe get some Guardian pressure here.
Yeah, exactly. When you do manage to pick up both buffs, it does feel really good. Warden for one. Of course, Mo and Krill for the other. Good work there from Lord of the Booze and Mathematical. Of course, Lord of the Booze changing up style here has picked up the Mo and Krill, which has largely been Bootis' domain this series, off of the Shiv for the first time. Bit of a chunk there onto the Lady Geist. Ow, that one has disarmed for a second as well. Hit with a load of sand in their face. Teats and pocket sand. What an annoying combo that is. Should be alright there, getting a little bit of healing. Again, no one's really pulling the trigger as yet.
Yeah, we've got these ults online, but nobody's done anything with it. Mathematical not doing the Paxel line of just getting aggressive on the Guardian. Maybe afraid of the Mirage Tornado and the Yamato damage, but just kind of all calm for now.
Hang on, Mirage goes forwards and then the Vindicta comes on down. Doesn't quite find the angle she's looking for as yet. Going after those troopers. Good secures on those souls.
Yeah, Mathematical goes for the ultimate and isn't able to keep himself up. Just too much damage from the side of the Procrastinators, so he's going to be the first death here. That's going to give some Guardian pressure over here, but they can't find all too much.
Not too much. That's a good binding word, actually, onto the Mirage. Taking down about 200, but it can't be quite kill secured. Being run at. Can he get out to safety? So as a Tornado, still has that ability, I suppose, to travel. Nice angle on the other side as in goes Panglob for a second or two, but cannot use that transition into Shadow to stay alive. Paxel and Panglob done down. Good work from Micropachycephalosaurus. Make that a third.
It's good kills there, but Manzio and Lord of the Booze are both pretty low, so that's they're going to have to back off in their respective lanes. Should be an opportunity here for Procrastinators to get some pressure, but with giving over those kills, they've also given over some good amount of souls, so that's an early lead here for Micropachycephalosaurus.
Take those. In they go, stealing the Warden ult there with a little bit of audience participation. At least I think that's what it was. Take me a second. There's the I was going to say Mr. L. Mr. L, who is the Lady Geist, and that's not true because, of course, it's Paxi this time. I'm so used to Mr. L playing that from the first one. Getting my players and heroes the wrong way around there. Apologies for that one. Again, we have had some relatively slow-ish early games. Finally got a bit of action there with some good pickups from Micro Pakicephalus. We haven't really managed to convert it into all that much as yet.
We're going to see the Cinder sacrifices come up here very shortly. That's when we can see some of these big soul swings come. In terms of the allocation, who takes what, and if they're able to infiltrate into the enemy's souls. Nobody going for it quite yet. Looks like Matrix might get one. Pocket, Bobster on the other side, going to take his. So we're going to see some souls changes come up here, but of course, if you go for that Cinder sacrifices, you are giving up a little bit of lane pressure. We're going to see if anyone can make use of that just yet.
As cools off his fingers briefly there. New finger guns could be so dangerous, huh? So much that they had to get nerfed. The Lady Geist now looking on forwards. Paxel off the ward and still looking to be a carry, of course. Good damage there, but again, no one quite dead. Lord of the Booze, a little low here on the Moen Krill, but should be able to back on out. Panglob looking for more value. Needs to think about dancing away. Does that Moen Krill. Losing a third or so of their HP bar there. Panglob a bit frustrated by the use of that first ultimate. Couldn't stay alive and get the resets on those kills. In goes with the tornado, actually. As Mistral goes looking for a little bit more. Lose about half the HP. There's the binding words! And Mathematical helps secure it.
Yeah, you overextended there. Panglob had gone for the gank over there, and then Micro were a little slow to realize it, but they eventually got both their laners back in there. And then it must have just been a mispress there from Mr. L, because that tornado should have taken him out and not in when he was 2v1 like that.
It was a little bold, yeah. He's feeling it there, Mr. Krabs, and unfortunately, the City of Burgers and the burger fights end up going the way of Micro Pachycephalosaurus that way, whether or not we're in Bikini Bottom. A little bit of an engage there from the Abrams, looking for something there. Still has got no ult to work with until just now. Good jump onto the Lash, who stunned up for a while, but the turnaround comes on through. I'll give it a Guardian pressure down here, maybe, but the Infernus there will say absolutely not. Has to back away.
Yeah, the only real Guardian pressure that we've seen so far is from Micro Pachycephalosaurus in this middle lane. While Panglob was over getting the gank, they were pushing that lane, and they did get the Guardian low, but it's not down just yet. We're going to see the next set of buffs come up in 5 seconds here. They'll be the first earned as well, although with 6 Guardians up, I don't expect either team to take this very quickly.
There they go, there is that earn. And again, as you said, with the Guardians all up, very tricky to really turn that into a full secure. There goes the Lash. Not really seen too much of him yet. Let's see whether the Death Slam comes out. The Bobster back on the pocket. Again, he's being donated quite a lot of these souls. Looks like it'll be a split between Mathematical and Bobster being donated most of those. So Manzia as well. Also doing pretty well here on the Vindictor. So the real front runners in terms of who's being donated the most. Camerto looking to throw out a power stash or two. Won't be able to find too much of this Vindictor, who is going to fly high and stay roughly safe.
Yeah, Manzia now needs to push this wave. He's got both of the enemy members low. No, rather, it's actually Mathematical who goes low, as well as his fellow laner. So both sides needing to back off and just regain a bit of health before they can re-engage. Not able to find the snipe onto the low side of Panglob.
Mathematical on that rejuve as well has managed to find themselves their ultimate back up and available. So look to put down that last time. Moen Krill taking a little lower there. Lord of the Booze looking to continue stepping on forward and trading that one back. Awkward there from the Lady Geist. Trapped on the wall. Failed mantle and the combo comes on through. Ooh. Getting a hold of Paxel. That's a mistake.
I just barely, if they have 10 less damage there, Paxel was able to get the swap off. We heard the sound, the audio was cued, but wasn't actually able to get it off.
Flash.
Just maybe a little bit of a ping diff there. He just barely dies there. So it's going to be an advantage. The Lash ult comes in, then the copied Lash ult comes in, and neither side able to find all too much with that. Just a couple of low health bars.
Death slams galore, but ironically doesn't really lead to all that much death. Just a bit of pain. A little bit overdramatic. Binding Word's going to come on down and hold the Yamato in place for a second or two here. Does a decent job of getting the Crimson Slash on down and burning out that ultimate as well. Finds a bit of time with the Omega symbol ticking on down, but gets out to safety. But we'll have to burn that ultimate to do so.
And now we might see an earn pickup here. They've got 3 members on this left side. That mid Guardian has finally gone down for Procrastinators, so they've got a little bit more freedom to roam if they want, but so do Micro Pachycephalosaurus, of course, and they've got the lane pressure here. They might look to try and dive this Yamato, who I'm not sure is aware that they're there.
Trying to stay safe with this earn run. Going to stack up on that first floor there. I suppose this is America, second floor. We'll get our terminology correct for the US viewers. There's the Walker. As they are just trying to stay a little bit safe. You can see where the drop point is. Are we going to get a contest around this? Or Micropachycephalosaurus happy to just give this one over?
I think they're happy to give it over. They've got 2 members pushing this walker here. That's a lot of farm pressure as well. You've still got 2 members here. The dangerous part is if procrastinators go deeper for this Guardian. They've already got pressure on the left side, and the wall doesn't really deny anything. It's a good affliction. It's going to stop them from getting too aggressive here.
It makes this a bit tricky as the Iron is being disabled from being picked up. Turnaround as the Lady Geist goes on forward, trying to get some orders down. The life rate is there, but is now out of cooldowns. Big problem has burned the ult as well. Down to 230, healing up a little bit, but the burn continuing to tick you down. Not quite enough to get the kills though, but they lost Mathematical Pulis and Woeful. All the while, Tally Panglove also traded out, looking for some more damage. It's a pretty messy state of affairs. Woeful about to come back up and alive and do some work there. Eyes on this Lady Geist. Got some cooldowns now coming back on them. Trades a bit more HP to get some more value. Bobster, though, is having none of it. And we'll leave it up the kill score. 4 kill streak.
It's really messy there. A lot of teams taking a lot of damage. It's the affliction from Bobster that really puts pressure on procrastinators, but they're able to ward it off.
Brutal. Combo comes on. Down! Last auto. As BMAC does not enjoy that at all. Now the Guardian is going to surely fall here, but wait, the response comes on through. Abrams is there. Tally looking to come on forward with the seismic stand, buy some time. Bobster doing his best to find some double turn into a briefcase briefly. Good stun. And gets on out there. TP's out to safety as Tally throws his body on the line to keep that Guardian alive.
Yeah, so only 1 Guardian down for each side, but some Walker damage in the mid lane for procrastinators. That Guardian is already down to about half HP. 3 members now trying to take this Guardian. Could see a fight break out. Probably a Guardian here as both members of Micro have backed up.
The damage there onto the Abrams, who again is down a fair number of those cooldowns, particularly the ultimate burn to keep that Guardian alive. Soul count slightly favouring Micropachycephalosaurus, and again, second Guardian does eventually fall there. Procrastinators pick that one up. Can Micropachycephalosaurus respond somewhere? We need to look to do that at some point. There's the map rotations around for those structures has been a strong point of procrastinators across the series so far. All the damage there from Vindicta. Man's yet trunking out the Abrams, who was trying to take some neutral camps.
I feel like there was a window there for procrastinators to be able to take a Guardian. They had 4 members just kind of hanging around that right side jungle and maybe didn't realize that Vindicta was on her own in that mid lane. But not having that information is a crucial part of Deadlock. You know, you got to watch the map very carefully to see where everyone is, so not able to capitalize there, and instead Micro are going to look for this right side Guardian. They got 3 there. Procrastinators are responding.
Gonna try and make a play. There's the Orb. So I said he said Orb rather than Erm, which is a bit wrong. Lord of the Boost is the one who picked that one up. So on, of course, this Mo and Krill, so it can be a pretty speedy customer at the best of times, looking to get it across to the other side of the map.
Yeah, and that means that they're not going to put down any Guardian pressure. And I just try and keep mid lane here, as 2 members of Procrastinators won't be at this Urn fight if they decide to take it.
Yamato goes looking. Vindicta a little out there, trying to dash away best she can. Still got some crows, still got some assassinate angles. Looking to keep sliding away, and does so.
Not sure quite what happened there with Matrix's audience participation. It looked like he got the copy, but then Bobster came in with the Affliction. Oh no, I think he did copy the Affliction and he got it off, because Bobster still has his, so a lot of damage there, but it is going to be Procrastinators who get that Urn, I believe.
They did. Successful drop off there. Putis there on the Infernus. Quiet so far, but again, that's kind of fine. As long as you manage to pull it up alive a little later on into the day, into the game. There's that boon again, and Bobster once again on this pocket being given a lot of those resources. Looks like they love to do that. He's played a very good game so far. Big chunks going on down. As Mr. L has fallen. The Mirage having a bad time, as is Matrixist. Sinclair is out for the count. Not enough magic to come back from death. He's not Houdini today.
Yeah, just some trades. Well, kills from Micro that don't result in a whole lot. I'd say this trades. It's not really a whole lot the Procrastinators get in return. It's going to be a falling Guardian if they're not careful here. It's 3 on 3. They've got their other lanes pushed up, so not a lot of danger for them committing to this, despite being down 2 overall. Looks like they are going to have to back off here and just make sure that their mid Guardian doesn't fall. That's the last one for them, so with that Guardian being so low, I wouldn't be surprised if someone like the Mirage goes in deep here and just tries to take it. But they've got to be careful of the Mo and Krill combo if they do that. Just locking you down, making sure that you can't do the damage that you need, and you give up your life anyway.
Eyes on the Yamato and the Mirage to maybe try and make that happen. Speaking of, there's one of those power slashes. Goes looking for a little bit more, but it's found a bit more than I think they wanted to chew off. Gonna try and use the Shadow Transformation, buy some time, reset those cooldowns. Comes attack, comes on forwards. The healing is also good, but how much further can you realistically go? 800 HP, gets out to safety, the combo comes on down, big stun, and the CC chain is brutal. Stays alive though, importantly, Matrixus gets out alive on that Sinclair, but my days, did they have to work for it.
The combo on combo that I called out earlier, but kind of on the other side. Matrix uses the combo first, and then Lord of the Boos turns around and almost gets him right back. But the Yamato isn't there with enough damage, and instead it's going to be Paxel going down. He doesn't have the soul lead this time. Looking to funnel those maybe over to Mr. L. Nobody really climbing ahead. But as you said, Bobster and Mathematical are going to be the ones for Micropachycephalosaurus who have the souls.
Bobster, again in that first game, was given that task on the pocket, back on it again. Looking to do it, Mathematical, off the Mo and Krill. Looking to be more of a carry threat this time. We wonder whether it'd be more of an economical warden. The answer is categorically no so far. Damage going on forwards onto the Yamato. Panglob down. 4 kill streak over to Manzia, hitting those shots this time around. Trying to get some more value. Abrams needs to back away. Guardian now under threat. Continue to chase beyond it, looking for the kills. And that means with everyone here, the overload is successful and the Guardian falls.
6 Guardians now down, but the soul lead goes away of Micropachycephalosaurus. They're now 17k up, as we're going to see the first, or the next set of buffs and urns come up in about a minute. All the members of Procrastinators will be up for that, though, so it's going to be down to this lane pressure, which we're seeing really go the way of Micro at the moment.
Again, pressuring now on that left lane, in the middle lane as well. Already a bit of chunks onto those walkers. We said early on the mid walker was going to be a problem with how much damage it took, especially if Procrastinators aren't accurate or give up some unnecessary kills that won't take a lot of time to bring down at this point, especially as we are starting to get a few more souls in the inventories of various members. Those items are really starting to come on through. Not really talked about any of those as yet. Any particular items that have been catching your eye? Anything unusual?
Not just yet, but I want to see Manzia pick up this Echo Shard a little earlier than he did in Game 1. Game 1, it was left for pretty late, but now he's got some really good tools to combo with it. The Lash able to get some good slams, Lord able to catch up to get the combo, and most importantly, Mathematical. If you tie people down for his ult, that's going to be pretty tough for Procrastinators to get out, at least until BMAC gets the Rescue Beam online, which it looks like he doesn't have yet. It's a bit later than we saw the other games.
Keep our eyes on it. It doesn't happen as yet. A little bit of a pause here. I suppose at this point, how are you feeling about game state?
It looks pretty even, aside from the soul count. Like, despite Macro getting the soul lead here, they lost their Guardian at the same time that they took the last one. They've got more Walker damage, though, than Procrastinators, and a lot of that just comes from Mathematical and Manzia getting that early lane lead. They took the Guardian early, and they didn't gank, but they did put the pressure on, at least in the farm and the Walker, so not as much value as I would have liked to have seen from an early Guardian kill, especially since we saw Procrastinators immediately start to rotate. But, you know, they still got their value, and it's given them a lead coming into this. 16k souls is a notable amount at this stage in the game. It should give them an advantage heading into this next urn and buffs phase here in about 15 seconds after we unpause. Not a whole lot of standout performances so far, except for, unfortunately, for Paxel, who's gone down 4 times. Not at all having the performance that we saw from him last game.
I mean, Bobster, Manzia have been hitting some really nasty combos, and the response just hasn't really been there so far. I think Mr. L as well on this Mirage, dying a few times awkwardly. That tornado into 2 early on as well. A little bit awkward there, all things said and done.
Yeah, I think that's just a misinput. I don't think there's a whole lot you can say to defend that, but
yeah, genuinely, yeah, it's just awkward. It's the kind way to put it. At this point, back to life we go. And the soul count and the kill count. Very much there for Micropachycephalosaurus. Looking to fight over those buffs, as you said. Back up and alive. Stunned up briefly as Bobster, but comes out okay in the wash. They overcomes the tornado as Matrixus takes a bit of a chunk, not too much more. Looking for some more. There's the Mo and Krell. We're stepping forward, looking to potentially find an initiation chunk there onto Panglob. Having the easiest time on the Yamato so far. Chunk onto the Warden. Not taken down, though. Gets to escape. Means Net can potentially look to regen, come back into this play.
Yeah, Manzia wasn't there for the start of that fight, so Procrastinators had a window. They weren't able to capitalize on it, though. They couldn't get the lockdown onto Mathematical, who went low, but didn't pop the ult. So they're still going to have that ult if they decide to go for this left walker, while Procrastinators take the urn. But it looks like they know that everyone from Micro is not there. Pocket onto the roof there. I think he might need to get down. I'm not sure if that's allowed.
Mr. L, a rough time on this Mirage as the Lash finds him and introduces them to his namesake, punches him a few times. Another quick pause. Pocket is apparently stuck, which is not unfortunate. A little bit of a map stun here. So to figure out what to do about that one.
Yeah, I think he's just going to use the unstuck feature, which is going to cost him some time, but, you know, we can't be bug abusing here, and they're certainly not trying to do that. This was accidental, you gotta say, because he's immediately going to try and fix it. But that's going to mean that he's out of this fight for now, which gives an advantage over to Procrastinators. So unfortunate there from Micro. Just got a little bit unlucky, but, you know, it's an alpha build. You got to take your beats when you get them. Random bugs occurring and such.
Yeah.
They're saying that the unstuck isn't working. It does take a minute. I'm not sure how long he's sat here with that active. I believe it resets you back to your spawn when that has finished. So maybe just needs to wait a little longer when they unpause. I'm not entirely sure how that works, though. So looks like both teams just trying to plan out what they're going to do once they unpause here.
Bit frustrating. See what they can do. Maybe you have to get someone to come and kill him. Maybe that's the way to do it. Can't find the self-kill too easy right now. See what the decision is here in the end. I wonder whether the TOs will have some thoughts on the correct procedure here. Either way, it's slightly awkward there for Bobster, who is quite a lot of the soul lead right now for Micropachycephalosaurus.
Yeah, if there's one person you don't want to have out of this fight, it's him. He's got the ult and everything. He got Mr. L down, but looks like they're going to unpause. Probably heard something from the production team and Griffon, the rest of the organizers here, on how to get Bobster unstuck. There we go. He's been maybe TP'd out by one of the admins.
Fabulous work. There we go. Gets to stay safe. Back to the action we go. A little bit of a look over the air. There's the Sinclair looking for some value. What did he steal? Didn't quite get the eye. There in comes the dashing Panglarb there. Won't find as much as they were perhaps hoping for. Moonful also stepping on forward. Reset with the Shadow Transformation. Silence surely going down here. Needs to back away. Bobster just about alive for a second or two. Finally falls. Mr. L still dead for another 3 seconds. We'll look to respawn shortly. Turning it around if they do get onto Panglarb. Making this the 1-for-1 right now. Look at Wipo though. Also desperately low. Goes down as well. Good response from the Procrastinators as BMAC is also traded. It is a knife fight for the ages. Back and forth we go. But Tally falling makes this a more even, or less even affair. I apologize for Micropachycephalosaurus, who can now trade onto the Walker with the man advantage.
Yeah, but Paxel has gone unanswered here on the right side. It's going to be Walker for Walker most likely. Major's going to try and come in here and stall for a little bit. Surely he's not able to defend. Yeah, there we go. There's the Walker kill, and he's able to get out safely with the Spectral Assistant. But, I mean, that's not quite as clean as you would have liked to have seen from Micro. They have to trade 1-for-1. That's more souls over to Paxel, who, despite not having a game so far, if more plays like that happen, could come back into this. We'll just have to see. Definitely off his comfort here.
Still a one fight for Micropachycephalosaurus, and that's no bad thing per se. They do get the additional kill advantage, but you're right. Solo lane farm, Paxel getting to shove. Even he's up to 6v5 effectively. Very valuable. They're down into the dungeons / basements we go, and Lady Geist will be tasked with picking up a few more of those.
As we kind of reset to neutral here, and nobody got a decisive enough fight to be able to take mid.
There's the Echo Shard you were asking for, by the way, a little bit earlier this time around.
Yeah, there we go. That's a really good pickup. I want to see Manzia get a little bit aggressive here, find some initiation with that Echo Shard. We've seen these games kind of stall out around this point, but Micro, I think, are unfavored if that happens. It gives Procrastinators a way back into this game. There we go. They found the target. It's the BMAC McGinnis.
Looking for it. Here we go. Vindictus sliding forwards. They're going to try and get over that. There's the binding word. Trying to escape. Surely not on the 5-kill streak for Lord of the Booze, who yells out loud, "Boo!" and jumps, of course, onto BMAC.
Yep, just like the Booze from Mario, he's not looking, and then he comes in faster than you thought he was, and it's an instant game over. So yeah, now 5 members of Micro looking to jump this Abrams, who's going to try and get out through the side lanes. Might be able to make it. They reset to catch their waves, and now they've done that. They're looking for a little bit more here. No Walker here to push for, so just kind of looking for these ambushes and the farm. This is what I said that I wanted to see from them in the other games. You know, this smart aggression of having your team together to look for either the ambushes or just take the farm. They're doing a good job of keeping their lanes pushed up at the same time. That's the danger if you stack too heavily on one side, is that the other team will just push your other side and take the souls from that. But they're doing a good job of doing both at the same time right now. So smart play from Micropachycephalosaurus.
One walker remaining. There's a look at our KDAs. Good stuff from Lord of the Booze. Manzier picking up a lot of those. Bobster still very healthily in the lead. On the other side, look, Paxel died a lot. Mr. L died a lot. Panglub as well. Really struggled to get value out of the ult to reset those basic abilities and get a bit of healing with the Crimson Slash and the rest of it. It's not been an easy Yamato series, honestly, for all that they have really prioritized it.
Yeah, Panglub down in souls. And he's not able to be as aggressive in these fights as he'd like to be, especially against the large amount of CC. He's only got one Shadow Transformation to be able to clear those, so might see him get Refresher eventually. Paxel picking up the Colossus is going to make him a lot harder to take down these fights, certainly if he gets jumped, but Mr. L needing to be a lot of the damage here as Micro are setting up for this right buff. So far, left buff, not a whole lot of contest there. Looks like Tally's going to take it.
Again, at the very least, Mr. L does have a fair amount of souls, and he is the one who's largely at parity. There goes the Tornado looking for an angle. The Abrams also there looking to continue chasing. Where are they going? Continue to try and get in the back end, but it's a moment Krill, not the easiest to lock onto. Mathematical. Also now potential trap mantling up. Continue to try and find some value. And a nice pair of kills. Manzia dies elsewhere on the map. As a teleport in with the Traveler, looking for more value, continuing the advantage while they've got that man there. Still going to get the damage onto Weefo, who's going to get chunked out. Really good play from the Procrastinators, who come to life in this game.
This is exactly what they needed from their Mirage, Mr. L. It's a really good play from Mathematical to get the parry there onto the buff as Abrams tries to take it and then gets it for himself, but then he dies immediately after, so no value there. And then Mr. L immediately TPs over to the team fight, starts to get value there. It's 3-man advantage for Procrastinators. They need to do something with this. They're going to get the urn. Can they do anything more? Can they push a walker? Can they take mid? Looks like they're going there now. They've got 4 members rotating. That'll be the first mid probably going to Procrastinators.
That is a 10k soul swing. Make that 12 realistically. And mid-boss going on down. Huge fumble from Micropachycephalosaurus and an excellent play from the Procrastinators. And Mr. L, having a rough game, finds the moment on the Mirage. Gets to continue pressing for more and more and more. One of the things we've criticized about both squads a little bit this series is their unwillingness to really push for the game-breaking advantages. That one right there, yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not the team that was showing a whole lot of initiative that gets that. You know, maybe the caster curse coming in even further. You know, Micro were the ones getting good ambushes, and it's Procrastinators who eventually managed to turn one on them with the good global presence from the Mirage. Now they've got the mid boss for 3 minutes. They need to make some advantage of it. Their lanes aren't terribly favorable right now, but they'll get that fixed in short order and start to put some pressure here onto Micropachycephalosaurus. There's not a whole lot of farm for them to take, so this may be a rather quiet rejuvenator unless they decide to get really aggressive, which could still backfire with the soul lead being this close.
Yeah, a lot of that farm still needs to respawn, and again, Micropachycephalosaurus, it's a frustrating moment. It's lost them the advantage, but they're not out of this game by any means. A little bit scary, of course, the Paxel, who was so far behind, suddenly right back in it. Hang on, there's a look on in. Quite
but that Mirage,
they were hoping for.
Magician is so slippery with that Spectral Assistant. He gets dove on, he's immediately out of there.
Yoink.
Maybe should have waited for the Lord of the Booze to lock him down first.
Yeah, appreciated the look, but again, good timing there on the Spectral Assistant, as you said. Just jumps on out to safety. Appreciate the attempt, though, nonetheless.
Here we go. That's a bit of pressure from the Mirage. He's going to maybe try and bait some of these guys in, but his team's not there to really help him. He's fortunate that the Lash hasn't caught him with the ult yet, but he's getting chased down by a lot of people. Procrastinators now need to respond.
B-Max there gets a bit of healing, and Procrastinators do indeed need to respond. Spotting out Mathematical and Weefo there on the Warden and Warden's mustache brother in Weefo there. Abrams. Not really been about Tally this game. Not really been about Tally this series, honestly. Tricky time at points. In fairness, also similarly, Putis just been quietly trying to pick up as much resources as they can. Will become increasingly scary as this game goes on. See exactly how they do. Comes dashing on forward. Hang on, Paxel, that's a little bit far. The combos come on through, but gets to switch the health bars. It's always a risk with the Lady Geist. And Bobster goes down. Lady Geist continue to auto forwards.
Pretty well.
Yeah, Panglob's there, puts his own ultimate down and gets a lot of value. Certainly by Kopaki Cephalosaurus, 2 team fights in a row. They've gone horribly wrong, and the Walker's now under threat. It's supposed to be a quiet mid-boss push. It's not anymore.
No, they get the engage that they wanted. Micro with the engagement that they thought that they wanted, but then Pax was able to turn it around. Not enough damage from Micro to be able to burst down Paxel while he's in the Mo and Krill combo. I want to see if he's picked up maybe some debuff resist, because it looked like that didn't last very long, but a really great counter engage from procrastinators to be able to punish Micro for going aggressive. You know,
How far could they go?
Pretty far, apparently. I mean, they've still got 30 seconds on most of these guys, and they pick up another kill on Deputas. Surely this is going to be a patron down now.
Very much so. We'll see exactly how far they can get on this, and if you can just keep killing people on respawns, you can keep the death timers rolling. Second Shrine, at the very least, going to be taken out, and now the Amber Patron under assault and immediately absolutely eviscerated. Weakened indeed.
Yeah, but the Rejuvenator's gone down for Procrastinators. That 3 minutes really kicking hard. Members of Micro are going to come back up, so they don't want to get aggressive and finish us off at 30 minutes. Instead, they're just going to back out, take some of these buffs, and presumably their urn as well. A lot of farm has come back up, so a lot of tools for Procrastinators to be able to play with, to be able to take this advantage even further. Panglob getting the refresher, going to be able to clear some of those stuns a little easier. And yeah, this game has really started to swing the way of Procrastinators pretty hard now.
I think the pendulum has well and truly swung. Question is now, what's happening with this clock ticking on down? Very challenging now, suddenly. Look at the soul swing. It was looking so damn good for Micro Pachycephalosaurus, but a couple bad fights in a row and everything swings around. But hey, that's deadlock for you. Never out till you're out.
Yeah, this urn is going to be really big here. This is probably going to be the fight that sets off the whole thing. Procrastinators looking to engage, but Micro are all there to answer.
Shadow Transformation comes on down, looking for some more value as they keep hunting for some more damage onto Panglob, who will look to try and get out there. Resets the cooldowns, continues Crimson slashing forwards, had that dash as well. Needs to potentially back on out here, but already they picked up 2 nice assists. Mathematical and Bobster down for the count. Continuing to hunt for more here. We zoom out as the observers show us exactly the value. Slammed into a wall. Abrams gets that one. McGuinness also gets some more value, and again, another ace, and with that, surely the weakened patron is the Procrastinators for the taking.
Yeah, Micro already calling GG. The wave's up at their base. They've got all 6 members. It's just Manzia to defend. That's game over. And I said it, that urn fight, Procrastinators just wanted to force the issue with their Soli. The rejuve buff had gone down, but they don't need it. That'll be 2-1 for Procrastinators. A well-played game from both sides. They got the win conditions. And finally, the caster curse is broken.
You got one right. There you go. It was a hell of a game. It was looking damn good for Micro Pachycephalosaurus for half of that. 14-4 in kills, the 10k soul lead, chunking out walkers left, right, and center, and then an overplay on a buff. And suddenly you're looking at a Mirage who just gets to travel over to another part of the map and just really take it to them. Very impressive turnaround, because the moment they started rolling, they weren't procrastinating anymore, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was good play there from Procrastinators while they're in the lead. We saw Micro Pachycephalosaurus kind of slow down while they were in the lead and just play for the chokeout in game 1, and it worked for them, but Procrastinators waste no time in either game 2 or game 3. They took their time in game 3 getting into the lead, but once they had it, they did not let up. So good tempo there from them once they had it, and Mr. L with all those stats. He was the one who turned it around for them and ended up, you see it on the scoreboard.
I mean, he was asking for it again. The Lady Geist in game 1, wasn't it? This time around, oh my days, yes it was here on the Mirror. Started, by the way, 1-3-1. Was out of this game. By the end of it, he very much wasn't.
Yeah, it was really just that one play where he pounced on, it was Mathematical on the Warden when he took that buff, and then was able to TP over to the team fight. Got a lot of kill participation, a lot of souls, a lot of value with the debuffs that he had. I think he picked up Ricochet to be able to spread those debuffs even further, and that has a lot of impact in these big clumped up team fights. So a great job from Mr. L and the rest of his team as well. There were no really big overextensions from Procrastinators in that game. It was instead Micro who sometimes just got a little too aggressive. And sometimes that's all it takes in these DSL games, is the team that makes fewer mistakes wins the game. Wouldn't you know it, that if you play better, you win more games. So at this time it was Procrastinators with fewer overextensions, and they take game 3.
And I also just serious credit especially once they found their window back into the game. That pick led into a teleport to get more, to get the mid boss, to get that massive shove, to get the Amber Patron. They reset, get another big team fight with the Lady Guy surviving with the debuff resistance, getting that huge turnaround HP trade, and getting another team fight into more. And you're kind of seeing suddenly those plays stopped being even, stopped being decent trades, only small wins. They started becoming massive chunks and tears away from Micropachycephalosaurus' options in the game, and it got very, very tricky. Soren, it's been an absolute pleasure, my friend. Our first time casting together here. Last words before we got to break in another series, because we've got a couple more to do tonight.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We've still got 2 more games to cover. Micropachycephalosaurus sadly will be dropped out of this tournament, but procrastinators move on to the semifinals. We'll take a look at the bracket as soon as we drop off here in between games, or right now actually. So it looks like all the other games have finished, so we should be back pretty soon. We'll have procrastinators going against replacements, and then on the other side we'll probably cut to We Buy Metal Skin versus Shiver Me Timbers. So we'll be right there after this break.
Indeed we will.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the semifinals now of the annual, or not annual, I should say, the regular Death Slam League, the North American edition here. My name's Tempo, and I'm joined by Soren Markov, the 3-week veteran here on the NA podcast.
Yeah, this should be a really interesting match. We got We Buy Metal Skin. I called them out earlier on this broadcast as being the top seed coming into this. They won the first Death Slam, so they're expected to come in as the favorites here against Shiver Me Timbers, who are the 4th seed, taking a narrow a game in their quarterfinals. So this should be a really exciting one to keep our eye out for.
Yeah, I mean, going into this this match, it's definitely going to be an interesting one with some very different sides going on. And going on a quick update here on the bracket right now, we see that We Buy Metal Skin winning 2-0 against Psycho Warriors. And Shiver Me Timbers barely winning out in a 2-1 brawl against C2. Meanwhile, on the other side, as we saw, Procrastinators winning against Microcephalosaurus here on the main broadcast, and the Replacements also winning out against M1 Freaks in the other side. So yeah,
that's We Buy Metal Skin with a convincing 2-0. And then Shiver Me Timbers with a slightly more narrow 2-1. So maybe a sign of We Buy Metal Skin being that dominant team that we expected. But we'll have to see how they fare against someone who's already had a match to warm up with. There's going to be a lot of games today, so we need these teams to be able to keep up their energy throughout. And we need you, the viewers, to also be able to keep up with us throughout the entire potentially 9-hour stream here. So we appreciate those of you who've been with us so far and hope that you'll stick around through the end of this day. If you'd like to join the Discord and keep up with future events, we've got the link, should be showing up here on stream, Death Slam events, or just discord.gg.deathslam. And then, of course, we have the other stream that we have most of these events on, twitch.tv/deathslam events. If you ever want to catch in on any of these regular matches that we've had for the last 7 weeks. Season 2 will be just around the corner after we finish this day of tournaments here. But for now, we should be getting the draft link pretty soon for these two teams. We'll be hopping in there as soon as the teams are ready.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be a good game here. Two very different teams in terms of how they like to usually make their compositions. I know that We Buy Metal Skin usually likes to go for these like pick comps, where they go like Haze, Moan, Krill, these types of roaming comps, where they're just looking to get any opportunity in any way forward in the game. Whereas Shiver Me Timbers, they usually like to go for a lot more of this frontliner Kelvin kind of draft, where they're just out-sustaining the enemy team.
Yeah, we see in the stats from the first 7 weeks that Shiver Me Timbers have 4 players in the top 6 of most assists overall. So a lot of kill participation for Shiver Me Timbers. We also see Repoc with the highest kills per 10 among any players in the league through the first 7 weeks. So Repoc getting a lot of those big picks, as you said, or at least a lot of the finishes. I'm not entirely sure what his hero pool is, but it makes sense if he was on the Shiv for something like that, getting the executes, the finishing blows. Meanwhile, on the other side, We Buy Metal Skin has the hero the player rather, that had the most first bloods across the 7 weeks in Bashi. So look for him to be active early on in lane and try and set up some of these plays for We Buy Metal Skin to take an early lead.
Yeah, definitely good ways to go about the game, both of those. I know in EU, where I'm usually a local, we go for a lot more of these like pick comps, usually. At least my team does. So I'm interested to see like how this works out in a setting.
Yeah, we're more known as the burger boxing region, just fight as often as you can with as many people as you can. So these big brawl comps maybe not as unusual for us over here, but that's one of the things that's really interesting to see if you keep up both with DSL, NA, and EU, is how the two different regions handle the philosophy of the game. It's always been interesting for me, someone who's interested in cross-culture things and esports, seeing how different regions approach things. With some of my experience in Overwatch, seeing how the Koreans favor like the more spread apart comps, and NA, we still like to get together and beat people with hammers a lot of the time. So some things stay the same between games.
Yeah, I mean that influence was even felt a couple of weeks ago, where one of the other NA casters came over to broadcast the EU DSL game, and that game turned into an absolute brawl with complete burger boxing. That was a fun one, and I'm hoping to see some more of that today. Some of the entertainment that the NA region usually provides throughout these games.
Oh yeah, we can be a clown fest at times. We're a bunch of happy people who just like to kill each other, That's
And
how we
hey,
approach
nothing
these
wrong with
games.
that. Like that's completely fine. I mean, if you see a
I
lot
don't know.
of success,
Lawyers
a
might
lot
disagree.
of yeah, I mean, that's up to them at the end of the day. All right, looks like we're just waiting for the draft to get started here on the production side. But in the meantime, you have any other thoughts about these teams, Soren?
I haven't cast these teams very much. I think one of my first matches was We Buy Metal Skins, but I don't remember terribly much from that. And then Shiver Me Timbers might have been around there as well. So I don't remember a lot of these teams, but I do recognize Repoc's name. He's been showing up a lot in the kill feed. So again, expect him to be one of the main finishers for Shiver Me Timbers. And as you said, We Buy Metal Skins like to go for more of these pick comps. They like to take the tempo early and then keep that throughout the game, go for kind of a snowball, keeping up the tempo. Whereas Shiver Me Timbers with the brawl comps and the Kelvin favoritism especially, like to take it a bit slower. So we'll see sort of a conflict of philosophies here. Not quite as much as maybe between an EU and an A team, but we're going to see some variety here for sure. And we'll have to see which team comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Repuck stats, as you said, when I was doing some research into this, I was very surprised at the amount of damage that Repuck has been able to put out on his characters. He usually is one of the, like a Holiday Vindicta player for the side of Shiver Me Timbers, so it surprises me a little bit that he's one of their main damage dealers. It's usually characters you want to like look for these picks and not be like the focus of the damage.
Yeah, that's surprising to me as well. I wasn't familiar with his hero pool, but yeah, if he's on that Vindicta is a pretty important character in the meta at the moment. If she's able to get the Echo Shard Tether online, especially early, or combo with some of these heroes like Warden, who's also big in the meta, she can do a lot of work, so we're looking for a big game from him, maybe. As we finally get into the draft here, we'll see We Buy Metal Skin with the first ban and the first pick, Shiver Me Timbers with the first double pick, so we'll get to see how these different philosophies play out. An early Shiv ban.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty regular in the EU region, at least. We like to go for a lot of these Shiv and 7 bans in general, because we feel like those characters are very strong, but I've noticed that NA doesn't really seem to prioritize banning the Shiv early, and I want to hear your thoughts on that.
The Shiv, I don't feel like has picked up as much popularity, maybe just not as many people here as good with them. We saw a couple of really good Shiv players in the most recent Deathy's Death Slam weekend, but we generally haven't seen a ton of carry Shiv performances. He's more of like an execute bot finishing off low health targets. But we will see the 7 ban, which is also very common here in NA. 7's just one of those overtuned heroes at the moment. You got to make sure that either you get him or the other team is not allowed to. So with that in mind, we'll probably see an early Warden pickup here, but We Buy Metal Skin prefer the Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, the Mirage early here makes a lot of sense. I know in EU this is a very popular answer to the Shiv and 7 being banned out. So it makes a lot of sense, gives you a lot of that split push potential, and I could see that working out very well for the side of We Buy Metal Skins. Trying to punish that heavy team fighting that Shiver Me Timbers likes to do in general.
Yeah, Mirage is one of the better split pushers in the game, able to TP over to the fight if needed with that Traveler ultimate. We saw that last game a little bit, with the Mirage getting the split push onto the buff and then turning that pivotal team fight for procrastinators. We'll see if We Buy Metal Skin can do the same thing here. Shiver Me Timbers now have a double pick. Something strong I'd expect them to go is either the Warden Vindicta or like the Warden and the Sinclair. So there's the first part of that coming in. Warden already picked up. We'll see what they choose to pair with it. I really want to see the Vindicta here.
Yeah, I mean, surprising to me that you mentioned the Sinclair here, because if this was an EU draft, you wouldn't see Sinclair until like the bottom 2 picks.
Really?
Yeah, Sinclair does basically not get any play in EU.
Wow.
I feel like we don't really value the Rabbit anymore after the buff to the speed that it got.
I feel like Sinclair is one of the stronger heroes in the meta. I was surprised to see it go so late in game 1 of the last match. It was the final pick, as you said, but I feel like it just gets a lot of value with the Rabbit and then the copy of some important ults, and then also just the bolts putting down pressure in lane. I feel like he's pretty strong right now, and the win rates suggest that. But yeah, Shiver Me Timbers go with the bit more traditional pick of the Vindicta to pair with the Warden. So that's a really strong lane, and then a really strong team fight win con as well.
Yeah, I mean, pretty classic combo coming in here with the Warden being able to cage you and the Vindicta staking you as well. Really just going for these lockdowns. Already basically solidifying a lane here as well. It's a good opener here for the Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, I call it the cow farm lane. You got the stakes and you got the cages, so
yeah.
Looking to combo those two in lane and then the stake into the Warden ult later on is a good way to open up a team fight with a lot of damage. So We by Metal Skin now get to come back with some picks of their own. If they were going for the more brawl style, they might go with the Yamato or something, but as you say, they like to go for the pick comp. So they'll go with the Sinclair to be able to copy the Wardenal, and then I did expect this, the pocket comes in.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, the Spark hero pool in question, right? Definitely definitely heard some murmurs about that even over on the EU side. So yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see how we by Metal Skin use this pocket that they are so clearly big fans of.
yeah, he's really good for getting in, getting out, putting in a lot of damage, especially with that ultimate, the Affliction, able to shut down maybe the Warden ult with the anti-heal, and then the damage just ticking down on him. So it's a good answer to some of the tankier compositions. We saw that play out last match. So we by Metal Skin living up to what you said was their reputation earlier. So good picks from them so far. Shiver Me Timbers now with the pick. I'm expecting something like the Yamato, who is a bit more brawly, or maybe I could go for a pick hero, but that might be a little early.
I think the Abrams is also something to consider here for the side of Shiver Me Timbers. Gives you a pretty good front line here, and is also usually a pretty good combo with a Vindicta, being able to stake someone into a shoulder charge.
Yeah, definitely a thought here. Abrams a little bit undervalued in NA. We saw that in the Death Slam. They were able to use him to good effect, but it will be the Yamato instead. So that'll be the last pick before we head into the second round of bans. What are you expecting to see We by Metal Skin ban out here?
If I'm the side of We by Metal Skin, I would maybe look to ban out some of the carries here. We already have a Mirage picked up on the side of We by Metal Skin, so it might be a good idea to deprioritize the pool here. Maybe ban out the Infernus.
Yeah, could be a strong way to make sure that your squishies don't get got on too hard. Shiver Me Timbers does have the Warden, who's able to lock down some of these targets and then deal a lot of damage in the team fights, so it's already one carry for them if they choose to go that route. And Shiver Me Timbers will ban out the Bebop to make sure We by Metal Skin don't get that for their additional pick comps, so a good initiation tool now gone for them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that We by Metal Skin has something of a 2-trick in a Bebop Viscous player, so maybe the game plan for Shiver Me Timbers is to pick the Viscous up then and really try to test this limit pool.
Yeah, maybe it's not just Spark's hero pool in question, right? You got to make sure that you're not staying on too few heroes in these sorts of leagues, with the draft being able to force you onto heroes that you're maybe not as comfortable on. That's why I didn't get picked on McGinnis one trick, so that's why these people are in the league and some of us aren't.
That's certainly true. The Bebop here getting banned is also a good option here. Just in general against Shiver Me Timbers, like they have the Vindicta and the Warden, who you really don't want to get like caught out, especially the Vindicta.
Yeah, we saw Vindicta get picked out of the sky by Bebop so many times in the second game of last series, and from We by Metal Skin, we're going to see the Abrams ban. So that frontliner that you said they could pick up is now gone. I feel like Shiver Me Timbers already has the frontline that they need, though, so I'd expect them to pick up a little more utility. Maybe that Viscous could be good. If they've got a Viscous player, they can steal it from We by Metal Skin and have some safety for their Warden and the Vindicta. Anyone who goes a little too deep or gets caught out by these pick heroes here, so I really want to see someone with a good rescue beam game from Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, definitely looking like a squishy game though overall, with 3 frontliners being banned out here in the Shiv, Abrams, and Bebop. And Shiver Me Timbers decided to go with the McGinnis instead. Now this is something I've seen from the NA region a lot. You guys really seem to like McGinnis as well. Do you have any words for that?
I don't really know what's happened in the last few weeks, but it seems like I get a 20-minute queue anytime I want to queue for McGinnis and end up accidentally getting Warden instead. So McGinnis definitely picked up popularity in this region, but hey, I can't complain because that's my hero. So me personally, I'll keep my eye on the McGinnis and see what she does, but that is someone who can pick up that rescue beam and be that support playstyle we saw that from BMAC last series, able to put in some good healing numbers. But you need to have utility on the McGinnis as well. If you want raw heals, you want someone like the Kelvin with the dome. So I am a little surprised to see McGinnis picked up over Kelvin, but that leaves it open for We by Metal Skin if they want to go for something like that to help keep their team sustained.
Yeah, I mean, this might be a response to the general win rates here coming in from the regular season, where the McGinnis has gone 10-4 with a 71% win rate in the games she's been picked. It seems like a very high number to me, even a high number of games played. So yeah, I mean, interested to see this. We also get the Molten Krill coming out from the side of We by Metal Skin. Pretty good response, at least, to the Vindicta here being able to Phantom Strike. A bit of an alternative to the Bebop hooks, and we see the Viscous coming in as well.
There you go. So make sure Shiver Me Timbers can't pick that one up and deny it from them. The Mo and Krill Sandblast is also going to help shut down some of these people like the Vindicta or the Warden who try and go in. They're going to have to pick up debuff removers to try and deal with that. But the combo also helps lock down people. You've got sort of the CC chain that we saw Micropachycephalosaurus try in the last series with the Bunny Rabbit into the Affliction, into the Viscous Goo Ball, into the Mo and Krill combo. So a lot of tools for these divers from Shiver Me Timbers to have to watch out for when they go in. So you might even expect something like an Unstoppable here for them, but we'll have to see how they try and itemize against this CC chain from We Buy Metal Skin.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gonna be a tough one if you ever get caught out in the jungle here, and that's what we were also talking about going into this. That was kind of the We Buy Metal Skins playstyle here, going for these like pickoffs, and definitely drafting a comp that suits that. I really like the Geist pick here coming in from Shiver Me Timbers. That's something that usually is a bit of a counter to these like stun comps, because if you don't get to finish these people off, especially with a Mo and Krill ult, then the guys just swaps your health, and you actually took all the damage.
Yeah, it's the classic Uno reverse card in Deadlock, right? But that is a bit of a risk. If Geist doesn't typically have a lot of survivability tools while she's stunned, she's not someone who has a super high health pool or builds a lot of resistances in her kit, instead preferring the life drain. So if she gets comboed out and dies during the CC, she's kind of vulnerable there. But as you said, if she survives, she can flip it right back around on you and get the advantage in the fight. So if the McGinnis is able to keep her up with maybe a well-timed Spectre, or someone like the Warden comes in and fends them off with the last stand, she can turn things around in a hurry. So yeah, not a bad pick, and it plays into their brawly style. And there's the Kelvin. So they're going to have the Kelvin and the McGinnis in this draft.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what this McGinnis is going to go with then for a build, because the turret build does seem like it's becoming a bit of a standard here in NA. I mean, give or take, but I think the gun here would maybe favor them a bit more when you have the Kelvin as well for the supportive playstyle.
Yeah, I don't know. You've already got a lot of... you've got enough greedy heroes, at least, with the Warden and the Geist, and even a little bit the Yamato and the Vindicta. So McGinnis doesn't really want to be that farm prio hero in this comp. With the amount of pick that We Buy Metal Skin have, it wouldn't be terrible to have two supports, but it might be, not enough damage in that case. So you're right. Maybe we could see a rare McGinnis turret build here. That's not my favorite style of play, but it's certainly worked out for some teams here in the Death Slam and in the league as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, We Buy Metal Skin are going to pick up the Infernus, which I think is a really good counter to some of these later heroes from Shiver Me Timbers with the inherent anti-heal in the Napalm, and he's really dangerous if you dome him off, because suddenly he just flame dashes around your dome and says, "You're locked in here with me."
Yeah, absolutely a great response here to all the healing heroes with that native heal reduction from his one. And also just general fire rate slowing for this Geist, for this Guinness if she decides to go for the gun build. So definitely a pick I like here.
Yeah, two conflicting philosophies. They're going to go head-to-head here. Shiver Me Timbers, a lot of frontline, a lot of healing, a lot of sustain. They need to find good engages onto these slippery heroes from We Buy Metal Skin. And on the other side, We Buy Metal Skin have to find their own engages, picking off the isolated heroes from Shiver Me Timbers, finding someone to drag them in, like, maybe the Sinclair can copy the Warden ult and try and split people off that way, or the Pocket Affliction makes people scatter as well. You just need to find these isolated targets from Shiver Me Timbers who don't have the support of the rest of their team. Maybe try and dive this McGinnis when she doesn't have wall or something like that. And that's how you win these fights for We Buy Metal Skin.
Yeah, I mean, overall, great drafts here. Definitely the two conflicting styles as we talked about. I'm curious to see who you favor going into this match with these drafts.
I mean, it's so hard to say, right? When you've got two teams who aren't just trying to, match each other hero for hero. Instead, you've got these two completely different styles. Despite the strength of the Vindicta Warden combo, though, I might go with We Buy Metal Skin, because we've seen these teams with the high mobility and high CC comps, if they're able to micro well, to play their engagements together and chain their abilities well as a team, we've seen them typically get the advantage over the brawl comps. And We Buy Metal Skin is the #1 seed to prove that they can do that. So skill, not as much of an issue for them as I would say it is for some of our other teams. They've proven that they can handle this style and they know how to do it. So with that already as a given, I think I like them a little bit better for this match.
Yeah, I also gotta go with the We Buy Metal Skin draft here. I really like the Pocket and the Infernus into this very healing composition of Shiver Me Timbers, as well as Sinclair being able to possibly do a rabbit inside this Kelvin Dome. Definitely playing around the fact that Shiver Me Timbers like this Kelvin, and it really shows here how the draft results come out.
Yeah, they've got a good matchup with that anti-heal into the brawl. So we should pretty shortly here be getting into the game. Just waiting on a couple of these players to join up into the lobby, and we'll have that ready to go for you. But for now, when do you expect these teams to be able to pop off? Is there a particular window that this pick comp has against the brawl of Shiver Me Timbers to go off? Are they looking to pop off in the mid game, take the lanes? What are you expecting here?
It's a difficult question. I would say that the draft for you by Metal Skin is actually pretty good for the long run, with this Mirage and Infernus really taking some time to get online usually. And the Pocket as well, needing a couple of souls to be able to really get some good damage out. However, the same can be said for the side of Shiver Me Timbers with this Geist, who really got nerfed in her early power in the latest patch, and that's definitely been felt.
Yeah, and we've also seen some convincing carry Warden performances. Paxel in the last match, able to do that. We'll see if Shiver Me Timbers have a player who picks up that heavy farm playstyle and combos with the Vindicta well. I want to see those two together in lane. I also want to see the McGinnis and the Yamato go in together, I think. And really just, it falls naturally as they did in the draft. You've got Geist and Kelvin for a high sustained lane with a bit of poke. McGinnis Yamato, although we could see like the Geist Yamato as well for heavy poke, but then you got two sort of weaker laners together. So I prefer to see the McGinnis and the Yamato with a very lane focused sort of lane, and then We Buy Metal Skin a little bit weaker in the lane, I think, but they've got some good heroes to be able to come out of it if they can survive that early.
Yeah, I mean, definitely agree that the length of this game is probably going to be a long one, given these comps. Definitely favoring Shiver Me Timbers and how they usually like to play, going for these long games. But yeah, should be a good one.
Looks like all the players are loaded in, so should be hopping into this game right now. Here we go, Shiver Me Timbers versus We Buy Metal Skins, the semifinals of this playoffs here. Looks like in the lanes, we're going to have the pairings that I said, the Warden and the Vindicta, and the McGinnis Yamato and the Kelvin Geist, which are going to be going against the Sinclair and the Infernus. So a lot of damage there for We Buy Metal Skin. And then in the mid lane, they've got the Sustain of Mirage and Mo and Krill, both good tools to be able to evade this Warden cage. And then the right side, the Pocket and the Viscous against the McGinnis and the Yamato. That's going to be a bit of a scary one for We Buy Metal Skin. They're going to have to play very safe with their abilities to be able to survive the damage. If you can get a few good McGinnis walls, this can very easily go the way of Shiver Me Timbers in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, whenever our team in EU usually plays, we decide usually to, when we do a Pocket and Viscous pairing, we usually don't pair them together, as we see that as a pretty weak lane overall. But Spark already going down really early to the Guinness here. Definitely surprising to me.
Yeah, there you go. It looks like it was a good wall from the McGinnis, as I said. And then Matt on that Yamato able to take advantage of the Pocket's negative spirit resistance to get that early kill. So early trades going the way of Shiver Me Timbers. And it's this lane, as I said, that looks to be the weak point here for We Buy Metal Skin. This could snowball dangerously. It just depends on how they're able to recover from this.
Yeah, you definitely don't want a Yamato to get snowballed early game. Definitely becomes a bit of a problem later on in the game if the Yamato gets to snowball.
Yeah, very dangerous hero to be able to take down later because she has that inherent debuff cleanse with the Shadow Transformation. It's a cage there onto Sonny Bean. He's trying to get the parry onto this Warden. All three members parry at the same time. Sonny Bean looking low, but he's not going to go down just yet. The Warden putting down damage, not able to finish him off. And that means that as we reach the 2-minute mark, these teams are going to be able to reset and take their own boxes.
Yeah, good poking early on from the Mirage and the Mo and Krill. Definitely a stronger lane, in my opinion, for the side of We Buy Metal Skin. And on the side lane here, we do see a fight coming out between the Sinclair and the Kelvin, going for that classic NA burger boxing, just going full on melee.
Yep, and there's Bashi, as we said, getting an early kill. He doesn't get the first blood this time. That was stolen from him, but he gets a second at least. So a lot of low health bars for We Buy Metal Skin. That means they're not going to be able to push up as much as they would like, but they're at least trading back the kills.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we got to talk about it, but Boshi did actually lead the leaderboards for First Bloods in the regular season of the league.
Yeah, now the pocket caught out a little bit in front of his shop, and good wall there onto the Guardian. It's going to be some more damage from the Yamato, but Viscous fending him off.
Viscous raining down his goose on the top of the building here. Definitely a bit oppressive to deal with. We see this Sinclair here and the Kelvin really doing a big fight here. The Infernus going in as well, really trying to just use their advantages here, but no cooldowns on the Sinclair. I don't know if I would be taking this fight still.
Yeah, no, he's just going to back off and reset to mid. A little bit of a health pool trade there, but the Geist's still very healthy, so they're not able to go in on that. We're going to see ultimates coming up here in a few hundred souls from each side. This Sinclair doesn't have great copies. Well, no, actually, the more I think about it, he's got some pretty decent ones. The Kelvin Dome is a dangerous tool to be able to isolate people, and he can copy that to do the same on the other side. And then the Geist swap can essentially be cancelled out, so maybe not as bad as I thought. And the Infernus with the Combustion, able to maybe get a good engage. And then in the mid lane, of course, we want to see the Vindicta Tether comboed with the Warden ult. We saw that a bit last game, and hopefully they can do it again here with a different team. But that's going to be dangerous for the two members of Weeby Metal Skin in that lane. And it's going to be an early Guardian there for Shipping Timbers.
Yeah, Yamato going in early on this pocket there, getting the kill, getting the resets on both Spark and Anti-Hero. Very well played from Matt there on the Yamato.
Yeah, they get the 2 kills and they're able to maybe try and push into this Guardian and refrag the objective. So, despite it being never mind, I got completely confused there. They're the ones who took the Guardian. So yeah, as we said, the weak pocket in the Viscous lane comes to bear, and McGinnis, one of the stronger objective pushers early in lane, is able to take the Guardian, along with the Yamato damage, who's now free to roam and get this this early bridge buff, and presumably rotate over to mid to make sure that they get this Guardian. Though as I say that, they've got a kill, so they're probably going to get this Guardian regardless.
Yeah, really good early pressure here from the side of Shiver Me Timbers here. And Vindicta getting this casting buff definitely doesn't help Weeby Metal Skin either, as she looks to roam over to this left side lane here. Kelvin Dome coming out here. I'm not unsure if that was the Sinclairs, but it probably was. Stake down onto this Infernus here. Kelvin trying to just do her best to poke. His best.
Yeah, I mean, Hate My Wife doesn't even have Dome yet. He's just gotten it up, and now he's got it. That Repok's there to help him out. But with that early lane pressure, it's going to be a lot of souls going the way of Shiver Me Timbers. Still not much of a lead, though. Weeby Metal Skin's doing a good job to keep up in the macro game.
Also, what a name there, Hate My Wife on the Kelvin. Definitely a bit less PG there, but Vindicta here getting pressured a little bit under her Guardian here in the mid lane. It's this Mirage and Mo just trying to get anything they can, trying to get this Guardian. And Weeby Metal Skin seemingly having extinguished a bit of the lead here that Shiver Me Timbers got in this early game.
Yeah, they frag back the Guardian on the right lane. Looks like they might lose one in the mid lane, but it's pretty spread out here overall, still mostly keeping to 2 people per lane, which means that our observers have 3 different games to be able to try and keep up with here. A lot of action going on in the mid lane, but also this left lane seeing some pressure from Weeby Metal Skin. Sonny Bean goes down in the mid lane. Yeah. It's going to be that Guardian down. A lot of pressure there results in a kill, and then the Guardian. So just this left side Guardian to play for Weeby Metal Skin, who have lost their objectives early, but aren't down too much in the soul count. So a relatively even early game. They've just got to frag some of these Guardians, which they're looking to do on this left side.
Yeah, the guys here going for this swap, but the counter swap coming out from the Sinclair, as we talked about. The Infernus going in here onto the Infernus. Other wide, all the way around. What's going on, the guys? Getting this Guardian here in the end, though, and good trade here coming in from the side of Weeby Metal Skin. Or should I just say slaughter? That was not really a trade.
Yeah, it's sort of a counter trade, right? They lost a Guardian in mid and sent some members over to the left instead and took that Guardian. So
yeah, I mean, Guardian for Guardian and 2
much.
kills. Definitely not the most even trade there. But
yeah, that's true.
It looks like Semifinal Timbers are really trying to get active here in this early game, keeping up this the small lead that they have, but Viva Metal Skin have actually gotten a bit of a lead of their own now. Might be something to consider.
Yeah, we're heading into a pivotal moment here. The 8-minute mark when these Cinder Sacrifices are going to come up and the farm really starts to come online. With several of these Guardians down now, it's a big difference from last match where both the teams were very passive. Here we've already seen 4 Guardians down, lots of kills both ways, 40k for each team as the Cinder Sacrifices come up and we really start to get into the macro game of who's going to go in which lanes and who's going to take farm.
Yeah, a lot of souls coming out of this early game, a bit more than you would usually see here. Definitely being very active on the map, both sides here.
It's my time.
Looks like the Infernus is wanting to get a bit of a scrap here with the Lady Geist here, and does manage to finish her off. This Geist is really not having a fun time. But meanwhile, the Infernus does trade his life for it. The same goes for this Pocket here.
It's a 2-for-1 trade, which means that Shiver Me Timbers are going to have some pressure if they want it. They're going to be able to fend off this mid lane and then put some pressure on the left, especially because nobody from Metal Skin is over there right now. The Kelvin and the Yamato are going to push it, and the Infernus is going to have to race back with boost to try and catch them. But it might be too late. We'll see how much damage they can get.
Yeah. Definitely some concerning things happening though on the map in terms of soul count here. You see this Geist here being on 5.2k, being extremely poor here. I don't know what the game plan is going to be here for Shiver Me Timbers here, as this Geist was kind of their side lane carry here.
Yeah, well, she's taken a couple of early deaths, but also baited a little bit, so maybe that's just her role, is to bait some of the CC, stay alive with the swap, and then let the rest of her team take a weakened fight with the abilities from We by Metal Skin gone. But, you know, who knows, Rune could always come back into this game, just needs a bit of farm to be able to do that, as he's fended off here on the left side Walker.
Alright, a bit of failed combo coming out here from Sonny Bean on the side lane. As Shiver Me Timbers had a lot of members over there. Maybe the Sinclair here wanting to go on this Warden here.
Yeah, he uses the ult just to get the cooldown reduction, but it's not going to get a whole lot of value damage-wise. Buffs have come up and they're already gone. Now, Shiver Me Timbers with an advantage should they choose to go for the Urn.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a threat still with that Warden ult whenever you get it. But it's gonna be met by another Warden ult, and this time maybe looking to actually use the damage part of it instead of just being a threat. But seemingly resulting in just being a threat.
Yeah, no, 2 members there who have plenty of abilities to be able to escape, so just fending them off on that Guardian. Both sides with 1 Guardian remaining means that no flex slots are online yet for either team, but Shiver Me Timbers have the Urn. They're looking to deposit it. They've got a lot of heroes here to be able to do this.
Addicted here, getting that stake down. Looking to kill this Viscous off with his cube down. Killing the Sinclair instead, who got pretty low off that trade there.
Yeah, and they're going to get the Urn for that too. So free Urn, they've got to run back and catch their lanes, but nobody from Metal Skin just wanted to contest that Urn. It seemed like everybody was busy on the left side, just kind of taking farm, taking lanes, which is how they've managed to keep up in souls despite losing objectives and some kills. But they're going to have to play the objective game at some point here. Looks like they're maybe looking to do that with some members on the mid lane, but Shiver Me Timbers already have a good response going there. Their members are pretty concentrated around the middle of the map. Should Metal Skins attempt to go for a dive here, they're going to get a small engage going.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of members of We by Metal Skin converging here in this middle lane, looking for a pick on this Yamato, perhaps, who is a bit forward. Mo trying to catch him, but the Yamato seemingly getting away, knowing exactly where the limits are.
Yep, just resetting. She's got the Shadow Transformation. Should she get into a little bit of trouble? Neither side able to gain very much ground on the sides that they need to. So we're going to see the McGinnis and the Warden here look for a pick-off onto the Mirage. Hopefully create a man advantage. The Kelvin Dome doesn't get a whole lot of value. So now there's 3 members of Metal Skin here, maybe looking to take this Guardian.
Yeah, also interesting to note here, the Yamato opting for this return fire. Definitely trying to just limit the amount of M1 happening. But as we say that, a big fight seemingly happening here. The Dome coming out from the side of Kelvin there on the Shiver Me Timbers. Getting that combo on the Yamato as well. And yeah. Pretty good fight here for We by Metalskin as they do secure that middle Guardian.
Well, you say that, but Shiver Me Timbers have also taken their third Guardian, and they're getting pressure on this right side Walker. Pocket has to come over to help the Mirage defend it. So that's a weakness now exploited. And he's still here shooting this Walker. He manages to get it.
He's just chilling in here, man. He's like, come get me. What a parry as well coming out from him.
Yeah, but he's not going to survive there. There's too many members around him. He knew he was sacrificing for that play, but that's another flex slot online now for Shiver Me Timbers. They've got a slight soul advantage as well, so they're sort of brawl working out so far. They just need to keep playing this macro game and take their advantages where they get them.
Yeah, really well played from the side of Weber Melskin here. Getting that good split push, as is the strength of having this Mirage. Being able to just teleport out at any time.
Yeah, he's got good mobility around the map, but this time they took the engage on the lane with the Mirage, and so he wasn't able to split and catch anyone else. Instead, it was his teammates who had to come to him to make sure that they took that fight, or at least took the Warden in exchange for the Walker. We saw them against there with a bit of a split build, not any green items, but plenty of gun, plenty of spirit.
I was about to say, what your thoughts were on that as a bit of a McGinnis main yourself, right?
I haven't seen a build like that, so I'm really interested to see how it goes. She's going to be so squishy. She's going to be relying on this Kelvin to keep her up pretty heavily. But with some turret builds and then some gun items as well, she's got a lot of hybrid damage. And that Tesla bullets is going to get buffed by all the spirit as well, so good damage here.
Yeah, good idea going for a lot of this survival of the medicinal scepter instead of the regular vitality items, which does indeed get buffed by having a bit more spirit, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Medicinal Spectre lasts longer the more spirit that you have, but you need to be able to survive the burst as well. Like we saw the Magician double bolt there chunk down half his HP. That's what you need to be able to survive against this pick comp, not sustain. You need the high HP pool to be able to get through the burst and then heal back up with the Spectre. So Magic Shoe is going to be reliant on getting the counter engage and not getting got on himself.
Yeah, but in the meantime here in the middle lane, the Goo Ball getting pulled out by the Viscous here, going for this big team fight here over on the side of the Shiver Me Timbers here, as seemingly is a bit of a problem here with the broadcast, but it should be back pretty soon.
Yep, we got a bit of a tech problem. It's an alpha build, and we're relatively new to doing this, so no worries there. We'll get back to the game as soon as we've got that resolved for you. So far, Shiver Me Timbers doing a good job of executing their game plan, winning the lane, and then using that advantage to create a soul lead into the mid game. They're going to need to look for some of these fights together as a team to be able to not let themselves get picked off by the We Buy Metal Skins pick comp here. So they need to play together and make sure that they're taking farm as a team rather than splitting up too much. But who do you think that they need to funnel more of their souls into?
The side of Shiver Me Timbers?
Well, either side, but yeah, Shiver Me Timbers in particular. Cause...
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this Geist here being this poor, it definitely hurts the side of Shiver Me Timbers here, even though they are ahead here. Definitely something that in EU we would like to funnel a bit more souls into this Geist to really try to get her online, because in the late game, a Geist can definitely solo carry games. And on the side of by Metal Skin, I feel like the way they're allocating the souls right now is pretty good. However, this Mirage did seem a little poor to me, at least from what I would say. Mirage is kind of the same thing as the Geist here, where a good Mirage can definitely solo carry here. If fed enough.
Two sides with their sort of a gun carries. Mirage usually a bit more on the debuff side. Geist with almost sort of hybrid with the bombs, able to do a lot of damage, and the Malice stacking up on people for the damage amp. So different approaches to how they do their carries. And then, of course, we had the different ideas on how to take a team fight, with We Buy Metal Skins having more of the utility and the mobility, whereas Shiver Me Timbers looking to gang up and pounce on an objective and take those more objective-focused team fights. We saw them take that with getting a Walker where We Buy Metal Skins were still looking for their third Guardian. Will we see more of that, do you think? Or do you think that We Buy Metal Skins are going to be able to pick it up and play their macro a bit better, not let these objectives fall?
Well, I personally think that the side of Weaver Middleskin are gonna have some problems if they don't have this early strength here. But as we say this, a big burger box happening in the secret shop here. How many people are in here? What's happening?
That's a crazy fight. 3 members of Shiver Me Timbers go down, so that's Levi Middleskin with an advantage now. It looked like during that pause the urn got taken, so neither side able to capitalize on that. Metalskins now with an opportunity to push walkers instead. They got 3 over here on this left side, and all of their walkers have gone during that pause.
Yeah, I mean, I believe the game went on without us. I think it was a production side thing, but definitely coming in here with a pretty good, pretty even game.
Yeah, even though Shiver Me Timbers are up in objectives, the soul lead isn't that much, so if Levi Metalskins are able to get these walkers, I feel like they'll be in a pretty decent soul lead, so we need to see them pressure these eventually, but Shiver Me Timbers have gotten the objective-focused fights that I said that they needed, so they're playing their game plan well. The McGinnis now with a lot of souls, I want to see her pick up something like Fortitude just to be able to sustain her a little bit more. She needs to be able to not die to this big burst that Levi Metalskins are able to put out. Citadel on the Infernus going to be their highest soul count. He's going to be able to put down lots of damage that the McGinnis has to resist against. Spark also with the Ricochet and the Toxic Bullets. That's a lot of anti-heal coming in for them. Going to be able to put down pressure in those dome sort of fights, or even burst down Takoa when he goes for the Warden ult. So a lot of tools for Metalskins to be able to shut down these sustain. Citadel also with the Toxic Bullets.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with drafting these very heavy frontliner comps. You are pretty reliant on not being anti-healed that much. And when you have so many sources on the side of Levi Metalskin, it's going to be hard for them to reach their full potential here. We also see some very interesting other builds coming on through here. I saw the Sinclair here as spotted playing up for a bit more of this this Bolt playstyle.
Yeah, and he's putting down good damage so far. We saw Matt take a lot of damage from the bolts earlier and had to back off the walker. Also, Magic Shoes McGinnis taking half its HP from a single double bolt, so putting down the pressure, but he needs to be able to confirm the kills with it.
Yeah, big amount of AoE coming out from this Vindicta here, though, on the side lane, as both teams are grouping up for a bit of a team fight, but both sides not having 2 of their members there. Looking a bit scrappy.
He has 4 members each side. If Spark can TP over with the Traveler, he might be able to get some value here. Kiwis goes in with the Affliction. Doesn't catch on to too many here, and they're going to
I'm unsure if that even hit anyone. Seemingly being very far up in the air.
Yeah, a bit scuffed there. But now they've got the urn. They can choose to take this engage on their terms. Only down 5k, so this fight should be relatively even. No big ults down for either side aside from that Affliction.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just trying to do this as fast as possible with the side of Shiver Me Timbers rotating in pretty late here. Might get pretty scrappy. Use of the cube here to get that urn secured, but the Warden ulting in as well. Matt getting a bunch of kills here. Same with the Warden here. Definitely good fight so far. The Dome coming out as well from the side of Shiver Me Timbers, and they might have gotten that urn we buy Metalskin, but it looks like Shiver Me Timbers might be able to get a mid-boss off that.
That's exactly the fight that you want there for Shiver Me Timbers. Everyone tries to collapse in on the urn, and suddenly your Brawl comp is getting exactly the Brawl that you drafted it for. The Kelvin Dome comes in, keeps everybody topped up, and locks in the side of Levi Metalskin. Spark there backing off the Walker when
yeah, really interesting play. I feel like if you're the Mirage there, you just take that Walker no matter what. It will still die to the minions, however, so maybe that was just a calculated play. But he's not going to be able to contest this mid-boss, and they're just going to get it.
Yeah, maybe thought that he could put down some damage with the Ricochet, maybe get a cheeky Tornado, but Shiver Me Timber's a little too aware of that, and so they get the mid-boss, and they've still got a Walker up, so Rejuve advantage, 3 minutes now of halved respawn timers, and then minions are going to start to push their way up here. They've got 1 lane pushed up to their base, but they can deal with that fairly easily if someone drops back for it. And then they'll have the advantage here to take the team fights on their own terms.
Yeah, impressive conversion here from the side of Shiver Me Timbers. Good idea to get this mid-boss. However, I mean, it is a little weaker than it used to be with the 3 minutes, so I'm unsure what they're going to do with this mid-boss.
Yeah, they've got no objectives to be able to push very easily. I'd like to see them set up an ambush, sort of like we saw from Micropachycephalosaurus in the previous match, but it's not nearly as late, so people don't die quite as fast. Just, maybe look to set up something with the McGinnis wall and the Warden cage or the Vindicta tether. You've got some tools to be able to isolate someone. You just need to get set up to do that. Something that Magic Shoe is missing that would help in some of these engages is the speed. Normally when we see a gun McGinnis, she picks up things like the enduring speed and the fleet foot to be able to move around very quickly despite not having much stamina. We don't see that from Magic Shoe. Instead, he's got the extra stamina, but no other tools to be able to get around quickly. Nevertheless, he's got a lot of damage, so if he can find a target and block them off with his wall, he's going to be able to melt them very fast. We're seeing an engage here onto the base Guardians.
Yeah, big fight happening outside the base here. As Repluck on the Vindicta already going down here. Pocket looking for this big early infliction here. The Warden going in as well, diving in with his ultimate. Hate My Wife also going down in the Kelvin. The counter ult coming out from Bo3 here as well. This is definitely looking like a good fight for We by Middleskin. They can convert this.
Yeah, they just need to use that base to heal up. They can't lose members. The Citadel goes down. That's going to be a much longer respawn for him than it is for anyone on Shiver Me Timbers. Takoa now goes down, though. And this McGinnis is not able to find these isolated targets, lock anyone down yet. Everyone's getting away pretty safely.
No, they're all just running away from her, recognizing that she doesn't have that movement speed to be able to chase them.
Yeah, but they have gotten the base Guardians, and they do have the shorter respawn, so all members of Shiver Me Timber is going to be back up very shortly. Takoa a little behind, and they find the pick onto Antihero, so that's more advantage here. They're just staggering out these kills, and they're going to be able to down the Shrines and probably the Patron shortly after.
Yeah, what a turnaround from Shiver Me Timbers here, managing to really use this mid boss here, fighting with it up and getting their members back early, so they can get the Patron down here. This is looking very tough here, if you're We by Middleskin.
Yeah, Shiver Me Timber is trying to decide whether or not to stay. They're going to back out, which I think is the smart play. There's a lot of farm up on the map to just take a gold lead, or a soul lead rather, in the game. There's buffs and Urn also coming up just now, so that's other objectives to be able to go for. We by Metalskin have to be able to poke out and get some of these now that the rejuve has dropped, but they just so much lane pressure for Shiver Me Timbers. It's going to be hard to do anything.
Yeah, the Urn here getting picked up from the side of Shiver Me Timbers as a conversion of this Patron, and I'm interested to see if they're gonna even contest this We by Metalskin. I'd be looking to just get as much farm here as possible instead.
Yeah, they're trying to decide on it. They went to the wrong side at first, but now it looks like they're TPing over. Gonna be able to use the zip to get over there pretty quickly. The lane is not shoved out for Shiver Me Timbers, so they've got a good zip there. Now 5 members of We by Metalskin headed over. This is gonna be a big fight. This could decide a lot of things here.
Yeah, the Mo going in early here, looking for this early combo. Doesn't manage to find it though. The Warden coming out here with the ultimate, but gets rabbited as well by the Sinclair. On the side here as well, the Mo finally getting a pick onto this Vindicta here, really just trying to isolate the fight and make it 2 different ones. But that doesn't work out in his favor as he does get taken down by this Vindicta of Repuk.
Magic Shoe also goes down.
Yeah, I mean, opposite sides now, as We by Middleskin do manage to convert this Urn, taking it away from the side of Shiver Me Timbers. And great fight here coming out from them. Seems like it's not over though, as Bo3 is still chucking out these bolts. And yeah.
The fight's kind of just fallen apart here. They've got people chasing everyone on both sides, and in the end, it's going to be Me by Middleskin getting the Urn and Shiver Me Timbers trading out the kills, but the soul lead is now back to even. So it's really just the objective advantage for Shiver Me Timbers. They've only got that one walker to play with.
Yeah, I mean, even with that Urn getting stolen away from the side of Shiver Me Timbers here, they're still even. But that's pretty well played from We by Middleskin, considering they were like 10 to 15k behind before. So good conversion here.
Yeah, now I think Shiver Me Timbers need to play for a lot of this farm. They've got really good lanes, so they've got plenty of space to be able to take some of these center sacrifices and then retreat to their own side of the map where there's a lot of camps up. So that's a way for them to still maintain a soul lead here despite losing the Urn. But they're playing really far forward. They're trying to get a pick here.
Yeah, Matt definitely trying to do something on this Yamato here, as Sonny Bean does take the... find a pick with this combo here. the Guinness as well of Magic Shoot is trying to burst out any of this gun damage that she can do, and pops the ultimate here, looking to get some chases here, but doesn't manage to find anyone.
Nope, Levi Metalskin just staying safe in their base. They're not going to let themselves die right here where Shiver Me Timbers could end the game if it goes wrong for them. Matt now low. They're going to need some healing from the Kelvin to get back into this fight. Otherwise, if they end up fighting here, they'll be the ones likely to take the L. So they'll back off, just take some of their farm, as I said.
Yeah, Shiver Me Timbers conga lining off this zip line and looking to take their farm in the jungle, as you were talking about. But meanwhile, Levi Metalskin also having a lot of this jungle up. This might be a bit of a blunder from the side of Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, they didn't take the farm. Instead, they went for that fight, and it didn't really work out. So they kind of wasted their positive lane pressure. And Levi Metalskin now also have jungle to take. So the soul lead is not really going to move much for either team. And it's going to come down to who takes this next fight here. We're going to see buffs and earn in a minute and a tad. So that's going to decide a lot if either team decides to fight for the earn or for one of the buffs. Or mid-boss now as it comes up.
Yeah, I mean, this mid-boss here would definitely be something that you would like on both sides right now. Shiver Me Timbers definitely could use that extra fire rate on their high fire rate Guinness here.
Yeah, I mean,
Also
you're never
the,
going to turn down a mid-boss buff, right?
Hey, I mean, if you get it, you know.
Yeah, it's going to come down to who can create an advantage to go for it first, right?
Yeah.
You can't just go for the 6v6 mid-boss. That's basically taking the game down to a coin flip. So neither team wants to risk everything on that in this semifinals. So they're going to look for an advantage, and it looks like Shiver Me Timbers are positioning for these buffs a little better than Metalskin. Well, they're a little early. They're 25 seconds.
They're a little early here in the Warden, but there is a pocket and Mo in the area. If they decide to go for this Warden, he is like completely isolated from the rest of his team.
Yeah, they're coming over to answer, though, leaving the right buff.
It doesn't really seem like they knew he was there, as Shiver Me Timbers just getting this control of this sneaky Warden, just hiding on that rope. Getting a gun buff as well is pretty good for his build. Going for a bit of a combo build here with the Surge of Power on the Flask and the Lightning Scroll.
Yeah, a bit of a hybrid. Looks almost like Deathy's hybrid build. Wonder where he would have seen Deathy from.
Yeah, wonder where, huh?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Mo and Krill has picked up this Phantom Strike. That's going to let him lock down some of the more mobile targets of Shiver Me Timbers in like Repok's Vindicta, or shut down something like the Warden ult while he's still far away. So good tools for Mo and Krill rather to be able to shut down some plays from Shiver Me Timbers as they grab the urn, and this could decide a lot of things. If Levi Metalskin get a good engage, they could come back into this game very easily. Meanwhile, if Shiver Me Timbers take the fight, the Patron's already weakened, so that would be the game for them.
Yeah, big fight coming onto this Levi Metalskin's lineup here outside their own base, as Sinclair does manage to steal this Warden ult, but goes down first. Sony Bean here getting caught out into this dome here. The guy's just poking away. Pocket going down now with the Affliction. Definitely a lot of things happening here. Infernus going in now with his ultimate. Krakoa on the Warden going down. Matt here just looking to do any damage that he can on this Yamato. Stakes coming down, Alkfire's coming down for this Vindicta. A lot of things happening right now. 2 members going down as well from side of Levi Metalskin. 5v3 for Shiver Me Timbers on the Levi Metalskin space, and this might be the game.
Yep, there's no tools for Levi Metalskin to stop this now. The Magenta Spectre comes down. She's got a lot of damage. Doesn't matter if you don't survive very much, as long as you take the Patron. So, bit of a scuffed fight there at the end, but it'll just barely be this Patron going down, and Shiver Me Timbers take game 1.
Very brave call there on the end from Shiver, as they really just did a really fast and quick conversion there to take the game on even souls as well. So, yeah, really impressive gameplay. And that just shows you the power of lane pressure.
Yeah, it was really scary there. I was worried for Shiver Me Timbers because the Vindicta wasn't there at first. She didn't. She wasn't able to put down those tethers in the Alkfire to be able to set up her teammates, and they didn't have really any sort of advantage going into that fight. It was a 5v6, and they didn't have Rejuve buff. They didn't have a soul lead. They didn't have any particularly good engages. Nobody was caught out of position terribly much until it looked like Levi Metalskin might have had a bit of miscommunication. You know, some members tried to go in while the other 4 backed off. So that's how we saw Sonny Bean get caught out as well as the player who went down first for Metal Skins. So Shiver Me Timbers just taking good tempo, as we said they needed to at the start of this game, and getting a fight to go their way. And as we said, it was that final fight that decided the entire game. So well played on that final fight. A little sketchy on the fight planning, but they managed to make it go in their favor. As we take a look at the stats, it was Kiwis who ended up getting the top souls there. He put in a lot of pressure on the Mirage, but ultimately not able to take that last team fight. A lot of damage from Citadel's Infernus, but it's still going to be the Kelvin with the top healing. 21k, just edging out that Lady Geist with 18. And then Repot got a lot of the objective damage, that Outfire putting in work to amp all of the gun damage onto the objectives. Matt with a lot of kill participation. And then Magic Shoe getting the assists with a lot of that damage, but not able to finish them off.
Yeah, and we talked about Repot going into this game, playing these Vindicta holiday characters and getting this amount of damage on them is really impressive, as we also stated. On the other side as well, you did a lot of damage on this Infernus and was definitely a good pick for them. Got a lot of early pickoffs for them, and that might be something they should consider going forward.
Yeah, it just ultimately came down to poor objective management from We Buy Metal Skin. They lost all of their walkers in one fell swoop, and then later on they lost their patron due to some staggers and maybe a bit of a poor execution on the fight. Well, because of the reach of it come down, they weren't able to play passive enough, weren't able to keep safe in their base. So just a couple of small mistakes there on the macro level for Metal Skins. Maybe they got a little bit too wrapped up in trying to choose their fights in terms of how they engaged with all of the different options available to them, and didn't think about when to take those fights. So that's something for them to reassess here during the break between matches and see if they can fix that.
Yeah, I mean, super.
And welcome back to the semifinals of the Death Slam League playoffs. Shiver Me Timbers versus We Buy Metal Skins. Shiver Me Timbers taking the edge in game one with their more brawly comp. They were able to get the Kelvin Domes that they needed, the big engages that they wanted, and We Buy Metal Skins just with a couple of macro errors on their part, losing their objectives. Going into this one up 1-0 for Timbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta feel good for a McGinnis player like you, right? To see this McGinnis getting this good early start in this game. Or perhaps not as good, since maybe that will inspire people to play it in solo queue.
That's true. Now I gotta see this this hybrid no green items build in my ranked games. None of you out there should try that. You are not good enough to do that. Don't be on my team when you pick that up.
If my teammates were doing that, I'm flaming.
Yeah, but he managed to make it work. He didn't end up having that death, so he was got the damage and not getting for it. Of his around him for it, and so it paid off. But a very risky build there for him to back off that a little bit. But he's keeping the McGinnis win rates up. You know, that's 71%. He's now in the games that I've seen 3-1 on the McGinnis, so keeping it up from the Death Slam statistics and everything.
Yeah, impressive stuff here, and definitely was a good part of their composition here. Sherman Timbers really getting all that lane pressure that you usually get with this gun, McGinnis, and they were able to utilize that to very quickly in the end just turn a switch on and end the game.
Yeah, McGinnis is one of the better objective pushers in the game because that wall is able to get really whatever you need. Either wall the enemy off from their minions, stall them when they've cleared your wave first, do whatever you like with it, and then the gun puts out a lot of damage. Even if you haven't built into it all that much, it does a lot of objective damage. So a great job there from the McGinnis being able to put in that objective pressure. And then also the walls are something that we saw them make really good use out of. That Brawl comp needs a way to be able to close the distance on them, and they were able to do that with the walls. So Shiver Me Timbers are now going to be picking first again. Looks like We Buy Metal Skin, having lost that game, chose to go second and get the second and third picks for this draft. So Shiver Me Timbers get the first ban, the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, interesting to see that the Sapphire side getting prioritized from We Buy Metal Skin here. Maybe that's a response. Were they hoping to get a better draft out of this? Since I thought their draft was pretty good going into it last time.
Yeah, we might see a couple more tanky heroes for them. They didn't have all that much of a frontline presence. It was really just kind of the Mirage and the Mo for them, and that didn't work out too much. We saw Shiver Me Timbers with a lot of the engage on some of these fights, and they were going to ban out the Warden.
Yeah, I mean, this is different from last time where they banned out the 7 here. Maybe that's something they're looking to pick.
Yeah, I do like not banning the strongest hero first if you're on that first pick side, because it makes the other team have to ban him, right? You can use your ban on what you want, and then you say, hey, either you ban the 7 or we take him. So it's kind of a catch-22 now for We Buy Metal Skin. They certainly don't want to see a 7 come in against them, so surely they'll ban it out here.
Yeah, I mean, 7 has had a lot of success in this region, as I can see on looking at the statistics here, with a 67% win rate over, let me count, 43 games picked. That's a really high number.
I'm not sure I've seen a single game where 7 has gone unpicked, unbanned. He is very strong in this region, either with the Power Surge build or the ult build. But We Buy Metal Skin are going to ban the Vindicta, so that leaves him open. Shiver Me Timbers could first pick the 7 here, and we see our first 7 of the game, of the day.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully so. It might be a good pick here for the side of Shiver Me Timbers. If Magic Zoo at least feels comfortable on it, I'm pretty sure that's their go-to carry / general damage deal guy. So yeah, I'm excited to see this.
On the other hand, my caster curse could kick in, and we don't see a 7 picked at all, so you just never know.
And the shift, yeah. That's tough. I mean, in EU, in general, I know when my team drafts and do things, we usually think of Shiv and 7 as like the 2 strongest heroes right now. So as long as you're getting one of those 2, I think it's fine. And I think We Buy Metal Skin just calling that bluff and saying, let's just leave both open, ban out this Vindicta that was a really big problem for us last time, and we'll just take the other one.
Yeah, so Shiver Me Timbers living up to their namesake. They're gonna take the Shiv, and so We Buy Metal Skin looking to see them pick up some Metal Skin this time, maybe. I'll also take the flavor win there. Of course, it's dropped off a lot since the M1 patch, but ooh, Mirage 7 now. That's a scary duo from Metal Skin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested to see what type of builds people run here on the 7 in NA, because I know in EU there's been a bit of a transformation, going a bit more for that carry 7 as of late on a lot of teams. and getting a lot of success on it as well.
We've definitely seen a lot of carry 7 here in NA. The question has really been whether you go for the power surge build or the ult build. I've generally seen more success with getting that big teamfight ult, especially if there's a Warden on the other side. 7 can be like your counter initiation because he's so high up in the air that the Warden can't get to him. And so you have the better damage to be able to go through that team fight. But Warden has been banned out, so 7's going to be kind of uncontested in the team fight ults. It's going to be Kelvin to help them shelter from the storm.
Ooh, and that Shiv Kelvin combo coming in really early here from Shiver Me Timbers. And that just makes perfect sense for their general draft plan here. As we talked about at the start of the game 1 here, they like to go for these very heavy front lines. They like to go for this Kelvin as well to support this. And this definitely is probably the strongest frontliner to pair up with this Kelvin.
Yeah, so good starts from both sides so far. Very scary game plans. Metal Skin probably looking to pick up someone who can support these guys and help them get the damage that they need. So I'd expect to see a Mo later on, but for now, probably... I don't know, what do you think? Do they grab someone who's more support-oriented or someone like the Bebop?
On the side of...
From Metal
Shiver
Skin.
Me Timbers. Oh, Metal Skin, yeah. Sorry, I space out sometimes.
Oh, sorry, it is Shiver Me Timbers' pick.
Yeah, Shiver Me Timbers. That's why I was getting a bit confused here who we were talking about. Yamato as well, I would say, is a really good answer to pair up with this Kelvin, and also probably a good character just to leave out of maybe by Metal Skin's hands. And yeah, makes a lot of sense. From We by Metal Skin now, though, I would maybe like to see the Sinclair here, since you say it's pretty popular in your region, and it's really good into this this very heavy frontliner comp, and really good against Kelvin usually.
Yeah, they did pick it up last game, and we saw him go for the Bolt build, but still got some value from the Rabbit and from the copied ults. So we could see Metal Skin pick that up again, copy the Kelvin Dome, make sure that it's not too one-sided when they get caught out like that. Even the Shadow Transformation is not bad. Don't expect to see a lot of Shiv copied ultimates, but no, could come in occasionally.
Hey man, if you have it tier 5, it does reset, so tier 3 on the...
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it might be good. Just get a quick execution and then steal a Kelvin Dome maybe. Get another guy in.
There we go. There's the pocket to set up Metal Skin, someone who's able to get in and get out, do a lot of damage to these tanky frontliners. Again, with the anti-heal, it didn't work out terribly well last game. The pocket whiffed a lot of these big afflictions in the important team fights, but that's something that you can you can talk about in the game, figure out when you want to engage with these pocket ults and reset for this game.
Yeah, I will say I like the pocket a lot more here into this like full-on Shiv, Kelvin, Yamato. Like all 3 very healing characters that you definitely want to limit with this big AoE ult of pocket.
Yeah, you just got to be able to hit them. Shiver Me Timbers did a good job of avoiding that last game, so they're gonna have to repeat that if they want to not fall prey to the pocket. And it's gonna be the McGinnis ban from Metal Skin. All right, respecting the McGinnis.
If that happened in EU, like everyone would think that was a misban. Like that was too late. It was like, oh wait, wrong character. It was actually, and that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but I mean, if you just want to ban out the most value, McGinnis has the high win rate. So judging by the pure stats value, not a bad ban. We'll see if Shiver Me Timbers go for the Sinclair ban.
I mean, that would make a lot of sense, as we did discuss, Sinclair being really strong into their comp, and also probably looking to get a couple more like good ultimates here to pair up with these pretty heavy frontliners. They decided to go for the Bebop.
Also a respectable ban. You know, that's someone who's able to start off a lot of these fights for Metal Skin. If you get hooked under a 7 cloud, you are in a rough position there. So just looking to take away some of that value, make sure that the members of Shiver Me Timbers Brawl don't get split off too easily. Metal Skin going to have to work for that.
Yeah, definitely a good ban here. I'm unsure if I would have done it personally, since I don't really see the value of getting Bebop for the side of We Buy Metal Skins here. I don't really know what you're trying to hook with the Shiv and Yamato and Kelvin, who just wants to get closer to you.
I don't know, maybe they want to pick some of these squishier heroes in the back half of their draft and just lock down Bebop and make sure they can't do that.
Makes sense. Abrams as well coming in from Metal Skin, yeah. Definitely a good answer here. You do need some frontline here, and it's also good to take it away from this Kelvin.
Yeah, Abrams, another one of those high healing frontliners who's able to absorb a lot of punishment and then deal it back to the enemy team. So Metalskin's not going to have to deal with that. Also not going to have to deal with the stuns from the Abrams, increasing the CC there. And Shiver Me Timbers are going to take the Infernus. He's going to be able to deal with some of the healing from Seven and Abrams, as well as make sure that it can't be used against them like it was last game.
Yeah, and as a bit of my preparation looking into the NA League, because I didn't really have that much idea of what people were liking, I did to see Shiver Me Timbers really favor this Infernus. I think the Magic Shoe boasting a 4-0 record on it so far, and
wow.
definitely good pick here to go against this Abrams and the Seven and stuff.
Yeah, the McGinnis has been banned out, and that's what Magic Shoe was on last game, if I remember correctly. So they got the Infernus for him now, and then also the Lash. This is a good pick. I like this from Shiver Me Timbers. He's going to be able to stop some of these 7 ults if he doesn't pick up an early Unstoppable. So that's your answer to the big team fight from We Buy Metalskin.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a bit concerned though for the Lash that you're picking it into a Pocket and Mirage, who both have like pretty good escapes from the initial slam of the or at least the initial pickup. So I don't know if I would have gone for it here, but let's see what the Metalskin picks last year.
Yeah, that's true. Abrams does also have the tier 3 ult if he gets that online to be able to dodge it, but I still like it against the 7 at least. You know, you need someone to shut him down. You've got the Kelvin to do that somewhat, but then you also want to be able to survive after the Dome as well. So the Dome buys time for that Unstoppable to run out, and then Lash can run in with the grapple and hook him out of the sky.
Yeah, the Sinclair here as well, coming out from We Buy Metalskin, something we did talk about earlier, and I think it makes sense to get it here after the Pocket and Abrams. I still would have liked to see Shiver Me Timbers ban it out, since it just becomes better with the Lash ult being able to be stolen as well. But yeah, I don't hate it.
Yeah, this is a good pickup for Metalskin for sure. I would like to see something other than the Bolt build. I felt like it was doing decent damage numbers, but not really getting that big impact in team fights that we know that Sinclair can have with the Rabbit Hex. So I'd prefer to see him go over towards that build, despite the recent nerfs. But you know, these are good quality players, so they certainly know what they're doing, and they're going to go for a Viscous pick here at the end, maybe to try and protect against some of these Lash ults.
Yeah, I mean, now you just have even more ways of escaping this Lash ult and even saving this 7 maybe if he decides to try to ult him. Definitely good option here, and it's also pretty good into the Kelvin, Yamato, Shiv, like Infernus, all these running characters that you just want to disrupt with this ball build.
Yeah, we saw him get a lot of value with the goo ball inside the Kelvin Dome, able to bounce off the walls really effectively. Even if the Sinclair copies the Kelvin Dome, now you've got a combo on your own team to be able to use that with. So a solid Viscous pickup here. We saw them use it to decent effect last game, but he's got to get in a little more damage, I feel like. He was just kind of surviving last game.
Yeah, I mean, side of Shiver Me Timbers here though, I don't know what their last pick would be. I feel like they still could use like a bit more support here. And yeah, Ivy coming in here. Even though you do the double support here, I really like the Ivy. Like disrupting this Abrams, the Viscous, the Sinclair, making sure they have a harder time to get to your front line.
Yeah, you've also got an ult to be able to answer the Mirage if he goes for some of these flanks with the Traveler up. Ivy's able to ult and follow him a little bit slower, but you know, still be able to get over the team fight in time. You've also got the Kudzus to be able to zone a little bit, and then Stoneform's another answer to the 7 ult. Ivy, I think, is a decent pickup here. A little weak overall in terms of just raw hero strength, but
yeah,
you know, as a counter pick to some of the things that Metalskin have, it's not terrible.
Ivy laning phase is very rough, especially in the current meta. So bit of a weak laning side in general, I would say, from Shiver Me Timbers. Their top 3 was really strong, and their last 3 it just completely fell off. Infernus / Ivy are not like generally seen as pretty strong heroes when it comes to laning. So on that front, I would favor We Buy Metalskin in general. I'd also like to see this Ivy as well go for the Vortex Web build, maybe, instead of like a Lightning Scroll, as you would typically see. Could really help to disrupt this Abrams and Mirage and 7 and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of movement abilities for Weeby Metalskin, so maybe the Vortex Web able to shut some of that down if she goes for that. We'll have to see how he builds. The ult is able to get a lot of value here in this comp, I think, to shut down a lot of the important abilities from Weeby Metalskin. They've still got plenty of things that are able to survive through that. You know, Mirage doesn't need a whole lot of help from his abilities. He's got the gun to be able to sustain him. But, you know, like the Pocket, the Sinclair, the Viscous, all pretty reliant on their abilities to keep them up going throughout a fight. So if you get a good Ivy ult, it could be pretty effective here. We'll just have to see how they play it.
Yeah, definitely good options for how to play both of these comps. And I'm actually a bit surprised by the Weeby Metalskin comp here. As we talked about, they did usually like to go for these pretty heavy pick comps. But this time they've drafted a lot more of a team fighting comp. Maybe that's their response here to how Shiver Me Timbers like to play that game 1.
Yeah, could be taking away some of those frontliners like the Abrams and the Mirage. They've still got a decent amount of split ability. So, you know, like the Abrams is probably their biggest frontline, but even he can play in and out with the shoulder charge and the seismic slam. So he's not completely static in the team fight. So still some ability there for them to play together and play for these picks. But Shiver Me Timbers are definitely favored if it comes to an all-out brawl, as they were last game. So if they can force those sorts of team fights again, I definitely like them better. And overall, I would favor their draft just a bit. I think Metalskin are playing with a couple of disparate strategies, but they're going to be really reliant on their 7 to do a lot of work here, and Shiver Me Timbers have answers to that.
Yeah, I mean, once this game goes out of early game, though, that's where the Weeby Metalskin draft might start to get a little better here in general. I feel like the Shiver Me Timbers, as we did point out, pretty weak in the early game, but Weeby Metalskin also having the Abrams and the Pocket, who are not like the strongest characters in early game, so we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how these lane matchups go, I feel like. Pocket could have a pretty good time into someone like... well, actually, as I say that, there's a lot of spirit damage from Shiver Me Timbers, but he could at least not have a terrible time against someone like the Ivy or the Shiv. But if he gets paired into the Yamato or the Lash, that's going to be really rough from him. So a bit dependent on who he gets paired up with here. Same with the Abrams. He could do a lot of work against the Shiv or the Kelvin, but into heroes that play a little further away or are able to tank some of him, like the Yamato or the Lash, again, could have a rougher time. So while Lash doesn't generally have a strong landing stage, he could find himself into some favorable matchups here, depending on how things shape out.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, as long as you avoid that Abrams, I think you're pretty good. Usually, personally, when I play Abrams, I usually like a lot to go into the Lash. Just being able to, whenever he slams, just shoulder charge him into a wall and make him cry. Very fun.
Making Lash cry is never a bad thing, is all I'm saying.
Hey, man. I agree with that one.
Looks like the teams are getting ready here. We should be hopping into the game very shortly. We've got the lobby all set up. Looks like we're just waiting on one more player to ready up here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to be an exciting game here, and I hope that Weeby Metalskin are going to have a bit of a better early mid game here this time. I think they lacked a little bit on that front last game.
Yeah, they need to pick it up here because they're just one game away from going out here in the semifinals. You know, we touted them as the favorites coming into this, but Shiver Me Timbers are now up 1-0 on them. They're on the edge of elimination here. They will still have the third place match as a consolation, but they're not looking for third place here. They want to go all the way. They've gone 3-0 in recent weeks, and they've come in as the top seed here. They want to win it all, so they need to take this game in order to do that.
Yeah, looks like the game is about to start now, and yeah. Look forward to seeing what's gonna happen in this game 2.
Oh, here we
Never
go. Back
mind.
to Cam.
Seems like some technical problems once again. This is going great.
Hey, at least I bet all the walkers won't be down by the time we get back. Surely that won't
true.
happen.
If that happens in 5 minutes, you know, it's
I see Abrams.
There we go. 6 walkers up.
okay, we managed to start with one.
All Alright, just some early lane things going on here. Not a whole lot of damage on either side. Troop waves going down, first abilities coming up, getting that AP point.
I got your number, baby.
Just some quick little poke here.
Yeah, interesting laning matchups coming out from these sides here. The Abrams and the Pocket for We Buy Metal Skin on this left lane. Spark and Sonny Bean trying to do a bit of a team up here against the Lash Ivy. Now that's a weak lane if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty rough for them. They're going to have to hold on here on the left side pretty well. Talk to me about this right lane here. You've got the Yamato and the Infernus versus the Viscous 7. How do you feel that's going to go?
I feel like 7 Viscous, that's just almost a one lane already. I feel like 7 is like super strong right now in terms of laning stage. But this Infernus Yamato seemingly making the best of their lane. Getting this Viscous really low already. So
Yeah, the 7's
maybe
already
I'm wrong
gone
about
down
that.
once. That's going to hurt his
Yeah,
farm
true.
a decent
I
bit
didn't
here.
even
And that's
notice
some
that.
early Guardian pressure. So that's that first kill gone already, the way of Shiver Me Timbers. Bashi being denied it once again. And that's going to be an engage here from Sonny Bean on this Abrams onto the Ivy, who's going to have to stone form away. Bit of an engage from his teammate there. Who's that? The Lash coming in. As we said, a bit of a weak lane there for them, so they're taking some early poke, but not a lot happening. Abrams not able to confirm.
Yeah, I mean that's the strength of this Abrams lane in general, just being able to sustain a lot of these fights here.
Yeah, I hate my wife on the Kelvin going very down, or very low. And I have to pick up some healing items here, I think.
Yeah.
Good poke here. Anti-Hero and Magic Shoe just trading off their abilities. Anti-Hero has the cube to keep him safe. Now the Yamato going to look for a slash out of it. Doesn't find it. Anti-Hero staying safe. And now the 7 comes in to try and trade things out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in seeing what type of build the Kelvin goes for this time. Because last time he went for a bit of a Surge of Power build, going for a bit more damage in general.
And there we go. That's a kill in the mid lane onto Citadel. But Hate My Wife goes down in exchange. That Kelvin, who was very low, now looking for the engage here onto Repoc. Those bolts just missing. Didn't guess the correct direction that Repoc would dodge. He stays up on just a sliver of HP.
Yeah, I mean, Bo3 failing a little bit of his trigonometry homework here, as the bolts doesn't really manage to land. But yeah, I mean, good attempts so far.
Yeah, not a lot of Guardian pressure coming out from either side here. We're going to have ults coming up pretty shortly, around the same time that buffs come up. So there should be a lot of action here happening in about a minute. What do you expect to see here once ults come online? Oh,
I think once these
Yamato goes down.
ults come on... Yeah, I mean, when ults come online, I'm looking at the 7 lane especially as maybe trying to claw back some of their power, because that 7 ult is really strong early game.
Yeah, but he's down so much. We see Magic Shoe already with his ultimate up. Kiwi's about 7,000 off, and Anti-Hero getting pressured out as well. But that Yamato has gone down, so it's going to be a minute before they can really take an engage here. Lash getting poked out, but staying safe.
Yeah, this is
Now
kind of
goes-
the problem with the Ivy Lash lane in general. You don't really have that that pressure to be able to push people away from your walker. You have a pretty slow clear overall, unless you know how to use those Kutsos properly on the Ivy.
Yep, here in the mid lane, Repoc and Magic Shoe, and Hate My Wife rather, gone down a little low. A lot of poke damage coming out from the Mirage and the Sinclair. Good strong damage there from Metal Skin, who are looking to take the buffs with both those heroes. So gonna be 2 heroes with buffs coming back into this mid lane. They're looking to maybe get some pressure here on this Guardian.
Yeah, We Buy Metal Skin once again being really ready on these buffs. And the 5-minute mark. Definitely gonna give them a bit of an advantage going into these next 5 minutes.
Yep, now some pressure here from Shiver Me Timbers on the right side. The 7's going to have to come in. He's got the ult in just 100 souls, but he's low HP. Anti-Hero coming in with the ball, going to double stun up. Magic Shoe, he's in trouble, but now he's stuck between the pillars. He finally comes out of there, gets chunked down a little bit more on the Magic Shoe. Now he's low. The 7 ult comes out, but Kiwis goes down first. It's Matt who's able to get the kill there. Both members from Shiver Me Timbers low, but Anti-Hero not able to do a whole lot now as his lane's going to get cleared and the tower pressured once more. 7's gone down twice now in the last 5 minutes. Not a great start from him.
Yeah, it looks like the Cursed Apple decided to play some ping pong with that Viscous there. Definitely wasn't much help to the 7 there, as he also used that ult pretty desperately in the end.
Yeah,
Gotta
just
give
had to
them
make
some problems.
Yeah, I had to make sure that his teammate wouldn't go down, but he still did in the end. A couple of low health bars on both sides here. I'm expecting to see a Guardian relatively soon. Slam dodged. Spark now looking to re-engage. This Seismic Slam going to come in onto this Ivy. Doesn't go for the heavy melee. Now the parry is out from Rune, and that's... Oh, Tokoa still has his, though, and Abrams gets parried. Sonny Bean in a lot of trouble in this Kudzu, but they don't have the damage to be able to finish him off. Abrams so tanky now. Where is his teammate? Pogghead has just fallen back, and he's not in this fight at all, leaving his teammate 1v2, and yet he's still able to get out. Neither side finishing off the kills that they started on either side.
Yeah, really impressive play coming out of the players there. Definitely a good play.
Yeah, both sides lacking a little bit in damage. Can't be said for the other lanes. Oh, now he's getting dove on again, but Rune manages to get him out with the Ivy ult. Very good play from him, just making sure his teammate stays alive. Doesn't go down to Sonny Bean here on the Abrams. Good play from Rune. And now it's going to be back to neutral there in that lane. Still low health bars. Both sides got to heal up. Guardian pressure on all sides, all lanes. And right side here, the 7 looking to play for the next ult.
Yeah, good usage so far. At least, actually, no, not good, very good usage of that 7 ult so far. Hoping that the next one's gonna be a little better. I'm not sure what build he's going so far, but if he's going for this ult playstyle, he really needs to get some more value off those ults.
Yeah, it's a little hard for the ult to get too much value in the early game. He's got the slowing hex now. The stun goes on. He's got the improved spirit for some more damage on that free, the power surge. He's going to get a lot of damage here. Should be the Guardian going down very quickly. The members of Shiver Me Timbers trying to hold him off, but they've got so much damage to be able to push in. Now he comes in with the Yamato, getting that lifesteal online, and it's 7 who's in trouble now. Kiwi's getting flame dashed as well, has to use the healing right in desperation. Parry comes out, not able to do it. The Viscous Cube comes in, though, keeps him safe through the Yamato punch. Now the ball comes in to keep him safe. 34 HP, trying to make it out, but he finally gets down by Magic Shoe.
That was a really, really good attempt from We by Metal Skin there. Anti-hero and Kiwi's Q almost pulling off a heist, getting him out of there. But very close in the end.
Yeah, great lifesteal there from Matt to keep himself up and be able to re-engage here. Everyone on Shiver Me Timbers is half or lower. But that's going to be Guardian down from Metal Skin. Just one Guardian down to 0. So Matt going to get dove on here a little bit on the Cinder Sacrifice. Not going to get punished for it too much unless Kiwis has anything to say about it. There we go. Shadow Transformation comes in. He's going to be able to dive on this Viscous, but he's got the cube. Not a lot Matt's able to do here. 1v2. His teammate nowhere to be found.
Shiver Me Timbers might be regretting not banning out this Viscous, because it's giving them a lot of problems in this early game. However, saying that, they do have a pretty big lead, though, on the soul count, so maybe it's not that big of an issue.
Yeah, and that's going to be another Guardian going down for Shiver Me Timbers, who's looking for this Execute here. Doesn't have it up, but manages to get the Execute with the gun instead. Citadel not proving as Bastion-worthy as his namesake. And that's going to be a Guardian trade back for We by Metal Skin. They finally get there first, as well as a kill onto Magic Shoe. That Viscous going to be able to survive. And, oh, Matt's just so low. He's not got the ult to be able to keep himself up there. Matt gets stunned. The parry comes through, but Anti-Hero survives. Kiwis comes in to finish off the kill.
Yeah, impressive play from Metal Skin, just recognizing that the Yamato can't really escape that. And even with the parry, she just goes down in the end. Alright, buffs coming up here, and Bo3 does manage to get that left side buff, but the right side was a bit more fought for. The Shiv and Kelvin chasing down this Mirage.
Yeah, it's a 2v1. Citadel goes down again. That's his second death in just under a minute. He's now down to 7k. The rest of his teammates clawing ahead. And that Shiv and Kelvin are being a powerful duo, as we said that they would be. Sonny Bean now getting the engage onto the Lash. He's gone down so low, still in the range of that aura. He's going to use the Seismic Slam, looking for the kill behind the Guardian. He gets the slam, not able to follow up, though. Lash gets the follow-up, and it's Rune who comes in as the savior again, protecting Tokoa twice in a row now. Doing a great job of keeping this lane competitive.
Now talk to me a little bit about that play, because that looked like an NA classic right there. Very drawn-out fight, and both sides overextending.
Yeah, I mean, we're just so bloodthirsty over here. We got both sides wanting to get the kill rather than the objective. Sonny Bean goes a bit too deep with the ult. Maybe he doesn't know that Rune is there. And so just gets got by the kudzu in the stone form. And now we got the urn coming in.
Yeah, Yamato, the Yamato of Matt carrying this urn all the way over here as Shiver Timbers are looking to just dunk this urn with no one on Real Metal Skin being able to contest, really.
No, nobody's there, but they're trying to take the left Guardian instead. That'll be their second Guardian, though. Oh, nobody's contesting Anti-Hero in the mid lane. They may get both Guardians here for nothing. Or for the urn, rather. No, they don't get either one.
I will say, I think they're gonna have a hard time getting that left Guardian if the Ivy has some Kutsus up, since that does wave clear pretty effectively at this point in the game.
That's true. She's keeping them off, and now she's got the last year just hovering for an ult. He might get a good engage here. Both members of Metal Skin, though, with abilities to dodge it. He's coming in, he sends it, and there's the tornado. He outlasts it, though. Mirage gets picked up, slammed into the Guardian. This is another slam onto him from the Lash. Now he's going solo. Ivy trying to finish him off with the gun. He's 70 HP, but he's got the sustain. He gets the parry onto Takoa, but not the parry onto Rude, who manages to finish him off with the melee. Very risky melee there, knowing that he's just used the parry, but it pays off, and they get Citadel again. He's now been caught out 3 times in short order.
Yeah, super impressive coming out of Shiver Timbers here. That Lash outlasting the entire thing, but looks like another fight's gearing up here.
Yeah, the Kelvin Dome comes in. Lash is already very low. He's not inside there, however. Some good sustain from Weeby Metal Skin to survive the Kelvin Dome, and now a 3-on-2 for Shiver Me Timbers. They've got some members of Metal Skin not there. And now it's going to be 3-on-3, actually, with Shiv hovering here on the outside, looking to maybe posture for this Guardian, but I don't think that there's a good engage here for them. They're going to back off.
Yeah, I mean, NA really showing what the region's good for here with all these fights. Definitely very entertaining to watch, and it's working out really well for the side of Shiver Timbers so far. Getting a pretty big lead.
Yeah, they've got 8k. It's 2 Guardians apiece down. So both teams looking to take control of this left side and hopefully pick up their first flex slot. Got 4 members to 3 on this left side for Shiver Me Timbers.
But it's worth it.
We'll see if they can push that advantage in a minute here.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard so far, Vpook really managing to show you why he gets all those damage numbers. A lot of kills so far on this Shiv. Pretty different from the one he usually plays for the team, but working out really well for him. Really versatile player.
Yeah, showing his flexibility on the Vindicta and then on the Shiv. 2 strong heroes at the moment, but with very different play styles. So doing a good job of showing us what he can do. Meanwhile, Kiwi's on the 7 is starting to farm up a little bit. He's been given the left-hand lane to babysit for a little while, clearing out his farm. Now try and make sure that Shiver Me Timbers don't put too much pressure on it while the rest of his team fans out to make sure their walkers don't die.
I will say the 7 build's very interesting to me with the slowing hex being bought early. I don't think I've seen that on a like support 7.
Yeah, no, this is a bit of an unusual one. I'd have to say that he's going for a power surge build though, with the Fleetfoot and then all of the just small procs here from the spirit debuffs. I was going to be able to stone form and not get stunned up here, but there's no close range engage for Kiwis to find here. He's wary of the other members of Shiver Me Timbers hanging around. He's got no support over here. And knowing that, it looks like Shiver Me Timbers are going to get aggressive. They've got a couple of ults to be able to do this. Lash gets stunned here, but he manages to get the ult off before that. Not able to get the slam. Now Kiwis comes in with the ult, but all of Shiver Me Timbers are going to be able to hide from that. Now members of Metal Skin coming in with the pocket, who's able to finish off Ruin. And this is looking bad for Shiver Me Timbers. They've got to rotate more people over here. Meanwhile, they've got 3 people on the right side from Metal Skin who are looking to pressure this Walker if they realize that there's nobody here for it. Instead, they pick up the urn.
Yeah, I mean, good play coming out so far here. The Lash going on as well onto this the 7. Really just trying to use this the slam to get a lot of value. Definitely good play so far. This left side lane though. Yeah,
it's
I think
so
we're both seeing
bloodthirsty.
one. It's so bloodthirsty and no Guardians down so far as well at 15 minutes. There's just constant fighting and no one can ever push it.
That's only going to get complicated here by the urn. Sonny Bean manages to insert it in without really much contest from Shiver Me Timbers, but now they're going to get the engage. Sonny Bean has to use the Seismic Slam to stay up and out of danger. Repot goes down. That's an early kill for them, but they've got the Kelvin Dome to keep themselves up. Sonny Bean now in a bit of trouble. Citadel also trapped in there, but he manages to trade out for Hate My Wife on the Kelvin. The Infernus ult comes in, stuns up Bashi, who goes down. The Viscous Ball trying to find some value here, but not able to stun up Matt on this Yamato for long enough. It's a kill of 2 each way. And looks like Shiver Me Timbers are going to take this Guardian here.
Yeah, really well played. Good conversion to get this Guardian off this 2-on-2 team fight. And yeah.
So now that all the Guardians are down, what do you expect these teams to start playing for here? What are their win conditions? How do they get ahead at this point in the game?
Well, start off by Metal Skin. You're definitely looking to funnel a couple more souls into this Mirage here. Have him split push for these walkers. He's looking pretty poor right now, and that's probably come down to a lot of these early fights. And on the side of Shiver Me Timbers, I think we have a similar story with this Infernus, who you really just want to get ahead. But it's worked out a lot better for Shiver Me Timbers so far.
Yeah, Magic Shoe's already a bit ahead. I'm seeing a small engage here. NA again, just showing that they like to brawl. There's really no reason for either team to be here much right now. You might try and pressure this Walker if anyone gets too caught out. That's Kiwi's already gone down. The 7 ult, a big tool to be able to take these objectives. Now this Walker going to be under pressure. It's a 2v1 on the right side though, and Antihero's going to force some members of Shiver Me Timbers to come off. So it's some good split pressure here from Shiver Me Timbers. They're trying to get this engaged now. Bashi already so low though on this Magician. Being able to
seems like they're trying
Walker,
to force a fight here. Just
yeah,
get this Walker.
The copied Kelvin Dome comes in to keep the Walker safe. The pocket ult as well goes in. The Lash ult not able to find anything. Several ults being popped here with really no value to be found. Magic Shoe going down really low. Takoa now goes down as well.
Lash,
this is a bit of a disaster here for Shiver Me Timbers.
I don't even know where that Lash died. I heard the ult, but that was seemingly him just trying to make something happen there for the fight and getting him away from that Walker resistance.
Yeah, over aggressive there. And now we by Metal Skin get the 3rd Guardian down. Flex slot unlocked for them as well, and this soul lead is very even.
Yeah, interesting builds coming out here from this Repuck here on the Shiv. Bit of a mix between a traditional gun tank and a full melee build.
Yeah, we've seen this a decent bit from Shivs in NA. You want the melee damage, but also Shiv's just really good at being a gun tank, so this mixed vitality gun with a little bit of melee is not terribly unusual, but he's only got the 2 items for that, so able to pivot pretty late on if he chooses to. We're going to see buffs here in about a minute.
Yeah, this middle lane getting pressured in here a lot for Shiver Me Timbers. They might be looking to do a bit more wave control if the wave gets to go in there uncontested.
There's an Ivy ult coming out. They may be looking for an engage onto the 7. He's got members around him though to help him. Don't know if Shiver Me Timbers realized that. Ivy's going to get stunned out of the sky, but she's safe for now. There's no wave up there with them. Now she's been caught by the Abrams. Trying to find an engage, but nobody's able to really collapse on her effectively.
Yeah, bit of an overextension, but luckily she does manage to get out. Definitely wouldn't be something I would do again.
Yeah, playing with his life there, but manages to get out anyway. It's a very aggressive engage, and now Repuck trying to take the 1v1 against Antihero, who's using the cube to stay safe. The Shiv's now got help from the Ivy, and Viscous has been slowing Hex. He's not going to be able to get away very effectively here. Nobody's there to help him. Now he's got the ball, though. He's able to zoom on out of there.
Balling out, as usual.
We're all here for this left buff. The Kelvin Dome has come out. Seismic Slam going to slam down Yamato, getting a bit of damage in, some good stuns, but now he's in trouble. Sonny being slammed a bit too far into the enemy team, who've got 5 members here to be able to do this. Lash also coming in, but that means that Citadel is completely uncontested here on the right. He's going to be able to TP over if he feels like it at any point, but 7's in trouble. This Kiwi's 7 is so low, and he's the one who's really their ult win condition in this fight. Spark also not finding an ult just yet, and Shiver Me Timbers back off. But Mirage, from all this, is going to get a free Walker.
Yeah, I mean, that Walker is definitely going to go a long way for We Metal Skin here. Getting a pretty big soul lead here. But the Urn might get that right back in Shiver Me Timbers' favor.
Yeah, this right buff was uncontested for so long. Citadel picked up all of those Walker souls for himself, so that's another one of their carries getting big souls here. The Urn not being dropped off quite yet, as there's quite a lot of pressure for We by Middle Skin.
It's like both teams are trying to just go and contest this urn drop-off. Putting a lot of people over here, but the Mirage does go away as the Kelvin is like completely isolated in the middle lane.
Mirage is able to TP in anytime he likes, though. We're starting to see these teams just poking. Rune down to half HP. He's got the ult, drops it, doesn't find much with it. Now the engage starting to come in. The urn being dropped off, and there comes the pocket ult. Tries to melee away the urn, and it's dropped. Now Lash gets the ult onto just the Abrams. 7 ult comes in. Now it's going to provide a lot of AoE damage here onto the members of Shiver Me Timbers. Matt has already gone down, not able to pop the Shadow Transformation. Don't know what happened there. And there's also a Walker being pressured here. This is looking really bad for Shiver Me Timbers, who also lose Repop. They're going to lose the urn. They're going to lose this fight. They're going to lose... they're not going to lose to the left side Walker. It stays up, but this is going to be a lot of souls going the way of We Buy Metal Skin, nevertheless.
This might turn into a bit of a mid-boss conversion if they decide to go for it, but seems like they're going to back off instead.
Yeah, they'd have to have a lot of damage for that with the short respawn timer still at 22 minutes. But yeah, they get a good fight and they just back off. They got some good objective pressure as well.
I don't know, I would have liked to see them go for that mid-boss there, because they did have all the waves pressured up to a point where it was hard for them to contest it. Maybe that mid-walker should have been down first, but definitely an option.
Yeah, that's true. Lane pressure means so much in a lot of these mid-game sort of fights. If you have good lanes, you can take whatever fight you want. And even if you lose, the enemy's not going to have as much time to be able to pressure you and your objectives from it. But now the lanes have kind of gone back to neutral. We Buy Metal Skin just going to play a bit of lane tennis here. Catch their waves, let the other side catch their waves back and forth. As 5 walkers are still up.
Yeah, I mean, Anti-Hero in that early game already showing us how that tennis should be played with the on the map. This time maybe with the waves instead.
Yeah, Viscous is a big green ball, but you still don't want him to be playing tennis. All right, he's got better uses than that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, overall, a bit of a quiet part of the game right now, as both teams are just gearing up for these next objectives with the buffs and the urn. Just taking as much farm as they can. Yeah. This is Spirit Burn as well coming in from this this pocket here very early, which is a pretty good response to this very heavy frontliner comp and healing comp in general that Shiver Me Timbers have drafted.
Yeah, that's going to give him a lot of good anti-heal and just further burn when he uses the Affliction. That's pretty much automatically going to reach the threshold for the Spirit Burn. So, Rune also picking up the Vortex Web. You said you wanted to see that. Now we are going to get to see it. We're going to see how he uses it to shut down some of these movement abilities here in the engages.
Yeah,
so
but just really low on the greens there on the Ivy, though. Only having a healing right. I don't know if I agree with that.
Yeah, pretty vulnerable there. To anyone who's able to get on her. Of course, has the escape ability with the Stone Form and the Ivy ult, so not completely vulnerable, but still, if this 7 manages to get in good engage, it could be quite dangerous.
Yeah, I would maybe like to see a rescue beam here being bought already, instead of the healing, right? At least to get it upgraded to that rescue beam, maybe, or a healing Nova or something.
Yeah, they've already got one from that on the Kelvin there, but still useful to see a second one, you know. Rescue Beam with that longer cooldown from one of the recent patches. Now it's not unforgivable to have 2 of them on your team, just to make sure that you're not caught out in that Rescue Beam downtime. We're going to see buffs come up here. Yeah,
the Yamato just stealing that gun buff right in front of the Lash and the Shiv in the area. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
Yeah. Would have maybe liked to have seen that go to the Yamato, who goes all in. The Rescue Beam shutting down Sonny Bean's ult.
Oh, you know that Abrams is angry. You know he's angry right now. What are you doing? Like, I know that pain. That's a tough one.
Yeah, being denied the engage there that he wanted. Now we're going to see the urn coming in over on the left side. More members of Shiver Me Timbers there at the moment, but We Buy Metal Skin are quickly fixing that. Now looking for an engage onto Anti-Hero. He's got plenty of tools to survive it, though. This is going to leave a man advantage for Metal Skin on the urn. Looks like Anti-Hero's balling over there as well, so this will be a full 6-on-6. Abilities being traded each side, and Magic Shoe just gets picked
no Lash.
There. And the
no
Lash
Lash in this team fight, and Shiver Me Timbers just drop like flies.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there, if there just wasn't enough positioning there. They didn't realize that Metal Skin was all there and that they weren't. But now this is going to be a walker down, maybe 2 if this wave in middle lane gets pushed up so much. And the urn will be resetting, but Metal Skin can go for it if they choose. This is definitely a mid-boss angle.
Yeah, Ruin died as well, and Toka forced to back off. This is definitely either you go for this walker or you go for this mid-boss.
The spirit urn is waiting to be
I'm going
claimed.
to see which one they choose to do. Seven going to go and make sure that he buys up for
Should
this.
be the mid, right?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
coming in here. 4 members of Shiver Me Timbers down. There's not a lot that Metal Skin can do here. Or,
It's like
excuse me, that
Repuck is
Shiver Me
gearing
Timbers
up.
can do here.
He seems to be gearing up for that steal, though. Nah, he decides to back off instead.
Yeah. Kind of has to. There's so much CC here from Metal Skin. Even if he did go in, there's no chance that he gets that. You know, you're just a Shiv.
Yeah.
You don't have all the tools that you would need to be able to contest that. So we buy Metal Skin now with the rejuve.
Maybe a bit of a nod win mentality could have helped, but yeah, doing the smart play in the end there, not trying to go for it.
Yeah, so how much pressure are Metal Skin going to be able to get from this rejuve? They've got 3 minutes to play with. They've got a 24k soul lead. This looks really good for them. What's the play here? Do you just all in for this walker, or do you go for the urn and try and take the soul lead, or do you just pressure the fight and try and get a team fight here and push deeper?
Yeah, I mean, if you're the side of we have a Miskin here, it's a good call here to go for this urn, as you're seeing all these waves getting pushed in. If they decide to ignore this urn, it's just going to be impossible for Primitive to stop some other objective. So just saying that they're fine with giving up this urn. It isn't a comeback urn, even with this this lead, and just defending that middle walker is something I really like.
And they got plenty of tools to do it with the Ivy and the Infernus and the Kelvin. Be able to put out long-range pressure without too much worry of hurt. But this 7 ult maybe going to be a problem for them. If he could find a good engage here, a lot of members gearing up for this fight. Viscus going to be a bit slow to get there.
Essentials.
Mirage can TP anytime he likes, of course. Engage coming in, but
Yeah.
no big damage yet.
Yeah, I want to see this Lash get active with his ult here, as that was the big thing that didn't work out in their favor last time. He's now deciding to go away from the team, going for this Mirage instead. That's just gonna mean they're gonna give up this mid-walker.
Yeah, 3 members now chasing the Mirage, who tries to TP out, doesn't make it out with the Traveler. He goes down, but so does the Walker in mid here. Citadel, of course, going to be back up a lot faster than that Walker. That's for sure. Unless they end this game very fast. But, yeah, Metal Skin losing 1 member does mean that they can't push in for these base Guardians as they would like to. But a big Pocket Affliction comes in. They might try and look to engage this anyway. Magic Shoe comes in with the Concussive Combustion, manages to find a lot of damage as Kelvin Dome now comes down, traps all the members of Metal Skin inside. They're losing their rejuve buffs like crazy. Bashi now also low, but he's trying to get away. Lash finds a good slam though, and there's Bashi down. That's another member down. Anti-hero also looking pretty worse for wear there. Finds the cube, but Yamato and Infernus and everyone are still on him. They're going to be able to find him. And there, that's almost all of the rejuves from Metal Skin gone.
Yeah, and even more than that, getting all the comeback values off those kills, really helping out Shiver Me Timbers here to equalize some of this lead. And now it's not looking too dire anymore. They can even go for this mid-walker.
Yeah, maybe a missed engage there from Shiver Me Timbers, or from Metal Skin rather. They lose Citadel, and that's their highest soul count player. He's not got the damage to be able to support them in that fight. And so it's a comeback for Shiver Me Timbers now. That rejuve is expired, and that means that they're pretty well positioned for this urn and these buffs. Still a soul deficit to worry about, though.
I overall like the play that the Citadel tried to do there, to try to force people to rotate over, and it didn't result in them getting the walker, but I think the rest of the team just overstayed for a bit too long there on that middle lane, and ending up giving it over a lot of kills here. Even giving up this urn now for Shiver Me Timbers, as they're looking to drop this off.
Yeah, maybe Citadel just didn't see them coming fast enough. I wasn't able to pop the ult in time. He got caught after the tornado, and just there's too much damage there from Shiver Me Timbers. They had 3 players rotate over at the same time. So now Shiver Me Timbers have the urn, but they don't look to be pressuring it very much. They're just keeping it safe for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still hard to pressure, even with this this lead being more equalized. It's still 10k up for the side of We Buy Metal Skin, so definitely a tough one.
Good engage there
Getting
with the
caught.
Phantom Strike there from Sonny Bean. Gets Rune low, but he's able to make it out. Crushing Fists has been picked up. That's going to be a
Look at
movement
this,
tool as
Chad.
well. Now Matt with the Shadow Transformation going to look to turn this around. A lot of members here from both teams. A whole 6 from both sides. This is going to be a really big fight. The Kelvin Dome comes out. Now the 7 ult being layered on top of it. Inside the dome, the Lash ult comes down and only finds the Viscous. And now Big Brawl, a lot of happening everywhere. I can't keep up with it. The Infernus comes in with the Flame Dash and the Concussive Combustion. Takoa finally goes down. A lot of low members from Shiver Me Timbers. Also a couple from Levi Metal Skin, though. They finally find Sonny Beans Abrams, who sustained there for so long and let his team come into this fight. Now everyone from Shiver Me Timbers so low, except for Matt, who needs to be doing a lot here. Shiv from Repop still... Oh, still finding value, and also finding a pause.
Oh, that's a tough pause right there. I know that's gotta be a bit of a tilting pause, even though it's purely accidental that it's in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah, the Pocket gets stuck in a bit of the geometry there. That's the second time today we've seen Pocket get stuck in something and have to pause during a team fight. So
I'd
two
rather be
members down
inside a
for
wall
both
than above
sides.
the map.
Yeah.
That's what I gotta say.
And that's just the easiest parry in the world there for Citadel. Really unfortunate there for Repop.
Yeah.
But, you know, you get your beats, you take your chances. So, Metal Skin now with the man advantage to be able to push up here. And they find Rune as well. Magic Shoe also maybe going to go down. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, 2v3 still. Magic Shoe getting out, and this Yamato just trying to see if he can get any extra kills here, as they're all pretty low. Might be able to find something.
Yeah, it could happen here. I didn't realize that it was actually Spark who went down there, not Magic Shoe, who's now healed up in base. Yamato trying to 1v3 here. She's got the Shadow Transformation to be able to re-engage. Rabbit Hex doesn't find anything. Trying to go for the 7 Kiwis is so low, but she doesn't have the damage. Shadow Form about to run out, and that means that her survivability is gone. Trying to use the jump pad to get out, but Citadel finally finds her. Too much damage coming through, and just overstayed.
Yeah, a bit of a miscommunication here, as Magic Shoe isn't able to join the fight there, which I think Matt was kind of calling for. And this just ends up leading to Matt's death here.
Base Guardians go down as well, which leaves Metal Skin with a lot of ability to take farm here. And we see the 7 coming in. Lash going to try and chase him out, but still 2 walkers up for Metal Skin, so they've got the flex slot advantage, and now they've got the earn too.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a scrappy match, this one so far. Much more than the first game, which was also a pretty scrappy match. Definitely enjoying this so far.
Hey, we live to entertain. That's that's what we got from NA here. Welcome to the Burger Box region.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I should start looking at a visa then, because this is looking very fun. Alright, looks like we have a bit of a pause here in general. Yeah.
Yep. Pocket DC'd again, maybe having some connection issues, which could also let him lead to being stuck inside a wall.
Pretty sure he's stuck again. That's going great. It's either that or also some sort of FPS issue, which can happen with a pretty early game like Deadlock.
Yep, could happen. So we're seeing people posture for this urn. It looks like Metal Skin have a few more members than Shiver Me Timbers. So, do you expect this to be a full-on brawl here? Do Shiver Me Timbers go for this, or do they just back off?
Well, that depends. If the pocket's still dead after suicide or something, that might give them an idea that maybe they should fight this. But I wouldn't really go for this if I was Shiver Me Timbers. They're going into a likely 3v5 here, and it's not really looking the best. They're going to be counting on a big lash ult at least into probably an Inferno Assault, but Inferno Assault not up yet, and I wouldn't really go for this.
Yeah, you got 2 members in base there. He's a little bit hidden, but Rune's Ivy is in there in the fountain. So you've only got 3 members here, and I don't think they can really get there with the lane so pushed in and Metal Skin already so close to the urn drop-off. So this is good lane pressure from Metal Skin working out well for them. They've got what's that, a 14k lead, and then they've also got the Urn coming in, which is going to be close to 10,000 souls by now, I think. Spark is finally back. We might see the game unpause here shortly.
Yeah, definitely some weird builds happening all around here. It seems like Ruin and Bo3 both have decided to go on a bit of a carnivore diet here. Not really getting any of their greens in. Yeah, definitely interesting builds.
Somebody didn't listen to their mom, not eating their vegetables.
Yeah.
Antihero under a little bit of pressure here, but he's a Viscous. He'll be able to get out pretty safe, especially because his team is now here to support him out. And another pause.
This is just unfortunate for the side of Weeb and Metal Skin. Seems like the government's trying to get involved. Them getting the lead here is just too much for their PCs to handle.
We press pause button. Oh,
I mean, pretty true, not gonna lie.
Yep. So as we're waiting on Viscous to come back here, who so far has had the standout performances from these teams?
Looking at the stats here so far, I gotta say the 7 ult really helping out the side of We by Metal Skin, getting a lot of value off of it so far after that early game. Definitely good for the side of We by Metal Skin.
Yeah, he's built more into that power surge, but a lot of the items overlap, so you're still able to get a pretty good 7 ult, even with the power surge build. So Kiwi's doing a good job. You see 15 assists there. That means he's doing a lot of the damage that his team is following up on. So expect to see members like Citadel getting involved there once you see the 7 ult popped. That's going to drain a lot of the resources of Shiver Me Timbers for the other teammates to have a better engage. So we unpause here. Might see a fight break out here on the right, but I think this would be risky from either team, especially now that mid boss is up.
Yeah, this is not the time that we want to get the people down with both waves crashing on this mid here. And if any team dies here, loses 2 members, that might be a mid boss angle.
Yep, so both teams keeping safe. Metal Skins keeping their lanes pushed out so that they can take all of this farm and extend their soul lead. Solid neutral play from them there. Oh, nice ethereal shift there.
Yeah, looks like he was trying to use the cultist there on the tier 3, but forgot he changed the round in the key bindings.
Alright, Shiver Me Timbers now getting their lanes pushed out enough that they can try and contest with this farm, but it's already so gone. What do they need to come back into this game here? Well, that's not exactly what they need. The Yamato doesn't find the engage onto Citadel, who manages to get out. And we're seeing them take even more of this farm, build up their soul lead. It's now up to nearly 25,000. Solid lead there from them, managing to take it up after getting so much pressure from that mid-boss. Shiver Me Timbers need to find something here. They should have a comeback urn if they take it, but Abrams and Mirage already over there to contest them, make sure that they don't get it for free. And even if they do manage to get the urn and then take it over to their drop-off, it's going to be a tough fight with the 7 ult in that warehouse building. So now We by Metal Skin are going to pick it up for themselves and at least make sure that Shiver Me Timbers don't get that comeback urn on their own terms.
Yeah, I mean, good start so far. Getting this urn, it's definitely what they want to converge on, but I don't think they're going to be able to deposit this with Shiver Me Timbers really grouping around that area.
Yeah, they're just making sure that Metal Skins can't build out their lead even more. If they lose one fight now, this is looking in really dangerous territory. Not only is the soul lead afar, they've lost some of their base guardians, which means that they'll be able to push into the base pretty well if any members of Shiver Me Timbers go down. So the patron under some pressure here, and now Shiver Me Timbers have to play very well to come back into this. Mirage picks up the armor-piercing rounds, going to help with some of the resistances built up here from Shiver Me Timbers. They're just poking out the lanes.
Yeah, I would like to see this, the side of Weaver Milskin go for a bit more of this jungle here, as they have started to do that a little bit on the left side, but maybe take some of this right side jungle where the urn is currently, just hovering around it and maybe picking it up every once in a while, just making holding the control over it and making sure they can soul smacks for a bit.
Yeah, they've taken all the farm from Shiver Timber's side, so now they just have to clear their own, and they will have taken effectively all the jungle on the map, which is a good way to build out your soul lead, as it's fallen back a little bit closer to 20,000, but still within the bounds of one team fight. So if Shiver Timbers can find the engage that they need, this is still very winnable for them. Arna's reset to neutral. It's going to be Metal Skins picking it up. Nope, never mind. Citadel is forced off. Now 4 members of Shiver Timbers coming in to get this urn, and they're going to take it. Surely they back out here. And they do.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a misplay here from Weir Milskin giving this urn over, but maybe they're just gonna try to contest this deliver here. A lot of people not there though.
They're missing their Abrams. He's got speed. He's trying to use it to get over there to the fight, but Metal Skins just aren't there for it. They're going to give this one up, which means that the soul lead is going to diminish. The comeback urn going to be captured, but We Buy Metal Skins looking like they might be going for a mid-boss angle here. Nope, they're all just backing off now.
Yeah, perhaps thinking about it, but realizing that the wave's getting pushed up and all the members of Shiver Timbers are gonna be around that middle lane.
Yep, just after the urn, everyone's around that middle zip line. They're free to roam where they please, and the lanes aren't good enough for Metal Skins to be able to engage. So Rune's gonna pick up the refresher now, let him get around the map a little bit more. Has both teams again just playing some of that lane table tennis.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff here coming in from Shiver Timbers, being able to get this this urn and managing to claw back a little bit of this lead here. Then keep this going. It might be good for them.
Yeah, the next urn will be up in just a minute and a half, so if they can get back-to-back urns, they've certainly got a window into this, but at some point they need to find a good engage here. They need to set up an ambush onto someone. They got 4 members around mid. Maybe 5? No, that's a Kelvin in base, so 4 members there. If they want to ambush the person who comes for wave, they might be able to get something, but no, they don't want to risk it. It is, of course, very dangerous to try and go for something like that. You don't know where the enemy team are, so they're just going to back off, take their own lanes, and wait for an opportunity here.
Yeah. Looking at some of these builds, though, I gotta say, this Mystic Reverb coming out from Hate My Wife's Kelvin here is not really something I'm a fan of, personally. I think the Mystic Reverb is too focused on dealing damage with this Kelvin, which is not usually the function Kelvin should have in a comp like this. Especially when you already have the Ivy going for that like very AoE EPS option.
Yeah, he's also got the Tank Buster, so looking to do a lot of damage with these grenades, but yeah, I don't know if I like that as much when Shiver Me Timbers needs some sustain to be able to survive the Pocket Affliction, the Sinclair ults, the 7 ults, so definitely an unusual Kelvin build here, but Shiver Me Timbers are used to having this. You know, they've had plenty of Kelvin play in the past, so maybe they think that they can get more value from this. We head into buffs here. Looks like it's going to be 1 for each side.
Yeah, I mean, Weber Milskin just using that soul advantage to scare off Shiver Me Timbers here away from this buff, managing to get it for himself, and also getting a lot of control over this initial urn drop.
Yep, that's going to be a neutral urn picked up here. The soul lead not quite 10% after Shiver Me Timbers got that previous one, so Metal Skins now are going to be able to force the issue if they want. I think that this has got to be the go time for Shiver Me Timbers. You know, you've got your lanes decently pushed up, and you have to take an engage at some point, lest Metal Skin just build out their lead forever. So this has got to be the fight for Shiver Me Timbers. This is where they need to come back into things.
Yeah, and they're putting a lot of members over there, and the Mirage is not being there might be pretty good for Shiver Me Timbers. Or the March doing the teleport now.
Yeah, he's come in. Sonny Bean has turned in the urn. Now Shiver Me Timbers not able to contest that the souls. It means that they're going to have a disadvantage in this fight. The Abrams goes in. Sonny Bean doing a lot of damage. Magic Shoe goes down. That's the highest souls player for Shiver Me Timbers already out of this fight. Some low members from Metal Skins, but the Kelvin Dome is going to come in and try and keep them up. Takoa goes down. No Lash ult to be found anywhere. Spark comes in with the Affliction. A lot of abilities being thrown around. The 7 ult now in as well. Matt goes very low. Has to pop the Shadow Transformation. Rune goes down. Matt's down. Kelvin nearly dead there, and there we go. That's a full team wipe for Metal Skin. This has got to be the game.
Yeah, I mean, they have a couple options here, though. They have a wave pushed in, but it's quite far away from them, so they might just go for the mid boss.
Yeah, mid boss may be the safe play here. If you don't want to go for the full game in, they're at least going to be able to knock Patron if they can get the damage here. So they get a few more members in.
Yeah, and I believe this is the second mid boss of the game, so there should be a 4-minute mid boss. It's gonna give them a pretty good advantage coming into this last part of the game.
Yeah, I would have preferred to see some people split off from mid boss there and pressure the base, just to make sure that you get these waves all the way pushed in while you're taking the mid boss. It doesn't take all 6 members to finish that off, but they're going to be able to do it now. They should still have plenty of time to down the Patron. There we go. Base Guardians are down. They're working on the shrines now. Plenty of objective damage to go around. The 7 with the power surge, and of course Citadel having just picked up the glass cannon. He's got so much damage for these objectives, and as soon as that shrine goes down, this is going to be the Patron. Magic Shoe just came up, but he's not going to be able to do anything here. And he's
Yeah, but they might have to get out of here. All members of Shiver Timbers coming up here with all their ults available and online, whereas Weaver Muskin not having this many ults might be good.
Yeah, but they've got a 50k soul lead, and they've got the rejuve buff, so they're going to stay here. They're going to start putting pressure on the Patron and need to come in for a big lash slam here. But he gets stunned up. Magic Shoe coming in with the concussive combustion, able to stun up a lot of members of Weavite Metal Skin, but not a lot of them go low, and instead it's Shiver Me Timbers who are going down. The copied ult here from the Kelvin comes in. Actually, that's just going to be the Rock Kelvin Dome to keep the Patron safe, but I Hate My Wife now goes down, and Magic Shoe very low as well. The 7 ult comes in to try and confirm this. Patron going very low. Now Shiver Me Timbers members falling. This is going to be the end of the game. Weavite Metal Skin are going to tie things up 1-1. The full Team White confirms the game for them.
Impressive stuff coming out from Weavite Metal Skin there in the end. Definitely a good way to end that game there. The lash going down there without using his ult definitely not helping Shiver Me Timbers, and yeah, well done.
Here we go. We saw the adjustments that Metal Skin needed. They got their engages, they got their frontline presence, and of course that 7 being able to put in such damage also helped a lot. So they make the adjustments, and we're going to go to a second game 3 here. We promised you a long day of Deadlock. You're gonna get it. So hopefully we're gonna have another best of 3 in the finals. Well, we will have a best of 3. It just matters if it goes to 3 matches or not. So Shiver Me Timbers fall down now, and it's gonna come down to game 3 to decide if the number 1 seed can make it out and into the grand finals, or if they'll be dethroned. As we take a look here at the stats.
Yeah, really good performances coming in from both sides here. Definitely impressed by the numbers that Weavite Metal Skin on the Sapphire side here managed to pull out, especially on this Sinclair and Abrams. Characters you wouldn't usually see that high in the damage numbers, but getting really good numbers regardless. Pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, Bashi putting out a lot of work with those Vexing Bolts, and Sonny Bean just being the initiator, going in and not dying is the important part there. Getting a lot of the initiation. Citadel ended up with a lot of the player damage and the kills, though, so he was just their heavy farm person doing a lot of it. And then the 7 from Kiwis just putting in the raw damage and keeping people split up. Ended up with a lot of the assists there. So solid performance all around from Metal Skin, showing their team play and coordination once they get a lead, and just playing safe and not overextending to take the game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely what you want to see out of a team there after that 1-0 loss. Then going 1-1 now with a really impressive game where they held control for a long time after a quick turnaround after the early game that Shiver Me Timbers post. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, so now the score is evened up 1-1. The top seed and the 4th seed battling it out here. They're making it close. Neither team is going to get ahead, so don't go away. We'll see you in game 3. Here we go, Game 3 in the semifinals here of the Death Slam League playoffs. We got the number 1 seed fighting for their life here against the number 4 seed Shiver Me Timbers. We by Metal Skin fighting back though in Game 2 with a pretty convincing in-game there. They were able to take a lead and then just never really make a mistake to let Shiver Me Timbers come back into this. An impressive performance from them. Now it's going to be Game 3 where either team has a shot to get here into our grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, good conversion here from We by Metal Skin. Trying to draft a bit more of a team comp strategy, and that working out really well for them. Always having that upper hand, especially with that 7 ult, really doing work. Scaring away the side of Shiver Me Timbers in most of these team fights. Definitely something I want to see them repeat here if they are able to.
Yeah, there's the danger of leaving the 7 unpicked. We thought that they were letting it go so that they could pick it themselves, making Metal Skins ban it out so that they wouldn't take it, but then they just let Shiver Me Timbers, or excuse me, let Metal Skin have it, and it came around to bite them. So we're going to see if that changes up here, as Metal Skin will take the first ban and first pick. So Shiver Me Timbers also choosing to defer here, both teams wanting to take the second and third picks. It's going to be Vindicta banned out first.
Yeah, I mean, We by Metal Skin still keeping that Game 1 in mind, where Repuck from Shiver Me Timbers really did impressive work here. And yeah, it's just gonna be the 7 here, immediately after a Sinclair ban.
Yeah, they're running it back. The Shiver Me Timbers let them have it again, instead saying that the Sinclair was the problem. So that's going to be off the board for Metal Skin. I honestly don't feel like the Sinclair has had that much of an effect on these games, but clearly Shiver Me Timbers don't want to let them have it, and they're going to say that it's worth giving up the 7 to take whatever these next 2 picks are. We expecting Mirage here? We got Shiv.
I was personally expecting the Shiv here, at least using knowledge from my region. I don't think you ever let Shiv get away from the top 2. But Mirage is also definitely a good candidate to put up there.
Yeah, the Mirage doing a lot of work in that last game. Shiver Me Timbers maybe looking to flip him here. They're taking a minute to decide. We've seen a couple of deviations in Game 3 as teams adjust to each other's strategies, so we could see some adjustments here as we go into the second half of this draft, but I expected these first picks to come through kind of quickly. Shiver Me Timbers deliberating here on what they want.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're thinking about if they want to go for this Kelvin immediately like they did last time. Maybe trying to get that Yamato or something instead, 1 pick earlier.
Yeah, it could be. Kelvin did a lot of work for them in that game, but it wasn't enough to swing it there. They do eventually go for the Mirage, so that big source of damage and debuffs coming through, as well as the ult, which got so much value for We by Metal Skins in the last game. So a solid 2 to start off here for Shiver Me Timbers, but now Metal Skin get a double pick of their own to come back with.
Yeah, that Mirage in the last game definitely being a bit of a nuisance on the side lanes. Keeping that pressure up all the time and being able to come into these team fights whenever possible. Definitely was really good for the side of We by Metal Skin. So I like that they're taking it away here.
Yeah, and of course, always having that side lane doing the split push gives you a lot of souls, so he built up quite a lead before going into some of those team fights. And we saw him just with the Ricochet and the Inhibitor and the Toxic Bullets putting in so much work so that Shiver Me Timbers could never really get all of their damage online. So they're going to try and do the same thing to We by Metal Skin. It's going to be up to Metal Skins to pick a bit more disparate of a team comp. They've got to make sure that they don't get punished too much by the Shiv and Mirage with their crazy damage output. So they're going to go for the pocket to help avoid some of that damage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I need to say the line, but it is definitely the Spark hero pool in question here. Coming in full effect here as the We by Metal Skin really seems to favor this pocket in general.
Yeah, he's a decent pick in the meta right now. Really good into some of these Brawly team comps, but also just a generically good hero if you've got the player who can play it. He is a bit feast or famine. He gets caught out a lot if you don't know what you're doing on him. You got to make sure that you layer your abilities and the ethereal shift and things to stay out of harm's way. But they've done a good job of that so far. I haven't seen a whole lot of pocket pickoffs with these games, so not a noticeable point of concern for Metal Skins. They seem pretty confident in their pocket play.
Yeah, I mean, that ult really getting a lot of value, especially into the side of Shiver Me Timbers, who last game drafted a very frontline heavy comp. A lot of healing, which the pocket really just likes to go into.
And there we go. That's a third pick Warden for Metal Skin. They've now got a really solid team fight, to be honest. They've got the 7 ult, the Pocket Affliction to open things up, and then the Warden to chase people down. That's pretty scary from Metal Skins. This is one of the later Warden picks that we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it went all this way. Getting into the second round here, definitely something that I remember Shiver Me Timbers banning instantly last time, and I'm excited to see how Weber Melskin is going to use this.
Yeah, they're going to need to pick up some forms of support here, however. They'd love to get the Kelvin, I know, but so would Shiver Me Timbers, so it's going to be a battle for who can get that first. If Shiver Me Timbers want to prioritize that, no, they go for the McGinnis instead, trying to wall off these Warden ults.
Yeah, I apologize for my reaction there, but wow, that was unexpected from me on the McGinnis. I feel like you're completely right about what you're saying, that they should definitely be getting a support here. But maybe they're deciding that the McGinnis Spirit build is going to be their support this game.
Yeah, could be, and the walls are definitely strong against the Warden ult, especially if you get it up to tier 3, that stun, that can fully reset the cooldown. Might also be able to help catch off this Pocket sometimes, and they may be looking to ban the Kelvin instead of picking him here, as they will get a ban here going into the second half.
Yeah, definitely not what I was expecting. But maybe they're just trying to fake them out here, saying that We by Melskin should ban this Kelvin, because they don't want it anyways. We got the Guinness, it's fine.
Yeah, go ahead. Nothing bad will happen. Just go ahead and ban it. You can't take it anyway. Yeah,
I mean, if they do decide to ban it, that takes them down a ban that you already kind of can anticipate and play around already with the rest of your draft.
Yeah, but Shiver Me Timbers are going to ban out the Bebop instead, making sure that you, I don't know, can't get hooked into some of these dangerous ults. But you said last time that you didn't like it. Does that hold true this time in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I would be doing on either side here. I feel like the Bebop definitely is an interesting ban to me on the side of Shiver Me Timbers here. I guess just trying to not get this Mirage picked off, even though the Guinness wall usually is a bit of a counter to the hook if you can time it right. So I don't know.
Yeah, it depends. And We by Metal Skin are going to ban out the Kelvin. So despite Shiver Me Timbers having the McGinnis already, they say, we think you shouldn't have that hero again. So McGinnis probably going to be forced more over to that support role. At least that's what I'd like to see. We saw the no vegetables McGinnis in game 1 going for the hybrid gun and spirit damage, but I don't know how much I like that in this draft with Kelvin gone.
Yeah, and the Abrams just compounds that issue. You really do need to get some good healing for the Shiv and the Abrams here. And if you don't have a good support here to really heal up the front line and give space for the Mirage, it's definitely going to be a problem for them.
Yeah, there's so much damage from We by Metal Skin. You have to have some way to answer this. Either stall it out and make them use all of their ultimates and then come back and counter engage, or find a way to damage them through it and burst these heroes down before they can really start doing the damage that they need to. So far, I'm not really seeing the vision from Shiver Me Timbers. They need a bit more damage, I think. Maybe an Infernus pick could be coming up, but it's Metal Skin's pick for now.
I actually think they need some more spirit carries on the side of Shiver Me Timbers here. Having a lot of gun already with this Abrams, the Mirage, possibly the Shiv as well, definitely it's gonna be a problem if you also want to play this McGinnis in this like hybrid no greens build that they ran game 1. But I think like an Ivy or something would help their draft a lot.
Yeah, could be very true. We're going to see Metal Skins pick up the Infernus and the Mo and Krill, so more damage and then someone to help lock down these targets from Shiver Me Timbers into the big damage that they already have. So pretty dangerous coming out, and then a lot of solid laners as well, I think, here for Metal Skin.
Yeah, I mean, definitely just helping out the side of Shiver Me Timbers here. I think with this Mo and Krill, I think the Abrams and the Shiv actually kind of like to go up against this Krill. Giving them a couple more options for that close range fighting. So I'm not that sure about the Krill pick. However, the Infernus makes a lot of sense with the heal reduction and the general fire rate slow.
Yeah, now Shiver Me Timbers are going to get 2 picks here. They pick up the Geist again, like they did in game 1. That's going to help deal a lot of their damage, like they said, and they can build it more towards the Spirit, as you said, if they want to spread out their damage types to take advantage of something like this Pocket Spirit weakness or people buying, well, Metal Skin. So a chance here for the guys to put in a lot of work if Metal Skins live up to their namesake.
Yeah, I mean, definitely making a statement with that name, and we haven't seen any Metal Skins, I don't think, from them in a long time, if ever. So maybe this is the game where they're gonna do it.
In their defense, I think they did pick that name back when it was the M1 carry patch, and then that big patch came in just before DDS1, so their name did not age well, you might say.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate timing on that. But pretty good drafts here so far. I like the Geist here as this answer into the Krill, and the Dynamo being picked up. Wow, the Lash immediately on the other side. Okay.
All right, that's a set of picks right there. I can sort of see the Dynamo vision, trying to shut down the 7 and the Warden, but I don't really think it's that good. I mean, you've got the Mow and Krill to be able to pounce on this squishy Dynamo, and now the Lash picked up as a direct response to the Dynamo, able to lift him up out of the Singularity. So I don't know about this one from Shiver Me Timbers. I gotta favor Metal Scan in this draft.
Yeah, this is a very weird draft, if I'm correct, in the NA scene in general. I think this looks more like an EU draft. No Yamato, no Ivy. It's just a Dynamo and chilling, Lash, the Pocket, 5 gun carries. Definitely gonna be a very interesting comp to execute on the side of Shiver Me Timbers here.
Yeah, I mean, I said it last match, we often see these game 3s go a little bit weird, and that has definitely gone through in this draft, so this is going to be an interesting one. Don't go anywhere for sure. This is going to be for all the marbles here.
Yeah, I'm still really, I'm not really impressed by this Dynamo pick. I think an Ivy would have done a lot for this team comparatively, with just general healing and also being able to slow down a lot of these like very running characters, such as the Warden, Infernus, and the Krill. Being able to slow them down and allowing your frontliners to get a bit more positioning, getting closer to them, would have helped them a lot more, I think, than a ult.
Yeah, they don't need the presence of the Ivy ult as much because they have the Mirage this time, but it still would have gotten a lot of value in these team fights to slow down the abilities, as you said, from We Buy Metal Skin. So, yeah, a couple of weird picks coming out here from both sides. Shiver Me Timbers, I think, in particular, let a lot of strong heroes go, and then secret pick Dynamo at the end. So, it's up to them to prove me wrong, I suppose. We should be getting into the game pretty shortly.
Yeah, I mean, having played in the EU region, I know there are some teams that actually favor Dynamo quite a lot in EU, with some very, very cool tech. I know of one guy who goes like cheat death with the Dynamo, just trying to survive with that ult as long as you can, and it's very interesting, but it works sometimes.
Yeah, I guess I can see it.
But
I don't know if I would build that personally, though. If you play that in my ranked game, I'm avoiding you. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just like the skin is built, definitely could be an option, but I wouldn't be convinced of it.
Yeah, no. This is a weird one. I haven't seen a game or a draft like this. I guess we haven't actually gotten into the game. But I haven't seen a draft like this so far in DSL, so I don't know what to expect here. I mean, what do you think the vision is here for Shiver Me Timbers? What are they trying to accomplish in these team fights?
I think their vision is just a push, honestly. I think they're just trying to go as forward as possible. Just trying to play all frontliners, just catch someone off guard who doesn't know that all these frontliners are here and just hate crime them to death. That's my guess.
Yeah, plenty of good objective damage heroes here, and if you just perma hold S and you manage to survive these ults from Metal Skin, they do have cooldowns. Metal Skins are dependent very much on their ults here. Really, 5 heroes who play around that a lot. We'll probably see the Surge of Power, or not the Surge of Power, another thing that starts with Surge. Power Surge, there we go, from the 7. We'll probably see that build again, so he's not as reliant on his ult. But still, so it's a team with a lot of opportunity for weakness. You know, if you catch them outside of their strong window, you can maybe make some progress here. So we'll see if Shiver Me Timbers have the discipline to take their engages at the right time.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see some the 7 go for a bit more of this carry style. Even though you do have the Warden and the Infernus, I think if you play a bit more of a Spirit build on the Warden and this a bit of like a maybe anti-heal Toxic Bullets kind of 7, I think that would be really good for this draft.
Yeah, you do need to shut down the heals here from really most of Shiver Me Timbers, everyone except the Mirage, perhaps. There's a lot of lifesteal over there from our number 4 seed, but Metalskins have the tools to be able to deal with it if they build for the right itemization. Of course, you've got the Pocket Affliction with the minus 40% lifesteal, and then the Infernus Napalm as well to be able to do that, and then Warden can build into it. Mo and Krill, of course, usually picks up something like the Heal Bane to be able to better kill people in his ult. So, well, we'll have to see what these guys do and when we finally get into the game.
Yeah, I will say for the side of Shiver Me Timbers here, this Dynamo has to be thinking about a very early unstoppable. This Lash and the 7 and stuff can really disrupt his ult a lot. And I think that's something I would personally consider pretty fast.
Yeah, and you might say the same for the 7 on the side of Metalskin if he does build for that ult. I don't expect him to, but if he does, then Shiver Me Timbers have a lot of tools to be able to counter it with the Abrams ult or the Dynamo Black Hole. So you'd want to see the same thing from the 7 if he goes that route. Maybe the Lash as well, but we'll see how they decide to build.
Yeah, on the side of Shiver Me Timbers too, their draft being a pretty CC heavy in general, but I would personally call it pretty unreliable CC. They have a lot of conditional CC with this Abrams needing you to be put into a wall, the Dynamo Black Hole probably being your best source of reliable CC, and definitely going to be hard for them to deal with all these carries on the side of Weaver Milskin with such unreliable CC.
Yeah, maybe your only consolation, though, is that Metalskins do have a couple of these heroes who are a bit greedy. You know, you've got the 7 and the Warden and the Infernus who all want to take a lot of that farm. They've got to coordinate among themselves who over there is going to be the carry and who's going to play a little more economical. So there's potential there for Metalskins, if they don't coordinate well, to sort of sabotage each other. But they've got 3 heroes who don't really need that many souls. Like, Pocket can play the more carry style, but he can also just kind of be an ult bot and play for those afflictions. So he doesn't need to have 50,000 souls to pop off. And certainly Mo and Krill and Lash don't need that much either. As here we go, we're going to be hopping into Game 3. Everything on the line. The winner of this game will make it to the Grand Finals to play for top spot here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some cool compositions coming out here, and I'm very excited to see how they're gonna pan out. Especially this Dynamo from Shiver Me Timbers is very spicy, if I understand correctly, for the NA region.
Yeah, we're going to see the Dynamo paired with the McGinnis. That's a high sustain lane, but not with a lot of pressure. So, fortunately, Metalskins have sent over the Mo and Krill and the Lash, who don't have terribly much pressure. Not a lot of poke from them, so, could be a relatively even lane here. In the mid lane, got 4 dangerous heroes, the Shiv and the Mirage versus the Warden and the 7. And then the left side, a lot of poke from both sides with the Geist Abrams and the Infernus Pocket. Which lane do you have your eye on?
Let me say before even talking about the lanes, I think Shiver Me Timbers have done a bit of a mistake here with their lane parries. I think the Abrams and Geist lane is, while a good lane, I think I would have liked to seen the McGinnis and Abrams go together, with this wall being able to shoulder charge into, usually being a really good combo. And the Dynamo McGinnis lane is also like a pretty weak lane, so I really worry for them here.
Yeah, the only thing that they've really got going between them is that they are able to sustain pretty well. You don't need a whole lot of regen items when you've got 2 abilities that can heal both the teammates. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of damage here. They're just kind of going to be playing until someone else can come over and help them take the tower.
Yeah. Also see this middle lane here with the Mirage and Shiv from Shiver Me Timbers. A lane we saw earlier, I believe, losing out on their lane against a pretty weak one. So I'm surprised they go for this again. It was game 1.
Yeah, Matt now going to be picking up the Mirage. I don't believe he played it before. Lash looking for the big slam, finds it onto Magic Shoe, but he's going to be able to get away at about half HP. They're going to heal back up. No big engagements coming in so far from either side. Not quite as aggressive as we saw the last 2 games.
Just checking the stats here. Matt has actually played Mirage 1 time in a 1-0. Gone 1-0 on the Mirage so far. Getting a win on it. So
there you go, perfect win rate.
yeah. I mean, we'll see after this game, but for now at least.
All right, we got a sort of small engage there. The Abrams managed to get off a good shoulder charge onto Citadel on that Infernus, but no kills resulting from it so far. That does mean that the Infernus is going to have to back off and play a little bit safer, but no kills so far.
Yeah, I'm impressed by this Dynamo McGinnis lane so far. Being able to push the Mo and Krill and the Lash this far back. Definitely well done by them so far.
It's going to be a 7 stun onto the Shiv. Not a whole lot of damage coming from that. He's able to get out relatively safely. But once we see this the 7 stun and the Warden Cage get comboed, we could see that become pretty effective. They are both abilities that have a bit of a wind up before the stun, so it's going to keep the members of Shiver Me Timbers on their toes for sure. As we see, about to hit 4 minutes, some of these camps are still up. They're going to try and take those.
Yeah, I mean, overall, pretty quiet early game, considering the other 2 games we've had so far, where they've been very active, but we'll see.
Yeah, Magic Shoe has gone down pretty low, but they've got the sustain tools to pump him back up. You see him climbing now already above half HP. It means that this Lash isn't going to be able to find as easy an engage. Ults are starting to come online here. Sonny Bean's going to be the first one to get it. That's the combo online to try and lock down the Dynamo or the McGinnis. Of course, if it is the McGinnis, then they have the Dynamo Quantum Entanglement to get her out. But slippery targets there for him to try and lock down.
Yeah, I mean, there's standard builds coming out here for most characters in this early lane. Like this, the start for the Abrams here, going for the very healing start of Resto Shot and Regen.
Seeing some brawling going over here. McGinnis has popped the ult, but she's now going to get chunked low by the Mo and Krill here. He's got the combo on her, but doesn't have the damage. The Medicinal Spectre got popped, and the Dynamo coming in to save her as well. Big damage onto the Mo as well, and it's going to be Lash who falls first. Anti-Hero is the first casualty of this lane. Sonny Bean now no parry. He's going to go down to this Dynamo, who's the sole surviving member in this lane. What a bloody engage there from both sides.
Yeah, looks like this Dynamo McGinnis lane actually getting a lot more value than we expected from our side at least. Getting this early fight here, really impressive with the double heals of the Dynamo 3 and the Medicinal Scepter on the McGinnis.
Yeah, but they didn't have the lane pressure. They weren't able to keep going. And, you know, Dynamo not that great at doing objective damage, so wasn't able to get much Guardian pressure. Meanwhile, on the left side, with just 1 pick from We Buy Metal Skin, they got the Guardian down to about half HP. And here they've got the Warden low as well from this poke from the Shiv and Mirage. They're going to start looking for some tower pressure. 2 strong ultimates from Metal Skins to be able to take these fights, though. So we see an engage here. The Mo and Krill again going forward. Again, going to be rebuffed by the heals from both these teams, or both these laners. Again, is very low, having popped both the healing abilities here. She's going to have to play pretty careful. And early Tesla bullets from her. Probably
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. I was just about to point that out. That's definitely gonna be this very greedy, no greens build that this McGinnis ran in game 1. Magic Shooter at least.
Yep. So a couple
Makes
of
me a bit
greedy
scared.
members.
I gotta say, it makes me a bit scared for the rest of the draft here. Like, they're gonna have like 5 heroes that ideally want farm. I do not know how you solve that.
I don't know either. I really would have preferred the support here. I think that's what Shiver Me Timbers' draft was looking for, although that might be the job of the Dynamo now. Just kind of play for the support in between ultimates. You know, it's still not a bad strategy, but that, as you said, leaves 5 members of the team to farm.
Yeah, perhaps this Abrams giving up a bit of his farm, trying to go for a bit more of a pick Abrams role. I'm unsure of how they're gonna solve that, but could definitely be an option.
Right. Kiwis has gone down in the middle lane. Now Bashi gone down as well. That's two heroes who you want to be getting some farm. Now down in the mid lane. That's going to be a Guardian heavily pressured, if not taken here. Meanwhile, McGinnis getting some good pressure onto the Mo and Quill. Just going to try and stay topped up here. They've got a lot of lane clear to be able to push out these minions, so could see some pressure here soon, but the Lash has the ultimate to ward them off of it. There's no wall from the McGinnis either, so she's going to be vulnerable to any sort of engage from either of these two players. And of course, if you get grabbed by the Lash, you can almost certainly assume that you'll get grabbed by the Mo and Krill shortly after. So very dangerous to be pushing tower against this combo of heroes. So they're just going to back off and take their camps as we hit the 8-minute mark and Cinder Sacrifices come up.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Geist hasn't gone back for this Radiant Regeneration item. That is so impactful for her laning phase.
You see the concussive combustion come out here onto the Abrams of Hate My Wife. He's going to try and go into the Seismic Slam, but goes right into a Flame Dash and is finished off by Spark, whose hero pool certainly working out so far. The Kiwis comes out now with the 7 ult. Doesn't catch onto the Mirage very much, who's poking him down very well with the Jin's Mark and the Beetles. The execute doesn't quite finish off Bashi, but they managed to finish him off between the two of them. So that's more pressure here now for the Shiver Me Timbers in this mid lane. But they're going to lose a Guardian on the other side. That pick onto the Abrams does result in the Guardian falling. That's the first one of the game. Rune now down as well. A lot of trades coming out here. Perry missed. Hate My Wife trying to do a bunch of damage here, but he's so caught out. He's in the middle of nowhere, and he's just getting burned down by the Infernus in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it does make sense to put the Hate My Wife on this Abrams. Definitely something that might fit his name a bit, but we'll see how it works out for the rest of the game. As right now, it seems to not be going out that well, considering his soul count.
Yeah, very different lanes working out here so far for both teams. Shiver Me Timbers with a strong start in the mid lane, but then completely falling apart on the left. Right side lane looking pretty even, neither side able to make much headway. But as we reach the 10-minute mark, Metal Skins are ahead by just a tad. They need to grab these buffs as they come up.
Yeah, I mean, this McGinnis at this point really has to be looking at this, at all this juicy jungle to snap up here. Having bought this Tesla bullets, maybe a player from Shiver Me Timbers should go out for this this right lane and just start farming that, so the Dynamo can rotate.
Yeah, now it's going to be a 3v2 on the right-hand lane, though looking to finally get some pressure onto this McGinnis and the Dynamo. Warden going to be coming in with the ult in mid lane, but everyone just stays safe. He's not got the duration on the ultimate or the move speed to be able to catch anybody. Matt just tornadoes away safely. No look, the right side is reset as well. Mo and Krill going back to his side, and Geist just pick up the urn.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly seen these Warden ults being pretty hit or miss here, especially in this middle lane. You either hit them or you don't, and usually it's a don't.
Well, can't say that's wrong about anything in this game, I suppose. But now, we're going to see an interesting trade of objectives here, I think. You got Infernus pressuring this Walker while Shiver Me Timbers go for the urn. That means that there's going to be a man down on the right side temporarily while Metal Skins have players there to be able to pressure this urn drop off. Spark comes in with the pocket, doesn't find a whole lot, just poking them out, making sure this McGinnis can't get too comfortable here. She's going to get healed up. They need to find space for her to be able to put down a wall and deliver the urn safely. The Affliction comes in, catches onto, I believe, both there. There comes the Black Hole, catches Spark. He's not able to get away. He's just 1 HP, but the Lash Maven just manages to find the ult onto the Dynamo. It's a trade there. Now 7 comes in. The Mirage TP is over. Monkrill combo doesn't find a whole lot. Abrams now coming up with the Seismic Slam. Not going to be able to find a whole lot. He's just trying to get out with his life. Dives back under his Guardian, but he cannot escape. Hate My Wife goes down again, and this Guardian's going to fall. The urn has reset.
Yeah, we certainly see a lot of the weaknesses here of the Shiver Me Timbers draft, but this Lash ult really being able to disrupt this fight. Impressively done, at least. This Dynamo ult really getting effed over, I should say, by by this Lash ult.
Yeah, that's the polite way of saying it, I suppose. Citadel manages to find the kill there onto Rune. Now Tako's going to try and force him off, but Furnace does too much damage, so just going to keep up the pressure here until someone can come and help him. Looks like that's the Abrams' job.
Yeah, the Abrams and Dynamo trying to just get this Infernus away from their walker, and succeeding in so far.
Yeah, that does mean that there's a man advantage over here in the middle lane. Got the Moe and Krill in the pocket ready to take that Guardian. No one there for Shiver Me Timbers, but they maybe don't realize that. They don't take the pressure. So we're just seeing more trades come out here. This right side being held very firmly by the Lash and the 7. Nobody able to make any headway yet, because if you get caught by that Lash ult, which is not yet up, but you know, if it does come up, then you're going to get tossed into a 7 ult shortly after. So, pretty dangerous to be caught out there. It's a 6k lead for Metal Skins. And they're going to try and force this mid walker here with the Warden ult. A good play there from Bashi, forcing the objective damage, and that's it's now 2 Guardians to none. They get their flex slot.
Yeah, but Shiver Me Timber's trying to respond here on the right side. Getting this, he's trying to get this Guardian here, and it looks like it's gonna succeed. But Moe and Krill coming in from behind, though.
Yeah, they get the combo. McGinnis going so low. Rune also falling over on this side here. The Affliction comes in just to finish off these low members of Shiver Me Timbers. Takoa now trying to run away. He might be able to get out, but this Shiv certainly will not be. He's got 3 members chasing him. Reepock is in so much trouble here. Gets spun up by Sonny Bean. And there comes the pocket, and just everyone there to finish off Reepock. So that's 3 members down for Shiver Me Timbers. What are Metal Skin going to do with this? They're kind of low. Citadel does get caught here. He goes down to Mirage, so that's a refrag. Now that means Metal Skin's window is drastically closed.
Yeah, Matt really showing us this Mirage here that we were skeptical of, from considering the rest of his hero pool, but really showing that he definitely knows how to play the character.
There's only so much complexity in Mirage, I feel like. You definitely benefit from having some reps on him, but in the end, he is mainly an M1-focused hero, so not terribly difficult to pick up on the fly, but of course showing us why he's the player for Shiver Me Timbers to pick up Mirage. Meanwhile, the left side seeing some action here. It looks like Hate My Life has been caught out a little bit. He's 1v3 and yeah, just goes down. Not going to be putting any pressure onto that Guardian, and in fact, with 3 people here, they may push for this Walker. So many members of Shiver Me Timbers tangled up on the right side.
Yeah, a big group of people here from Weaver Middleskin as well, going on this left side instead, but this is just gonna favor Shiver Me Timbers, who are gonna be able to get this buff and earn on whoever they want, basically.
Yeah, earn control for Shiver Me Timbers. They're behind, and this being
Might
15
even be,
minutes,
yeah.
they will get the favored earn if they go for it, but they may have to give up a Walker to do it.
Yeah, but even just confirming this as a favorite earn now is still really good for the side of Shiver Me Timbers. So I like that they take the earn here.
Yeah, even if they drop it, they will have it later on before the earn resets, even if they win a team fight and come ahead on souls. So as soon as you pick up that earn, the drop-off location is locked until the earn resets. So Metal Skin just going to take their farm. They're not going to contest this earn unless... No, Mo's just buying.
It's well played by Shiver Me Timbers here, recognizing that a lot of members of Weaver Middleskin wasn't really around. So just being able to snap up that earn.
Yeah, a lot of lane pressure for Weaver Middleskin, but this being only 16 minutes, they don't have a lot of ways to pressure the Walkers this early. We are seeing the strengths of their comp, though. They've got a lot of strong heroes, and Shiver Me Timbers just kind of, you know, playing separated and not really able to get much going for them. Hate My Wife has climbed back up in souls a little bit. He's not that far behind now. The soul difference is only 4,000. We're seeing some good performances from Matt so far. He needs to keep this going if he wants to carry his team to victory here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely good play from Matt so far, getting this lead. And definitely the guy you want to have a lead on the side of Shiver Me Timbers if you had to choose one.
Yeah, it's Reepock and Matt, 2 people you want in the lead who are in the lead. And it's the same story over on Metal Skin. You got Citadel taking a lot of the farm so far. Kiwi's about the same as the rest of his team, but if he's playing the Power Surge build, then he doesn't need as much of a lead. Instead, Citadel going to be the one to try and carry some of this. He makes the call to push up on yellow, this left side here. But there's 3 members of Shiver Me Timbers already here. Dynamo coming to join the fight as well. This could be dangerous if they don't realize he's here and he gets off a big ult, but it's going to mean that Mirage is isolated here on the right side.
Yeah, I mean, good stuff so far from both sides. Managing to keep a pretty even game here, considering that early game.
There comes the engage onto Matt's Mirage. He gets stunned out of the Traveler, and there's a kill. That means that the pressure is going to be in the favor of Shiver Me Timbers. They can pressure this Walker and get over to the left side if they choose, but so far Shiver Me Timbers putting out the pressure onto the Guardian here. They're going to be the ones getting the objectives. 2-man Lash ult is big. They still get the Guardian, but they're all going to go down to the 7 ult now, unless Dynamo comes in with a black hole and cancels it out. That's the value that you need to be seeing from your Dynamo throughout this game. The McGinnis wall comes up and locks Slash in there with them. Dynamo also now putting down some pressure with the stop. Might be able to find Kiwis here. There you go. Good kills there from Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, this might even convert into a Walker here. They should have a wave coming up.
Yeah, but 2 Walkers being pressured from Shiver Me Timbers as well. They're going to lose the middle and right Walkers for this engagement. And they may not even get this one.
Yeah, really scrappy so far. If they get this Walker, this might be pretty good for Shiver Me Timbers. Pretty even trade then.
Could be, but there's so many members of Metal Skins coming up now. The McGinnis wall going to try and lock them out, but she's been caught now by the Mo and Krill, who's got the combo if he wants to finish that off, get up some stacks. He says, no, I'll just kill you with my bare hands. Can do that too. Might look to lock down this Abrams here. There you go. Yeah. There comes the combo. The damage coming in from Bo3 and the rest of the team. Hate My Wife has been caught out now. Harry connects. He's gone down. 2 picks for Metal Skins now. They can take whatever they like.
Yeah, really good restraint from the Mo there, holding back that ult to be able to continue the fight in this Abrams. I don't think it would have gotten them that easily if they didn't have the combo there.
Yeah, definitely not. Choosing to give up the stacks there. A very, very unselfish Mo and Krill play. Shiver Me Timbers are going to try and defend this Walker, but there's so many members of We Buy Metal Skins here. Bo3 is kind of low, though. They may need to back off here, because the wave is not getting up as quickly as they'd like. Matt goes down, though, and that means that there's, again, a man advantage for Metal Skins. If they back off and take something else, they'll still have the advantage, but what else is there to go for? Really, this is your only target here, but Bo3 goes down. Finally, the Shiv has come into the fight. Repot getting some value from this pick, and they're going to push him out.
Yeah, good stuff coming out from Weaver Metalskin here, really keeping that pressure up.
Yeah, but they lose Bo3 for it. They do have a 9,000 soul lead, so a decent amount at the 20-minute mark. Buffs have just come up, and it looks like it was 1 apiece. The Shiv here getting the Vitality buff means that he's going to be so tanky for this Earn fight as it is about to come in. Citadel picks up the Ricochet, going to help him spread a lot more damage in these team fights. That Afterburn going to be going for so long. But Shiver Me Timbers get the Earn control.
Yeah. The Dynamo here from Shiver Me Timbers getting this Earn is definitely going to be good for them. They really would like to see these this control of the objectives to be able to get close to these fights and knowing how to position against them. Having the control really allows them to get closer to the fights.
Yeah, it's going to be a big fight over here on this Earn. It's a 1v1 on the left side. 2 members of Shiver Me Timbers not here for this Earn quite yet. They're going to be trying to get in here as the Dynamo just baits it for now. No big ultimates coming in yet. Oh, there's the Lash ult. Finds the Warden, who now pops ult, and he's in the middle of the team. Pocket Affliction comes in. Going to be doing a lot of damage, but the Dynamo comes in, catches a lot of members from We Buy Metal Skin, but it's Takoa who goes down first. Now Hate My Wife low as well. Magic Shoe and Repot go down. That's 4 kills for Metal Skin. Bo3 doesn't even die for all that.
Yeah, this Lash ult really just showing you why it's so good into this team. Definitely disrupting that Dynamo ult and securing this fight for the side of We Buy Metal Skin.
Just a big ult advantage there for Metal Skin. 2 members do go down. Spark and Bo3 took a lot of damage, but Rune's going to be an exit kill here, and that's going to be a full team wipe as soon as they catch up onto this rope. So there's a lot of kills going the way of Metal Skin. They're also going to get the 3rd Walker, and Infernus is now pressuring these base Guardians. Man, what an advantage here.
Yeah, this is looking like 4 flex slots already. However, I'm not sure they can have enough souls to really convert on that advantage yet. Still nice to get some objectives here.
Members of Shiver Me Timbers are coming up to contest this. Looks like Citadel won't be able to get the base Guardians now.
Inferno's in
fact,
trouble.
might have stayed too long. He could get caught here. He's down to 600 HP. 2 members chasing him. Oh, the concussive combustion going to be a bit late here as Abrams looks to find him with the seismic slam. There it comes. Citadel's
Just
down.
waiting it out. Just thugging it out, saying, nah, I'm good. You just use your ultimate. I'll drop when I'm ready.
Have great patience there. Trying so desperately to bounce off the walls and stay alive, but nah. Takoa picks up the refresher now.
Definitely a bit of a misplay, but on the other hand, maybe that's what allowed this urn to be neutral. So perhaps good in the end.
Shiver Me Timbers being very aggressive, going to take this mid boss. They have a lot of objective shreds, so they're going to get it very quickly. Dynamo did just pick up the refresher, so he's got the ult for this. This could be a really big fight, though, for Metal Skin. Here comes the Lash ult. It picks up two. The Dynamo ult comes in. Nobody's captured the region. There we go. Shiver Me Timbers managed to get it. So much damage coming in from them now. Bashi goes down. Nobody really caught here from Shiver Me Timbers. Moat combo comes in, but doesn't find the kill. Anti-hero goes down on the Lash. So many low health bars from Shiver Me Timbers. There we go. Matt and Hate My Wife go down. Sonny Bean also very low. There we go. He goes down. Spark also low. Here comes the 7 ult, but everybody's already run away. Everyone from Shiver Me Timbers is safe. What a fantastic turnaround from them.
Yeah, great conversion here, getting this mid boss and also getting all these kills as well. Getting traded out a little bit in the end here by Metal Skin, but they're still gonna have a couple rejuves up, and definitely very positive for Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, that soul lead was at 20,000 when they took the engage on the mid boss. Now it's close to just 12. Citadel's still up though, and he is the most dangerous person on Metal Skin, so he should be able to make sure that the pressure doesn't get too bad here. While Shiver Me Timbers have the rejuve respawns. There's only going to be Rune and Repoc with that buff.
Yeah, quite the turnaround from what it was looking like just a couple minutes ago. Shiver Me Timbers looking to pressure a lot of these walkers, especially this middle and the right lane walker.
Yeah, but they've got the urn right now. All 6 members up for them, and so far just the Warden responding for Metal Skin because everyone else is busy fighting off the other lane, so that's a free urn for Shiver Me Timbers, who are narrowing this soul lead. They could be coming back into this. It's only 20 more seconds until the next turn. They could get that too.
Yeah, in general, just really impressive stuff here.
Let's work on those turrets.
Now, it seems like this Guinness, by the way, running a different build than what we were expecting. Deciding to actually listen a little bit and go for this Spirit debuff build with actually a couple of greens.
Yeah, you got debuff remover and heal banes. It's something. You know.
Hey man, that heal bane is gonna help them a lot, considering how Shiver Me Timbers is gonna want to fight this.
Yeah, that's true. Metal Skins have a good bit of healing, and Guinness can help shut that down a bit. They've got the urn again, going for this delivery on the left side. Again, Metal Skin's busy dealing with the waves on their opposite side. Shiver Me Timbers have chosen great windows to go for these urns as their waves are pushed up. So Metal Skins can't really contest either of these. They should be bringing it even now, or at least nearly.
Yeah, and a couple of power spikes coming out in terms of items. Kiwi's Q on the 7, getting that unstoppable online and ready to be used. Definitely gotta help him with all the CC that the Shiver Me Timbers do have, even if unreliable.
Yeah, Takoa's so far shut him down anytime he goes for the ult, but this time looking for a bit of a hybrid here between the ultimate build and the power surge. He's got both of them maxed, so able to do whichever is better for the team fight at the moment. Shiver Me Timbers a little aggressive here without the rejuve buff. They're staying pretty long. They're not getting engaged on just yet. There we go. They're going to manage to escape.
I really like a lot of the builds coming out of both teams here. Going for pretty hybrid builds in general, not really too focused on just one thing. You can see that in both the Infernos here, going for this Boundless Spirit, and the 7 going for a bit more gun items than he did last game.
Yeah, they're making sure that there's no one strategy that Shiver Me Timbers can counter item against. So it's you got to keep all those strategies in mind when fight planning for Metal Skin. Though they don't have a clear way to win these fights, except that they do just generally have strong ults. So building a bit more into your gun will help give you a win condition when those ults aren't up and after they've passed. Mo and Krill here looking for an ambush onto somebody. There's a lot of members of Shiver Me Timbers around, though. He's found the Geist. Can he get close enough? No, she's going to escape.
Yeah, the Mo really lacking a movement active, I would say. Something like a Phantom Strike or a Warp Stone to be able to close this gap. Definitely something that could help in the long run.
Yeah, Phantom Strike going to be a really strong pickup when he manages to get to it. Both teams posturing right now for a nothing murder fight, frankly. There's nothing around here to fight for. But, you know, this is an A. We fight when we can, except these teams are going to back off of each other.
I will say, though, after those team fights, both these teams have shown a lot of patience here. Something I want to applaud them for. It's they're definitely playing to their percentages right now.
Yeah, this is game 3 in the semifinals. Neither team wants to be the team that makes a mistake and costs them all a game. So both sides just wanting to make sure that they get as good a fight as possible before they do anything. So that means that neither side's going to take a decisive fight at the moment. It's Metalskin with a slight soul advantage, about 7k. There's that Phantom Strike from Sonny Bean. He's now got the engagement tool when he wants to go for some of these pickoffs. Not really a lot of tools from Shiver Me Timbers to be able to deal with that. Maybe the Max McGinnis Wall and the Dynamo Quantum Entanglement, but that's about it. Skirmish now between the Mirage and the Warden. Warden's got a lot of move speed, though. He's going to be able to make it out after some poke damage here.
Yeah, I mean, not even slowing bolts can slow him down enough.
This is shaping up to be a bit of a brawl for members of Shiver Me Timbers. Metalskins now rotating to deal with that. Shiver Me Timbers are backing out, but Seven's caught the eye of this Dynamo here as he's farming. Just gets some escape damage, no engage.
Ash going in here, just doing some safe clearing, I guess, for these waves. Just trying to make sure that they can't get to this mid-walker.
Yeah, that's something we haven't really talked a lot about, is that Metalskins still have these 2 walkers here. That's a flex slot being denied from Shiver Me Timbers, so while the soul lead isn't much, they've still got a flex slot that they're pressuring them on, and they nearly got the base guardians earlier, so there's nearly a 2 flex slot advantage, but now we see Metalskins posturing for these next set of buffs. 20 seconds early, but no shame in being there early. Dynamo now getting scouted.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good for the side of Metalskins here to get that early control, but Slash getting a bit scared, though, by the members of Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, he just had no teammates in the area. And Shiver Me Timbers were at least 2 that he knew of, and more also around, so it'll be Shiver Me Timbers with earn control and a buff apiece.
Yeah, I also wanna give a quick mention to this this pocket here. Definitely not getting as much value as you would like to see against this team.
No, Spark a little behind in souls, but just not finding the engages that he needs against Shiver Me Timbers. There's a couple of tools to be able to stun him up. The McGinnis Wall, the Dynamo ult, the Mirage Tornado, and the Abrams stuns, of course. So he's having to play a little bit careful. We're now picking up the Spell Slinger to continue this hybrid build. This is going to be a big fight here. We see 12 members posturing for this urn. This could decide a lot of the game. It's been a stalemate the last couple of minutes, but this fight could break things open for either team. This fight could decide who's going to the grand finals. Shiver Me Timbers drop off the urn. Now the counter engage coming in from We by Metalskin. The Dynamo comes in onto the Warden ult, catches him. The Dynamo goes down first. Takoa doesn't manage to finish out the ult, and now the members of his team are getting caught out. Repop goes down next. McGinnis Wall not going to find a lot of value. Now the Mo and Krill combo coming in to ensure this kill onto Hate My Wife. There's 3 members of Shiver Me Timbers still up, and they've got to back off. This is going to be mid for Metalskin, and then they might be able to finish the game.
Yeah, it has to be, and it has to be mid here. And I really like this this play as well from the Infernus, just trying to push them away, making sure that they cannot contest in any way.
Yeah, that really breaks things open here for Metalskin. This mid boss going to last 4 minutes, the rejuve buff. That's going to be a lot of time for them to pressure with this this soul advantage. It's not a whole lot, but it's going to be enough to take that fight, at least. And then the rejuve buff going to help them secure even more as the lanes are already pushed. This should be a pretty good push on the base. I expect to see a down patron here in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a wave for it, but it looks like they're just gonna try to get every single wave pushed up here instead of just going now, trying to get the value.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that. There's 3 members of Shiver Me Timbers still down. They could at least get base guardians, but they're gonna play it safe. We saw Magic Shoe pick up the Echo Shard just now. Is that on Spectre or on Wall, I wonder? Anti-hero gets
Is this some double wall shenanigans with just absolutely hate criming people?
It could be. Double Spectre also a decently strong though, so don't discount that.
Yeah, I mean, could definitely be good for this comp. As we said, they might have some healing problems with this front line. And all the anti-heal on the side of Melskin. This might be the answer to that, at least.
Yeah, Echo Shard turret's also not out of the question. Well, with this hybrid build, anything's possible. This is going to be base guardians going down, so Metal Skins unlock their final flex line. They've got all their ults to push in here into the base. Good ults from Shiver Me Timbers as well. I believe Takoa has both black holes up, so he can refresh her and get some good value here, but he's got to find something quick as Metal Skins are pushing into the base. There comes the ult from Bashi. The Mo and Krill ult also going to catch the lash ult. I don't believe finds anyone. Metal Skins just all pressing forward going in, and they find 2. There goes a shrine. Takoa's got to find something quick if he wants to take this fight. But, I mean, with 80-second respawn timers, even with the 20 seconds discounted from the patron going down, you got to think Metal Skins are going to look to end here.
I mean, you definitely don't want to fight this team with a 7 ult up and the reach of down. But holy shit, this Dynamo just getting so much value though.
Yeah, there we go. That's 3 kills there. Looked like Magic Shoe and Matt combining there to get the kills onto those trapped in the Dynamo ult. There's that value from Takoa. It came a little later than I expected, but he does manage to fend this off. 5 kills now, looking for this Warden. He's going to fall very shortly. What a great recovery from Shiver Me Timbers. They just need to clear out these minions on their patron.
Yeah, apologies for my language there, but that was a really impressive Dynamo ult there coming out from the side of Shiver Me Timbers.
Yeah, sorry, I missed it. I transitioned at just the wrong moment, but yeah, that's going to even up the souls here once these minions are cleared out. So with Rejuve running out for all of the members and shortly going to be gone for the minions as well, Metal Skins just have to reset, but they've got a lot of farm to be able to take here.
Death slams on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, bit of a tough time for Melskin here, but they're looking to just go again.
Yeah, they don't want to take farm. They're going to try and end this right here and now. Ruin goes low. He's got no ultimate to be able to do this. They know that the Dynamo Refresher is down. He gets the Mo and Krill combo. The wall stun, though, able to keep him off of their Dynamo. It looks like Sonny Bean is in a lot of trouble here. He could go down if the Shiv manages to get the execute. Stay safe. The Warden now comes in, pressuring the members of Shiver Me Timbers. Mirage getting a lot of value, just sat up here on this high ground. A lot of damage, but Hate My Wife, the Abrams goes down first. Mirage Tornado catches on to Bashi. Looks like he's going to go down shortly. Kiwis is also down. So 3 members now down for Metal Skins. Shiver Me Timbers take this second fight, and they can be coming back into this game.
Yeah, super greedy from the side of Weaver Melskin here, trying to just end with an even fight, and it definitely didn't work for them here. This might give up the urn.
Yeah, really dangerous here for Metal Skin now. They've given up a sizable lead as well as the Rejuve advantage. And this is just going to be so much pressure here for Shiver Me Timbers. They've got a 2-man advantage. Even though they didn't have the big ults to be able to swing that fight, they were able to just sustain with the healing from the base and use their guns and their natural abilities to take a lot of pressure. This Lash could be going down, though. He's been caught out. So much slow from the Mirage. He goes down, and that's a 4th pick-off here for Shiver Me Timbers.
This Lash just not being able to move. That's tough.
That's a Walker down now. Just 1 remaining for Metal Skin before that flex slot is evened up, finally. It's a 14k lead for Shiver Me Timbers now, taking the lead for, I believe, the first time this game. Metal Skin have been dominant so far. Shiver Me Timbers with the urn are going to take an even further lead. They're looking for this last Walker as well. Mo and Krill not going to be able to hold them off.
Yeah, and it all comes down to that gamble they took there, trying to go for that end. But another fight seeming to break out here.
Ibashi comes in with the Warden ult. They're going to try and get some revenge for this Walker. All the ults being popped. Citadel comes in. Now the Affliction. It's a good kill there onto Magic Shoe. They're going to try and chase down this Abrams. He's got the return fire to stay healthy for now. Infernus lifted up by the Mirage Tornado. Krill looking for some value here onto the Geist. It's a very spread out fight so far.
Shiv ult comes in and catches onto Dynamo. That's the big carry for Metal Skins down. Owen Krill losing his ult as well. He gets a parry, but it's not going to be enough. The return fire, he's going to go down. Metal Skins, that's a third fight in a row lost for them.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened here to We Buy Metal Skin, looking like a completely different team from 5 minutes ago. Really impressive from the side of Shimmy Timbers here, though, being able to turn this around. I don't know, maybe just looking to pick someone off or something.
It hasn't worked out here. Spark very low. Kiwis as well, having to back off. That's going to be base guardians now for Shimmy Timbers. They're probably going to look to down the patron here. A lot of low health bars, but Tako's going to try and keep him topped up. Their other healing option, Magic Shoe, not up yet. He's bought the healing tempo, so that's going to be... Honestly, if Shimmy Timbers go for the re-engage here and get the healing tempo value from Magic Shoe, they could be able to completely down this patron. Matt does go down, however. Metal Skins looking to re-engage, and Shivery Timbers just back off. They're going to take mid.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get this mid boss here, this is looking like a really, really good game now from Shivery Timbers. Having gotten such a comeback here, really impressive from them. But looks like they're gearing up to fight this, though, on Viva Metal Skin.
They've got good ults to be able to do it. They need big ultimates here from all of them. The Lash ult, the 7 ult, the Warden ult. Big things coming in here. It's Dynamo with the Black Hole and the Unstoppable, but We Buy Metal Skin get the Rejuvenator anyway. What a steal! Spark goes down, but it's after they get the rejuve, so he'll be back up quickly. A lot of damage coming in here from the 7 ult. Repot going very low, but he's a Shiv. He'll be able to survive that. They're all tucked away in the corners for now. They need someone from Metal Skin to be able to chase these guys, but it's not coming through. The damage is coming back from Shivery Timbers. Repot goes down, but so does Spashi. Anti-hero now very low. Citadel and Kiwis have used their ults. They don't have the damage to be able to finish off these targets. Takoa very low. He's used both of his ultimates, just trying to keep people sustained up for now. But he goes down. Repot goes down. There we go. Abrams is dead as well. This could be the opportunity that Metal Skins have been waiting for. It's just a botched mid there from Shivery Timbers. Rune trying to put in some fight. He's trying to finish off these targets, but he goes down.
Yeah, We Buy Metal Skin really just saying, you might have all the tankiness, but we have the damage. Try to take that mid boss, see what happens. And now it looks like they're just going to be able to end this. We can patron. No one's coming back. It's only this Mirage.
Yeah, very long respawn times. That's just, I mean, that's the
That's just
volatility
GG.
of a game here. Yeah, Matt not going to be able to do anything here. It's going to be We Buy Metal Skins taking this series 2-1 after a very back and forth in game here. They lost 3 fights in a row, but all it took was Shivery Timbers going for rejuve and just completely botching it. I don't know how they missed that one with having the Dynamo with the Unstoppable and the Black Hole. The Lash ult must have caught everyone else, and there was just nobody to punch until the Black Hole ran out. I mean,
I believe it was
what a
an
game.
Unstoppable probably from the 7 there. Just going through that entire Dynamo ult.
That's true. It could have been that.
What an endgame, though. I think that's the most impressive endgame I've ever seen in a game of Deadlock. I'm not even joking on that. That was such a weird endgame.
Crazy stuff. I will say, though, if you didn't catch it, you should go back and watch the endgame of the DDS2 finals. That was intense. So I've had to go back there and check if you'd like. But it'll be We Buy Metal Skins, the top seed, just barely edging it out in this game. Let's take a look at the stats and see how this happened. Repot got a lot of the damage in this game, as well as the souls and the executions. Takoa getting good value from some of these Dynamo ults, but I mean, a lot of that comes from just these last couple of fights where Metal Skins maybe didn't get the engage that they needed. And so I'm blanking on the name. Shivery Timbers were able to turn these fights around and get a lot of these stats. Of course, the late game damage number is going to look more impressive, even though it was Metal Skins who took a lot of the early game. Citadel with the top objective damage. The Infernus putting the burn onto those buildings pretty well. Who did you see the best performance from here, from both teams, do you think?
I gotta say, the shift here from Repog is really just putting up numbers here, and definitely being a key reason as to why they managed to come back into that game. However, this the 7 as well, just managing to steal out that mid boss in the end and doing like really impressive numbers as well, is also extremely huge for the side of BY Melskin, and probably one of the leading causes as to why they won out that game in the end.
Yeah, certainly justifying your side there, EU picking Shiv so often. He managed to make it really work in that game, so showing an A how it's done a little bit. We're going to go to the bracket here and show you who's made it through to this grand final. Of course, we just watched Me by Metal Skin go 2-1 here. On the other side of the bracket, replacements take it 2-1 against procrastinators. So 3 games here from each side. Very close so far. We're going to see Me by Metal Skin versus replacements in the grand finals. I'll be dropping out for that one, but we'll have Tempo here with our other caster from game 1.
Yeah, we'll initialize.
With Griffin. Initialize has hopped out. He's EU, so a bit late there. I know it is for you as well, Tempo, so it'll be you and Griffin taking that one.
Hey man, I'm not doing anything tomorrow anyways, so...
Well, we appreciate y'all taking the late night, as well as some of our EU members of production, Kashi as well, doing a great job there. And then we're going to have the third place match between We Buy Metal Skin and Procrastinators as well. That one won't be streamed, but you'll see the results of it after the grand finals, I'm sure. So don't go anywhere. We've got grand finals coming up next.
Welcome back, guys. I'm joined here with Tempo again. As I said before in the chat, if you guys were here with us at the start of this tournament, we were planning on having Initialize back for the finals. He was the one casting with Soren in the first series. However, fortunately, Initialize is a European, and because of that, the sun has gone down for him many hours ago. And he has a long day of work tomorrow. So he went to bed, and I'm here to step in for him.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, go for it.
I mean, that's probably. I mean, it's gonna be fine. I think Nishla is a good caster, but you are too, having seen some of your other casts. So
I'm not as professional as Initialize. I mean, Initialize is for a job. I'm just here for fun.
Yeah, true. I mean, so am I at the end of the day. Yeah. So yeah.
Tempo also joining us from Europe. What time is it for you right now?
2:40.
Okay.
A.m.
We're climbing there. I mean, I've been a big fan of these. So. I've been a big fan of these like grueling matches so far. But I honestly, with you, I'm honestly down to have a quick little 2-0 just so you can go back to bed, and Kashi as well. Hashtag let Kashi sleep. Just to give a quick rundown of the bracket so far, we just watched We Buy Metal Skins take a very close 2-1 over Shiver Me Timbers in that grueling long best of 3. On the other side of the bracket, the replacements beat out the procrastinators. So we watched the procrastinators win that first series. Unfortunately, they do not make it to the grand finals. However, we have Shiver Me Timbers and the procrastinators playing for a third place prize. And then in the grand finals, which we will be watching today, right now, we have We Buy Metal Skins versus the replacements. Seed numbers 1 and 2 of the Death Slam League weekly rankings.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one to watch here. Two very different styles once again. Pretty similar style though for the replacements to what we just saw from the procrastinators. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Or no, Shiver Me Timbers. Sorry, Shiver Me Timbers. Yeah. My bad.
Long day.
Seen a lot of games here today. Yeah. But yeah, they have a pretty similar style, liking to go for a lot of these frontliners, usually in their comps, playing for these team fights, whereas We Buy Metal Skin usually going for these pick comps, as stated. However, they changed that up a lot in this last drafts, a couple last ones, and it worked out really well for them. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna do here today.
Yeah. You have to like wonder because obviously we've been playing for such a long time and we initially allocated, 2 hours per best of 3, but obviously both semifinals went to a game 3 and based on how the meta's been shifting, these games have been going to 30, 40, 50 minutes. So I kind of wonder from like a player perspective, from a human perspective, right? Who on the replacements in We Buy Metal Skins, will they be the ones who are now ramped up, right? They had like a 6-hour warm up and now they're going to show their prime, or are they like, past their peak, they're falling asleep, they need the Red Bulls to keep them going. It's kind of interesting to see. I think we saw a lot of excellent gameplay, and because it's so late, there is no guarantee that Grand Finals is going to be better, a higher quality of gameplay or worse. And you can't really blame them, right? Like, I'm falling asleep as well, and I haven't done anything until now. So.
Hey, don't be too humble. I mean, you're organizing pretty well in the background here. But going into the draft here, Seven and Shiv being banned out immediately. This is looking very European so far, at least. I've seen this exact draft come in, at least in some of my DSL games.
I think, I don't know if you were able to catch a lot of the Deathy Death Slam NA version 2, but this was kind of, I think, very reminiscent of the meta there. I think Shiv was a little undervalued, but Seven and Warden were like the top 2 priority picks throughout the Deathy Death Slam number 2, which is kind of funny because, they have 24 teams total. So it's kind of just a larger sample size to see those patterns emerge.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't able to catch much of it since I was indeed sleeping as a European, but but yeah, I mean, definitely something we've seen a lot of here with the Seven, Shiv, Warden, Mirage often being picked pretty early, at least over on our end, and that's going to be the case here as well with the Mirage coming in here for We Buy Metal Skin.
So we've watched, we've watched basically 6 full drafts happen on stream already. I'm just trying to think of characters we haven't seen. I think the only characters we haven't seen are, I don't know if we've seen a Haze, but
Viper,
GT and Viper.
Haze.
Yeah. Honestly, GT is not in the meta anymore. I think GT works well when Spirit's worse because now that everyone's just buying Spirit Resilience, everyone's just buying like Fury Trance is back in the meta. So when people are just buying Spirit Resist regardless of who's they're playing against, GT's damage just gets chunked, so it makes sense for GT to not be in the meta. Viper, I think, is underrated. I think Viper should be picked up a lot more by these players. It's obviously a niche hero to pick, and you have to like learn how to play Viper with like kind of a unique playstyle for the M1 carries. But I think Viper is quite strong right now, actually.
Definitely, but don't knock out the Great Talon too hard here of these teams specifically. I know that replacements have actually played Great Talon 5 times in the league, in their weekly matches. So it might be a bit of a sleeper for them at least. And they did end up getting second pick, so second in the seeding.
Yes.
But they are deciding for right now to just get all these frontliners out of the way. Shiv out, we just gotta get the best here.
I mean, I enjoy the Kelvin pick here because obviously Kelvin works really well with Warden and Abrams. You just get all these beefy guys, and when they get low, you dome them and heal them up. But it's also good as a counter pick against We Buy Metal Skins picking Yamato, because Yamato Kelvin is like a very classic combo, right? If Yamato ults, lives for however long, the moment Yamato ult goes down, you dome her, and Yamato's still living for an insane amount of time. So I wonder if replacements had the Kelvin Abrams ready to go regardless of what We Buy Metal Skin had, or if this is a direct response to this Yamato pick, which I think is honestly a pretty early Yamato pick coming out from We Buy Metal Skins.
Yeah, I mean, that's something you're going to see a lot with the NA League, at least from my research. Yamato gets picked a ton over here compared to EU, at least from like my experience. We barely see Yamato get picked like at all. And we see it like top 2 every time basically in NA. So definitely some very different draft strategies coming in here. I also like the Kelvin Abrams coming out from replacements in general. Pretty good combo usually, like being able to dome and then shoulder charge people into that dome is pretty valuable in these very scrappy fights.
Seeing the pocket fallout here too. No words in chat. No, that's Sparks here. Cool in question. I was kind of wondering whether they're going to pick up this this pocket. I wonder if they're going to pick up this pocket. Pre-banning phase. It looks like they do. One thing I'm kind of looking at here, right? Because I think one of the reasons why, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not too familiar on the EU draft system, but I think EU has a lot of preference towards, obviously Seven's already been banned, but like Vindicta per se, because Yamato is like the way to counter Yamato, especially Shadow Transformation and the native resist it gives you is to shred those resists and then just make Yamato as squishy as she normally is, because without ultimate she's she's like paper. You know, you can kind of shred through her.
Yeah.
Do you think we should be? Do you think we, from your research, do you know if we're going to be seeing a Vindicta? Oh, they banned Vindicta here on the side of replacements. That's and McGinnis respect ban from
Yeah,
by Metal Skins. Wow.
I don't really understand the Vindicta ban here from replacements. I feel like it would be work really well with their comp, and is, as you're highlighting here, really good into the Yamato as well. That seems like a misban for me, at least.
Yeah.
And speaking of the EU side, as you're saying, we do really like Vindicta usually. But I think that also comes down a lot to how EU plays the game. We played a lot more pick focused, at least in our league. It's a lot more going for single kills, like catching people out of position all the time. And Vindicta really works for that, as well as all these frontliners that are cropping up in the meta.
Funny that you mentioned pick, right? Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think we've seen much of, you know, the traditional pick characters, the Holiday Bebop Paradox, be drafted. And I think obviously these, from what I've been watching, is that a lot of these players are kind of just focused on playing their own game until the 5-minute mark hits, and then they'll force a team fight around buff, around earn, or whatever kind of matches up.
Yeah.
But you're right, they won't be looking for these picks and looking for like this tempo plays off of numbers advantage. You see Sinclair come out for We Buy Metal Skins. Who plays it?
Yeah, I mean,
who plays it on there?
Bashi is, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you're right.
Is that on their
Yeah.
team? Is that on their team? I think it is, right? Yeah, it is.
I don't think
Sinclair
I don't think we've seen Sinclair from them today, if I'm remembering
Oh,
correctly.
we've seen it two times in the first two
I might
games
be-
in the last
I
series.
think I was thinking of the first game.
Don't
I
worry
remember
about
seeing
it.
Math play.
Don't worry
What?
about it. Yeah, I mean, they've really had a lot of success here on the Sinclair so far in the last series. Going for the more like bold, like modern build on the Sinclair instead of this traditional melee rapid build is something that can work out pretty well. But I think in the current meta, I'm unsure of if I like that build, especially going into all these frontliners that the replacements are drafting right now. I feel like getting that rabbit is crucial to winning here.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, obviously the bolts do a lot of damage, but I mean, the replacements here, the Geist and Infernus pickup, they are going to be incredibly tanky too. And I really like this Infernus here because We Buy Metal Skins is showing, aside from Mirage, a lot of spirit damage, right? So obviously Infernus with that native cut on Afterburn, as we have mentioned before, you know, just such an incredible force. And Infernus as a character, I think, obviously a little fallen out of meta, but you know, it works as a counter pick to this bruisery fat HP bar type of drafts that we've been seeing on the side of North America. So
yeah, I mean, perhaps also just taking it so We Buy Metal Skin can't get it as well, since it would also be really good into their current draft with 4 very healing characters.
Yeah, I'm looking at this as like, you know, Infernus Geist replacements have secured their toxic bullet buyers, right? And obviously Mirage is probably going to be buying toxic bullets and probably be buying Ricochet as well. But I think generally you want around, in this meta, like 2 toxic bullet appliers per game. So I'm kind of interested to see if We Buy Metal Skins is going to be looking for some more consistent damage here in order to like actually break through this Abrams Kelvin.
Yeah, I mean, I think this pocket goes a long way in doing that as well with the Spirit Burn Rush that we've seen from them so far. And We Buy Metal Skin also drafting this Bebop here. That's a bit of an interesting one to me, at least, considering the draft for replacements who like to get up close to you. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen plenty of issues, you know, with the Bebop hooking an ulting warden, you know, into their team, right? Or like, you know, if a guy like hooking a Geist into the swap. So obviously there's a lot of concern here with the hooking replacements. Now they have the Holiday follow-up as well. I think the one setup they could have, right, if Bebop ends up building like Curse or builds a lot of Silence Wave or one of these like CC items, and or, you know, they layer their CC with like a bunny or a rabbit right at Bebop's feet. I think there's ways to mitigate it. But I will agree that the Bebop pick seems a little weird, especially for drafting Holiday, because I don't think like gun Bebop. Okay, so Bebop might classify as one of those toxic bullet buyers that I was mentioning before.
Yes.
And I think Bebop is actually pretty good in the meta right now. I think he does a lot of damage, but I don't know if he does enough.
No, that's also, at least for my team, I'm usually the Bebop player whenever we pick the Bebop. And it's definitely something I feel personally. I go for a very tanky builds usually. And just trying to survive with like return fire toxic builds, like fun stuff like that. And you're definitely feeling that you don't really do that much damage until you like start reaching that 25k 30 range.
Yeah.
Ivy coming as well here for replacements. I don't really understand the Ivy here as well. It's kind of the same thing where you already have a Kelvin here, so why do you need the Ivy as well? You're just trying to stop the Bebop, I guess, from running towards you, but he can just hook you. I think it's a weird pick for me at least.
I'm not too familiar because I don't think we've seen it yet. Is there potential for like a gun Ivy here as like extra damage here on the side of replacements, or do you think this is totally support spirit focused?
I don't think you're drafting you're going gun Ivy with this team comp personally.
Especially
Abrams Geist Infernus, yeah, that's I think if there was a draft for gun Ivy, I think it would have been Metal Skins.
I mean, obviously replacements are second seed and they have made it to grand finals, so I assume that they have a game plan, at least a plan. I don't know if it's really meant for the game, but you know, it's something that has been working for them for now. Obviously a long trek to get here. Both teams I think played a total of 5 games, or yeah, I believe replacements 2-0'd their first game. Yeah. So
yeah.
So both teams 5 games, equally exhausted or equally energized. We will see.
Yeah, I mean, both teams right now coming off of a 2-1 game, both of these. We were Metal Skin, as we watched here, was definitely of a longer variety, with a very long game 1, game 2, and game 3.
Yeah. And obviously one of the things to consider, especially because in this like tournament setting where we have production like kind of controlling the timing of all the plays, right? Because normally if, let's say, because we watch We by Metal Skins have the 2-1, and if the replacement's 2-0'd, right, we would tell replacements, hey, you gotta wait, you know, you gotta wait for this game to finish so you know who you're playing against. But that also gives them like, you know, time to relax, you know, maybe time to like eat food, refill their water. And obviously they still had time to do that, but they're rushed, right? So so there is kind of a benefit, even though, right, winning is obviously the best part. Going 2-0 versus 2-1 does sometimes affect, you know, the mentality of these players. In your experience, do you ever feel rushed in games, especially if you just go super long games and you're always the last one to like finish your game in the bracket?
I mean, we haven't really had many brackets yet in this tournament setting. We've had have had the one in the initial DDS, and we bombed out of that in last place. So joined last place, got 2-0'd. So I'm not really sure like how to feel these effects of a longer game day. But I would imagine that these teams are gotta be pretty tired now, and I think you're gonna see some mistakes crop in here from both sides, likely, having played so much Deadlock.
Yeah.
But hey, that's just good for the entertainment value of the broadcast, right? Seeing a lot of mistakes. I mean, we saw in that last game that that whole end game there, those 10 minutes, really just being a coin flip from both sides at least 3 times.
Kind of just throwing bodies in the fire and hoping you come out unscathed.
Exactly.
So.
I'm hoping to see something like that again.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, just looking at these drafts, I think we're in for a little bit of a tussle here.
Yeah. I mean, you're not drafting Bebop Holiday if you don't want to just kill people.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time though, you know, I feel like if someone gets lassoed or someone gets hooked, I wonder if replacements will have the gusto to, you know, if one person gets hooked, everyone just follows up. You know, everyone goes in. We all choose to be hooked. You know, if one man goes somewhere, we all follow. Kind of interesting to see how replacements is going to play this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that this Bebop Holiday is going to work out for the Beat by Metal Skin, because I'm pretty skeptical of getting these 2 pick characters myself, especially when you already have a Sinclair who also kind of fills that role. Not really anymore since the speed got buffed on the Rabbit, but
yep.
Definitely not something I would have drafted personally.
Something that is open, right, is Mo and Krill, which is still a pick character, right, but then offers the Bebop Mo and Krill combo of, like, you know, having this cure after the hook to make sure you're not just getting run over. Similarly with like Holiday Mo Krill, you know, just another body. Obviously, I think they're worried about damage on We by Metal Skin as well. You know, they only really have, I mean, they have the gun Bebop as well and the gun Mirage. So I wonder if that will be enough, you know, to go through this Warden, through this Geist, through this Kelvin.
Hopefully it should be. All right, we're getting into the first game here of the grand finals. It's gonna be an exciting one here. Some interesting lane matchup here to start with the Bebop Pocket on the blue side. I don't know what are your thoughts on that.
I think I'm looking here at the other lane matches that they've chosen to kind of understand what if this is like the first choice or if this is the last choice, right?
Oh, it's the last choice actually.
On the other
looking.
side, yeah, it is the last choice because looking at it,
Yeah.
they have. I'll kind of do a little bit of analysis plus player naming here. We have Kiwi and Boshi here on the Holiday and Magician here on the blue side, on the right side for the Sapphire Flame. And I think obviously that's probably the first lane that they came up with. This super strong left lane to take priority over here. I think generally you want your right lane to be weaker because your right lane is where, relatively, right? Your right lane is where your own secret shop is closer to you, right? If you're able to take away the shop of the other team, it's a little bit more damaging. Or versus losing your own right side shop.
Yeah, but on the same time, it can also be used as a bit of a mind game. I know this is something that we think about in our EU games, like what would they realistically put on the left side compared to the right side, and try to get the best possible lanes into that. That's at least something we've done with some good success before in our drafts. I will also say, definitely some other interesting lanes here. The Kelvin Ivy on a lane against Holiday Sinclair. I'm not sure about that one.
I mean, honestly, I feel like this is like probably the perfect lane, to be honest, that the replacements wants to have, right? They have the dispense here on Kelvin and Frylock on Ivy. I mean, it's basically just double nade, right? They have like infinite wave clear. I would kind of advise against taking these engagements right now. I don't really think you're trying to get Arctic Beam value, but you can just shoot the wave as it comes in. Throw a kudzu, throw a frost grenade on it, right? And then this lane, you don't have to interact. Any poke that gets taken, you just tether nade yourself, right? And you get healed for 150. So I understand. I agree that it's not a strong lane. Replacements is not winning their right lane, right? But they completely have the power to make them not lose. It's in essence, not losing is winning.
Yeah, against a lane like that, it's definitely either this is a very very well prepared research thing or just kind of lucky, but definitely a good lane for it.
Obviously, it's up to them to make sure that they don't get poked out and they don't lose the lane themselves. Right, the pressure is on them to hold their ground, so it is not an easy task.
No, definitely not. And they're doing a good job of it so far, I would say. Yeah. The other lanes here also
down the roster.
Really interesting to me. The Warden Geist here in the mid lane is a pretty strong lane, I would say. I feel like
I agree. I mean, another double nade lane, but more, I think, damage focused, a lot more consistent poke.
Yeah.
And they can kind of run you down. They can kind of run you down in ways Ivy Kelvin cannot.
Yeah, really looking to use some of that early power there with the with the Warden Flask and the Geist Bombs. Definitely a strong one. But the Yamato and Mirage matching it might make it a bit difficult for them to do much, since I would consider that a really strong lane as well.
So I think you have to kind of looking out for here in this mid lane is like who's conceding and buying regen here, right? So we see Citadel here on the Mirage. Going first item QS or Quicksilver reload, obviously allowing for a strong poke with Jin's Mark. But there is no Mystic Regen, there is no Resto shot, right? He is staying pretty consistently at this, okay, now I just took a chug, but this half HP range, right? And obviously it's enough that you're not going to die from poke, but it isn't enough that, if Styler on the Warden and Raynor on the Geist, just kind of full send it, right? A few heavy punches takes that away really fast.
Yeah, I would have liked to seen the Mystic Regen at a minimum on the Mirage at this point. Whenever I play Mirage, at least in the current patch, I also feel the need for Resto Shot and Mystic Regen, because you do need to have some sort of early sustain on him.
We see an early debuff reducer here on anti-hero on the Bebop here. Interesting
kind of
to play.
smart.
Who is he leaning into? Yeah, he is leaning into Abrams.
Yeah, Abrams Infernus. Infernus, you minimize the amount of time his afterburn procs on you, and also this Abrams' stuns, making sure that even if he goes for that tier 2 on the shoulder charge, he won't be able to heavy melee you. So pretty smart. Bye.
However, you know, it is 1600 you're kind of spending to... This is kind of one of those items where it's not necessarily a winning item, but it's a lose less item, right? You're spending 1600 to like take a little less poke, right? But you know, I think you can make the argument that Resto Shot extra regen or, you know, healing right, something like that, you know, gives you the same amount of EHP that debuff reducer is saving you. Obviously, you're investing in the future with debuff remover, or sorry, debuff reducer, you know, but you're not entirely looking to apply pressure once you hit this debuff reducer power spike.
Yeah, but in this mid lane, it looks like we're gonna have a Warden ult coming in here, trying to just kill this Mirage and Yamato, but failing to do so as the Mirage and Yamato decide to go in on this Warden here. Pretty greedy from both sides.
This Guardian is still putting in a lot of work. In comes Raynor here, baits out the parry. Sonny Bean on the Yamato does go down, gets punched out. Good attempt on the parry there, but Raynor a little too patient. Catching out Citadel here on the healing right, procs it down. Citadel around 200, 300 HP. Obviously, Raynor not looking to swap that in a wrong situation, but a good survival there from Styler there, getting dove by 2, you know, popping ult to like make some space. And it looked a little dire, but he dodged the tornado, and his turret, you know, stayed pretty healthy.
It's like a fight's coming in
here. Now we see a double, I think, was that a double stun?
Yeah, I believe
goes
so.
Down on the Bebop. Jellyman also falls on the Infernus.
Yeah, really good engagement coming in here from
soon.
that Abrams with that ultimate, just deciding to absolutely end that guy's existence on this plane for a little bit. But he doesn't manage to get that much out of it, only a kill and a wave for it.
Looking at ultimate timings here, right, we have Spark with Deflection coming up soon. We have Sonic Bean on the Yamato with Shadow Transformation coming up soon. Yellow Titan does go down. There goes the Affliction on the full HP Infernus here. He has to kind of run away. Obviously, he could tank it out, but trading 1-for-1 there. I mean,
this Bebop just taking so much damage from this Flame Dash as well that he can't chase this Infernus, even though I know he would love to.
Yeah. I mean, I want the. I mean, I'm not even playing the game, and I want those stacks.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, it's definitely a pretty strong early game, but I wouldn't anticipate that he goes for this bomb build. Kind of a pop build, even though it got a little better with the Spirit Patch that we are currently having. Still a gun tank Bebop being a bit stronger.
Abrams charges deeper in. Double parry here. Well, there's 4 people on the Abrams. Doesn't even get out. A third parry comes out, but it's not enough. But he goes down, fist swinging.
Yeah,
you know,
one
all
Abrams,
this action's
4
been
guys
happening.
there.
All this action's been happening. The replacements did lose their right Guardian here, so they kind of fell to the pressure of Kiwi and Boshi. Boshi going down here on the other side of the map, so it's kind of been a while. But now we see Styler, you know, throwing hands with the Guardian here. I mean, this looks like a mid-walker down, or mid-Guardian down here. So replacements and We Buy Metal Skins, you know, trading Guardians as they, you know, 4-man rotate over to the side. The replacements here, they are technically down 1 Guardian, but there is good damage happening on both sides here, and they are up 2,000. Looking into a minute before buffs. Actually, it looks like both Guardians are going down right now. Yep. You see both Guardians go down pretty simultaneous here. It does look like a Spirit Ivy here, but it still does some amount of gun damage here. Citadel 1 HP. Spark dodges the Gargoyle. Does a little bit of poke, but it looks like... Oh! And the Kudzu, the no-look.
What a snipe.
Citadel just falls to the poison on the ground.
I mean, great pressure coming out from the replacements here on both these side lanes. Maybe taking advantage of the fact that We Buy Metal Skins might be a little tired of that long series that they just played. Trying to just punish all the mistakes they're making.
Little impatient. You know, I mentioned at 9 minutes we were at 41k to 39k. We were at a 2,000 differential, and just from 2 Guardians plus a few picks, now we are at 6k, a 6,000 differential. Looking for 10 seconds onto the buffs here. We'll kind of see how teams kind of set up for it. We've seen that We Buy Metal Skins usually sets up pretty well, but they are down. I feel like this is like, okay, I can't say that because I don't really remember any of the games, but you know, it's hard for them to like have the amount of access to buffs that they normally prefer to have.
Yeah, looks like this. We have some interesting builds coming out here. The Ivy here, definitely going for this American build of not eating your vegetables. Interested to see how that's gonna work out in this match.
Nah, that's a little. Hey, that's a little. What do you mean?
Hey,
What are you
man.
building? What are you building on Ivy? What vegetables are you building? You're building counterspell third item? Like, what are you?
I feel like a heal
saying here?
bane minimum would be really good for this
Oh.
Ivy,
Oh,
especially going
yeah.
into the side of the metal skins.
Okay, wait. He has money. He has money. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, you were saying?
I'm up, but realistically, right? If you look at the side of Weepa Metal Skins, what are we healing? Like, Mirage doesn't have any healing yet. Yamato has 3, but like in terms of like built-in healing, Weepa Metal Skins doesn't have much to heal. Obviously, the HP is nice. Don't get me wrong. I think an Enchanter's Emblem would go a long way here, especially into Weepa Metal Skins comp.
Yeah, I would say that you're right that there's not a lot of native healing right now, but you're seeing people buy this like melee lifesteals and the Yamato with the native healing. I would like to do it. It also just gives you that extended survivability. But as we're talking about this, the Warden going in here onto this Bebop, trying to use this ult to get a kill, but doesn't manage to. And the side lane here as well, big fight happening. The Pocket missing his affliction, maybe hitting it on one person, going down for it. Looks like
Their hands being thrown everywhere.
Yeah,
Oh
Erd
my.
as well getting picked up from the replacements, and looks like they're just reveling in this chaos.
Incredible. I mean, I saw like 4 heavy punches get thrown on one. I saw 4 heavy punches on my screen at one time. That was kind of incredible to watch. Only numeric. I mean, actually, no. Europeans like to throw hands too. I can't even say that. I mean, God,
Depends on
this
where,
game of
but
Deadlock's too
correct.
good. I mean, I'm always down for a melee. I'm always down for a melee meta, even as cringe as it may be. As like, at least you get a little less cringe, than just getting run down by a wraith.
Yeah, it looks like we're also getting that on the Bebop. Going for a bit of a melee build with this melee lifesteal. Very different from what you usually would run on the Bebop, I would say at least. After the melee lifesteal nerf. I wouldn't anticipate him just buying it for the early game, at least.
It looks to me like it's definitely a little bit more supporting. That is a very fast knockdown rush, right? And I think the only things you're really using that for is like Ivy, I guess, or Ivy, or to secure a hook, right? But that is a really early knockdown that I'm not entirely sure I see the value in it just yet.
I believe it is also just to stop the Warden from being in range with the ultimate. Maybe just knockdowning him, using that little half a second stun, and trying to get away.
That is true.
Yellow Walker is under attack.
Replacements are up current flex slot. You can see that they've positioned 3 people, about to be 4th, and Furnace coming in around this mid Guardian, right? They're making sure they are holding on to their flex slot. They're holding on to their advantage. They are up 9,000, right? So their lead is substantial.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good early game here for the replacements, but they gotta convert that somehow. I think they're gonna struggle a little bit going into this side of the game, even with this lead. That's we're saying that they're trying to dive in on this poor Bebop here. 4 people just diving him, and yeah, that guy's toast.
Yeah, I mean, there's replacements comp of, you know, holding hands and running people over together. It seems to be working out well as they do find some prey to stampede. Guys here on the side, though, as that all happens, the Yamato is here trying to hold them off, but it's just not enough wave clear. You know, the Rainer here on the Geist was able to get around 40% of the Walker's HP off. Quite strong here. We have Radiant Regen and Max Bomb. Like, this Geist is going to be a problem. We by Metal Skins needs to figure out if they're going to find a way to dive them or, you know, apply pressure to stop this Geist from just, you know, scaling to the late game.
Yeah, and with that closest, it's just gonna be even harder to stop this Geist. Being able to just, even if they kill the Geist, being able to just get some extra souls off these tier 3 camps might really come in handy.
Totally. Replacements, I think, are controlling space really well. You know, as I'm looking at the minimap here, I feel like We by Metal Skins is really trying to find something to do. Oh my god, never mind, they found something to do. As the artillery bombardment comes in, the gargoyle comes in out of fear. I think we just saw 1,000 damage. Oh, there's another one coming. Oh my god. Oh, I'm scared. I'm not even in the game.
Yeah, and this is the problem
That
with not
was-
eating your vegetables. I mean, you just get so small and skinny, you know, you're able to be poked away by these magician bolts. Definitely something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah. I mean, we have buffs coming up in 20 minutes here, or 20 minutes, sorry, 20 seconds here. You know, looking at who's setting up. We see We by Metal Skins here posturing around the left side. Replacements, I think, they don't seem too aware. I guess the Kelvin is kind of set up. This Infernus looks a little out of position here. Maybe the Infernus is going for the contest. Casting here, so those bombs are going to do more. Warden coming in a little too late. seems to dissuade. Okay, so now obviously 15 minutes, no more. The urn is back to normal calculation. So this is going to be a, I don't know what the right word for it is, but I actually call it pity urns. It is a pity urn. Replacements, the dispense here does pick up this pity urn. Kind of interesting choice here. You know, it is 3k differential.
I would have just tried to hold the control of the area and wait for it to go back to a neutral urn. I think it's a bit of a misplay, at least from the Kelvin here.
I think, honestly, I mean, it looks like he's trying to move it over to a direction. He does have Dome. We see ultimates up for everyone, so if there is a fight, there will be bloody and brutal. There's, like, I'm kind of looking here to see how replacements is going to look for picks here, because I obviously they have this steamroll comp and they could try to force their way into urn, but it's a lot harder to force your way when there's one guy who's, you know, stuck on actually capping the urn, right? They're kind of locked by holding their urn in their hands. So I'm kind of interested to see if replacements is going to try to look for a pick here. You know, maybe on the side of this Mirage. Citadel here trying to hold against this Geist, but obviously this Geist is 18k at 16 minutes and only scaling further.
Yeah, we see a lot of these guys just going for these sinners, just trying to get their souls up. Replacements still holding on to this 10k lead. Yeah, that's true actually. This Abrams just trying to steal this from Metalskin. Succeeding on it so far.
Oh, you can see here with this build of Boshies here, they have the improved reach already, or the greater expansion, I think is what they call it now. I mean, obviously that affects a lot of things here. It affects, you know, bunny range, but also it means making those vexing bolts might be a little bit easier to hit. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here. Oh wait, they just handed the urn over.
Yeah, now we see the fruits of picking that urn up really early. It's just gonna misfire on the replacements and basically give them a free urn that they have to contest here. But they're not really in position for this, and backing off now, trying to go for the Yamato instead.
Geist here is nowhere close.
They're trying,
it's gonna look a little harder. The Ivy prematurely. Oh, they're just forcing it down.
Yeah, no lightning scrolls in this hold. It's just gonna be okay. Big fight here coming in on this Bebop here from the Abrams here, going for a slam here, trying to get this finish. Meanwhile, Spark dying on the other side of the fight. Anti-hero going down, Sonny Bean going down. Really good fight now for the replacements, and they are actually likely gonna be able to get this urn.
The urn was not even capped. You see, yeah, Kiwi's coming back to pick it up, but meanwhile, all that happened. Renner, you know, got the right side walker for free. Citadel, I think, backed up trying to go help the fight by the urn, but you know, kind of ended up stuck in the middle there. Just a really unfortunate situation for We Bet Metalskin to be placed in.
Yeah, impressive macro coming out here. Impressive macro coming out here from the side of replacements. Being able to just split this attention on from the urn, winning the fight and getting a walker.
It looks like they're kind of rotating out of the urn. I was going to comment, you know, that this urn is kind of becoming a bit of a problem for We Bet Metalskins because they're basically down a player as they hold it, but it looks like
they do get it now.
You know, Oh, he got so lucky.
Yeah.
Obviously, replacements use all their ultimates, so they don't really have the resources to hold that ground anymore, especially so close to the walker, so close to the safe point that, you know, also gives the resistance aura. Just a hard place to, you know, fight around.
Yeah, I mean, definitely well played here by them. Getting this urn is really important from We Bet Metalskin, but the replacement is just keeping this lead, even with that urn.
Yeah.
Oof.
Honestly, so what are we at now? Just taking a...
Are you seeing this guy's build, by the way? That is the greediest build I have seen today, I think.
No, okay, like, so I've been, you know, heralding toxic bullets, right? Obviously, I think the Berserker weighted shots combo is also kind of one of those, one of the key highlights of this meta. If I were to list the meta right now, it'd be Resto Shot Counterspell, and then, you know, that weighted shots Berserker combo. But obviously good on Geist, but this is I think the Geist is getting a little too antsy. You know, they saw their damage to the walker untouched, and you know they're trying to speedrun now. They're playing a single player game.
Yeah, they're really just trying to use this Geist and the lead that she's gotten, and just trying to use that to kill as many people as possible here. Trying to get pickoffs with this Abrams and this Warden. Using it as a bit more of like a off carry. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Wait, who Geist?
No, the Warden. I feel like they're using it a lot more for the CC and the ult value right now. Not really funneling that many souls into it.
Yeah, and I mean that kind of makes a lot of sense, right? Unless you're gonna build him gun, his ultimate.
Yeah.
When you just play around his ultimate cooldown, right, a lot of your value already comes from just the skill and not necessarily the ability, the items that come with it.
Yeah.
Or he doesn't need items to succeed. Obviously, items on Warden are nice, and I think he. Oh, and the hook comes in. I'm gonna stop my sentence here and try to look at this Kelvin, try to make the grand escape here. The Warden ult comes in, right? Obviously, we talked about one person gets hooked, the entirety of replacements respawns. Anti-hero might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. What is happening? This Warden is going places, but unfortunately, the last stand sticking on Anti-hero the entire time. He still manages to get away. Last stand stolen here by Bo3. The Affliction comes in deep. Let's see another last stand come in. The dome, all the ultimates are being dropped here. On the right side, we have an Ivy versus Mirage fight. I don't even know how that one's happening. Looks like replacements are taking over though. The Affliction came in, but it was not enough. You see Bo3 fall, we see Spark fall. The wave is not entirely close enough to the Walker, but this will probably be a Walker down.
Yeah, replacements are losing a Walker
here.
right now on the side of the map, completely away from the fight. But they might be able to get a mid boss here for it if they do it in time. Looks like they're not gonna go for it.
Looks like a little bit of indecisiveness here from the side of replacements. Obviously, they're a little bit tired. Maybe their comms are a bit cluttered. Can't really blame them. I mean, I think our comms are a bit cluttered, and it's our job to have a good comm. That's okay, though. Looks like they've regrouped. They figured out their next target here, which is this Yamato. Looks like 3 are collapsing. Yamato, no shadow transformation, no security here. Throws out the parry, does manage to bait the Abrams into throwing a punch, but it's just not enough. Set that a little too far, right? And We Buy Metal Skins was about to recuperate, but you know they are down. Oh, I have to do math now. 25,000 souls right now.
Yeah, 24.
And
but
there is no urn. Oh, no, 25 now.
Now it is. Okay.
But you know there is no more comeback urn for We Buy Metal Skins here for the next 3 minutes. So this 25,000 soul deficit is gonna just feel so much worse.
Yeah, I mean, the soul value is definitely going to be a problem for them, especially considering who the souls are allocated onto. I like it as the Mirage and the Yamato, but I think this pocket is feeling really poor right now, and it's going to be very unable to use a lot of his ult potential when not having the souls for like a Spirit Burn.
I think this pocket build also is I think works a lot better when you are rich, because we see, okay, I will start my sentence here. As we see the Holiday Lasso come here on the Infernus here. Citadel comes in to clean it up, you know, just a few bops to the head as Kiwi stands still here. Looks like there'll be a bit of a retaliation here as the Gargoyle comes in, manages to snatch him off the zipline.
Pocket Owl coming in here, getting some value though, trying to just stop this Ivy from healing up here. Pocket going in here, just trying to keep his combo going. Yamato going in now as well on this Kelvin. Is he going to be able to get out though? Seems like it.
Placements here is on the run. You can see the Affliction just ends. Unfortunately, there is a little bit no more gas on the side of We Buy Metal Skins. However, with their charade down the left lane, they also brought the wave with them, right? So they have a bit more pressure here on the map. Looks like they will be backing off though.
Yeah, and meanwhile in the mid lane here, the We Buy Metal Skins getting a Guardian here, getting their first flex slot finally in the middle of that fight. That's definitely going to help them in this game.
Yes. Infuser here on the side of Abram. This is an incredible Abrams build.
This is Spirit build.
It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen the Spirit Abrams come in.
This thing, is that you?
I like it. I like it. I look at him. He doesn't even shoot his guy. Look at him just wiggling on the medium camp, you know, pressing his Siphon Life to just do all the work for him. Kind of interested to see how effective this becomes. Jellyman here, pretty traditional build.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would call it traditional though. Seeing the bullet resilience and the soaring builds, it's not really something you see often on a Infernus.
I just saw Toxic Bolt. I saw Toxic Bolts and I was happy. Okay, I just saw Toxic Bolts and I was happy. But you're right. Seeing the bullet resistance shred, a little weird. I think so. One thing about Infernus is that because of his damage duplication on his napalm, right? Return fire works, or he is one of the best return fire users because. Not only does he just have a lot of healing innately with napalm and with the items he builds, is that he also just amplifies that damage even more. Bullet resilience is kind of expensive, right? So using it just for, I guess, the Mirage here and the Bebop, it seems like a little bit of overcommitments here. As we see buffs come in here, we see Stony being on the Yamato pick up a survival buff. think there's a 7. What is happening on my screen? I have no clue. There's so many projectiles flying around. I'm getting a little bit lost here. Styler pressing Warden ult here. The punch bebop coming in. You can see the crushing fist come into close. Dispense does not want Styler to come out. Rescue being him back into the fight. Antihero once again just finds 4 people. I feel like they must have something against Antihero because they always have 4 people dogging on him whenever he steps a little too far forward. We see the Shred come in too. Citadel falls, and Spark seems to be the next one up. Trying to escape from the Kelvin's Arctic Beam. He does a suitcase combo, but he doesn't time it right. He gets caught out by the Frost Nade. Dome comes in to save Styler here, separating them from the Yamato here, who's on Rampage here, throwing punches. Kelvin, no fear. Ice passed the way.
Yeah, I mean, definitely no insane value lost in this game so far. Really scrappy from both sides, looking for all these kills, but replacements really coming out on top in all these fights. Looks like they're also going to be able to take down this Yamato as well.
The parry comes through, and the gargoyle comes, the chain CC, too much for the Yamato. That is 5 dead. Antihero, the fight did go on for quite a while. It's about a 50-second fight, so Citadel and Antihero are about to come up, but you can just see the waves are not good for We by Metalskins. They are going to be taking this middle walker, and we'll be interested to see if they, because Boshi and Swanee Beat still have, 40 seconds on their timer, will they be looking for this mid-boss contest, or this mid-boss take?
Maybe.
Or a buy. It looks like they're all pretty rich.
Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch of lightning scrolls coming out from the side of the replacements here, both on the Ivy and the Warden here. I still am a bit skeptical of the lightning scroll personally on the Ivy. I think usually it doesn't get that much value in the in our skill level of games here in the Oracle Phantom area. I feel like Vortex Web would go a long way from stopping this Yamato and Mirage from being able to escape all these things. And we get a mid-boss here going in for the replacements. Big fight near happening since Metalskins trying to stop it. Looks like they failed though.
It looks like it was a good start to it. It was a fat affliction, but I think the pocket ended up getting parried, and then Jellyman secured the Rejuvenator. Obviously, kind of a last-ditch effort, but you are down 40,000. You can't really blame them. They have to do something as brazen as that in order to get a foot back into the game. I kind of want to comment on, or I agree with you on going back to the Ivy discussion we had before, that little scuffle in the Rejuvenator pit. Yeah. I completely agree that Vortex Web is, I think, just better, because one of the things I think people forget a lot about Vortex Web is not only is it this, the CC pull active effect, is that it also affects everyone who gets pulled with the slowing hex, like debuff per se, right? Yeah. And that has a lot of affliction. Now they changed, Sinclair finally got fixed to where Sinclair can't TP when he's slowing hex. Similarly, Pocket has briefcases and a few majestic leaps and blinks, right? Yamato has grapple. Most importantly, I guess Mirage has tornado, right? So applying the slowing hex item by itself is already pretty good, I think, into this We Buy Metalskins team. And Vortex Web just amplifying that, right? If you Vortex Web the Mirage and the Sinclair, then they both can't escape from the ensuing airdrop kudzu, gargoyle, alkfire, whatever the mosh pit of the cauldron that the Ivy decides to throw on the ground. So.
Yeah, I think optimally that is the correct play, but looking at how this game's going so far, it's going pretty well for this Ivy. Big fight now happening as well with this massive lead that replacements have gotten themselves. Just looking to use that for this fight, getting a lot of kills from this mid-boss, and this might actually just be the end of the game right now. 28 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing a GG come out from We Buy Metalskins, and I don't really blame them, right? There were 60-second cooldown. Replicants kind of don't have that much gun damage, but it probably will be enough to, take down these shrines and the patron in enough time. And even, even if We Buy Metalskins does manage to stay alive, or manage to respawn in time for one last hurrah, right? They're still down, 60k here. Clean game from replacements, right? We saw near the start, they had a few pivotal moments that grew their lead from 2k to 10k, and then from 10k to 20, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, replacements showing you here that the number 2 seed taking down the number 1 in this game 1 definitely was a macro outplay so far. Really well played. But looks like Metalskins might have a chance. No, it's gone.
No shot. Plus, even if they did have a chance, the Rejuvenator securing any hopes of a throw. Excellent game 1, honestly, for me. Kind of exciting to see. We've had so many coin flips back and forth bangers. It's kind of nice to just see a deadlock kind of game be played from start to finish, in the way we kind of expect it to be played.
Yeah, I mean, really organized coming out of the side of replacements here in general. Just keeping that macro advantage that they clearly have over the team, at least in this game. they're really using that to their advantage with how they were playing around that game. Always going for a split push with this Geist, always looking to do something else on the map every time they try to do something. And it really worked out for them this game.
You can see that kind of replicated in the stats here. We see 19,000 damage here on the Geist for objective damage. They almost did more objective than player damage, which normally I would like call out. I would throw a report on that, to be honest, if you weren't really participating in fights. But in these competitive settings, right, the Geist was doing the right thing, you know, kind of punishing We Buy Metal Skins for over-rotating to fights. And, you know, the key part was that We Buy Metal Skins would over-rotate to a fight and then lose that fight. So they're losing on both fronts and didn't necessarily win the trade that they wanted to win. Honestly, that Abrams build, I like it. I dig it.
Yeah,
I
also think it was kind of good. I feel like the healing numbers of it really didn't justify the Infuser and the Siphon Life stuff. That might just be me though. But I like how they utilize it here. Just having like a one tanky guy in the front line just not taking damage definitely worked out well for them this game.
Stay tuned though, we do have, this is a best of 3 grand final. We just watched game 1 here, where the replacements did take down, the replacements in second seed took down We Buy Metal Skins in the first seed. But obviously we have more games to come. Now, second game, We Buy Metal Skins will have draft priority. We will see probably maybe a different draft. See if We Buy Metal Skins can find a way to respond. Maybe the Spark Hero pool in question will expand to things we've never seen before. I'm excited, honestly.
Maybe.
I mean, we've been watching a lot of good deadlock so far, and even though obviously we have this first through 8 seeds, all the seeds themselves, all the players, all the teams have been really close, and I'm really enjoying. I've enjoyed seeing, you know, the progression of these players, you know, through the 8-week league that is Death Slam League.
Yeah, I definitely agree that playing in the EU League as well is definitely very close matchmaking overall in the NA League. You can very clearly see it in these teams. A lot of them having very similar records. There was a 3-way tie basically for first place, getting decided off of win streaks, I'm pretty sure. I don't actually know the exact process, but 3 teams all ending with the same record. Placements, We Buy Metal Skin, and I believe the Procrastinators? Micro Pachycephalosaurus. My bad.
No worries. I hope you guys enjoyed that game 1. Please stay tuned. We're going to send it to a quick little break here as the players recuperate. It has been a long day. They might need to get some water themselves. And then we'll be back, you know, to talk about the grand final. We'll see a draft for game 2. And then we'll see whether or not we go to a third game 3 for the playoffs of Death Slam League North America #1, or the first North America playoff final. And we are back. A little quick break here. We do want to end this day strong, but also fast enough. We don't want to kind of roll over it to tomorrow. I guess we've already rolled over for our European folks, but ending this series off fast, but still well sated.
Yeah, I mean, it might be pretty late at night here, but I'm definitely enjoying these games that we're getting out here. It's always entertaining to see how other regions play the game, and we're definitely seeing some very stark differences here in the North American games.
Have you? Obviously, you've been maybe a little bit critical of a lot of the North American things so far. Is there anything you're planning on taking back with you when you go play in your own European Deathslam League?
I'd like to say I'm not trying to be critical, just there's some friendly banter here. It's not like I'm hating on the region or anything. I think it's very interesting, in my opinion, seeing all these different ways to play the game. Whereas it's very scrappy in general compared to how we play the game. I think this last game was a pretty good example of how organized teams can actually be, even in a league like NA. That was maybe a bit condescending, but
no, you're good. You're good.
It's
okay.
It reminds me a lot of how our games at least usually end in the EU DSL league, where one team, even with these advantages, just can keep snowballing away with them. And really well done this game won by the replacements to keep going on with this snowball, just keeping it rolling the entire time.
Obviously, it's kind of dependent on the Deadlock meta and how they end up calculating comeback souls and all the mechanics that they add and remove. So it is kind of dependent on per week, or I guess per month now, on whether or not teams are easily able to snowball or not. What I'm interested to see, obviously, replacements are up 1-0 now, so it's on the onus of We Buy Metal Skins to adapt their draft to solve something. They could just obviously go with the same draft and acknowledge that the issue came with maybe say macro, or they could try a different strategy here. We will see in this draft what We Buy Metal Skins is thinking, because the pressure is all on them.
Yeah, I mean, they've already changed something up here, electing to go for that Amber side instead of that the Sapphire side. Definitely a good option for them here, and I'm interested to see how they're going to use that.
As we saw last, I think we saw replacements. Was replacements the one who banned out Shiv? No, they banned out they banned out Shiv, I think, and then We Buy Metal Skins banned out 7. I'm trying to remember who banned what. Oh, we see already a difference.
Yamato
We Buy Metal Skins, Yamo ban. I think We Buy Metal Skins is looking to 50-50 Shiv 7 or 50-50 Shiv Warden. I think there's some type of pick here that got banned out last game that We Buy Metal Skins is trying to look to center their draft around, even if they end up giving the replacement to other strong characters. But obviously Yamato was second pick by replacement, so We Buy Metal Skins does know that. No, Yamato was on We Buy Metal Skins last time.
No.
I can't remember.
Yeah, so the Yamato was on We Buy Metal Skins. You're Sony being playing it, and they're electing now to ban it instead. Just trying to maybe limit it from the replacements, as it has seen a lot of play in the NA region, going off of that combo of that Sapphire does have. But a very different draft already coming out here with the 7 from We Buy Metal Skin and the Sinclair Warden on replacement. Okay, this draft is just going speedrun mode. There's so many picks flying out here.
We're seeing a few swaps here because I'm making sure I remember last time, because I'm remembering based on position and we ended up swapping the teams around. But Sinclair was on We Buy Metal Skins last time. Now replacements have picked him up. We Buy Metal Skins still picking up the Mirage that they first picked last time in the pocket. Spark Hero Pool in question. I might be dogging on that too much. That's okay. And the Kelvin coming up for replacements. So the only key difference here, I guess, is that we traded out this Yamato for the Sinclair. Now we block We Buy Metal Skins from having that Sinclair, and we see a Vindictive ban coming out from replacements again. So I think that's we were talking before that first draft about that whole Vindictive into Yamato thing. It might just be that replacements just don't want to have to deal with something flying in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, definitely makes sense with all these frontliners that they're picking right now, with the Abrams, the Warden, and the Kelvin to beef them up. Definitely something that Vindicta is also pretty strong against. Being able to tether down all these pretty walking characters, and Kelvin especially, being able to put an Alkfire inside that dome and just getting a lot of shred on that is really something that you like.
We saw earlier these draft picks kind of came out a little bit fast. I'd be interesting to see We Buy Metal Skins maybe take a little bit more time here on this next pick. replacements, obviously very confident what we want. I guess we're getting more of that Infuser Spirit Abrams coming in. Seem to be working out well for them. One thing I'm kind of worried about now, though, is 7 Mirage Pocket. They're not characters that particularly stay on the ground close to Abrams, especially if the 7 is ulting. So I wonder if Abrams will be able to get that value. I guess We by Metal Skins is happy to oblige with Infernus, Mo, and Krill, characters that, do end up staying grounded, characters that Abrams can charge out of their various abilities and find value out of. Obviously, Infernus, good pick. We've kind of see it be used against these tanky compositions. We bet Metal Skins drafting a lot more damage. 7 Mirage Infernus.
Yeah, maybe just recognizing that they didn't have that many options to deal with all these tanky heroes from the side of the replacements last time. And going for a very different draft than what they usually do. The Mo and Krill as well is also a pretty good pickup for them. A character that the replacements have historically pretty much liked, if I remember the stats correctly. And it's also really good into this draft with all these frontliners, just being able to get a frontline of their own.
And we see the swap here. We by Metal Skins last draft, they banned McGinnis phase 2. Now they banned Geist. So replacements picked up the McGinnis. For all the McGinnis lovers in chat, I know we have a few McGinnis lovers, especially from Deathly Death Slam. I don't know if you. So one of the interesting stats of the Deathly Death Slam was that last week, whatever, McGinnis was the highest win rate character.
I did see that. I did go in
between both brackets. So.
Yeah, I went on StatLogger and saw that the McGinnis was a really, really high win rate on both sides, and that was very surprising to me, at least.
We also ended up seeing a mix, or at least I spectated the lower bracket, and we ended up seeing a mix of both Gun McGinnis and Spirit McGinnis. I do think Spirit McGinnis, I think like a turret focused, not an ult focus, but like a turret support focused McGinnis is the strongest version of McGinnis. But we did see both Gun and Spirit McGinnis have good value. And we see replacements picking up Ivy. That's 3... I mean, obviously McGinnis could be carry. That's 3-ish support characters on the side of replacements here. 4 if you count Sinclair.
Yeah, I guess replacements really have a support and frontline view of the meta, as I did kind of think with all their frontliners they like to draft, but I didn't anticipate 3 supports. I'm gonna be honest there, at least.
Do you think it's because Viva Metal Skins hasn't drafted a support yet? And obviously, okay, there they go with Viscous. I was gonna say they don't necessarily need to draft a support, but I wonder if replacements was trying to lock them out of that pick. Because obviously, if you pick 7 Mirage and Furnace Pocket, you're picking all these characters that require money, and the supports that don't require money have already been picked by replacements, right? So I think they were trying to trap. I feel like to me that they were trying to trap We Buy Metal Skins with their draft here. I think the Viscous, however, is a good pick to help protect a lot of people. Because the main thing they have to look out for is how are you saving your Infernos, how are you saving your Mirage, how are you saving your 7 from getting stampeded by the replacements that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very interesting draft. And call me crazy here, but you were talking about the Gun Ivy on the last draft here. I think it could actually really work out here if replacements decide to go for that, along with maybe a Gun Guinness as well. Just getting 2 like really good gun carries here with this very frontline heavy comp. I think that could work out really well for them.
Yeah. One of the things though about like Gun Ivy and Gun McGinnis, at least the way I played them, is I played a lot of Gun Ivy back before the Ina patch when you build Snipe and you build a lot of tanky stuff. I think you still kind of build that now, but for me, Ivy is like a close quarter character. Like I would honestly, sometimes I'd build point blank because it just have good value on Ivy McGinnis. So I'm kind of interested to see, Ivy McGinnis, unlike your traditional M1, they're not really staying behind the front line. They might just be running it down with the front line. So it might work out for them, it might not.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last game that the Ivy was going for a very spirit-heavy build, very damage-heavy build, even getting escalating exposure there in the end. Just really trying to do as much take damage as possible. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to switch that up or if they're going to go with that same old, same old.
I'm interested to see who anti-hero is playing, and I'm also looking
Viscous.
to see if we're going to see another... Oh, he's the Viscous? Okay, I was about to say if we're going to see another early debuff remover on the side of the Viscous, but I'd probably not looking at the side of replacements. Honestly, on the side of replacements, though, I wonder if we're going to see an early return fire here to counter We Buy Metal Skins, or some more counter options. Honestly, even a Rusted Barrel. I think that Rusted Barrel item, honestly, sleeper pick. They added a bunch of stats to it. I think it's a little bit better now. Pretty cheap if you have the slots. No, you don't. I think Rusted Barrel's a good item.
I think it's a fake item.
I think it's a fun item. I think it's situational. I think you need like an excess of like 2 slots because you had a. Okay, hear me out. They have the McGinnis, right? So whenever I say you have a McGinnis, the walkers are an inevitability. The flex slots are an inevitability, right? If the McGinnis manages to be left alone and gets a walker really early on, right? You're up 2 flex slots and you've only filled 5 of your slots.
Yeah.
I think then you can throw Rusted Barrel in and probably say like it's so annoying as an Infernus or as a Mirage when you're trying to, because obviously you just want to afterburn someone before you press the rest of your buttons. Rusted Barrel just like makes that so much more annoying for the Infernus to get to that point, especially in a team fight.
Yeah, it definitely depends though for me if you want to do that Rusted Barrel. It depends on what type of 7 build this metal skin run here. If they go for this like traditional carry 7 with like toxic bullets, maybe some spirit brand, that type of build, I think it can work out going Rusted Barrel since you have 3 characters that you really want to stop.
Yeah.
But even with only having 2 characters, I don't think it's worth it going for that Rusted Barrel, even if you can upgrade it to a Disarming Hicks later. Since items like Curse exist, which also do kind of the similar thing.
I think Disarming Hex is bad, by the way. I don't like Disarming Hex. I think Rusted Barrel and you just like sell it later for something else. But I think just the Rusted Barrel as slight tech. Obviously, Suppressor as an item as well is super strong as well. Suppressor as an item is also super strong. Fire rate slows in general. I think Hunter Aura has its place. Probably not in the Spirit Abrams build. Juggernaut has its place as well, but.
Yeah, I think you're definitely going to see some Juggernauts coming out of the replacements here. Abrams being a very good user of Enduring Speed, probably going to buy that relatively early. But I guess it also depends on what kind of Abrams build he's going to run. We saw last game that the full Spirit Abrams working out pretty well for them. Maybe they're going to change it up, or maybe they're going to do more of the same.
Also interested to see, I think, because they kind of drafted this Viscous as like a support character, I'm going to presume we're going to see the full support Echo Shard cube, like the full rescue beam, the full baby carrier package from Viscous. Kind of interested to see if We Buy Metal Skins is kind of using this composition as a way to kite the replacements out, or a way to meet them head on and stop their aggressiveness, because I think the replacements draft seems pretty similar. They want to hold W key, they want to go crazy on it.
Yeah, I mean, the support Viscous, as you were mentioning, is definitely an option here, but I don't think they're gonna do that considering Viscous. I know in our skill bracket usually, in our team in the EU, I can't really comment too much on the NA and how they like to do things. But I know that we at least have tried to support this and all this, and we feel like we get a lot more value in general.
And we are joining the games. I'm going to go down the rosters before we see any fighting happen, because we know it's going to happen the first wave. Here on We Buy Metal Skins, we have Boshi on the Mo and Krill. We have Sonny Freen. I should say who they were last time. It's Sonny Freen, who was on Yamato last time, now on the 7. We have Antihero, who was on Bebop, now on the Viscous. We have Citadel, who was on Mirage last time, now playing Infernus. Spark, Pocket as always. And then Kiwi, who was on the Holiday last game, now on the Mirage. So interesting to see, Citadel move away from the Mirage onto the Infernus. Obviously, he kind of is a sub, but works as an M1 player. And as I was saying, there is going to be some first wave shenanigans. Mo and Krill does get parried. Big HP bar lets him get out unscathed. Parrying still going on. The fighting, they've not left. Mirage trying to help him out, but both end up taking a lot of poke here. Not a good look, especially when you're in especially when you're in a lane against Magician Warden, right? The poking from the Vexing Bolt from the Flask, it's just so oppressive, and now it's one Vexing Bolt could be your death.
One thing to really have an eye out on is in this game is gonna be Stiller and his Sinclair here. Going off of these stats in the regular season, he has played Sinclair a bunch of times and has some of the most damage on the entire team of the replacements. Definitely being a standout player for them. And I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to this time.
I'm glad you understand the stats, because it's been a while since I've looked at them. Gonna continue down the rosters, as I don't think there's any more fighting. So what are you going to say?
I mean, coming from the E region, I had to do some research, right? Not knowing too much on how the NA region was playing.
Kiwi here, 1 HP here on the Mirage. Might have enough money for Mystic Regen, but it's still just so hard to look for the poke, because he does have to peek in order to get that healing. continuing down the rosters here, hopefully there's no more fighting, no more fisticuffs being thrown out. On the replacements here, we have Yellow Titan, who was on Abrams, still is on Abrams. Maybe we'll see a bit of build diversity, maybe not. Jellyman, who was on Infernus last game, now is on McGinnis. Probably their star McGinnis player. You know, all teams have to have at least one McGinnis, one trick. I'm glad they have a pause, so it lets me, like, get through it. Styler here, who was on the Warden last game, now is on the Magician. Something to keep an eye on because, as Tempo mentioned, the just incredible statistics, the incredible performance. Obviously, we haven't seen it yet. We'll see if Styler can replicate that performance today. The Dispense on Kelvin last game, on Kelvin this game. Great support, keeping everyone up. And then we see Raynor, who was on Geist last game, now on Warden. So similarly, another interesting swap around of the hero pools per se. And then Frylock, who was on Ivy last game, is now on Ivy this game. So for the most part, you know, the drafts are pretty similar for replacements. You know, they got 3 of the same characters that they wanted. 3 people are playing the same characters they played last game. And we buy metal skins. Aside from Spark, I think all 5 other players are on entirely new picks.
Partially, yeah, I think so. In today, I think we've seen Kiwi's Q and Citadel on the Infernus and the Mirage, and Antihero on the Viscous, but the 7 on the Boshi is definitely new for today. It's gonna be very interesting. Awesome, good comments coming in the chat there from Skin.
Yes.
The Spark PC in question. Love that.
A bit unfortunate as we're waiting here on a few technical difficulties. You know, you can't have a production without technical difficulties, either on the side of production or on the side of the players.
Yeah, especially considering how many games we and Bad Milskin must have played in a row. Especially in a new game like Deadlock, which is pretty prone to a lot of performance issues. It makes sense that the game will be a bit unstable at times.
He's preloading shaders. I fear that might be here for a bit of yes. We're getting a lot of mixed comments here from the side of We Buy Metals kids. Hopefully their communications in the Discord call are not as confusing as the ones they're giving to us in the game chat. Probably
just trying to throw the enemy team off here, trying to get their mind out of the game. I mean, definitely a strategy. Definitely some cool mind games coming out here if that's what they're doing.
Banter.
All right, taking a look at some of these builds here as well. I mean, there's not a lot to comment on yet, but some things going on.
You need a double healing right from the mid lane here.
Oh, this is going great for We Buy Metal Skins. 2 crashes now.
Oh, it's Spark is back. Look at that. We can start now. How exciting.
Except that Antihero's gone now as well, so I'm unsure about that.
I mean, we see, so talking back about the game, we see the interesting thing here is we see double healing right come in, and they both, if we can go back to Mirage just to check, I think both of the healing rights are basically just pops, right? They're like not even 50% of the way through, and it looks like Raynor and Styler on the Warden and Magician and Sinclair, respectively, you know, are crashing the wave here. So they are basically Kiwi and we're back to starting. Kiwi and Sonny Bean here are going to have to peek, are going to have to do something to stop the tower from getting taken at 3 minutes.
Yeah, we also didn't touch much on the lanes yet so far. Definitely some interesting choices here, I would say. The Infernus pocket lane into this Kelvin Ivy that they go for once again. Is this some sort of a secret tech that the replacements have here?
I mean, in theory, they did lose their turret at 8 minutes last game, but to be honest, like, that's not entirely the worst, right? I think aiming for the 8 to 10 minute turret loss, like, once again, like, it's kind of inevitable, but just holding on to it for a little bit longer, you know, keeping the Holiday, or last game, right, keeping the Holiday in lane is pretty important. This game, similarly, keeping the pocket in lane, pretty important to stop the pocket from just running over to the other lanes and throwing an affliction. And then, you know, obviously you have to calm, why didn't you call missing, oh my god, you know, all the good stuff. So, as long as they can hold on their tower, probably not a bad play from them.
I mean, I think this is a slightly better matchup for them than the other one. I think the Sinclair Holiday seems like a very tough lane to try to play the survival lane into.
Oh, I need to run a Gamba. Let me do that real quick.
No worries, no worries. Meanwhile, on the other lanes, we also have some other interesting ones. We have a 7 and Viscous pairing up together on the left lane against the McGinnis Abrams. Now the McGibbs Abrams was something I at least mentioned in I think We Are Metal Skin's third game in their semifinals, where there was a team that did it the other way around, not putting these guys together. And to me, it just makes a lot of sense to put the Abrams and the McGinnis together.
Yes, I mean it's the what you're looking for in that like how to play that lane per se is really like cookie cutter, really straightforward. And in these tournaments, when you have so many nerves going on, obviously these players have played this game a lot, they've scrimmed a lot, but still, just knowing how to execute the game plan. You know, the simpler. Sometimes you appreciate just simple game plans. You know you can do well.
Yeah.
Ooh. See the Sinclair here rotating over to the right side. So kind of because Kiwi and Sonny Bean haven't been able to push out the wave, we see Styler here coming to look for a bit of a play here. However, it looks like Citadel flame dashes away. Sonny Bean here aggressing back on Raynor, who pops ultimate, left alone. Looks like there'll be no real action here. Maybe a bit of a premature ultimate, just like, you know, a little bit of a get off me button. We're back to neutral. Styler's still staying on the right lane here, or the left lane for him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of these ultimates being used as just general threats here, not even for the damage so far today. Probably from mistake or a miscommunication, but I mean, working out sometimes.
Okay, I might have not been paying attention. Kiwi and Sonny did lose their tower. So I kind of did mention that because of their healing rights and being low HP and the wave crashing, that their tower would be taking a lot of damage. Looks like it took a little bit too much damage. I didn't even notice it. It's not even 5 minutes and the tower's gone here. Looking like going for the dive here. Sonny onto Raynor.
Yeah, I mean,
not enough HP. The Monkro combo plus 50. I think it's 50 now.
Oh, that Mirage was gonna die to the tower, but Mo taking back row in the last seconds.
Citadel falling to Frylock here on the Ivy here.
Looks
no
like
more
the Ivy
cooldowns
as well.
on the side of
Ivy's gonna go for a similar build as last time. Not gonna do any of the fancy gun Ivy that we were talking about, maybe coming out of them.
That is true.
With the Arcane Surge being bought already, that's a pretty good indicator.
Really agree. This movement buff here on the left side has existed for a whole minute now. It looks like Styler will be going over to pick it up. Interesting pre-rapid here. That might have been a little bit of experience or maybe a little bit of trauma. Maybe the voices got to him think that someone would be there.
Yeah, maybe just practice.
Kind of like the play. I've never seen that. I don't play Magician, but I like it.
I haven't seen it either. That's a cool use of it. But as we're saying that, on the above this Sapphire Tower here, Amber Tower here, the big 7-dot coming in, going on this Abrams here. It's just gonna be able to survive.
He does get the parry on anti-hero, but it's not enough. Going a little bit too deep here. I mean, Soulcloud's still pretty even for 7 minutes. Obviously, it's really hard to it's really hard here to gain the lead. Obviously, the only lead that really happens is replacements just having a lot more Guardian damage here. Mid lane already down, left lane close to being gone, and the right lane little less than half. Styler coming in here. We've kind of seen him, you know, he took his tower and instantly roamed, so that's kind of what I'm talking about, making sure your tower stays up as long as possible to make sure your team... Ooh, perfect execution of the game plan.
Yeah, there's that McGinnis Abrams combo I was talking about, really being used well, and they're gonna get a tower off that. Well, Ivy,
That's
2 HP.
Towers down.
Wait, is she surviving this?
Citadel
There's no way.
Citadel looks away for the wrong second. Ivy scoots on by, doesn't get clipped.
There's
30
no
HP gets
way.
out.
What an escape.
But this Infernus is still behind enemy lines here, but you know, still holds the aggression. Up a lot of money, up a lot of HP here as the dispense gets chunked around. The Mokro coming in for the cleanup. No ice path to happen, and the Burrow takes him down. That 4 people on the side of Louis Vamadolskis. 4 people here on Yellow Titan. They're making a doing to Yellow Titan what Yellow Titan did to Antihero. 4-man gang up on him as the Guardian goes down.
Yeah, I mean,
Metalskin's getting a little bit of recumbence.
I mean, no amount of Spirit lifesteal off that Siphon life is gonna be able to save you there, especially this early on.
We have Metalskins here taking the slight lead. Obviously, it's within 1,000, so it doesn't actually matter for anything, but like we just like talking numbers. That is insane that Rapid has that crazy reach. Does it not respect? Oh, and he steals the combo.
What a steal, though.
Unfortunately, not much damage coming. The Arctic Beam not really obviously doing too much here. Infernus coming over to partake in the fight. Now we see Styler running away using all the stamina.
Big damage here coming out.
Yep.
You go.
Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no, no, no.
we might need caffeine. Too much fighting
Yeah,
for
I
us.
think
We're
we're
getting
both
confused.
a bit tired.
Oh my god, excellent tracking here from Jellyman. I mean, that was at least 80% headshot right there, just kind of beaming into Boshi. Obviously, Boshi nowhere to go, getting walled off in the tiny corridor. Jellyman here, 9.2k at 9 minutes. He is, like, the money looks equal on the team net worth side, but obviously Yellow Titan 5.5, Jellyman 9.2. So we're seeing a bit of a discrepancy on where the money is being allocated on the side of replacements. Crazy, crazy rescue beam here to pull Yellow Titan out from the air. Looks like
They're just making a little arch over the tower to make sure he didn't take any damage from that. Meanwhile, they're looking to continue this fight here on the side, on the Amber side, by Metalskins, but replacements pushing them back here, just looking to do a new fight of their own. The combo coming out from Sonny Bean. Ivy going over the stone form, definitely just trying to do as much CC as possible, just trying to do all the damage that they can. No one managing to die in the end though. The tower dying on the left lane. Metalskin getting one back on them.
Oh, it looks like a trade here. Jellyman manages to tap out Citadel, but Citadel with the afterburn manages to trade Jellyman back. Obviously, winning trade as they ended up also getting the Guardian here. Now there's one Guardian each per team, I believe. Oh, actually, no, wait, they get the one Guardian per each per team. Looks like it's going down as Kiwi ends up taking the middle Guardian as well. So, unlike last game, we're seeing We by Metalskins here kind of go back to form, you know, take the bit of equal stand here, a much better start to the game than they had last game. Oh, and he manages the knockoff. Doesn't really matter too much. I mean, this fight on the right lane is still happening. There's still 4 replacements fighting, I think 2 or 3 on the side of We by Metalskins here. They really want the flex slot.
Yeah, and Metalskin very slow to rotate, but looks like they are coming through now. Ivy ult coming in as well, just to be a bit of a nuisance in the backline, just threatening that drop anytime.
We see QB here running over the urn. We see them leaving Boshi on the side lane to pick up the waves. So we're kind of, one of the nice things you see about these competitive formats is you see a little bit more organization of resources or allocation of people, right? Making sure everyone is kind of where they need to be, making sure the people who need the money get the money. As you see Urn Fight get forced here, looks like 5 for Metalskins versus 4 for replacements, as we see Yellow Titans going in here, taking half of the HP of Sonny Bean, but he burrows and goes away. Ultimate's coming out, we see the Affliction, we see the Infernal Combustion come out. No dice. Looks like,
yeah, but Metalskin
like,
getting earned throughout that, so even if with no kills there, still a good trade for them. Definitely a better start to this game than the last game.
Totally, as we see a little slight lead pull out for We by Metalskins. However, the one thing to note is that they did end up using Affliction and... Oh, I actually don't remember the name of Infernus's ultimate. Infernus's ultimate and Affliction to secure that urn, so if replacements are keen enough, they realize they have a small timing to, you know, kind of, as I like doing, brute force their way into an objective. Right, there's kind of no Affliction, no Infernus ultimate to stop Raynor from running it down with the last stand. Looking to see if replacements will try to force something like along those lines.
Green Walker is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, no veggies, as stated. Clearly a favorite type of build for the Americans here, and the North Americans in general. Yeah, I mean. We've seen that a lot today on the Sinclair and the Ivy. All these like backline squishy spirit characters. That clearly it's a bit of a trend at this point.
I don't know, me personally, I'm always eating my veggies when I get home.
There's one.
Oh, there we go. And Change's emblem coming out strong. I mean, it's good pick up into the enemy team here.
Yeah, I mean, finally got a small enchantress emblem to munch on. Definitely gonna keep him alive and healthy for a little bit longer.
See the rapid recharge max vexing bull come out too, so I guess we are expecting to see some artillery bombing come in from Styler here. We'll see if Styler has as much success.
Yeah, very interesting build here as well. Very interesting build come out here from the McGinnis here. Going for a healing boost as you're only green and having a lot of gun damage already on this Guinness. Really just trying to kill as many objectives as possible with that build.
I think with this build, I have no clue what Jellyman will be going for, but I imagine I feel
Rusted
like the
barrel.
next item might be a Siphon Bullet.
Rusted barrel spotted under the dispense.
Wait, really?
It actually
Oh my.
happened. Yeah.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. I feel like Kelvin has a built-in attack speed slow. Kelvin has a two built-in attack speed slows. One with the Arctic Beam and then one with the first talent point of Frozen Dome. I feel like if anyone does need to build a Rustic Barrel, it would be Kelvin here.
So let me get
But,
this
you know-
straight. Before the game, you're out here praising the Rusted Barrel for the side of the replacements, and then when they actually
I think it's good on like Abrams. I think it's good on Abrams.
Oh,
I think it's
okay.
good on McGinnis. I think it's good on McGinnis, especially if you go on this build where you have no spirit. Because the nice thing is it still provides, like, if you have no spirit, it provides like whatever +6 spirit power. You know, a little bit more.
Yeah.
You can squeeze a little bit more value out of the item.
That's definitely true. I mean, it's a definitely good one to get early on as like an only spirit thing. I don't hate it, but I think both of the most of the characters on the replacements are gonna want some spirit items, bar like the McGinnis here, really going for like a very gun build. So yeah, I definitely think it's an item that can work here, and it might have very well worked out, but as you can see, this Kelvin is quite poor, so I'm pretty sure he lost that lane on that one.
Yeah. Seeing all the money here be allocated onto Raynor here, and Raynor without ultimate at half HP, right? Replacements as a team right now are not very strong. Oh, this is, I mean, yeah, I think the dispense here maybe be buying Rusted Barrel because of just the lack of money to buy anything else. So we buffs come in, urn come in. We see Spark picking up the urn on tempo, or the earliest he can. Looking to take a quick little shot here. Now, I think we saw last game, Spark ended up going Transcendent cooldown really early on. And I think it kind of hurt him later on because he bought Transcendent cooldown before having like full active items and then didn't have the money to actually fill those item slots. I wonder if there'll be an adjustment here. We'll still, you know, go very early Transcendent cooldown just to get like the max level cooldown on the abilities themselves. Basically being an affliction bot.
I believe that this Transcendent is for cost value, since it does affect that, and being able to just keep that up and ready to be used at any given time.
Right here, break
Fight
out
though happening
the
on
left
this
lane
urn.
here. Tadil gets caught really early on. Looks like Boshi's falling too without having a storm cloud come in. That's really hurtful for Bleed by Metal Skin. Boshi was the one holding all the solo lanes here, getting the 17,000 monies, 17,000 souls here on the side of Bleed by Metal Skin. So in terms of strength, right, replacements taking tempo once again. Affliction coming in, generic pocket combo coming out. Spark escapes, but you know, hits Affliction on one, maybe two. Not going to be enough to stop the Walker from being pressured like this.
Yeah,
As
really
we
good
see-
pressure on this Walker and the other one, the McGinnis, as we talked about, really being a nuisance to those objectives, getting that Walker solo against this Mirage, not being able to touch her at all, and this McGinnis is suddenly really rich.
The Abrams did see the walk closet
Yeah, but
here.
it's gonna cost him his life.
The dome comes in to save him though. Dispense does go down, tries to save both of them, but ends up donating an extra kill if not needed. Looks like the fight's not over yet. Raynor is in no last stand, but still has 19,000. Citadel running away from the Warden, looking to hurt other combatants. Jellyman, kind of caught amongst three people here, does also end up going down. Replacements here, they did have a huge soul swing in their favor after taking two walkers here, but then they ended up trading, you know, 3 or 4 people just for one Moan Krill. So the souls here are still looking relatively equal, 4,000 differential.
Yeah, definitely some good builds coming in here, and good play in general from the replacements. Really good macro to get both of those walkers, but Metal Skin still keeping that soul value. Pretty good play so far. I like these builds that they're running, by the way. The Abrams going for the Spirit build once again. Definitely gonna be interesting to see how that pans out this game. This last game was maybe not the best test for it.
Yeah, interesting, you know, to value Spirit Snatch over Life Strike and to, you know, go through Spirit Lifesteal item. Because, you know, Spirit Life, or Siphon Life in the name already has Lifesteal built into it. Looks like does not matter. He does get parried, but no fear. I wonder if he will turn around. Oh, not after all that CC coming in.
Boshi lives.
Boshi
the
lives.
Abrams and the Kelvin going down on another place, I'm pretty sure. Pretty good conversion here from Weaver Middle Skin, as they are all So looking to get these picks, but Replacement's getting a Walker here in the mid lane. Infernus trying to push them back, but it's already too late. Walker's gone.
Looks like they are trading a Walker. I don't know if they'll be back in time to defend this right Walker on the side of Replacements. I think we see Styler over here maybe nuking the wave as much as he can, throwing Vecting Bolt at it, but it's probably not enough. And Mirage is pelting into it. Oh, now Jellyman on the 21,000 McGinnis is here, popping Vampiric Burst with Burst Fire, kind of running people down with infinite attack speed, and the health bar is not changing. Oh, now it is, as the Vampiric Burst ends up going over in Citadel, dumping the magazine into the head of Jellyfish. Rescue Beam coming in, saving the cancel into the nade just to provide a little bit of extra healing here. Spark ends up also going down. Citadel looks like to run away. Citadel almost catching Jellyman out. Jellyman using the medicinal sphincter along with the displacement with the clutch rescue beam to save them. And you know, half Walker damage, definitely good, but I don't think as good as We by Metal Skins was thinking. I thought they definitely wanted to get the full Walker, to trade the full Walker for losing their own mid.
Yeah, I mean, definitely well played from both sides here. This McGinnis really showing how this build works. Like with the Vampiric Burst, the healing booster, the active reload, really just sustaining for the entire fight. And working out really well.
We see a knockdown come out for the Spence here, so you know, going full support. Not even like healing, just, you know, full utility, I should say.
Yeah,
does spawn, buffs
pretty
get taken.
standard. Pretty standard, I would say, going for this this Kelvin build. At least it's something you see quite often in EU. But interesting builds coming out here. Interesting fight happening in the middle of nowhere here.
Ultimates being popped left and right. I don't know what's happening. Boshi presses Stormcloud, does end up going down here. Raynor full HP with the lightning scroll after the last stand, you know, chasing down the remnants of the fight. Anti-hero getting caught by the flash, trying to puddle punch their way out. But excellent tracking here from Raynor with a lot of damage just coming out of just opening rounds, I guess. Oh, and the Moan Crow combo comes down, taking down Citadel as well. Spark and Kiwi nowhere near the fight, trying to catch waves, but it looks like it will be a
this has to be a mid boss, right?
Yes, probably. I imagine they do mid boss here.
This should be a mid boss
hold...
here. Yeah. All right, are you seeing what I'm seeing right now as well? The magic carpet at 24k bought from Styler. Just trying to.
I missed that.
Yeah, this guy this guy looking to do the classic, like, go up on top of a building and just snipe people with the bolt build. Definitely a cool way to play that character.
Jellyman securing the Rejuvenator here, and we see that magic carpet already being used. For what purpose? Not just to get to the shot faster. Definitely having a lot of fun with it here. Replacements grabbing a lead once again. Metal Skins, however, a lot more competitive than they are last game. However, the wall coming in to, you know, basically secure this urn for free. No contest from We by Metal Skins. Obviously, it's hard to do. They're down 20,000, down a Rejuvenator. And the Kelvin, now we saw this Kelvin being really poor, like 8.5k when everyone else had like about double his money. Now manages to have the items. You know, this Kelvin build is looking a bit more completed. A lot stronger, a lot harder for We by Metal Skins to find a hole to break through.
Yeah, impressive stuff coming here for the Replacements, who are gonna look to convert this mid boss into some objectives here as well. Looking to just pressure them on top of their, like, outside their base guardians, seeing if they can get these for free. They have the McGinnis, you know, it might be hard to stop her.
Well, this fight happened as they kind of push the walkers. I wonder if anything will come of it. Looks like they get the base guardians, and if they will continue longer. We see on the left side on the mini map, we see Raynor running down Boshi here on the side, so we have no Stormcloud to help defend this push. I wonder if Replacements is acknowledging this and will continue to walk forward in. No Stormcloud to be afraid of. We see Abram ult coming in. Moan Crow caught on the side here, tries to parry the Abrams, but it is not enough. Mirage shooting along the side here. I think he has Ricochet, but it also might not be enough. Just hitting 4 people for 0 damage is still 0. And we see Heal Novas come out. We see everyone is topped up. Sorry.
Yeah, with all the healing that Replacements have, as we stated, if they ever need to do 2 fights back to back, it works out for them. And this Gin is really showing you how much damage she can do to these objectives.
I was gonna say, Jellyman really likes his bullet resistance item because he has a bullet resist from Fleetfoot and from Vampiric Burst, but he ended up buying bullet resist as well. So I was thinking he was gonna get blown up by some spirit damage, but it looks like that is not the case. Zero spirit resist and 0 problems. Wow, oh, and he dodges his own. Oh, I'm sure the dispense just watches that happen. Jellyman narrowly dodges his own team's frozen shelter, not able to get the healing and falls to a burn effect. Definitely a little tragic, but obviously has the rejuvenator replacements, was able to push into the base. So replacements are definitely happy with where the game state is at now.
Yeah, good play coming out of the replacements here. Really doing a good job of securing these objectives and using this mid boss to their advantage. Getting this this patron stage 1 is definitely gonna hurt Metal Skin in the long run.
I think we see here from the build, Boshi going for a bit more of an aggressive, or both aggressive, but also what I wanted to say was greedy build here, going for boundless and escalating exposure. You know, just applying as much damage as possible. And obviously, if you go high enough, there's not a lot that replacements can do to CC that, right? You can dodge the rabbit, you can dodge the wall, you can generally dodge the Abrams, but Kelvin does have knockdown. So now that you know you've kind of missed the timing for having the unstoppable immunity, or we'll probably need to be seeing unstoppable come soon from Boshi, or else all this damage will actually have any effect. As
Yeah, no lifesteal either as well on the Boshi.
Oh, you see here, Yellow Titan going in deep, gets the rescue beam into Dome, but it's not enough, gets taken down from all the burn effects. Dispense soon to fall. I feel like we've seen a lot of this combo of Dispense trying to save Yellow Titan only to fall himself. The Storm Cloud does come through, burns down Jellyman, holding his space.
Good fight here. Good fight here from Metal Skin in general. Using this this Abrams ult, the 7 ult to just zone them away, taking the urn as well, getting 4 members. This is a really good conversion from them, and this might convert into an extinction of this soul gap right here.
Yes. I believe so. It'll probably be around equal. Not to mention, obviously, it's kind of a bad thing, but We by Metal Skin still have 3 walkers to take, so that is technically 3 banks of souls ready to be harvested from We by Metal Skin. So now that they have this pressure, we see the middle walker being shredded here by the combination of Boshi and Kiwi. So that's already going to be some souls on the side in the favor of We by Metal Skins, obviously capping the urn as well. They are very happy to see this flex slot. Looks like they are rotating over to this right walker. However, there is no wave. Styler doing a good job of just, oh my god, and 1,000 damage burst coming in from Styler. Doing a good job here of clearing out the wave and making sure that they can actually aggress further. Yellow Titan coming in here to help defend, kind of walking up just to take a 7 stun.
Yeah, I mean, you see that big damage coming out from Styler here. Definitely the strength of this bolt build. But we see the Kelvin as well going in for this fight here, trying to just pressure them away from this walker, and it looks like it works right now. The bluff wasn't called.
Yeah, I was about to say, unlike Styler's bolt build, that Arctic Beam is not doing damage. So kind of interesting to see that Arctic Beam, you know, push 4 people back. Seeing a few power spikes come in though. Obviously they are equal souls here, but Jellyman here showing the 6.4 thousand. Kind of interested to see what we'll see next. I wonder if we see a armor piercing round, maybe lucky shots. Oh, we see a glass cannon come out from Jellyman here. Definitely just amping the amount of DPS that we can see from Jellyman. Siphon bolts on the side of Kiwi Q. So everyone is kind of ramping up for their mid-game power spikes. Where's the late game now?
Yeah, some interesting builds being bought all around here. I'm definitely interested in seeing if that Mirage has gotten a ricochet yet. I haven't really seen it yet, but I would assume so.
I think it does, but
buying Siphon Bullets usually means you also have the ricochet up. Leech getting bought here from Boshi. Pretty good if you're doing this carry 7 build. Yeah,
36k. I mean, the soul distribution we see on both teams is like honestly pretty similar. We have 2 characters that are kind of the pack leaders. I'll say Boshi on 7 and then Raynor on Warden. We have a few kind of hovering around that 30k, right? You have the Jellyman Styler, your off carries on the side of We by Metal Skins. You have Kiwi here. Kiwi and Anti-Hero. And then, you know, you have your supports, kind of supportive characters on Mo and Krill, and you have your Kelvin, you know, being poor. That being said, Citadel, I think at 23k, if my eyes aren't deceiving me, he might not be having as fun of a game as he had last time. Definitely feeling the effects of, you know, just being money starved on a character that you really can't afford, pun intended, you know, to be lacking a wallet.
Yeah, definitely good ways of using this 7 so far. Bo3 being like the entire team almost in terms of damage, and it's definitely going to be a problem for replacements to deal with in the future.
Yeah.
Other interesting
I think we saw that
buys
Raynor
here.
picked up a Boundless Spirit as I think Raynor picked up a Boundless Spirit as well. So
On the
Raynor
Warden?
definitely taking charge. Yeah, on Warden. So definitely
Yeah,
taking charge here of being a carry for the team of replacements here.
Yeah, I must have missed that. That's definitely interesting to me. Not something I hate though.
That's a Zerg.
Yeah, I believe a lot of people have started buying this like speed leech build on 7 carry build. Something I run as well usually. But speaking of, Bo3 just getting absolutely run down here. Looks like he's gonna be able to survive though, healing off that leech. God. That was some really impressive team fighting coming out of Weebat Milskin here. Good conversion. Definitely seizing the opportunity that replacements gave them by walking too far forward. Looks like they're gonna try to convert this. They're gonna try to convert this onto this walker here. Big fight though. They need to get rid of this walker soon. But I don't think they're gonna be able to. The resist should help replacements here defend this possibly.
Yeah, Raynor's Boundless Spirit there, I will be honest, did do a lot of damage. It at least chunked people in ticks I've never seen before. You know, watching the health bars tick down, they were the largest I've seen. But it was not enough. I think one of the things that replacements is lacking here, and I think the dispense is feeling it as the healer, is I don't think Raynor or Yellow Titan or any of the replacements people have a lot of debuff resist, or debuff remove or debuff resist. So when they get applied with a toxic bullet or they get applied with some anti-heal, you know, that sticks, that lasts. And I think that's really hurting the replacement's ability to, you know, sustain through these fights as they've planned.
Yeah, interesting.
Oh, and a steal comes in on the side of
Steal
replacements.
coming in from the replacements. Yeah, wow. Really impressive work here. Killing all of the members of Weebat Milskin as well. Stealing the ult as well on Styler. Trying to just kill this 7 in the Mirage, but it seems like he's going to go down instead. Reach of Death, though, is going to be up pretty soon. Might be able to convert this into a base.
Jellyman's holding their ground. Obviously,
Going
kind
down,
of falling
though.
a little too short. Picks up the healing tempo on death, so all the characters are getting stronger.
Yeah, I
This
mean,
Kelvin, once again,
the longer this fight goes on, the better for replacements. They're just gonna be able to kill these members, have them offset each other. Not gonna be able to defend this base if they do this. Waves pushing up as well. You see the Inferno's already going for the base, trying to defend this against all these waves.
However, we don't see any ricochet come out from Infernus. We see it boundless burst fire. So the Infernus's ability here to actually clear these waves is quite handicapped. Oh, and ends up getting knocked on the zip line. Looks like it might be converted into a pick here. Manages to barely escape the cage, but does not escape the Vexing bolt. So going down, it looks like a GG there. Probably would have had mattered if the Infernus made it or not.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be it for the DSL NA Season 1 here. Replacements taking down Weebat Milskin in a 2-0 fashion. Really dominant throughout.
I mean, that last fight, it was not clear that it was going to go in the replacements' favor, right? Very impressive steal there from the side of the replacements, especially with Styler, you know, using the bunny to help secure. I think there was a counter spell somewhere in the mid steal. I don't know, really hard to tell. Obviously, it's too much pandemonium in this deadlock game. Impressive turnaround though. Not only to steal the mid boss, but you know, to convert all those kills because they don't have the rejuve. Because Weebat Milskin doesn't have the rejuve. They don't have the respawn timers to actually defend post mid boss steal. So that was incredible. That was just a wild swing. I just was not ready for it.
Yeah, impressive stuff coming out of the replacements here. Really good turnaround at the end, stealing that mid boss and converting it into the game win. Impressive stuff. But I wouldn't knock down Weebat Milskin too hard here. That last game, they really did play really well here, having a very even game at least in the end compared to the first game.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely a very competitive experience throughout the series and throughout the entire bracket. I mean, Weebat Milskin, both teams definitely showing that their prowess in not only just the game of Deadlock, but in terms of a competitive format, organized in teams, right? Their communication, their rotations, definitely just incredible to see. Obviously we can't listen into the team's comms, but you can definitely tell that they are communicating, that they are coordinating towards such an impressive coordination of working together. I'm floundering.
Ah, you're good. You're good. Yeah,
I'm ready for a nap. It's been a long day.
Yeah, you've had a long day, yeah.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything.
Yeah. Definitely an interesting day so far of Deadlock. It's been really nice to get a pretty good insight into how this NA region plays, and yeah, definitely very surprised by how efficiently that the replacements were able to take care of any time they had a lead in this this BO3 in the end here in the finals.
I mean, I think we all were expecting, or not expecting, but we all were anticipating, I guess, a Game 3. We did see a lot of Game 3s happen on stream and throughout the bracket. The replacements ended up having to go to a Game 3 against the procrastinators to get here. And just a quick summary here on the bracket, because we did have that third place match happen. I guess it was a best of one. It turns out the procrastinators managed to take it over Shirami Timbers for that third place prize. So to give up the full rankings here, we have the replacements on the grand prize, the first place. Levi Metalskins here with a close, hard-fought second, and then in third place we have the procrastinators taking home the medals. These teams, from what I understand, I could be corrected, but these teams will be getting a bunch of awards and prestige within the Discord, to highlight their achievements in the first season of the Death Slam League in North America. For all those who were here last week, we did just finish the second Deathy's Death Slam, and the plan is to convert a few of those teams, or those who are willing, from those teams over into Death Slam League. So obviously this is the final of the first iteration of the North American Death Slam League. The next Death Slam League, however, will have maybe double the amount of teams within the league, and obviously we'll have the brackets for those who remember the upper and lower division brackets. So we should see a lot more close games, a lot more feistiness, a lot more personalities, a lot more derivations of the game.
Yeah, definitely excited for the future of the Death Slam events ecosystem here, both with the DDSs and the DSLs, even in both in EU and NA here. But it looks like we're about ready to do a interview now with one of the players from the replacements. I believe it's Frylock. Hello there, Frylock.
Chilling. How are you feeling after this momentous win? I mean, it was a hard-fought victory. You've played like 7 games, I believe, total today. How are you feeling?
Still shaking after that mid-boss, honestly. We were kind of unsure about it, and we just kind of went for it at the last second. I'm going to be honest with you. It was just like, in the moment kind of spur.
Yeah, I mean, those decisions can definitely win you out games, like you did here. Like, a really good conversion from it.
Yeah, I thought I kind of messed up that stone form. I just wanted to get a kudzu out of there and just see if we can get it. And Styler's just the goat at just stealing, to be honest with you.
So I wanted to ask, we can kind of like walk through the process of a game. So I'm going to start with the draft, for example. So your draft strategy seems pretty clear to us. Obviously, this is the first time that we on stream watched you guys. But obviously you played Ivy 2 games in a row. The Dispense played Kelvin 2 games in a row. How we were kind of talking about this double support concept as like, maybe not having enough damage. What is your take on it? How did you make up this draft concept or this draft strategy of yours that's taken you to win the Death Slam League?
I think for us, we've always been comfortable with my Ivy for a while now, ever since we first started playing. So while I can build into support, and I will build into support pretty late-ish now, because before, not having enough damage with too much support items can like hinder us a little bit. So just having that kudzu maxing just really helps out with beam. If Dispense wants to go a little bit more beam, a little bit more damage, or a little bit more utility, it frees him up for that kind of space we need. And just having a global like Ivy, I always try to rush level 5 on it, try to get that silence, and to get that lightning scroll as well, because it's just a bang bang CC like just every single time, and it's just a lot to handle for opposing teams usually. So, and the Kelvin Dome reset is always just very good just to have, and just to keep going and keep pushing them back and just keeping that pressure. Mostly we want to be able to put pressure on teams, because being very suffocating is just very much pressure inducing, and a lot of these teams will have like a farmer, dedicated farmer to get up, and if they're not farming, they're protecting walkers, and we're just taking whatever we want, and they have to adjust from there.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a good way to go about it. Interesting to hear the dynamic that you and Styler have there, clearly, with the bit of a utility characters that you guys do like to go for. I'm interested in hearing what is up with your lane assignments when you're playing this Ivy. You seem to have paired it with the Kelvin 2 times in a row now. Seems to be some sort of weird tech here. Is there any thought that went into that, or?
Honestly, like, you can have your lane comp, you can have your Thanos comp, whatever. Like, we're not pros. We're, I guess we can call this tier 2, tier 3-ish kind of play. So I mostly just wanted to prioritize synergy. Jelly and Titan duo together, and they play all the time. Styler and Rain. Rain was also our substitute. We were missing 2 players. They also duo together. So, I mean, you can have just the best lane comp against them, and if you're not good at those 2 characters, or if you're not synergized with your lane mate, it just goes up from there. And I'd rather have the synergy and just that kind of thing going, because we were able just to keep rolling from that. And, well, you know, Ivy and Kelvin is a weak lane per se. Our just main goal is just to stall. But my philosophy has always been, let's just synergize. The duos know how to play together. They know how to keep each other together, and it's just game from there. And that's always been our understanding of how well we do and things like that.
So, kind of going on that idea of synergy, right? Comparatively to DDS or Death Slam, which I've been referring to a lot, right? Because of the league format, you guys have been a team for so long. You've kind of gotten to know these people longer than just like the 2 weeks introduction. Here you go play a game. How has your perspective on, you know, team dynamics shifted? Have you ever? Sorry. I'm a little tired. How's your perspective on, you know, the team and the environment shifted from when you started 8 weeks ago, like 2 months ago, oh my god, to now, right? Have you grown through your pains? You know, maybe there was a few scuffles, but, you know, overall as a team, you all grew together from what I imagine were complete strangers to begin with.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, we didn't really have a team till like the first DDS about 3-4 days out, because a lot of the players couldn't make that day, the first day for seeding, and we kind of they've had, I think it was like 3 total subs. I was lucky enough to get in, and then it was Mox, and then it was just us 2 for there. So that's kind of where the name came from. It was just replacing whoever was just not fitting per se, but who couldn't make it that time. So that's just kind of how we've stuck with it, and now it's just developed to just kind of that thing of where do we all plug in. It's kind of like a puzzle, and that's how we've kind of played now, and it's just we fit in very well now with each other. Before it was just kind of like it's hard to learn how to play with new people and kind of learn the vibes and see where they're at, and kind of see how does this person tilt, how does this person do when they're behind, and things like that. So it took some growing pains, because before we weren't really good on our scrims. I mean, Metal Skin beat us every single time in the first DDS, like scrim wise, that leading up to that week, and a lot of other teams did too. And we knew we had to kind of synergize a little bit better, and we kind of, after the shop update, developed that a little bit better, and we were able just to keep snowballing and kind of build more cohesiveness and just strategize together and work with each other's tendencies, how we all react to different types of plays, and fix a lot of mental errors, such as being like too greedy or being too just inting in too much and kind of having to dial it back. And a lot of the time when we're doing that, we kind of bring ourselves back and re-ground ourselves and just kind of keep going from there. So it's been a journey for sure, but it's been very fun, and I'm very happy to be on this team with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely always fun to play with a bunch of people for a long time. Yeah, but I was thinking about how did it feel to play like such a long day of Deadlock here? I mean, you guys have been going for like many hours at this point. I think the broadcast started 8 hours ago or something like that. So
yeah, Yeah, we just put in a full shift, right? And it's just kind of clocked in this morning and just got going from there. I mean, just drink your energy drink, eat your Wheaties in the morning, and just let's play.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
One last question, so we don't take up too much of your time, because I imagine your team is probably a little bit tired as well, depending on what time zone you're in. The last question, just to end it off light, now that you're going back, you're logging off the Victor, what is your plan for the rest of the day, the rest of the night? Probably eating some food. What's the plan?
Yeah,
is there a plan?
Just kind of getting off this computer, getting out of my room. Living in the Pacific Coast is just, the sun at this time is directly hitting my room, so my room is just a sauna right now, and I need to get out of here. So it's just getting out of my room, getting some fresh air, just touching some grass. Honestly, it's one of those times, and it was a fun game all day, and I hope everybody had fun watching as well. It's just very fun to play with these guys and playing against a lot of these teams and playing Metalskin again. Just those guys are cool. They're awesome. We have our own little rivalry and kind of in-way kind of playing together and playing against each other. So it's always fun playing them.
Any last shout-outs any thank yous or shout-outs you want to give before we head off for the night?
Yeah, shout out to Mox, he couldn't make it today. Shout out to Huck. They always step in when they need to, and they're both important pieces to our team and how we play, and kind of being a little bit of a calming voice from Mox. Huck being just the standalone guy, the quiet assassin we call him, because he won't say anything, but he'll just do something crazy, and it's just awesome sometimes. So it's shout out to those two. Those two are two other players. We kind of count ourselves as a core 8, core 7, no matter who's a sub or who's not within the core. I mean, that's how we've kind of developed this cohesiveness. So those two, send them some love. We want them back to play again. It's just life happens, and then you just have to keep going with it and adjust from there. Everyone else, great games today. I was watching on my own time and watching from Deadlock too, so everyone played well. Everybody had some good games, some really awesome games as well, and I again hope everybody watching on Twitch, you two, and the other casters who are here had a very fun time watching their games.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations on your victory today here in the end here in the grand finals, and we appreciate you coming out here and talking to us in the interview.
Of course, guys, thank you so much for having us, and hope everything was fun for you guys as well. Get some rest.
It's definitely very fun.
It was. You have good night here. Just to wrap it off, after a long day of a fun Deadlock, I think honestly every single game I enjoyed watching, whether it was coin flippy, whether it was a stomp, whether it just turned the ties instantly, or you could figure out how the game was going to go from minute 5. Quick rundown of what to expect from us from the Death Slam events. First, I want to shout out the Discord real quick. We are ramping up a lot of the stuff we're doing on Death Slam events. One thing to mention, if you guys haven't heard, is that we are doing a professional level. We call it an invitational, but there is an open qualifier. So what the plan is, we have 4 of the top teams. That is Melee Creeps, Hydra Nation, Valhalla, and then Pier's team, which hasn't made a name yet. Plus, we have 4 spots for an open qualifier. So this will be a very competitive, the top of the top level Deadlock that we haven't actually premiered yet on the Death Slam events production. I was about to say channel, but we're on Deathy's channel right now. So join the Discord, stay in touch, stay in tune. We got a lot of things fun planned for you guys.
Yeah, I mean,
summary back to the bracket.
Also other things to check out in general. We also have a league running over on the EU side, still up and running.
True.
We're in week 3 right now, and should be looking forward to seeing some more games on the Death Slam events Twitch channel, which should be pinned, I believe, on Twitch right now.
Should still be pinned. Yeah.
Yeah.
Check us out. Give us a follow. All the good stuff. Okay. Looks like we are off for tonight. Thank you so much for everyone for joining us. Thank you so much to the team for participating. We do have credits roll, so help talk about everyone who helped contributed. But thank you to Dia, to Natalama, and to Kashi. Those are the guys in the back running the observing and the production, all the nice transitions you see here. Because all we do is sit here and talk. Thank you to Ref, thank you to Defi, thank you to all the admins for organizing everything as well. And I said it again, I said it before, I'll say it again. Thank you to you guys for joining us for a long day of Deadlock, whether you're just joining or you've been here for the entire ride. Hope you guys get some good rest, get some fresh air, touch some grass. I think we all low-key need to after we've been here for a while. Any last words from you, Tempo?
No, I believe all that matters here for me to shout out is the production team and the other casters as well, who we've been fortunate to hear from today. Soren and Initialize, I just met him today, so that's why I'm playing on his name.
Thank you, Initialize. The debut of Initialize, but I'm sure I enjoyed him. I hope you guys in the chat enjoyed him as well. I saw a lot of love for him when he was casting. Hopefully we'll see all of us sometime soon. If you enjoyed the production, please follow that channel that is pinned, because that will probably be the home for a lot of the tournaments that we put on in the coming months. Okay. So we're about ready to wrap off. Thank you guys so much. Hope you all have a good night, good morning, wherever you are. Get some good food, touch some grass, all the good stuff.